Chapter 1. Jeking Mountain, a majestic peak that stands guard over the western stronghold of the Fire Nation, Jeking City, was once a picturesque landscape adorned with lush vegetation. Now, however, the eastern slopes are a barren expanse, vast swathes of charred earth laid bare, with the ground marred by deep ravines. In stark contrast, the western face of Jeking Mountain remains steep and verdant. Yet, amidst this serenity, the air is pierced by the thunderous sounds of explosions emanating from the western forests. Over 2,000 ninjas from both Konohagakure and Sunagakure are engaged in a fierce battle. Annihilate all the ninjas of Konoha. The victory of this war shall ultimately belong to Sunagakure. The ninjas of Konoha find themselves at a significant disadvantage, for this is a fundamentally unequal confrontation. On this battlefield, the number of Sunagakure ninjas exceeds that of Konoha by more than threefold. Initially, the ninjas of Konoha, under the leadership of their commanding jonin, managed a fighting retreat. However, as time wore on, the Sunagakure forces encircled them completely. Thud! Uchiha Chung, trailing behind his commanding jonin, deflected a long blade that came slicing from his flank, and in a swift motion, he severed the enemy's throat. Warm blood splattered across his face and onto the vest already drenched in crimson. As their ranks dwindled, the survivors became fewer and fewer. Ultimately, from the nearly 5 who you two, Uchiha Taichi gazed at the pair, a look of astonishment crossing his face, yet he refrained from uttering further words. Soon, under his command, the accompanying ninjas split into 2 groups. A small contingent began to clear the battlefield while the larger force, led by Uchiha Taichi, pursued the retreating sand ninjas. As for Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Ryosuke, they were laid upon stretchers, carried away by medical personnel. At last, "I have survived," Uchiha Makoto murmured from his stretcher, turning to gaze in the direction Uchiha Taichi had departed. He had, in a moment of stasis, overheard the sand ninjas' plan to ambush the leaf ninjas on the mountainside. However, Uchiha Makoto chose not to disclose this intelligence to Uchiha Taichi. On one hand, he could not provide a reasonable explanation for how he acquired the information. More importantly, the team he was part of was, in essence, a decoy, or rather, a contingent meant to meet its demise. The commander of this battle, one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, had devised this operational strategy, designating 1/3 of the ninjas as bait, compelling the sand ninja forces to dilute their strength in response. If they did not neutralize his unit, this feigned assault team could very well become an unexpected strike force, poised to breach Kaiki Castle. Of course, the greater likelihood was that they would be encircled and annihilated by the sand ninjas. Indeed, the reality aligned with the latter scenario. This intelligence had been imparted to Uchiha Makoto by his guiding jonin just prior to their departure, advising him to exercise caution during the mission and not to rush recklessly. Yet, following the conclusion of this mission, he had emerged unscathed, while his guiding jonin had perished. Uchiha Makoto graduated at the age of 10, became a chunin at 11, and participated in the Kaiki Mountain battle at 14. Among his peers, he was considered above average, and his record as a ninja was commendable. However, Konoha was not lacking in prodigies, nor was the Uchiha clan devoid of exceptional talents. Moreover, being a 14-year-old Uchiha who had yet to awaken to Sharingan made it entirely reasonable for him to be regarded as mere cannon fodder. The world of Hokage is indeed one where only the fortunate survive. Even with my luck, I have faced demise twice. Despite my unwavering diligence and relentless training, in the face of such a perilous battle where even jonin could fall at any moment, I remain woefully inadequate. Uchiha Makoto pondered silently, his gaze shifting to his attribute panel. Note, the current host is too weak. Some attributes are displayed in a semi-digital format. System, Blessing of the Star, Forging Dragon King. Name, Uchiha Makoto. Attributes, Wind, Fire. Strength, 13. Constitution, 12. Agility, 16. Spirit, 15. Charm, 55. Luck, 38. Acquired title. Lucky sovereign luck value may increase or decrease by triggering special conditions. Chakra, 200,200. Rating, Elite Chunin defined by the average of actual combat power, for reference only. Health points. 100 critical areas are severely damaged. The host will still perish without resetting. Activated buff. Pirate of the 4 Seas Tier 1. When the host participates in a kill, there's a 57 chance of dropping a gold treasure chest and a 32 lucky sovereign bonus of 7 chance of dropping a basic equipment treasure chest. Backpack, 530. Equipment slots, 410. Equipment. Guardian Angel X3. The host resurrects 2 seconds after death can be activated, with a maximum delay of 5 minutes. Cooldown time of 365 days. Blade of the New Moon X1. Effective normal attacks can restore 10 chakra points consumed to the host. Current gold, 998. Fortunately, I prudently synthesized all 4 of the great swords and 3 pieces of cloth armor into resurrection armor. Both pieces are now in cooldown, aren't they? Uchiha Makoto felt a sense of relief for his prior caution. Though there were numerous synthesis methods for the basic equipment that had previously dropped, the resurrection armor undoubtedly proved to be the most reliable option. Had it not been for the fact that only 3 pieces of cloth armor had dropped, he would have synthesized all 4 pieces into resurrection armor. However, it is worth mentioning that the Spear of the Polar Extreme had also rendered him considerable assistance during the prior battle. Just as Uchiha Chung found himself lost in thought, the system's notification suddenly chimed in. Would you like to open the system shop? Requires 998. Uchiha Chung paused momentarily, glancing at his gold balance, feeling a sense of peculiarity. Nevertheless, as gold was of no use to him, he did not hesitate. Yes, the system shop is now opening, with a countdown of 15 days, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, seeing that there is still such a lengthy duration ahead. Uchiha Chung chose to disregard it and began to meditate. Even in his weakened state after using the resurrection armor, he remained vigilant. It was not until he returned to the camp and entered the medical ninja's exclusive tent in the center of the main camp that Uchiha Chung finally relaxed his tense body. Upon entering the tent, he was approached by 4 medical personnel. 2 gentle and beautiful female ninjas came to his side, beginning to remove his clothing in preparation for a physical examination. Relax, there's no need to be nervous. We will be very gentle. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Chung emerged from the tent, carrying a medicine pouch, his eyes slightly dazed. After the examination, it was determined that his body was in good condition, merely fatigue from overexertion. After all, the guardian angel could restore the body to its pre-injury state, a sensation he had already experienced once. Inside, the medical ninjas had simply cleaned his body and provided him with some calming medication before sending him back to rest. The reason for his daze was the blinding sunlight outside, which imparted an unreal feeling that he had survived. Just as Uchiha Chung returned to his tent, the system's notification reappeared. Current tasks. 1. Survive the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. 11. Completed. 2. The Konoha faction achieves final victory in the Battle of Kikyo City. 01. Not completed. Early the next morning, Uchiha Chung was roused from sleep by a chorus of cheers echoing through the camp. After returning to his tent yesterday, he changed into clean clothes and had fallen asleep immediately. Uchiha Chung rose and walked towards the tent's entrance. As he stepped outside, he spotted Uchiha Ryoji leaning on a cane as he emerged from the opposite tent. A large crowd of Konoha ninjas had gathered in the camp, cheering and shouting. Many were embracing each other with tears in their eyes, and some couples were passionately kissing in public. We won. We triumphed. We can go home. Before Uchiha Chung could inquire further, someone exclaimed, Lord Orochimaru has arrived. The crowd parted automatically, creating a path that a slender man with waist-length hair, secured by a single hair band, walked forward. His gaunt features, pale skin, and light purple eyeshadow framed a pair of elongated eyes, with snake-like golden-yellow slit pupils. Regardless of how many times one might see him, Orochimaru's aura made him instantly recognizable. At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes reflected profound fatigue. He nodded slightly to the surrounding ninjas before entering his tent. Accompanying J-Nin raised their voices, declaring, Yesterday, under Lord Orochimaru's leadership, we successfully recaptured Kikyo City. The Sand Ninjas have surrendered, and soon the feudal lord of the Wind Country will submit an official document to the Fire Country that we have emerged victorious. Long live. Although the outcome was already known. The Konoha ninjas in the camp erupted into cheers. Uchiha Chung was naturally overjoyed by the news. This signified the conclusion of a grueling tug-of-war that had begun in the 43rd year of Konoha and had persisted for over 3 years. Finally, he could return home. Just then, the system's notification appeared. Current tasks. 1. Survive the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. 11. Completed. 2. The Konoha faction achieves final victory in the Battle of Kikyo City. 11. Completed. Task rewards. 2. Strength 2. Constitution 2. Agility 2. Spirit 3. Charm 0.5. Luck 0.5. Obtain the summoning contract for the Zon Fury. Warwick. The sudden surge in attributes made Uchiha Chung feel a rush of warmth coursing through his body. Particularly, his head swelled, and a sharp pain shot through his eyes as he rubbed his temples, only to find his hand covered in blood. Chung Senpai, your eyes? At that moment, Uchiha Ryoji rushed to Uchiha Chung's side, exclaiming in shock. Uchiha Chung glanced at the astonished Uchiha Ryoji and queried, "What is it?" Suddenly, it dawned on him. He drew the ninja blade hanging at his waist, and through the mirror-like surface of the blade, he beheld the transformation of his own eyes. His crimson irises now bore 2 black tomo arranged in a triangular formation. Uchiha Ryoji gazed at him with envy. "Chung Senpai, congratulations on awakening your Sharingan." Observing the mixed expression on Uchiha Ryoji's face, Uchiha Chung sheathed his blade, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "You will awaken yours in due time, that I hope so," Uchiha Ryoji replied, his gaze dimming. If he could awaken his eyes, he wouldn't have been sent on that perilous mission yesterday. Such is the reality. Out of over 500 ninja dispatched, only 27 had survived. As for Uchiha Chung, he remained unfazed by the fact that he had successfully awakened his Sharingan, and that it was a 2-tomo version. Reflecting on it, he realized he had traversed into the world of Naruto for 14 years. He was acutely aware that, despite possessing the visage of a protagonist, his innate talents were rather ordinary. Even after training diligently under Might Guy and his son to learn the 8 gates, he found himself stuck at the 3rd gate. Although he had entered the Uchiha clan with a slightly higher starting point, he soon discovered that he was no genius, not even among his peers. Even more frustrating was his frail constitution during childhood. Moreover, his system had only activated 6 months ago upon his arrival at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Despite his constant caution, he had repeatedly found himself in perilous situations. After all, Konoha was engaged in a 3-front war, contending with a formidable cloud and rock villages, although they could dispatch thousands of ninjas to serve under Orochimaru's command. However, the high-end combat power is relatively scarce. Otherwise, it would not have dragged on for 3 long years. Point 1 must be grateful that Awagakure frequently resorted to underhanded tactics, as they even betrayed their allies midway through the conflict. Dispatching an army of 10,000 ninjas to besiege the small elite force led by the 3rd Raikage, in a bid to ensure the survival of the village's new generation of talents and to grant his village some time to react. The 3rd Raikage fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, engaging in a bloody battle that lasted 3 days and nights, inflicting heavy casualties on Awagakure's 10,000-strong ninja army. However, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and perished. In the wake of the 3rd Raikage's death, the forces of Kyomogakure, which had initially penetrated into the Land of Fire, retreated entirely, consolidating their troops in the western borders to staunchly guard against Iwagakure's invasion. On the other hand, Iwagakure suffered the loss of thousands of ninjas and had provoked the militarily formidable Kyomogakure. Meanwhile, Kyomogakure had lost a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the current ninja world. The 3rd Raikage. This allowed Konoha to seize a moment of respite, ultimately reversing the tide of battle under the guidance of the master-apprentice duo, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. The name Golden Flash reverberated throughout the ninja world. In stark contrast to the sporadic good news emanating from other battlefields, the situation at the battlefield of Jieking Mountain, where Uchiha Chung found himself, was far more dire. That on one hand, there was the strength of the troops. More crucially, Jieking Castle had been seized by Sunagakure. Other battlefields primarily involved guerrilla warfare and frontal confrontations, while Jieking Castle, situated at a strategically significant location with the protection of Jieking Mountain, proved easy to defend yet difficult to assault. As such, The grand battles on both sides primarily consisted of small-scale skirmishes. This time, Orochimaru first lured the ninjas within the castle out with false intelligence, then sacrificed a small contingent of Konoha ninjas as bait, ultimately reclaiming Jieking Castle in one fell swoop. Uchiha Chung found himself rather admiring Orochimaru's audacity. However, as the individual directly involved, being treated as a disposable pawn was something he could not accept. Observing the tearful faces of the emotionally charged crowd, Uchiha Chung closed his Sharingan, reported to the guarding ninjas, and stepped out of the camp. Perhaps in his previous life, he relished the hustle and bustle. Yet in this life, he preferred solitude. Uchiha Chung made his way to a small stream, located just a few dozen meters from the camp, a regular source of water for the troops. Watching the gentle flow of the stream and listening to the soothing sounds of the water, his mood gradually calmed. He approached the downstream area, cupped his hands to scoop some water, and turned aside to wash the blood from his face. He had once dreamt of awakening his Sharingan, yet now that it had indeed manifested, he found himself less exhilarated than he had anticipated. Uchiha Chung sighed inwardly, while simultaneously reviewing the rewards for completing the mission. The significant enhancement of his fundamental attributes had finally enabled him to activate his Sharingan. The slight aftereffects of fatigue from utilizing the Guardian Angel had entirely dissipated, and he felt invigorated. Brimming with vitality, his chakra had surged several times over, complemented by the accumulation of his battle achievements. In terms of both strength and experience, it appeared he had a chance to ascend to the rank of ninja. Especially now that he had awakened his Sharingan, numerous witnesses had observed the event. Upon his return, he wondered how long he would be able to stay at home, as it seemed likely that more perilous missions awaited him in the future. Uchiha Chung took a moment to assess the changes in his body before finally turning his attention to the last reward. He had obtained the summoning contract for Zwan Rage Beast, Warwick, consuming 350 chakra with a duration of 20 minutes, sharing Warwick's skills. Just as Uchiha Chung was perusing the skill information, the icon for Warwick on the system panel suddenly glowed red, and he felt a chilling howl resonate within his mind, as if issuing a warning. Who? Uchiha Chung's muscles tensed in anticipation. Chung, you are indeed special, came a raspy, deep voice. Such a distinctive tone allowed Uchiha Chung to instantly recognize the speaker, even without seeing him. He rose to his feet and peered around the tree. Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Chung's demeanor became somewhat restrained. That I knew you wouldn't be one to perish easily. Orochimaru chuckled, stepping out from behind the tree and approaching Uchiha Chung, occasionally coughing, which rendered his already pale complexion even more ashen. Your gaze is truly remarkable. I find it quite appealing to... As Orochimaru stood before him, Uchiha Chung instinctively took half a step back, creating a slight distance between them. Perhaps due to inheriting his parents' extraordinary good looks, Uchiha Chung's appearance was among the finest even within the Uchiha clan. Consequently, his charm attribute continued to rise, standing out as the most prominent among all his attributes. Regardless of the nature of Orochimaru's interest in him, Uchiha Chung wished to distance himself. He had no desire to forge any deeper connections with Orochimaru, even in terms of romantic entanglements. Upon witnessing Uchiha Chung's retreat, Orochimaru let out a soft laugh, refraining from further comment and turning away to depart. Uchiha Chung felt utterly perplexed. He and Orochimaru had no discernible connection. Otherwise, had there been even a slight association, he would not have been sent on a mission labeled as suicidal. Although the execution of the suicidal mission was under the premise of semi-voluntary consent, if the emphasis truly lay on voluntary, he would not have been stabbed by a female ninja. Unable to make sense of the situation, Uchiha Chung chose not to dwell on it. He believed that with enough strength, many unclear matters could be resolved by eliminating those who caused the problems. The earlier warning could not have been mere coincidence. However, it was not the right time or place to summon Warwick. Was it due to the shared skills? Uchiha Chung recalled the chilling howl he had sensed moments ago and promptly began examining the skills that had appeared on the system panel. Blood Hunger, Warwick's basic attacks deal an additional 10 damage. If Warwick's health falls below 50, he will receive an equivalent healing effect. If his health drops below 25, the healing effect triples. Blood Hunt, passive. Warwick gains a 100 speed bonus when attacking enemies with health below 50 and passively senses low health units. Active. Warwick expands his sensing range, and detected units will be visible for 8 seconds. The sensing range is proportional to chakra consumption, with a minimum cost of 100. Blood Hunt. Once I adapt to the changes in my body. If I encounter that female ninja from Sunagakure again, I will undoubtedly triumph over her. With that thought, Uchiha Chung tightened his grip on the ninja blade in his hand, declaring to himself, next time, it will be you who gets stabbed. In the 46th year of Konoha, in December, the Land of Wind formally submitted a peace treaty to the Land of Fire on the evening of December 15th. Under the setting sun, the victorious army returned home. Uchiha Chung followed the grand procession, relishing the warm welcome from the citizens of Konoha. Amidst the joy radiating from their faces, some bore complex expressions. Weeping uncontrollably, the first batch of casualty lists must have already been released, and among the returning soldiers, they could not find the person they longed to see. That feeling, as he pondered this, his gaze scanned the crowd. Yet, he failed to spot the figure he sought. Just then, Uchiha Ryukai, leaning on a cane, suddenly waved vigorously toward the crowd, calling out loudly, "Mother! Izumi! I'm here!" Witnessing Uchiha Ryukai, who was both laughing and crying, nearly lose his balance. Uchiha Chung quickly extended his left hand to grasp his shoulder. Among the throng, a woman appearing to be in her 30s was overwhelmed with joy, weeping as she cradled a delightful 4-year-old girl in her arms. The little girl opened her arms toward Uchiha Ryukai, calling out sweetly, "Brother!" Observing this scene, Uchiha Chung felt a whirlwind of emotions. In truth, for this mission, aside from the initial 25 individuals who successfully evacuated, only the 2 of them remained alive. Had he reacted impulsively at that time, Uchiha Ryukai might have truly met his demise. Among their 12th team, aside from Uchiha Chung himself, the guiding Jounin and 2 teammates had all perished during the battle at Jecking Mountain. As they traversed the crowd, the formation of the troops began to disperse in an orderly manner, taking into account the emotions of the returning soldiers reuniting with their families. Apart from the Jounins who were to be summoned by the 3rd Hokage and other high-ranking officials, the Genin and Chunin were dismissed on the spot. Uchiha Chung returned to his clan alongside Uchiha Ryukai. After parting ways, Uchiha Chung dashed straight home. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed that the flowers, which his mother usually tended to with great care, were now drooping, lacking vitality. Uchiha Chung retrieved his keys, entered the house, and found the entrance shrouded in darkness. Why is it so dark? Surely, there should be someone home today. Uchiha Chung gazed at the empty shoe rack, perplexed before switching on the light, changing his shoes, and proceeding further inside. Upon entering the living room and turning on the light, he was taken aback. "Mother, what are you doing in the dark?" Before her sat a woman in her 30s, her delicate features marred by swollen, red eyes, looking lost and dejected as she sank into the sofa. It was only then that she became aware of the commotion. Her movement stiff as she lifted her head. "Chung-chan, is that really you?" she exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion as she rushed to stand before Uchiha Chung, grasping him tightly. Uchiha Chung smiled gently and replied, "Mother, I've told you countless times not to call me in such an embarrassing manner. I'm a young man now, and I have grown. It truly is you. You are Chung-chan. I dare not even glance at the casualty list. And I didn't see you among the returning squad at noon." The woman clutched Uchiha Chung. Weeping uncontrollably, he softly patted her back, murmuring, "I was in the 2nd batch to return. I just got back." Perhaps to compensate for the regrets of his previous life, upon traversing into the world of Naruto, Uchiha Chung was not an orphan. His mother, Uchiha Linghua, was still alive, making him cherish this bond of kinship all the more. The sense of returning home to embrace family is an unparalleled comfort, a sentiment that neither friendship nor love could ever replace. Holding his mother close, Uchiha Chung's gaze wandered to a corner of the living room, where a Buddhist altar stood, adorned with the portrait of a strikingly handsome man, exuding a remarkable aura, who appeared to be in his early 20s. That was his father, who had passed away before his birth. "By the way, Chung-chan, you must be hungry after your return. I'll prepare dinner right away." Uchiha Linghua, regaining some composure, wiped her tears away. Uchiha Chung's expression shifted slightly, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching as he hurriedly replied, "There's no need for that. You must be exhausted. Let us dine out instead. But eating out can't compare to my cooking, Uchiha Linghua murmured, but before she could finish, Uchiha Chung had already hastily pulled her out of the living room. Wait, I need to wash my face first. Stepping outside, Uchiha Chung exhaled in relief. The mere thought of his mother-s cooking had always been daunting, and the impromptu meal she would whip up now was no exception. Even with her good intentions, he doubted he could stomach it. Beauty alone cannot substitute for sustenance. Uchiha Chung sighed softly to Chung-chan. What did you just say? Uchiha Linghua, having tidied herself up a bit, appeared much more spirited. Though her eyes still bore signs of swelling, as she stepped outside, she caught Uchiha Chung muttering to himself that, it's nothing. Let us just eat nearby. I heard the clan leader is hosting a feast for the returning clansmen tomorrow. We can enjoy a proper meal then. Uchiha Chung deftly diverted the conversation. Home. He finally felt a genuine sense of relaxation. He was no longer the Chunin fighting on the battlefield, but merely a child in the eyes of his parents. As night descended, cloaking the earth in darkness, Uchiha Chung finished his meal and indulged in a hot bath before retreating to his room. Snuggling into his blankets, he began to explore the newly appeared shop in the system. Leather armor, magic resistance cloak, storm greatsword, critical strike gauntlets, and a recurve bow, all basic equipment priced at 500 gold coins each. Furthermore, a golden shovel, priced at 1,500 gold coins. Even that is available. Does that mean I can change my buffs? The 4C's pirate buff, first tier, 10,000 gold coins. This the 9 swordsman buff, first tier, 25,000 gold coins. Such splendid items. However, upon closer inspection, I find I can afford nothing. Uchiha Chung cast a cursory glance at the shop, realizing it was filled with desirable items, each one he yearned for. Yet, glancing at his gold coin balance, he couldn't help but sighed deeply. He now understood just how precious his 4C's pirate buff, first tier, truly was. Although participating in battles offered more than a 50% chance of earning gold coins and nearly a third chance of acquiring basic equipment, he had only obtained 8 pieces of basic gear over 6 months, resulting in 3 resurrection armors and a Shuoji blade. The last battle had granted him 5 additional basic items and 1 complete blue buff that, in terms of equipment alone, his strength had risen to a new level. Even if I wished to refrain from engaging in battles to earn gold, it seems I may not have that luxury. Apart from the Sand Ninja's defeat on the Western Front, the rock-hidden village in the Northwest remains unvanquished, and the conflict is unlikely to cease anytime soon. I can only hope for a bit more time to digest the immense gains from this experience. Uchiha Chung sighed inwardly, his gaze returning to the shop, though he soon shifted his attention elsewhere. After all, I cannot afford anything, and most icons in the shop are dim and indistinct, likely due to either unmet display conditions or my own impoverished state, which I suppose is meant to spare me further disappointment. With a clang, Uchiha Chung leaned against the headboard, extending his left hand toward the wall, causing the ninja blade displayed there to unsheathe and fly into his grasp. The silver-white blade glinted ominously in the moonlight, sending chills down one's spine. This was his family's heirloom ninja blade, known as Tianyu, reputed to be a replica of the Kusanagi sword. Both his father and grandfather excelled in Konoha-style swordsmanship and Uchiha-style sword techniques, and naturally, Uchiha Chung had learned swordsmanship from a young age. For ninjas with insufficient chakra, close-quarters combat was the mainstream. During battles, it was common for Jonin to unleash waves of ninjutsu, followed by shurikens and kunai paired with explosive tags, before engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Due to his limited chakra, Uchiha Chung could only utilize a few ninjutsu, most of which were employed in conjunction with his swordsmanship. However, with his exceptional sword skills, he had performed admirably in several small-scale skirmishes. Uchiha Chung brought the ninja blade closer to his eyes, noticing a distinct chip at the blade near the guard. This was a result of a failed block against an attack from a Sand Ninja female. I am already proficient in Konoha-style swordsmanship and have awakened to Sharingan. If I could acquire the 9 swordsman buff, my combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Alas, the price is exorbitantly high, so I shall not dwell on it for now. Uchiha Chung set the Tianyu aside and extended his palm. 5 thumb-sized orbs of light appeared in his palm, containing a storm greatsword, 2 magic resistance cloaks, and 2 critical strike gauntlets. With no leather armor, I cannot craft resurrection armor. Furthermore, I already possess 3 resurrection armors. Although 2 are on cooldown, 1 remains, and I likely won't have the opportunity to use it in the short term. Given this, I might as well synthesize equipment that directly enhances my combat capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Chung recalled that the first time he utilized a resurrection armor was precisely 8 months ago, meaning it would cool down in another 4 months. Why then? He would have 2 guardian angel armors at his disposal. In light of this, synthesizing resurrection armor is no longer the optimal choice. Uchiha Chung extended his finger and gently touched the Storm Greatsword and the Critical Strike gauntlets. Instantly, a line of information appeared on the system panel. Storm Greatsword, Critical Strike, Gauntlets, Endless Blade. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes. Uchiha Chung silently affirmed, and the 2 orbs he selected merged seamlessly. Before long, a golden, double-edged greatsword, approximately 1 meter in length, floated in the air, its blade adorned with mysterious patterns, radiating an ethereal glow. Uchiha Chung grasped the Endless Blade and began to inspect its details. Endless Blade. The wielder's normal attacks will always result in a critical hit. With critical damage set at 200, swordsmanship attacks will infuse chakra, unleashing sword chi. Sword chi? Uchiha Chung's eyes flickered with excitement. The synthesized equipment had undergone a significant enhancement compared to what he had previously acquired in the game. Sword chi, in his view, existed within the world of Naruto, albeit under a different nomenclature. It was akin to the sword technique he had learned, Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, which released compressed wind-type chakra through the ninja blade, forming arc-shaped wind blades. However, this technique was generally only wielded by Jonin. While his swordsmanship skills allowed him to use Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, he could manage to release only a few wind blades. Unlike those Jonin who could effortlessly unleash hundreds to clear the battlefield. However, the ability to infuse chakra was an unexpected boon. Uchiha Chung began channeling his chakra into the Endless Blade, continuing until he had infused half of his chakra, sensing that the blade seemed capable of absorbing even more. However, he was merely experimenting. Feeling somewhat fatigued today, he did not intend to infuse more chakra, although it was only half of his chakra. The activation of a Sharingan, combined with a significant enhancement of his fundamental attributes, had multiplied his chakra to over 5 times its previous amount, soaring from 200 to 1060. Even now, with half of that, he possessed more than double what he had before. Uchiha Chung, wielding the Endless Blade, approached the balcony and gently waved towards the courtyard at a shallow blue wind blade, approximately half a meter long, shot forth, accompanied by a violent sound of air friction. Such speed was astonishing, surpassing that of the vacuum sword's wind blade by more than double. Moreover, he had not fully utilized the chakra within. The chakra consumed was less than 1/20th of that contained in the Endless Blade. When charging normally, in battle, it was equivalent to having several times more chakra at his disposal. With just a slight test, Uchiha Chung recognized the immense enhancement the Endless Blade provided to his actual combat capabilities. And a smile of delight spread across his face. Returning to his room, Uchiha Chung pointed the Endless Blade forward, and the 1-meter-long golden great sword swiftly transformed into a sphere of light, merging into the heavenly sword. The sword's blade emitted a faint golden glow before gradually returning to normal. However, the previously visible notch on its blade had vanished. Observing this, Uchiha Chung nodded in satisfaction. Both the Endless Blade and the Crescent Blade were available for his direct use. Yet with the increase in weaponry, he found himself lacking in hands, and the peculiar appearances of these weapons were rather ostentatious. Fortunately, these armaments possessed a buff feature, allowing them to be applied simultaneously to the same weapon, so he concentrated all enhancements on the heavenly sword. Regrettably, the Crescent Blade was only effective against ordinary attacks and did not offer any special bonuses to swordsmanship, merely slightly improving the quality of the heavenly sword. The inherent quality of this sword could only be considered above average. With the addition of the Crescent Blade, and now the Endless Blade, it would eventually surpass the 3 legendary artifacts of the ninja world as he continued to accumulate enhancements, as he could not fully wield it at present. Uchiha Chung planned to familiarize himself with the new heavenly sword thoroughly the following day. He sheathed the heavenly sword and began synthesizing the new equipment, a process he had long prepared for. recalling his first experience with the guardian angel, where he had been caught in an illusion and swiftly eliminated by the enemy. He synthesized his second piece of equipment, Mercury, which grants immunity to all control effects for 10 seconds, clears all negative effects, can be activated at will, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. If he had one more great sword, he could have synthesized the blood-sucking sword. But alas, the next day, Uchiha Chung rose early, donned his attire, and ventured into the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. Due to spatial constraints, he engaged only in the most fundamental sword swings and unsheathings. The changes in his physique altered the motions and force of his swings and draws. Such subtle influences were negligible in ordinary circumstances. However, as a chunin, he was always on call for missions and needed to intensify his practice to acclimate to his body's changes, as details could often determine success or failure. Uchiha Chung stood in the center of the courtyard and drew the heavenly sword. Whoosh! The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated as he traced 2 semicircles in the air with it, then turned the blade and brought his hands together behind his back, completing the sheathing motion. His practice of this sheathing method was not for show. Rather, within the Konoha style of swordsmanship, there existed several unique techniques requiring the accumulation of chakra while gathering momentum, akin to a samurai's ai. Thus, he practiced various stances and angles for drawing and sheathing the sword. After practicing for nearly 5 minutes, he heard commotion in the corridor. Glancing inside, he saw Uchiha Linghua emerging from her room in her pajamas, heading towards the bathroom. "Mom, why are you up so early? Don't you want to rest a bit longer?" Uchiha Chung could not help but inquire upon noticing Uchiha Linghua's sleep-deprived appearance. "I woke up to tend to my precious flowers. They've been neglected too long," Uchiha Linghua replied. Hearing this, Uchiha Chung turned his gaze towards the flowers on either side of the courtyard, and his expression shifted dramatically. To his dismay, he observed that all the flowers on the left side had been severed at the waist. Could it be so precise? He looked down at the heavenly sword in his hand, recalling how he had swung it towards the courtyard while testing the chakra infusion of the endless blade the previous night. With this thought, he called out towards the corridor, "Mom, I heard that the flower shop has received a new batch of varieties. How about I go help you purchase some? Also, I need to meet with Lord Hokage, so I won't be back for lunch." With that, Uchiha Chung ceased his practice and rushed out of the courtyard without waiting for Uchiha Linghua's response. After leaving home, considering the early hour, Uchiha Chung did not head directly to report to the third Hokage, but instead visited the flower shop first. After purchasing seeds, he returned home to deliver them. Upon arriving, he found Uchiha Linghua standing in the courtyard with her hands on her hips, fuming as she awaited his return. Seeing her, Uchiha Chung wore an apologetic smile as he presented the seeds to his mother. In truth, from the sight of the wilting flowers in the courtyard yesterday, it was evident that since his departure on a mission, Uchiha Linghua, who had once been devoted to her flowers, had lost all interest in caring for them. Uchiha Cheng's apologetic smile was merely to cheer his mother up. He relished this warm atmosphere, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. However, this brief moment of warmth did not last long, as a member of the Uchiha clan soon arrived outside his home. "Uchiha Chung, Lord Fugaku wishes to see you. Come quickly." The visitor appeared to be around 14 or 15, his expression radiating impatience. "Lord Fugaku." Uchiha Chung paused momentarily. "Mom, I'm heading out." After bidding Uchiha Linghua farewell, he stepped out of the courtyard. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," the visitor urged. Observing the youth before him, Uchiha Chung furrowed his brow and asked, "Do we know each other? Is there some sort of grievance?" Hey, you can't be serious? You don't remember me? I'm Uchiha Shoda." "Uchiha Chung, I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes." Uchiha Shoda exploded in frustration. Looking at Uchiha Shoda's appearance, which detracted from the average attractiveness of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chung genuinely could not recall that. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember." Uchiha Chung shook his head. "That you're the one who stole my Jinbai. You already have Yui and Yukino. Why do you still have to compete with me?" Uchiha Shoda's expression twisted as he grew increasingly agitated, fearing that his agitation might provoke the activation of the Sharingan. Uchiha Chung strained to recall. He had some recollection of the 3 girls Uchiha Shoda mentioned. They were all contemporaries, quite attractive, and had confessed their feelings to him, but he had decisively rejected them. After all, at that time, Uchiha Chung wished he could stretch a single day in etude. He had no time or inclination for anything beyond training. Looking at the distraught Uchiha Shota, Uchiha Chung said, "I have no intentions of dating any girls. You might be mistaken. Ha! Do you think I would believe that?" Uchiha Shota scoffed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chung raised an eyebrow. His good temper was not extended to everyone. It seemed that Uchiha Shota was likely upset due to being turned down or receiving an unkind rejection, and he was projecting that frustration onto him. If it were anyone else, Uchiha Chung might have said a few words. But he saw no need to engage with Uchiha Shota. After all, the Uchiha clan had a reputation for eccentricity, and normal individuals were few and far between. Conversing further might lead Uchiha Shota to believe he was being mocked. "Weren't you saying the clan leader summoned me? Let us go." Uchiha Chung initiated a stride forward. Uchiha Shota, head bowed, his eyes glinting with malice, followed Uchiha Chung as they reached the corner of the street. He coldly remarked, "I never thought you could survive the mission to lure the enemy." Uchiha Chung halted at this, turning to glare at Uchiha Shota. "What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Shota slowly raised his head, revealing his crimson eyes, each adorned with a black tomo. "What do you think it means?" Just as Uchiha Shota finished speaking, he unleashed a Jinjutsu. However, Uchiha Chung's speed outmatched his, sensing the malice from Uchiha Shota in an instant. He activated his Sharingan. Ayu, how could this be? As two individuals locked eyes, Uchiha Shota felt as though his mind had been struck with tremendous force. A searing pain shot through his eyes, causing him to clasp them with both hands and emit a cry of anguish, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Although Uchiha Makoto had activated his Sharingan for less than half a month, he possessed the power of two Tomo, and with his formidable mental prowess. Even the most rudimentary Jinjutsu he employed was beyond the capabilities of a mediocre Uchiha Shota. Having experienced the ravages of war, his reflexes and mindset had undergone significant transformation. After effortlessly dispatching Uchiha Shota with a single Jinjutsu, Uchiha Makoto did not pause, but instead concentrated his chakra beneath his feet, forcefully stomping the ground. An explosive surge of chakra erupted instantly. Boom! A crater over a meter in diameter manifested beneath him, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from his position. Extending 5 meters beyond, in the pit at his feet, lay a young man foaming at the mouth, unconscious. "Earth release, is it?" Uchiha Makoto mused, narrowing his eyes at the youth in the pit. Swish! The sheath of his heavenly sword shot forth with a sharp slicing sound. Thud! 1/3 of the sheath embedded itself into the trunk of a nearby tree. The youth, hiding behind the tree, stared wide-eyed at the sheath mere centimeters from his neck. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes betraying terror. Just a fraction closer, and his neck would be pierced. Uchiha Makoto regarded the cracked earth beneath him, clicking his tongue softly. During his training in the 8 Gates, he had grown accustomed to a weight of 150 kilograms, but he had removed this burden during the GK Mountain campaign. Having just returned yesterday, he had yet to reapply the weight, and with an increase of 2 points in both physique and strength. A slight miscalculation in his power and chakra control left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "What are you doing? How dare you fight in the clan's territory?" The commotion had drawn the attention of the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Makoto turned to see a group of 6 approaching from the end of the street, led by Uchiha Taichi, an elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan and deputy chief of the Konoha police force. The remaining members also donned the attire of the police force. Big brother! Quickly help me teach him a lesson." Uchiha Shota, seizing the arrival of Uchiha Taichi as a lifeline, rushed to his side. Uchiha Makoto observed coolly as Uchiha Shota twisted the narrative. Uchiha Taichi glanced at Uchiha Makoto, who stood calmly at a distance, then at his disheveled younger brother and the youth lying in the pit. And his understanding deepened. "Get down from the tree, Kawaki! Speak! What just transpired?" Uchiha Kawaki, frozen in the tree, hurriedly leaped down and stood before Uchiha Taichi. Well, his gaze shifted to Uchiha Shota, and under the threat of his glare, he prepared to comply. Uchiha Taichi narrowed his eyes, speaking with a hint of coldness. "I hope you are not deceiving me." Uchiha Kawaki faltered, steeling himself to speak the truth, albeit with a slightly altered version, claiming that Uchiha Makoto had provoked him first. Uchiha Taichi scoffed upon hearing this, reprimanding, regardless of right or wrong. Uchiha Makoto activated his eyes most recently. Less than half a month ago, to have 3 CH Nin defeated by a single CH Nin is truly disgraceful. Big brother, how can you? Uchiha Shota exclaimed, seeing that Uchiha Taichi's attitude did not favor him. Before he could finish, Uchiha Taichi's expression darkened, and he commanded sternly, "Silence." Uchiha Shota shrank back, silenced by fear. Uchiha Taichi turned his gaze to Uchiha Makoto, who had remained silent throughout, and sighed inwardly before asking, "Uchiha Makoto, do you have anything to say regarding the earlier incident?" Uchiha Makoto replied with composed dignity, "Taichi-senpai, do you truly believe I would seek out 3 individuals clearly beneath my capabilities for a mere test of strength on a morning such as this? It was Uchiha Shota who claimed Lord Fugaku summoned me, and thus I followed him today. As for why it escalated to this point, you ought to question this fellow about why he chose to conceal himself underground with Earth Release while following us. Your brother used Genjutsu on me just as I was about to unearth the hidden individual, prompting me to suspect his intentions that I see. It was a misunderstanding, Uchiha Taichi discerned, clearly wishing to avoid conflict. His furrowed brow relaxed as he continued. Since Lord Fugaku is seeking you, you may go. Big brother, Uchiha Shota, witnessing his brother's reluctance to support him, couldn't help but exclaim. However, this time, Uchiha Taichi's anger flared, his icy gaze causing Uchiha Shota to shudder involuntarily. In that case, farewell, Taichi-senpai, Uchiha Makoto said, leaping to the treetops, retracting his sheath, and then approaching Uchiha Taichi to bid him farewell. Uchiha Taichi nodded. With a sense of relief washing over him, Uchiha Makoto departed. Not only Uchiha Taichi, but at least 2 other Nin among the 5 who accompanied him were fixated on him. The atmosphere was charged with veiled hostility, as if they could strike at any moment. The Uchiha clan truly revels in internal strife. Or perhaps, at a certain level, they are inclined towards it. It may well be a tradition of Konoha. Uchiha Makoto mused quietly. Although Uchiha Taichi's handling of the situation could be deemed fair, he could not help but feel perturbed by Uchiha Shota's words. During the task assignment, Uchiha Taichi had specifically requested him to join the second team. While others had also been named, the mere thought of the relationship between Uchiha Shota and Uchiha Taichi compelled him to ponder further, leading to some unfounded speculation. It seemed that Uchiha Shota was not one to let matters rest easily. While Uchiha Makoto was no pushover, sometimes when problems cannot be resolved, it is merely a matter of time before the source of the problems is dealt with. Uchiha Makoto silently noted this down. Recognizing that time was on his side. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Makoto arrived at the grand residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Greetings, I am Uchiha Makoto, here at the behest of Lord Fugaku, to seek an audience with him. Uchiha Makoto addressed the gatekeeping ninja. Uchiha Makoto, you say? Lord Fugaku has indeed instructed me. Please follow me. The gatekeeping Nin nodded, leading him into the estate. Uchiha Makoto followed closely, traversing through the foyer and then along the corridor until he reached the rear courtyard. At that moment, a group of 4 approached, 3 males and 1 female, of similar age to him, all of whom he recognized. They were participants in a recent GK Mountain campaign, led by Uchiha Sojin, a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan who had attained the rank of Special Nin at merely 15 years of age. Additionally, Uchiha Shursui, who had just graduated this year at the tender age of 10, had already made his mark on the battlefield at Kirigakure. Furthermore, the 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi had also accompanied Uchiha Fugaku to battle once. This exemplified the Uchiha clan's profound lineage, with geniuses continuously emerging. While the Hyuga clan may surpass in reputation, in terms of strength, the Uchiha clan undeniably stands as the paramount clan of Konoha. That Makoto, are you here to meet the clan leader as well? Uchiha Sojin inquired, nodding toward Uchiha Makoto, his expression tinged with arrogance, carrying an air of condescension. Indeed, Sojin-senpai, Uchiha Makoto replied with a nod, proceeding further inside. What? Is the clan leader summoning him alone? Perhaps he merely arrived late. Is that so? I heard he was quite active on the battlefield. It must be due to that. Just a laggard, managing to survive the battlefield by sheer luck. What's so remarkable about that? What significance does such a minor character hold? Let us instead celebrate Sojin-kun's promotion to J-nin. Uchiha Makoto had not strayed far when he overheard their conversation, filled with a jovial spirit. So, it seems that I, with my average performance, was merely a laggard as well. Uchiha Makoto shook his head, amused. The Uchiha clan truly had a tendency to be composed of individuals with low emotional intelligence, boasting an arrogance akin to that of an aircraft. Talents like Itachi and Shursui, who possessed both exceptional skills and temperaments, were indeed rare. However, in later years, none remained normal. Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto has arrived, the gatekeeping ninja announced as they halted before the room. Come in, as Uchiha heard the authoritative voice of Uchiha Fugaku. He opened the door and stepped inside. Before him knelt a man in his 30s, his expression grave. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. I have come to pay my respects. Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Sujiro said with a bow of reverence. Please, have a seat. Uchiha Fugaku gestured toward the mat before him. Yes, my lord, Uchiha Sujiro replied as he knelt down in front of Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader's demeanor softened as he spoke. I have heard of your active participation and valor in this recent campaign. Commendable indeed. All of it is for the glory of our clan. Uchiha Sujiro did not overly downplay his achievements, providing the expected response. After all, he had assessed that his contributions in this battle, combined with his previous missions, would undoubtedly qualify him for promotion to Jonin. The number of Sand Village ninja who had perished by his hand, directly or indirectly, was considerable. Otherwise, he would not have amassed over 1,000 gold coins and a dozen basic equipment pieces. Particularly noteworthy was his last mission to lure the enemy, where he emerged as one of the few survivors from a battalion of over 500, with only 27 remaining. You should soon be promoted, and the village will recognize your contributions. However, the clan shall not neglect its heroes. Here are some ninjutsu scrolls for you to choose from, Uchiha Fugaku said, displaying 8 scrolls with an approving expression. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. Uchiha Sujiro's eyes gleamed with excitement. He preferred tangible rewards over empty platitudes. Each scroll was labeled, revealing that among the 8, 6 contained fire release techniques and 2 contained wind release techniques, evidence that Uchiha Fugaku had prepared in advance. Aware of Sujiro's dual chakra affinities, while it was true that a ninja could learn all forms of ninjutsu through diligent training, possessing natural affinities made both the learning and application of techniques significantly easier and more powerful. Uchiha Sujiro examined the scrolls closely, discovering that the 6 fire release scrolls detailed B-rank techniques, while the 2 wind release scrolls were practical C-rank techniques. But he couldn't help but admire Uchiha Fugaku's generosity. His father had been a special jonin, skilled primarily in swordsmanship, with fewer ninjutsu scrolls at his disposal. Despite possessing an A-rank wind release technique, Vacuum Blade, he had only mastered 2 C-rank fire release techniques. I will choose these, Uchiha Sujiro declared, selecting 4 scrolls, 2 of fire and 2 of wind. Very well, Uchiha Fugaku nodded, taking back the remaining 4 scrolls. If you have any questions, you may consult the jonin at the clan academy. The clan typically has an academy, and not all clan members attend the ninja school. The academy serves as an advanced class, teaching deeper knowledge. Although the Uchiha Academy mainly caters to students and genin, the instructors are mostly jonin, allowing even chunin from the clan to attend and learn. After all, there are some amiable jonin within the Uchiha clan. Understood, Uchiha Sujiro affirmed, knowing he would have done so regardless of Fugaku's encouragement. After becoming a genin, he primarily followed his guiding jonin for instruction, but he always made time to frequent the clan academy. The academy featured rotating jonin instructors, some of whom excelled in wind release, fire release, and swordsmanship. Additionally, the jonin frequently taught about the precautions and techniques associated with the Sharingan, which Uchiha Sujiro had attended several times. Otherwise, he would not have found it so effortless to utilize his newly awakened eyes within half a month. Once Uchiha Sujiro had secured the scrolls, Uchiha Fugaku continued, Now, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Yes, Uchiha Sujiro sat up straight, attentive. Regarding your awakening of the Sharingan, I am pleased to see another comrade with this ability. Although awakening at the age of 14 is considered relatively late in our clan's records, achieving a double tomo is a rare occurrence, and this is indeed remarkable. Once you master the Sharingan and continue to develop it, You will understand its true power, and I hope you will continue to fight for the glory of our clan." Uchiha Fugaku encouraged Uchiha Seijiro with a few words, then turned serious. "Yes," Uchiha Seijiro responded respectfully. "From this day forth, you will have the privilege of attending clan gatherings, which will be held at the Southeast Shrine." Uchiha Fugaku added, "The remaining matters pertain to the war. Although the village has achieved victory against the Sand Ninja, the losses incurred from multi-front warfare have been significant, and we are in dire need of high-level combatants. Your promotion at the age of 14 will garner the village's attention and focus training." The mention of the village's attention caused Uchiha Seijiro to furrow his brow. This was not necessarily a positive development. Were the Hokage the fourth, he would gladly welcome such attention, but with the third still in power and the advisor Danzo targeting the Uchiha clan, being under scrutiny was far from beneficial. According to custom, regular ninjas in your position may have the opportunity to be assigned to the Umbu for training. However, the Uchiha clan is an exception. You are likely to be assigned to a special unit or deployed to another battlefield. The village will respect your wishes to a certain extent, granting you some degree of choice that I hope you will avoid the Hidden Mist battlefield. While the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock villages may possess greater combat strength, the Hidden Mist village's water techniques counter fire release, and their mist techniques can severely impair visibility, rendering the Uchiha clan's greatest asset, the Sharingan, less effective. Given that your Sharingan has only just awakened, participating in the Hidden Mist battlefield would be the worst choice for you. The Uchiha clan had sent 45 ninja to participate in the Kaiki Mountain battle. 6 Jonin. 2 severely wounded, 4 lightly wounded, 39 Shunin, with 22 fatalities, 5 severely wounded, and 10 lightly wounded. In contrast, the losses suffered by those assigned to the Hidden Mist battlefield were far graver, that a total of 192 ninja had been dispatched there. 15 Jonin. With 4 fatalities, 5 severely wounded, and 2 lightly wounded. 167 Shunin, with 35 fatalities. Despite the heavy losses incurred by the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Mist, they had not achieved significant accomplishments, which had tarnished the clan's reputation. The situation of Uchiha Shursui was merely an isolated case. Uchiha Fugaku's countenance darkened, revealing his frustration. Water counters fire, and the mist techniques effectively neutralized the Sharingan. It seemed logical to send Hyuga clan ninjas to the Hidden Mist battlefield. Uchiha Seijiro, though aware of the implications, feigned ignorance. Most Jonin within the Uchiha clan had awakened their Sharingan. The enhancement of strength provided by a double Tomo was markedly evident, while a triple Tomo signified the elite among Jonin. The loss of 4 out of 15 Jonin was indeed a heavy blow. After all, Uchiha clan Jonin were not those who had simply risen through seniority and experience. Most were young and exhibited outstanding combat prowess, with great potential. The fact that many had perished without achieving notable feats was particularly disheartening. This is a decision made by the higher-ups, and we must obey orders, but this situation will inevitably change. Uchiha Fugaku said, his eyes reflecting anger, though he quickly composed himself. "That is all I wish to convey. Take this time to rest well, for we do not know when the war will conclude." "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Fugaku. I shall take my leave and not impose further," Uchiha Seijiro said, bowing respectfully. "Very well." Uchiha Fugaku nodded. After departing from Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Uchiha Seijiro exited the clan grounds and made his way directly to the Hokage's office. To his surprise, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, he exited the Hokage building clad in a set of Jonin armor. After inquiring about his intentions, the third Hokage did not immediately determine his assignment, but instead instructed him to return and rest well, assuring him that he would not be sent to the battlefield in the near future. "Jonin, to think that within less than a year, I have become an elite." Uchiha Chung gazed at the Jonin grade armor in his hands and let out a self-deprecating smile. It was the 2nd of February in the 47th year of Konoha. Over a month had passed since Uchiha Chung ascended to the rank of Jonin. During this time, the village had not assigned any missions to him, and he seized every fleeting moment to diligently train in the dense forest of the 10th training ground in Konoha. Uchiha Chung stood atop a towering tree and leaped downwards in a vertical plunge. He extended his hand behind him, and the heavenly sword was swiftly drawn, its cold gleam flashing momentarily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air shattered with a violent sound as over 100 arc-shaped wind blades, each approximately half a meter long, shot forth, instantly leaving deep gashes in the trunks of the surrounding trees. Uchiha Chung landed gracefully, sheathing his sword in a 30-meter radius around him. The trees lay in disarray, thoroughly ravaged, the original A-rank sword technique. Wind release, vacuum sword had in Uchiha Cheng's hands, manifested only as a C-rank wind technique. However, with the surge of his chakra, he truly began to display the formidable power of A-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Chung leapt from tree to tree, inspecting the damage. After activating his Sharingan, his chakra control had significantly improved, and his dynamic vision greatly enhanced his practical combat capabilities. Yes, he traced his fingers along the fissures in the bark. Satisfaction spread across his face that he then turned his attention to the heavenly sword, fully mastering the ability to channel chakra. The depth of the sword marks on the trees was fairly uniform, and their lengths were strikingly similar, indicating that his chakra control had vastly improved compared to before. Additionally, he discovered that the heavenly sword, augmented with the endless blade, had become immensely more powerful, that he could now precisely control the stored chakra within the sword. With the same amount of chakra, he could modulate the power of the wind blades to dictate their quantity. Releasing over 100 wind blades at once was not the limit, if he fully charged the sword's stored chakra. He could unleash hundreds of wind blades in an instant. By reducing their power and increasing their number, he could potentially generate thousands of blades, although the reduction in power diminished their lethality. The smaller size made them harder for enemies to defend against, turning the attackers into mere sieves if they were not careful. Uchiha Chung sensed that this was not his limit. With the enhancement of his chakra control and mental fortitude, the wind blades could further shrink, even at double the power of an ordinary vacuum sword. The reduced power would not undermine its effectiveness. Quantity often proved crucial, especially given that it was an area of effect sword technique not designed for confronting overwhelmingly powerful foes. More importantly, it did not require him to expend chakra during battle. Once on the battlefield, he would not fear being overwhelmed. Uchiha Chung mused silently, thoroughly pleased with the augmented heavenly sword. The boost to his strength exceeded his expectations. The dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan significantly enhanced his swordsmanship. If this trend continued, it would not be impossible for him to further develop the vacuum sword techniques, eventually achieving the power of S-rank ninjutsu. With a few more enhancements to the heavenly sword, that day would not be far off. In truth, Uchiha Chung felt a pang of conflict regarding his desire for gold and basic equipment. The battlefield seemed the best choice. Participating in large-scale battles, especially in slaying, would make acquiring gold and gear a straightforward endeavor amidst the hundreds or thousands of combatants. Gaining equipment would bolster his strength, the ultimate goal being survival. Even though his overall power was commendable among Jonin, engaging in large-scale conflicts still posed a risk of severe injury or even death. However, whether to partake in war was not a decision solely within his control. Rather than dwell on such futile thoughts, it would be wiser to devote more time to training. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter he had nearly forgotten. Uchiha Chung remembered his summoned beasts, which he had overlooked due to a lack of opportunity. With this thought, he raised his thumb to his mouth, preparing to bite down, when he suddenly paused. Wasn't the summoning technique based on the signs of Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, and Wei? Uchiha Chung hesitated, but quickly realized this might not qualify as a true summoning technique. He would give it a try nonetheless. Come forth, werewolf. Uchiha Chung called dramatically. Before him, a circular black void with a diameter exceeding 5 meters materialized, and a dark green figure leaped out from the abyss. With a thunderous crash, a colossal entity appeared before Uchiha Chung. Master, the werewolf knelt on one knee. The Zwan Fury beast, Warwick, known colloquially as the werewolf, bore strong limbs beneath its dark green skin, its claws adorned with gleaming black metal. 4 thick conduits protruded from its back, filled with deep green liquid, their ends embedded in the back of its skull. Its crimson eyes radiated a cold, ruthless demeanor. Even kneeling, its height seemed to tower 2 stories above. And Uchiha Chung estimated it to be at least 10 meters tall, resembling a meticulously engineered killing machine. Soon, Uchiha Chang's system panel displayed Warwick's information. Zwan Berserker. Warwick Faction. Chaotic Neutral Attributes. Wind. Earth. Blood Health. Chakra. Health Regeneration. 15 seconds Mana Regeneration. 85 second Strength. 23 Constitution. 22 Agility. 31 Spirit. 16 Skills. Blood Hunger. Blood Hunt Equipment. 26 Pneumatic Steel Claw Enhancement. Exclusive. Alchemical Storage Tank. Aside from slightly lower spirit attributes, Warwick vastly outclassed him in every other regard. Thus, he had gained a formidable ally. Observing Warwick's superior attributes, Uchiha Chang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Rise. Let us engage in a duel. I wish to test your combat prowess. Uchiha Chang beckoned to Warwick and leapt backward, creating distance between them. Yes, master, Warwick respectfully acknowledged, slowly rising. With great politeness, he inquired, Master, are you prepared? Indeed, Uchiha Chang nodded, but then, considering Warwick's agility nearly double his own, added, Your base attributes far exceed mine. Be mindful of your strength, for I do not wish to be injured. Understood, Master. Begin. As Uchiha Chang's command fell, Warwick bent his body low, leaning slightly forward and with a powerful push from his hind legs. He launched himself forward. Boom! The ground beneath Warwick's formidable might cracked into a spiderweb of fissures, and in the blink of an eye, a blur appeared before Uchiha Chang. A fist the size of a large pot halted in front of him, its surface covered in the black metallic claws. Uchiha Chang's hair stood on end in alarm. He had never anticipated that, with such a speed disparity, he would not even have time to react. Once more. Yes, this time, Uchiha Chang removed the 200 kilograms of weight he bore and increased the distance to 30 meters before activating his double Tomo Sharingan, focusing all his attention on Warwick. Go, at your command. This time, Uchiha Chang took the initiative, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, exceeding 6 meters in diameter, surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat directed at Warwick. Uchiha Chang's expression shifted as he observed Warwick deftly evade the high-speed fireball with a mere sidestep, then leap more than 10 meters away. Even with the Sharingan, Warwick's movements appeared as if played in slow motion. Yet Uchiha Chang could only catch a glimpse of his blurred figure. The speed is astonishing, Uchiha Chang thought, and without hesitation, he drew the heavenly sword and unleashed charged sword energy. Wind release. Vacuum sword. Dozens of wind blades shot towards Warwick. In the face of such an assault, Warwick did not flinch. Instead, he met the wind blades head-on with his fists, the blades colliding intimately with the metal-covered claws. In an instant, sparks flew, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. The wind blades slightly slowed Warwick's advance, allowing Uchiha Chang to discern his movements. This moment, Uchiha Chang's thoughts raced, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Employing the shadow clone technique, Point 4 identical Uchiha Changs materialized in the original's location. With a whoosh, a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air echoed, as Warwick's fist, as large as a cooking pot, reappeared before him. The Uchiha Chang standing furthest to the left observed Warwick's relentless actions, his expression shifting dramatically. It was evident that Warwick had detected his true form. Clang. Uchiha Chang deflected Warwick's punch with a sword, retreating sharply while dissipating the force point. One of his shadow clones immediately unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough to assault Warwick. The other two clones swiftly followed the rapidly retreating Uchiha Chang, simultaneously deploying smoke bombs to conceal the original's position. Warwick deftly evaded the clone's attacks, his nostrils flaring as he charged into the smoke. Soon, the smoke was illuminated by fiery explosions, and the sounds of battle resounded once more. Whoosh! Uchiha Chang's form was sent flying from the smoke, with Warwick close behind. Thanks to his blue buff and the blade of the crescent moon, which provided percentage-based recovery, Uchiha Chang's chakra remained at approximately 1/3, even after employing multiple C and B rank jutsu. As he regarded the pursuing Warwick, Uchiha Chang furrowed his brows. First gate of the 8 gates, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Uchiha Chang opened 3 gates in the air, causing his previously depleted chakra to surge, filling him anew with vigor. However, after opening the 8 gates, his chakra entered a frenzied state. Aside from taijutsu, he was unable to utilize ninjutsu. Yet, considering Warwick's speed, ordinary ninjutsu would likely not reach him anyway. In truth, Warwick did have weaknesses. His mental strength was considerably lesser compared to his other 3 prominent attributes. Employing Jinjutsu against him would be the optimal choice. However, despite Uchiha Chang's exceptional mental prowess, he had only awakened his Sharingan a few months prior, during which his training had primarily focused on swordsmanship and ninjutsu. With the enhancement of his foundational attributes, his 8 gates also showed signs of breakthrough. Thus, he had not prioritized Jinjutsu in his training. After all, in a battlefield scenario, once his Sharingan was activated, enemies would avoid his line of sight. In large-scale battles, the efficacy of most Jinjutsu paled in comparison to that of his swordsmanship. When contending against a singularly powerful foe, especially one like Warwick with relatively weaker mental faculties, Jinjutsu should prove remarkably effective. However, Uchiha Chung had released a Jinjutsu upon Warwick the moment he activated his Sharingan. Yet the effect was lackluster. Evidently, basic Jinjutsu was ineffective against him. Faced with Uchiha Chang's sudden surge in speed and momentum, a glimmer of excitement shone in Warwick's crimson eyes. His speed escalated to another level, clearly indicating that he had previously held back. Clang, clang, clang. In the face of Warwick's rapid assaults, Uchiha Chung could only rely on his heavenly sword to block, although he excelled in taijutsu and favored close combat. A glance at Warwick's metallic claws made him abandon the idea of a direct confrontation. Even with the speed multiplied several times over and the dynamic visual capabilities granted by Sharingan, Uchiha Chung found himself in a position of passive defense against Warwick. This left him feeling incredibly frustrated, prompting him to resolve to prioritize Jinjutsu training after this battle. Otherwise, he would find himself in serious trouble when facing similar opponents in the future. Nonetheless, this frustration was fleeting. In reality, he felt quite pleased, as the battle had unveiled his shortcomings. The stronger Warwick's prowess, the greater the assistance it provided him if he could employ all his techniques to overcome an average Jonin. Coupled with Warwick's strength, he felt confident even against elite Jonin AS for shadow-ranked ninjas. He had yet to encounter one and had no desire to face such formidable opponents for the time being. However, considering Warwick's speed combined with a skill blood hunt, he believed survival would not be an issue. Roaring with excitement, Warwick continued to unleash his attacks, occasionally emitting howls. Yet, Uchiha Chung found himself increasingly breathless under Warwick's relentless barrage. The 8 gates, while potent, lacked endurance. Against an opponent like Warwick, who surpassed him in speed, stamina, and strength, Uchiha Chung recognized that he was nearing his limit. Just as Uchiha Chung was about to voice his thoughts, Warwick's roars suddenly transformed into a protracted growl. The sound echoed like a heavy hammer striking Uchiha Chang's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed, causing his blocking action to falter. The Warwick's iron fist, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed for Uchiha Chang's handsome visage. Just as the blow was about to land, Uchiha Chung jolted, instinctively activating Mercury. Mercury activated, granting immunity to all forms of control and cleansing negative effects. The countdown began. 10. The effect of Mercury was instantaneous, and Uchiha Chung felt his mind grow exceptionally calm and clear. The heavenly sword in his grasp flipped in his palm, successfully intercepting Warwick's punch. Wind release. Vacuum blade. As Uchiha Chung deflected Warwick's fist, he swung the heavenly sword horizontally, pivoting on his right foot as his body spun rapidly. Hundreds of wind blades shot out in all directions. Warwick, under the onslaught of Uchiha Chang's attack, found himself continually retreating. After shattering the wind blades, he ceased his advance, halting 10 meters away from Uchiha Chung. Once Uchiha Chung ceased his actions, he refrained from launching another attack. 4, 3, 2, 1. The duration of Mercury expired. With a cooldown of 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As the system notification concluded, Uchiha Chang's expression shifted slightly. He recalled that when he had released Mercury, he had instinctively employed the sword technique wind release, vacuum blade. Logically, after opening the 8 gates, his chakra should have entered a frenzied state, rendering ninjutsu unusable. Yet, During the duration of Mercury, his chakra had inexplicably calmed, allowing him to utilize the sword technique. Once the duration of Mercury concluded, his chakra returned to a frenzied state. If Mercury could even alter the frenzied chakra of the eight gates, did that imply that I could gain the benefits of the eight gates without suffering the adverse effects? Though the duration was merely 10 seconds, with sufficient foundational equipment, I could synthesize 10 or even 8 Mercuries as my strength increased, and I cultivated the 8 gates to the point of fully opening all 8. Not to mention 10 seconds, many battles could be concluded in a mere second. The potential of Mercury exceeded Uchiha Cheng's expectations, particularly as he progressed further. It seemed that besides offensive equipment, many defensive items, when paired with the jutsu of the Naruto world, would yield extraordinary results. The formidable effects of Mercury sparked a revelation in Uchiha Cheng. After deactivating the 8 gates, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, prompting further contemplation. Mercury could only take effect during its duration. This meant that if I were to deactivate the 8 gates within that time frame, my body should not fall into a state of weakness. Right? I'll have to test this once tomorrow's cooldown concludes. Offense is the best defense. Yet when absolute certainty is lacking, necessary defensive measures are indispensable. Thus, Uchiha Cheng synthesized 3 guardian angels in one go, aiming to enhance his survival capability. Now, Uchiha Cheng's strength had far surpassed that during the Kaiki Mountain conflict. Compared to passive survival equipment like guardian angels, it was time to consider synthesizing items that could both enhance survivability and bolster endurance. After all, while guardian angels granted him an additional life, they only provided a 5-minute delay, but if he encountered an opponent stronger than himself, they could easily kill him and take his body, leaving him in peril upon resurrection. Conversely, equipment like the Endless Blade held little utility against adversaries akin to Warwick. In contrast, Mercury-type equipment exhibited significant effects at critical moments if it could mitigate even the negative states of the 8 gates. Then Jinjutsu could potentially serve as a means of defense at will. Upon contemplating these matters, Uchiha Cheng once again directed his attention towards the system panel, commencing a review of the shop, Redemption, after a delay of 3 seconds. Allied units within range will be restored to their peak condition, cooldown time of 24 hours, synthesis formula. Goddess's Tear combined with Giant's Belt, 4,500 gold. Stasis Robe, all enemy units illuminated by the light of stasis will incur an additional cost of 30 chakra when casting ninjutsu. Taijutsu, or Jinjutsu for a duration of 30 seconds, with a cooldown time of 24 hours, synthesis formula. Critical Strike Gauntlet plus Armor, 4,500 gold. Ethereal Cloak, banishes a designated unit to the void, rendering the banished unit in a state of absolute stasis for 6 seconds, unable to attack or be attacked, cooldown time of 72 hours, synthesis formula. Magic Resistance Cloak plus Giant's Belt, 4,500 gold. Thorned Armor, provides 5 to Constitution, returns 30 of damage taken as mental damage to the attacker. No cooldown, synthesis formula. Armor plus Armor, 4,500 gold. Guardian Angel, revives the host 2 seconds after death. Can be activated manually, with a maximum delay of 5 minutes. Cooldown time of 365 days, 5,000 gold. Dragon Tooth. Uchiha Cheng glanced at the functional equipment section and discovered a plethora of highly practical items. The combination of Redemption with the 8 gates technique could yield extraordinary results. Activating the Death Gate would lead to a near-death state, and a single Redemption could restore one to peak condition. One kick could potentially defeat the 6 Paths Madara, but what about 2 kicks? 3 kicks? 18 kicks. When faced with an overpowering enemy, an ethereal cloak could be employed to banish them to another dimension. Allowing for a swift escape, this was indeed a viable option. Reflecting on Warwick's astounding speed, Uchiha Cheng recalled a saying from his past life. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. He had previously pondered how challenging it would be to deal with speedsters like Warwick, and how much more difficult it would be against ninjas like Namikaze Minato, who excelled in S-rank space ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique. However, it now appeared that with Thorned Armor and Dragon Tooth, complemented by Guardian Angel, it might be possible to render him utterly defeated. Of course, this was merely a theoretical consideration. Uchiha Cheng was merely accustomed to being prepared for the worst. From a realistic perspective, Namake's Minato would not become an enemy, but rather an ally. This shop gave him the impression of pay to win. The synthesis of Guardian Angel with the Storm Greatsword and armor amounted to only 1,000 gold. If one relied on luck to obtain equipment, it could essentially be done at zero cost. Yet, to directly purchase the complete Guardian Angel for 5,000 gold was rather outrageous. The prices for the other complete sets were at least several times higher. Surely no one would be foolish enough to buy complete sets? Uchiha Chung gazed at the prices of these complete sets, utterly speechless. However, upon observing the final piece of equipment, he noticed a line of small text at the bottom. The complete sets sold in the shop are non-exclusive equipment and can be upgraded. At this moment, Uchiha Chung finally noticed that behind each equipment icon was a small white symbol, the size of a fingernail, easily overlooked unless one was attentive. Upgradable. With this revelation, the high prices became somewhat more justifiable, though he still found it unacceptable, especially since he couldn't afford even the individual pieces at the moment. Uchiha Chung couldn't help but scoff inwardly, just as he was about to examine further. Warwick's voice calling Master snapped him back to reality. What is it? What are you doing? Uchiha Chung noticed Warwick was crouched 10 meters away from him. Master, please forgive my rashness when you issued the stop command. I did not halt immediately. I have not had the chance to engage in activity for quite some time, and thus I became overly excited. Warwick spoke respectfully, his tone laced with self-reproach. Uchiha Chung furrowed his brow upon hearing this, recalling how Warwick had attacked his face moments ago, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Had that punch struck him, it would have certainly resulted in disfigurement, if not worse. With this in mind, Uchiha Cheng's voice turned grave as he replied, "Had I not been able to react in time, would you have continued your assault? Rest assured, Master, the people of Zon are exceptionally skilled in combat. I can restrain myself in any situation. Had you been unable to withstand my attack, I would have halted at the last moment." Warwick replied sheepishly, scratching his head with his metal-clawed forelimb, the sound of claws scraping against skin echoing ominously, yet his fearsome face bore a friendly smile. Revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, Uchiha Chung couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had initially perceived Warwick as a bloodthirsty killer devoid of emotion. Now, however, he seemed rather cheerful, presenting quite the contrast. It was evident that when Warwick had first launched his attack, he had indeed stopped at the most critical moment. Given their contract, he could not harm Uchiha Chung, suggesting that his earlier actions were merely impulsive. With this in mind, Uchiha Chung assumed a serious demeanor and declared, "Considering this is your first offense, I shall forgive you this time. Remember, it must not happen again. Thank you for your forgiveness, Master. Your most humble servant offers you the highest respect and unwavering loyalty." Warwick knelt on one knee, his right claw clenched over his heart, expressing his sincerity. "Rise." Uchiha Chung nodded, then inquired, "By the way, I have some questions for you." "Yes, my master." Warwick stood up respectfully. "How did you discover my hidden body among the shadow clones?" "It was due to scent. There's a distinct smell of blood on you, Master." "The smell of blood? You discerned it through scent?" "Indeed, the blood of any creature has a unique odor, and I can detect even the slightest differences. Truly a keen sense of smell." "Thank you for your compliment, my master." Warwick's response left Uchiha Chung feeling both disappointed and elated. Disappointed because this ability was exclusive to Warwick. Only by summoning him could it be of assistance. Elated because as long as Warwick was present, no matter how intricate the disguise, he would be able to see through it. After all, the shadow clone technique was a bug-level ninjutsu that even the 3 great ocular techniques could not unveil. Now, with Warwick's ability to detect the body through the scent of blood, this skill was immensely practical. Uchiha Chung glanced at the time displayed on the system panel and addressed Warwick. "The summoning time is nearly over. You should return now." "Yes, my master. I look forward to your next summoning." Warwick replied respectfully. It was evident that he genuinely enjoyed being active, as Uchiha Chung observed his tail wagging excitedly, uprooting the weeds on the ground and exposing the dark soil beneath. "Understood. I will let you out when I have the time." Uchiha Chung nodded. "Then farewell, my master." Upon the ferocious visage of Warwick, a benevolent smile once again graced his features, only to dissipate into wisps of smoke shortly thereafter. After Warwick's departure, Uchiha Makoto found a rock to sit upon. Retrieving a bento he had prepared earlier to commence his meal, in a bid to save time, he had not chosen to leave the training grounds to eat and then return. Once he had finished his repast, Uchiha Makoto sought refuge in the shade of a tree, settling on the ground to rest. After approximately an hour of repose, he rose, sitting cross-legged to begin the refinement of his chakra. Thus commenced his afternoon training. The 4 ninjutsu scrolls acquired from Uchiha Fugaku included Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, and Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. During this period, due to a surge in his chakra, Uchiha Makoto also began to employ shadow clones in his training. The efficacy of shadow clones in mastering ninjutsu was undeniably pronounced, perhaps due to the awakening of his Sharingan. Uchiha Makoto noted a significant acceleration in his learning speed, having already mastered all 4 techniques that, of course, achieving complete proficiency, where not a single ounce of chakra would be wasted, would require additional time. Nevertheless, with both the blue buff and the Shikuji blade, which restored chakra, he was unperturbed by the prospect of chakra wastage. Techniques capable of dramatically enhancing combat strength in a short span were naturally his primary focus. After executing the 4 advanced ninjutsu, Uchiha Makoto felt his chakra reserves dwindle once more. The earlier battle with Warwick, coupled with the use of the 8 gates, had rendered his hour of rest insufficient for recovery. However, this state of fatigue was ideally suited for further training in the 8 gates. Upon concluding his ninjutsu practice, he commenced the most fundamental physical training, alternating between running on his hands, push-ups, and squats. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. Just as he lay on the grass to recuperate, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Uchiha Makoto sat up to see a boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Clad in a tight green outfit and sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a kappa, racing toward him while waving his hand and calling out, "Makoto! Guy, what brings you here?" Uchiha Makoto inquired upon the arrival of Might Guy. Might Guy, his expression one of discontent, exclaimed, "Makoto, why have you not sought me out for training since your return? Kakashi is absent, and yet you do not approach me. Is this how you wish to squander your youth?" "It has indeed been rather busy," Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile. Might Guy, clearly unwilling to let Uchiha Makoto escape easily, declared with fervor, "In that case, let us resume our previous duel. As one of my 2 lifelong rivals. Makoto, let the 59th match commence." Understanding Might Guy's exuberance, Uchiha Makoto did not hesitate. He sprang to his feet with a swift movement. After all, he had initially provoked Might Guy in pursuit of mastering the 8 gates, and thus he bore responsibility for it. Though fatigue was evident on his face, his eyes shone with determination. "If that is the case, I shall not decline. I have been itching for a challenge. Let us ignite our youth." With that, Might Guy charged toward Uchiha Makoto, and the 2 engaged in a fervent clash, the sounds of their strikes echoing through the air. The following morning, Uchiha Makoto and Might Guy arrived at the gates of Konoha. Early that day, Might Guy had come to his home to summon him, not to avenge the defeat from the previous day, but in anticipation of the returning troops from the south. Following a surprise attack from Awagakure, the 3rd Reikage had perished, exacerbating tensions between the villages of Awagakure and Kumogakure. Recently, a series of small-scale conflict had erupted between the 2 great ninja villages. Iwagakure, having found itself in a passive position due to the war with Konoha, was compelled to temporarily cease hostilities to Konoha's leadership. This appeared to be a sign of Iwagakure's capitulation. With the situation stabilizing, the commander of the northern forces, Namikaze Minato, was set to lead the vanguard back, prioritizing the return of the injured and fallen ninjas to Konoha. Although the hour was still early, upon Uchiha Makoto's arrival at the gates, he found the pathways flanked by villagers who had gathered spontaneously. In comparison to the last time, when Orochimaru led his forces in triumph, this occasion saw an even greater turnout. While all present were esteemed heroes, the distinctions between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato were palpable. Currently, the name Konoha's Yellow Flash held immense reverence within the ninja world, even eclipsing that of the 3 legendary ninjas. Iwagakure had issued a command stating that any Iwagakure ninja encountering Konoha's Yellow Flash during a mission could terminate their task without facing repercussions. This decree was a disgrace for Iwagakure, but a source of pride for Konoha. Hailing from a common background, Namake's Minato possessed extraordinary talent, treating his comrades with kindness while confronting adversaries with unrelenting ferocity. Unlike the aloof Orochimaru, Minato was far more approachable. Both were formidable contenders for the position of the fourth Hokage. However, from the events unfolding that day, Uchiha Makoto found himself contemplating deeply. Rumors had recently circulated throughout the village alleging that Orochimaru, in his haste for victory over Tsunagakure, had callously sacrificed the lives of ninjas as bait. While the origin of this rumor was unknown, it spread with alarming rapidity, quickly pervading all of Konoha. Regardless of the truth behind it, the ramifications were detrimental. Similarly renowned, Namake's Minato, leading the northern forces, faced formidable foes in Kumobikure and Iwagakure. Demonstrating unparalleled valor during the conflict, he had repeatedly endangered himself to ensure the safe withdrawal of his subordinates, remaining behind to cover their retreat. Yet, in Uchiha Makoto's view, what held greater significance was that Namake's Minato, in contrast to Orochimaru, had a less entrenched foundation within Konoha. Even should he ascend to the role of Hokage, it was unlikely to immediately destabilize the established power of the older generation. It appeared that Minato's appointment as the fourth Hokage was assured, a prospect that Uchiha Makoto regarded as favorable. Uchiha Makoto mused silently, acknowledging that Namake's Minato shared aligned views with Uchiha Fugaku, fostering a close relationship between their families. Thus, Minato's ascension to Hokage would represent the best scenario for the Uchiha clan. As Uchiha Makoto's thoughts swirled, a sudden eruption of cheers broke out within the crowd. "They are coming, Lord Minato!" Namake's Minato led the procession at the forefront, flanked by the Inoshikacho trio, followed closely by the members of Team 7, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nara Rin. Might Guy, standing beside Uchiha Makoto, scanned the crowd. Upon spotting Kakashi, he leaped with excitement, calling out and waving, "Kakashi! Kakashi!" Kakashi, still adorned with his mask, bore a pair of lifeless eyes devoid of any sparkle. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he turned his gaze to the left, locking eyes with the animated Might Guy for a brief moment before expressionlessly looking away. "Humph! What gives?" Kakashi remains as indifferent as ever. "You are far more agreeable, Makoto," Might Guy remarked, criticizing Kakashi's reaction while glancing at Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto's eyelids twitched slightly, and he chuckled. "Guy, you must not speak so. Kakashi is merely shy. With so many people present, he likely feels embarrassed to greet you. Besides, after such a long separation, you are his sole friend. He probably has forgotten the thrill of sparring with you. Spend more time with him, and things will surely change." Might Guy pondered, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Makoto, you are absolutely right. It must be so. I shall go find him at once." With that, Might Guy headed toward the welcoming procession, eager to reunite with Kakashi. Observing this, Uchiha Makoto exhaled in relief. He had finally managed to send away this persistent companion. "Makoto-kun, you are here as well." A familiar voice called from behind. Uchiha Makoto turned to see Uchiha Rikai approaching, leading a young girl by the hand. Accompanied by his mother, Uchiha Hazuki Rikai. "I happen to have no mission, so I thought I would come and take a look," Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile. "Izumi, Aunt Hazuki, how do you do?" "Brother Makoto." Uchiha Izumi affectionately approached Uchiha Makoto, who smiled as he gently ruffled her hair and could see the grand gates of Konoha. The villagers warmly welcomed their heroes back, while on the other side, one of the significant contributors to the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru, found himself in a dim, damp basement, shrouded in shadows. Suddenly, the door of the basement creaked open, yet Orochimaru remained unfazed, wielding surgical pliers as he diligently worked at his experiment table. An elderly man, bandaged on his head and right arm, entered the basement. None other than Shimura Danzo, the advisor to the Hokage Point 2 Umbu ninjas, adorned with animal masks, followed closely behind him, each carrying a heavy sack over their shoulders. At Danzo's signal, the Umbu ninjas unceremoniously dropped the sacks onto the floor, then retreated, leaving only Danzo and Orochimaru in the dimly lit room. Observing Orochimaru, utterly absorbed in his experiments, Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Orochimaru, you must be aware that the selection for the fourth Hokage is imminent. How can you still afford to remain here at such a crucial time? Orochimaru paused momentarily, then continued his work, responding leisurely. Isn't Sarutobi-sensei still indecisive between me and Minato-kun? Humph. Are you still unclear about the third's intentions? Danzo scoffed. Compared to you, who can seize power upon ascending, the shallow-rooted Minato is evidently more susceptible to control. He simply cannot bring himself to relinquish the Hokage's authority. You are the optimal candidate for the fourth Hokage, a consensus already established among us higher-ups. Previously, Minato posed no threat to your status. But during this war, he has amassed significant achievements and garnered enough prestige among the Genin. You would do well to exercise caution. Jiraiya is quite the underachiever, yet his choice of disciples is commendable. Orochimaru remarked indifferently. Danzo, infuriated by Orochimaru's demeanor, retorted, recently, unfavorable rumors have circulated about you in the village, alleging that you sacrificed numerous ninjas for swift victories. Furthermore, if your human experiments were to be exposed, your reputation would suffer irreparable damage. The third seems to have caught wind of some of this. You would be wise to temper your actions. From today onward, I shall no longer provide you with test subjects not expose our dealings. With that, Danzo exited the basement. Orochimaru resumed his experiments, when suddenly his surgical pliers trembled, causing blood to spurt from the test subject. He set down the pliers and strode toward the two sacks resting by the door. Under the flickering yellow light, his pale face, smeared with blood, appeared hauntingly sinister. The Konoha cemetery. A throng of ninjas congregated, among them Uchiha Makoto on the third day following the return of Namake's Minato. All fallen ninjas had been laid to rest, and another batch of names was inscribed on the memorial stone. Led by the third Hokage, the village held another memorial service. People gathered to pay their respects to their loved ones resting in the graves. After the service concluded, Uchiha Makoto felt a tinge of melancholy. Had it not been for the synthesis of the resurrection armor, his name would have been etched on that very memorial stone during the last service. With a heavy heart, he made his way home. After resting briefly, Uchiha Makoto ventured out once more to train. However, shortly after departing the clan's grounds, he halted in a narrow alleyway. With a vigilant expression, he peered ahead and called out, "Who goes there?" Step forward. In a flash, a ninja clad in a trench coat and wearing an animal mask appeared before him. Uchiha Makoto, by order of the third Hokage. You are to proceed immediately to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage's orders? Uchiha Makoto furrowed his brow, nodded, and replied, "Understood. I shall go at once." And no sooner had he spoken than the Umbu ninja vanished from sight. It seemed his leisurely days were drawing to a close. Uchiha Makoto sighed inwardly, then adjusted his course toward the Hokage building. In less than 5 minutes, he stood before the door of the Hokage's office, gently knocking. Third Hokage, Uchiha Makoto reporting. Enter, came the voice from within. Upon entering, Uchiha Makoto was taken aback to find not only the third Hokage, but also Namake's Minato present. Third Hokage, he greeted respectfully, then turned to Minato. "Minato-senpai." Minato smiled and nodded. "Hello, Makoto." The third Hokage then stated, "Uchiha Makoto, you have been assigned to assist Minato in executing a crucial mission, classified as S-rank. The current task is as follows. Complete the first S-rank mission." As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, a system prompt appeared before Makoto's eyes. "Yes, Hokage-sama," he replied respectfully, though a weight settled in his heart. He anticipated being thrust into an S-rank mission after months of idleness, especially alongside Namake's Minato, indicating the task's formidable complexity. The third Hokage continued, "Minato will brief you on the specifics of the mission. Prepare yourselves and set out before noon." Together, Uchiha Makoto and Namake's Minato exited the Hokage's office. Upon stepping outside, Minato addressed Makoto. "Makoto-kun, I need to gather others. Let us meet at the Konoha gates in half an hour." "Understood, Minato-senpai." Makoto nodded in reply, then hurried home. After informing Uchiha, he retreated to his room to prepare. Shuriken, kunai, steel wire, explosive tags, sealing scrolls. All were ready to meticulously organized as ninja tools, stowing away a backup set in the system's backpack space. Finally, he donned a backpack containing a change of clothes and secured the Tenyu sword at his waist before leaving his room. "Mom, I'm heading out," he called as he changed his shoes at the entrance. "Makoto-chan, wait a moment." A flurry of footsteps approached, and Uchiha Reika rushed to him, clutching a small fabric pouch. "Here, that's your bento. You should eat on the way. I really don't need it. I can hunt or eat soldier pills on the road." Uchiha Makoto responded with an awkward smile. "Do those things taste better than my rice balls?" Uchiha Reika's gaze was unwavering. "Of course not." Upon hearing that his mother had only prepared rice balls, Makoto felt a wave of relief and quickly accepted the bento. "Then I shall take my leave." "Return early." Uchiha Reika watched her son depart with a worried expression. She understood that they were in a time of war, and her son, now a J-nin, was clearly heading out for a mission of substantial importance. "Don't worry. I'll bring back the dirty clothes for you to wash." Uchiha Makoto waved cheerfully to by then. "The clothes will have already begun to stink. You naughty child." Uchiha Reika chided him playfully. Yet her heart lightened slightly upon seeing her son's playful spirit. When Uchiha Makoto arrived at the Konoha gates, Namikaze Minato had not yet arrived. He registered at the guard station while waiting for Minato's arrival. After approximately 10 minutes, Minato finally appeared at the gate, accompanied by 4 others. Among them, 3 wore the armor of J-nin, while the other, a middle-aged man, donned ordinary clothing, were it not for the forehead protector. Uchiha Makoto might have mistaken him for a cook, as he carried a large pot on his back, a total of 5 J-nin. It appeared this mission was indeed not to be taken lightly. Although Uchiha Makoto had mentally prepared for an S-rank mission, the presence of 3 additional J-nin, along with the peculiar ninja, heightened his caution. "Now that everyone is here, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Namikaze Minato, the team leader for this mission, skilled in the body flicker technique," Minato said with a smile. "I am Watanabe Jur, J-nin, proficient in wind release. Sakamoto Inazawa, J-nin, adept in lightning release. Agatado J-nin, specialized in water release. I am Uchiha Makoto, J-nin, skilled in the Konoha-style swordsmanship." As Uchiha Makoto introduced himself, the attention of the 3 J-nin was entirely focused on him, or more precisely, on the clan emblem adorning his left shoulder. After all, Uchiha Makoto appeared to be significantly younger than them, and it was quite surprising that someone so young had already attained the rank of J-nin. Subsequently, it was the turn of the middle-aged ninja carrying a large pot. Noticing the gazes of the group upon him, he scratched his head and revealed a sheepish smile on his earnest face. I am Maruhoshi Kokai, a genin, skilled in cooking and tracking." Maruhoshi Kokai. Upon hearing the name, Uchiha Makoto recalled that this was the perennial genin. His true capabilities, however, were not to be underestimated. Among the remaining 3 J-nin, Sakamoto Izawa, in his 20s, was an elite who had participated in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain alongside Orochimaru. The moment he learned there was a genin accompanying them, his expression soured. After all, executing an S-rank mission with someone who might be a liability would significantly increase the risk of failure. Even if Maruhoshi Kokai claimed to be adept at tracking, what could a mere genin contribute in that regard? Every S-rank mission was a matter of paramount importance for the safety of the village. Fraught with peril, should they fail, not only would their personal safety be compromised, but the repercussions of a failed mission could inflict insurmountable damage upon the village, an ordeal far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja to bear. Reflecting upon the past, even Konoha's White Fang, whose reputation once eclipsed that of the legendary Sannin, faced dire consequences after a critical mission ended in failure, leading him to take his own life under immense public pressure. With the illustrious Namikaze Minato accompanying them, the significance of this mission was further underscored. Sakamoto Izawa could not fathom why the village would dispatch the newly appointed J-nin Uchiha Makoto. While the Uchiha clan had a formidable reputation, Sakamoto Izawa had never heard of any prodigy named Uchiha Makoto among them. Clearly, he lacked notable prowess, moreover considering that he had also participated in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain. Sakamoto Izawa believed that Uchiha Makoto had merely survived by chance during the final baiting mission. Nonetheless, while Uchiha Makoto might be excused, as he was still a J-nin, the presence of Maruhoshi Kokai was truly perplexing. How could a genin partake in an S-rank mission? In his view, This mission should have been solely undertaken by experienced Jainin and the exceptionally skilled Namikaze Minato, although Sakamoto Izawa understood that the village would not intentionally send a genin to hinder their progress. His expression grew increasingly grim. However, in a bid to avoid internal discord, he refrained from voicing his concerns. The other two Jainin, Watanabe-jur and Ogata-D, both seasoned veterans in their 40s, were aware of Maruhoshi Kokai's achievements and held no contempt for him. After the introductions concluded, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward, prompting Namikaze Minato to say, "Let us depart the village. I will brief you on the mission specifics en route." Outside of Konoha, within the dense forest, the six of them hastened forward. Namikaze Minato began outlining the mission details. "Our task is to gather intelligence on Kumogakure, particularly in the wake of the third Raikage's death, to ascertain the internal situation of their village. The Hokage's directive is clear. If tensions between Iwagakure and Kumogakure escalate, it may signal the opportune moment for us to conclude the war. Ideally, we should also seek to gauge Kumogakure's intentions. A ceasefire would yield the most favorable outcome, allowing us to focus our efforts on Iwagakure. Currently, Kumogakure's forces have fully retreated, with some remaining in the northern region of the Land of Rice. Thus, we must traverse the Land of Rice to ascertain the strength and deployment of Kumogakure's military, preventing any potential redeployment against Konoha. In the absence of diplomatic negotiations with Kumogakure, we should aim to create chaos and stall for time, avoiding a scenario where we find ourselves besieged by both nations." Upon hearing the mission objectives, Uchiha Makoto's expression instantly turned grave. Although this mission was ostensibly singular, it entailed numerous tasks. Moreover, attempting to probe Kumogakure's willingness to negotiate with Konoha would necessitate contact with their higher-ups. However, given that both villages were still in a state of war, a failed negotiation could pose a lethal threat to them. It became evident why Namikaze Minato was part of this operation. If Kumogakure was amenable to talks, that would be ideal, but if they were not, then they would have to cause trouble for Kumogakure. With Minato possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, he could navigate swiftly. They, however, were not afforded such luxuries. Uchiha Makoto pondered the third Hokage's intentions. Was it not safer to send Namikaze Minato alone for such matters? Or perhaps they were merely expendable pieces to be sacrificed when necessary. While it was improbable that Minato would abandon them, the fluidity of battle was ever present. Apart from their own strength, no one could guarantee their safety. After 2 days of rapid marching, Uchiha Makoto's team arrived at the northern border of the Land of Fire. That evening, they set up camp on a flat patch of grass. The six of them gathered around a makeshift stone stove, atop which simmered a fragrant fish soup in a large pot. Maruhoshi Kokai occasionally added seasonings and wild vegetables and mushrooms he had foraged from the forest. Kokai-senpai, your culinary skills rival even those of master chefs, Uchiha Makoto exclaimed, savoring the fish soup and tender fish meat. It's just a simple stew. If you enjoy it, feel free to have more, Maruhoshi Kokai chuckled. Scratching his head, he then turned to Sakamoto Izawa, who was staring blankly at his empty bowl, and asked, "Izawa-kun, would you like another bowl?" Sakamoto Izawa hesitated, inhaling the enticing aroma of the fish soup. After a moment, he lowered his head and extended his bowl to Maruhoshi Kokai. "I'll have another bowl." Having heard Watanabe-jur and Ogata-D speak of Maruhoshi Kokai's exploits over the past 2 days, Sakamoto Izawa felt somewhat embarrassed, particularly recalling his earlier disparaging remarks towards Kokai. "Hey, Izawa, didn't you say that for the sake of stealth, ninjas should avoid making fires and cooking? Don't you only eat soldier pills?" "Indeed, Izawa, who said they'd never drink a drop of fish soup. Now, you've downed 3 hearty bowls." Watanabe-jur and Ogata-D began to tease Sakamoto Izawa, prompting him to retort, "Enough, haven't we yet left the Land of Fire? Can't we indulge in one last warm meal? I caught this fish myself. Ha ha ha. Delicious. Truly delightful." Watanabe-jur and Ogata-D exchanged amused glances and clinked their bowls together, observing the camaraderie that had blossomed among the team after just 3 days of interaction. Namikaze Minato felt assured. After all, they were soon to leave the borders of the Land of Fire and would face genuine life-and-death crises. A harmonious team dynamic would enhance their chances of success. Having brought these individuals along, he could not afford to lose even one. Night deepened. During the latter half of the night, it was Maruhoshi Kokai and Uchiha Makoto who kept watch. The two sat by the campfire, conversing in hushed tones. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed in the depths of Uchiha Makoto's mind. A warning from Warwick. Uchiha Makoto's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his blood hunt skill, and a vivid scene materialized before him. 9 ninjas adorned with Kumogakure forehead protectors formed a semicircular formation. Encircling them, these individuals were approximately 200 meters away, a distance typically undetectable by ordinary ninjas. Evidently, the opposing team included sensory-type ninjas. Otherwise, they could not have located them amidst the dense foliage of the forest. Moreover, they had skillfully evaded the rudimentary warning traps they had set. "Makoto, what's wrong?" Maruhoshi Kokai inquired, noticing the sudden change in Uchiha Makoto's demeanor. "Ah, it's nothing." Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile that he suddenly recalled that the enemy's team possessed sensory-type ninjas. Yet he was unsure of their specific type. If he raised the alarm now, it could allow the enemy to escape. Their team included the formidable Namikaze Minato. Once the enemy drew near, none would evade capture. If the enemy approached even closer with Minato's strength, he would undoubtedly detect them at the first opportunity, eliminating the need for Uchiha Makoto's warning. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Makoto signaled to Maruhoshi Kokai with a glance, his eyes flickering from side to side. Maruhoshi Kokai immediately caught on, his expression subtly shifting, though he detected no unusual signs that by the way, Kokai-senpai, what year did you become a genin? Uchiha-chan engaged in casual conversation with Maruxin-Gujiya, seemingly unfazed. With his left hand, he absent-mindedly scratched his cheek, while his right hand subtly found its way into the palm of his left. Subsequently, his right hand swiftly traced a circle in his left palm before flipping over. Maruxin-Gujiya instantly comprehended Uchiha-chan's signal and replied, "I'm over 40 now. How could I remember so clearly? It's been quite a while. Jiren Do are a few years younger than me. Perhaps we should inquire with them?" As he spoke, Maruxin-Gujiya cast a knowing glance at Uchiha-chan. Uchiha-chan shook his head, saying, "I'm merely asking casually. It's unnecessary to consult the two seniors about such trivial matters." "Haha, is that so?" Maruxin-Gujiya chuckled that moment. Uchiha-chan continued to unleash his blood pursuit skill, and in his line of sight, the enemy had halted about 50 meters away. By the way, Gujiya-senpai, are we departing at noon tomorrow? Or at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10? Uchiha-chan suddenly inquired. "What do you think?" Maruxin-Gujiya replied with a smile. "If it were up to me, I'd choose 6, 9, and 10. Uchiha-chan narrowed his eyes "Oh, you're leaving the rest of me?" Maruxin-Gujiya frowned. "Then I'll choose 12, 1, and 2. But what about the others?" "Leave that to me," a voice suddenly echoed from the tent. "Kamikaze Minato. Attack." Uchiha-chan's lips moved slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing his eyes as he activated his Sharingan. Almost simultaneously, he drew his Tenyu sword, and his chakra erupted as he charged towards the southwest. Maruxin-Gujiya, not lagging behind, sprinted toward the north at 12 o'clock. The moment the two sprang into action, the enemy finally realized they had been exposed. Wind release. Vacuum blade. Uchiha-chan swung his Tenyu sword forward, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades that felled a multitude of trees in their path. Just then, 3 short, agonizing cries emanated from the east. "It's oh swift." Uchiha-chan was taken aback, knowing that Kamikaze Minato had already engaged the enemy. He had yet to confront them directly, while the battle on that front was already resolved. Lightning release. Earth walk. Upon realizing their exposure, the Cloud Village ninjas swiftly retaliated, employing their ninjutsu. Several bolts of lightning surged towards Uchiha-chan along the ground. Uchiha-chan leaped into the air, but 2 cloud ninjas armed with ninja blades appeared on either side of him. Just as they were about to strike, Uchiha-chan swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone beside him. The shadow clone crossed its arms, its body horizontally suspended in midair, while Uchiha-chan used it as a springboard, propelling himself upward to evade the combined attack of the 2 cloud ninjas. Meanwhile, he formed hand seals once more. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gale surged toward the distant cloud ninjas, preventing them from providing support. As Uchiha-chan descended from his elevated position, he adhered his feet to a large tree, swiftly positioning his Tenyu sword horizontally. Kanohoryu Kenjutsu. 3 moons dance. 3 identical Uchiha Changs appeared midair, simultaneously launching an assault on the 2 descending cloud ninjas. Upon seeing this, the 2 immediately utilized lightning release to counter him. The cloud ninjas, well-versed in swordsmanship, had certainly encountered Kanohoryu Kenjutsu before. They understood that while the real body was concealed among the 3 clones, simultaneous attacks would suffice to strike the genuine one. However, as their lightning attacks connected, all 3 Uchiha Changs vanished at once. Not good. The faces of the 2 cloud ninjas paled, but it was already too late. 2 glimmers of cold light flashed by, and fear filled their eyes as they clutched their throats and collapsed. When Uchiha Chung turned his gaze towards the last remaining opponent, that individual had already fled beyond his line of sight. Yet, they had not escaped the reach of blood pursuit. Particularly since the enemy had sustained minor injuries from his previous assault, the effects of blood pursuit were even more pronounced. When selecting his targets earlier, Uchiha Chung had deliberately chosen the direction where the sensory-type ninja was located. As for the wind release technique, great breakthrough. It served not only to buy time, but also to intentionally allow the enemy to escape. Chung, there's still 1 enemy left. Kamikaze Minato appeared before Uchiha Chung in a flash. So swift. Uchiha Chung was startled, but upon recognizing Kamikaze Minato, he relaxed his guard and said, "I let one get away." Let one get away? That's troublesome. At this moment, Watanabe Juru, Sakamoto, Inazawa, and Ogata Do arrived, their expressions shifting upon hearing that an enemy had escaped. They had awakened when Uchiha Chung, Kamikaze Minato, and Maruxing Gujia engaged in combat. But before they could intervene, the trio had already resolved the conflict. However, letting one escape posed a significant problem. Let one escape? Chung, you did that deliberately. Kamikaze Minato quickly discerned Uchiha Chang's wording. He had already realized that the enemy was aware of the trap he had set with the flying thunder god Kanai. Yet he was still not as quick to detect the enemy as Uchiha Chung. Realizing this, Kamikaze Minato exclaimed, "Chung, do you possess sensory abilities?" Indeed, Uchiha Chung nodded. Throughout the wars and missions, Cloud Village ninjas had never willingly surrendered. Captured ninjas, even under torture, remained tight-lipped about revealing secrets, and many took their own lives before their memories could be searched. Thus, capturing live prisoners was generally futile, as, you have a way to track the fleeing ninja and lead us to the others? Kamikaze Minato regarded Uchiha Chung with admiration. When Kamikaze Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer, he had spotted the Cloud Village forehead protector and had not considered leaving a survivor. He was neither adept at interrogation, nor was it easy to extract information from Cloud Ninjas, especially since this was a covert mission that could not afford exposure. However, he could not help but view Uchiha Chung, a junior of the Uchiha clan, in a new light for his comprehensive thinking in such a short time. Should we pursue now? Sakamoto and Inazawa, too, felt respect for Uchiha Chung, the newly promoted Jonin. No. Uchiha Chung shook his head. The enemy also possessed sensory-type ninjas. Since there was one among their ranks, it was evident that their numbers exceeded the 9 who had attacked them today. This was likely only a reconnaissance unit that stumbled upon their encampment, leading to the ambush. If we pursue immediately, we risk being detected. Moreover, although the enemy successfully escaped, they might realize we let them go intentionally. Though he suspected the likelihood of this scenario was low, they still needed to exercise caution to prevent falling into a trap. My suggestion is to wait an hour before pursuing, allowing the enemy to lower their guard, giving us the opportunity to locate their main base. Why are you all looking at me like that? After Uchiha Ching's analysis, he noticed Watanabe Juru, Sakamoto, Inazawa, and Ogata Do staring at him in astonishment. However, if they waited an hour to pursue, the enemy could cover 100 miles. If they sprinted, the distance would be even greater. Not even the Byakugan could track such distances. Do you have some special method to follow the enemy? Watanabe Juru inquired, puzzled. He did not doubt Uchiha Ching's capability, but was curious about the method he would employ to track the enemy. Whether through Byakugan or typical sensory ninjutsu, effectiveness diminishes beyond a certain range, and he was baffled by how Uchiha Chung could track foes from hundreds of miles away. Indeed, my summoned beast has an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. As long as I remember the enemy's scent, I can track them even if they are 100 or 200 miles away. In response to Jairu Watanabe's confusion, Uchiha Makoto explained as he spoke. Uchiha Makoto approached the location where the sensing ninja from the hidden cloud had been injured, retrieving a small glass vial from his backpack to collect the bloodstains on the leaves. At Warwick's request, he would let Warwick out to move about whenever he had the opportunity. He discovered that as long as he possessed the enemy's blood, Warwick's effective tracking range could extend up to 500 miles, a distance that even Uchiha Makoto could not sense. As for the matter of exposing Warwick, it was merely a question of time. Now a Jonin, the tasks he undertook would only grow more challenging, and he would inevitably need to summon Warwick for assistance. Thus, revealing him sooner rather than later was of little consequence. In the ninja world, there were numerous bizarre summoning beasts. A strong tracking capability was hardly remarkable. Regarding the origins of summoning beasts, that was even simpler. Everyone could have their encounters. An auxiliary summoning beast would attract little attention and would not raise suspicions about him. While it might not be entirely advantageous for the higher-ups to take notice, it was not necessarily detrimental either. Makoto, you had already devised a strategy upon discovering the sensing ninja among the enemy, didn't you? Did you even factor in the abilities of the summoning beast? Even someone as formidable as Minato Namikaze was astonished by Uchiha Makoto's intellect. Makoto's ability to react in a moment surpassed that of the vast majority of ninjas, and more importantly, he was merely 15. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future. In such a short time, you managed to conceive so much. I truly underestimated you before. Sakamoto, Isaac, was equally impressed by Uchiha Makoto. It's nothing, Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile, acknowledging the compliment from Sakamoto Isaac. After all, he had watched hundreds of episodes of detective stories before his reincarnation, and his deductive abilities were not to be dismissed. In that case, let us proceed as Makoto suggests. Minato Namikaze fully endorsed Uchiha Makoto's proposal, but added, if we track down the enemy and discover a large number of invading ninjas, do not engage. Leave that to me. Understood. Uchiha Makoto and the others replied in unison. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Uchiha Makoto, having witnessed Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, immediately grasped the vast disparity in their strengths. They were on entirely different levels. Although his current power was commendable among the Jonin, facing someone like Minato Namikaze was simply a matter of scale. When encountering a formidable foe, he would gladly allow Minato Namikaze to take action. Sometimes, merely ensuring one does not hinder the team is the essence of effective collaboration. With the operational plan established, it was only natural that the designated sleeping time for Uchiha Makoto and Maruhoshi Kogetsu would vanish. However, an hour was sufficient for Uchiha Makoto to rest his eyes for a brief respite. Summoning technique. Uchiha Makoto bit his finger, applying blood to the palm of his left hand, and then proceeded to form the hand seals with a flourish. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. Warwick's enormous form gradually emerged from a mist. Esteemed master, I am at your service, Warwick said, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonating with respect. The sudden appearance of Warwick left Sakamoto, Isaac, and the others momentarily stunned. Had they not agreed that he was merely an auxiliary summoning beast? Typically, auxiliary summoning beasts with keen olfactory senses or specialized tracking abilities were not particularly strong and were often smaller in size, making them easier to conceal and track. Yet, Warwick, the summoning beast of Uchiha Makoto, appeared remarkably powerful. His dark green skin bore an inexplicable metallic sheen, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities, while his claws, encased in a dark metallic sheen, looked exceptionally strong. The summoning beast emanated a chilling and potent aura, and its nearly 10-meter height clearly belied Uchiha Makoto's claim of it being merely an auxiliary summoning beast. Rise, Uchiha Makoto said, nodding at the obedient Warwick. He then produced the small vial containing the blood of the hidden cloud ninja and tossed it to Warwick, instructing, I need you to track this individual. Yes, my master. Warwick extended his forelimb, gripping the vial between two claws, and then tossed it into his mouth with a crisp crunch. Swish! After swallowing the vial, Warwick's crimson eyes glowed even brighter, his nostrils flaring as he vanished in a flash. Warwick's sudden disappearance startled everyone present. especially Minato Namikaze, who regarded Uchiha Makoto with a newfound respect. The speed of Uchiha Makoto's summoning beast was astonishing. When Warwick vanished, Minato Namikaze had barely had time to react. He had never heard of summoning beast of such a massive size possessing such speed. Makoto, is this truly what you refer to as an auxiliary summoning beast? Sakamoto Iz's muscles twitched at Warwick's ghostly speed. Indeed, aside from being exceptionally fast and possessing considerable strength, Warwick excels in tracking. Uchiha Makoto affirmed with a nod. Sakamoto, Ize, was at a loss for words. Was that truly all? Previously, he had somewhat underestimated the relatively inexperienced Uchiha Makoto, believing his promotion to Jonin was primarily due to the Uchiha clan's reputation. Now it seemed that he could not contend with Uchiha Makoto's summoning beast alone. Furthermore, the individual he had perceived as a lowly genin, Morohoshi Kogetsu, had also displayed astonishing combat strength. In retrospect, among the six-member team, the weakest was none other than himself. In a dense forest on the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, a group of six hid among the underbrush. Uchiha Makoto closed his eyes, feigning a perception technique, while actually using the blood-tracking skill to assess the number of enemies. He could sense enemies within a 5-mile radius through the blood, though his chakra reserves were insufficient for more extensive probing. When Minato Namikaze saw Uchiha Makoto open his eyes, he inquired, "Makoto, what is it? Have you determined the number of enemies, including the one who fled here?" "There are only 4 in total," Uchiha Makoto replied with a nod. "Only 4. Sakamoto," Ize remarked. "That makes them much easier to handle." Just as Sakamoto Iz's words fell, Uchiha Makoto's expression turned grave as he shook his head. "No, quite the opposite. If it were not for your presence, Minato-senpai, my suggestion would be to leave immediately while the enemy remains unaware of us." "What do you mean?" Sakamoto Iz's face changed, seemingly realizing something. Among the 4, 2 possessed extraordinarily potent chakra. One of their chakras was so formidable that claiming it was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger would not be an exaggeration, that I have never sensed chakra this powerful before. Uchiha Makoto declared, shocking everyone. "How is that possible? Could it be the hidden clouds?" Minato Namikaze's face darkened as he slowly uttered, "It's a Jinchuriki." "A Jinchuriki? How could this be? Has the hidden cloud sent a Jinchuriki to ambush Konoha?" "Minato-sama, what should we do now? Should we return to the village immediately to inform the higher-ups? Is the hidden cloud prepared to risk everything against Konoha?" The words of Minato Namikaze left the others in shock. But all present were seasoned jonin who had experienced warfare. They quickly forced themselves to regain their composure. However, the notion of a Jinchuriki, a weapon of ultimate destruction in the ninja world, being brought into the Land of Fire by the hidden cloud, suggested they were prepared for a full-scale confrontation with Konoha. With that thought, their hearts sank. Uchiha Makoto's own heart raced at the prospect of facing the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. If not for Minato Namikaze's presence, he would have summoned Warwick to escape. At this moment, he felt ill-equipped to contend with the Jinchuriki. Among those present, Minato Namikaze appeared most astonished. He raised his hand, his expression serious as he said, "Let's not rush. We must first ascertain the situation before proceeding." Suddenly, Minato Namikaze's complexion changed, and he shouted, "Be cautious! Scatter!" Those capable of participating in the mission were not weaklings, and their reflexes were exceptionally quick. The moment Minato Namikaze issued the warning, Uchiha Makoto and the others swiftly retreated. Boom! A violent explosion resonated, and a massive crater formed where they had just been standing. As Uchiha Makoto and the others regained their footing amidst the shockwave from the explosion, they saw a group of 4 appear before them. Among them was the sensing ninja from the hidden cloud they had been tracking. Upon seeing the 2 figures at the forefront, Uchiha Makoto's expression shifted dramatically. "Killer Bee, in A? Everyone do not engage. I will handle them." Bluffing Shui Min withdrew his cherished sword of love from his tool pouch and hurled it around him. With a swift whoosh, the ground and the towering trees were soon adorned with his specially crafted kunai. The golden glimmer of Konoha, was it really Bluffing Shui Min? It seemed this plan could not succeed. A sense of foreboding washed over AI as silver-white lightning chakra surged throughout his being, without any further dialogue. Both sides launched into combat, AI transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear before bluffing Shuaimin with his iron fist raised. Meanwhile, as AI disappeared, bluffing Shuaimin retrieved a specially made kunai and tossed it into the air. The moment AI approached, bluffing Shuaimin utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the location of the kunai in the tree. Witnessing bluffing Shuaimin vanish, AI, still in a forward motion, realized he had evaded my maximum speed. Just as his form surpassed the specially made kunai, bluffing Shuaimin executed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing. Grasping the kunai mid-air, bluffing Shuaimin aimed for AI's back with a piercing strike. Just as he was about to land a hit, a massive octopus tentacle suddenly intervened, covered in suction cups the size of fists. With a swift thrust, bluffing Shuaimin reacted instantly, severing the tentacle with his specially crafted kunai just as it was about to strike him. Simultaneously, he pressed his right hand against the octopus tentacle, inscribing a dark script upon it. Seizing the opportunity, AI evaded bluffing Shuaimin's attack and swiftly returned to Karabi's side. Observing the severed tentacle, he inquired, "Apologies, I was careless. Are you all right?" AI's expression was grave, devoid of the previous levity. Although he had heard of bluffing Shuaimin's reputation as the Golden Flash, he had mastered the lightning-released chakra mode of the Cloud Village and believed he was unmatched in speed. Yet this time, he had nearly suffered a grave misfortune. Despite the lightning release chakra being a blend of offense and defense, it was clear that a ninja of bluffing Shuaimin's caliber must possess methods to breach defenses. Had he been struck by that blow, it could have spelled trouble. Is he truly the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Witnessing the octopus tentacles erupting from Karabi, Watanabe Shiro was taken aback. The Cloud Village had two Jinchuriki. If it were the Two Tails, they might have had a chance, but the Eight Tails was renowned as the perfect Jinchuriki, and its strength was only second to the Nine Tails. Facing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, their combat prowess would be rendered negligible. However, seeing bluffing Shuaimin's calm demeanor eased Watanabe Shiro's anxiety somewhat. As a mere spectator, Uchiha Makoto had activated his Sharingan at the first opportunity. Even with the Sharingan's formidable dynamic vision, AI's speed exceeded his expectations. Capturing only a fleeting afterimage, such as speed of attack, at his current level, he feared he would be rendered immobile before even raising a hand to defend. Nevertheless, no matter how swift AI was, it merely equated to a non-cooldown sprint that, in contrast, bluffing Shuaimin's Flying Thunder God technique operated akin to a non-cooldown blink. The former speed, as Uchiha Makoto's strength continued to grow, would eventually become a match. However, against the latter, without a specific countermeasure, it would be challenging. Yet, what truly astonished Uchiha Makoto was bluffing Shuaimin, not for the speed of his Flying Thunder God technique, but for his reaction speed. If he had not witnessed it firsthand, Uchiha Makoto would scarcely have believed it. Bluffing Shuaimin did not possess the dynamic vision of a Sharingan. His ability to evade AI's attack while simultaneously countering was entirely reliant on his reaction speed. Uchiha Makoto pondered just how fast his reflexes were. Almost instantaneously upon seeing the afterimage, bluffing Shuaimin had thrown his kunai and executed two successive teleports in under a second. Uchiha Makoto questioned whether, in his current state, even mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would allow him to perform two teleports in such a constrained time frame while precisely launching an attack. Moreover, bluffing Shuaimin had also reacted instantaneously to Karabi's sudden assault. The true terror of bluffing Shuaimin was not his speed in using the Flying Thunder God technique, but rather the sheer frightfulness of his reaction speed. Crucially, this ability was not derived from any bloodline or ocular technique. A thought suddenly crossed Uchiha Makoto's mind that I recall that the Cloud Village has temporarily ceased hostilities with Konoha. Although it is merely a verbal agreement, are they secretly infiltrating the Land of Fire, intending to reignite conflict with Konoha during a lull in the battle? Bluffing Shuaimin addressed Karabi and AI. AI scoffed, now fully aware after narrowly avoiding disaster. He was finally taking the matter seriously. The body flicker technique should only allow movement to the locations of kunai. If he memorized all their positions, he could counterattack the instant bluffing Shuaimin teleported. With this thought in mind, AI's body surged with lightning release chakra as he erupted forward to attack bluffing Shui Min once more. Just as AI launched his assault, bluffing Shui Min vanished again. However, this time, he did not teleport to any kunai's position, but instead appeared behind Karabi, his hands gripping the specially crafted kunai aimed at the back of Karabi's head. Be careful. Almost instantaneously upon bluffing Shumin's appearance, the 8 tails within Karabi issued a warning. Yet Karabi could only manage to position his ninja blade behind him as bluffing Shui Min manifested. The blade was aimed at his abdomen. What is this? The script of the body flicker technique was inscribed upon the 8 tails tentacle. The accompanying cloud ninja gasped in shock, yet dared not move recklessly. Was it when he severed the tentacle earlier? Dread filled AI's expression. Karabi remained surprisingly calm and even continued to rap, acknowledging the threat as he prepared for swift action. Though you are my enemy, I admire your speed. Your reactions are remarkably quick. Bluffing Shui Min glanced at the short blade aimed at Karabi's abdomen and spoke with an air of nonchalance, confident he could eliminate Karabi without sustaining injury. However, he appreciated Karabi's resolve to risk his life for the sake of injury. AI, you have a fine younger brother, bluffing Shui Min remarked to AI. With a swift motion, bluffing Shui Min vanished again, reappearing before Uchiha Makoto. This time, AI refrained from attacking but instead returned to Karabi's side, remaining on high alert. Bluffing Shui Min addressed the 4 of them. AI, Konoha does not wish to engage in further conflict. This is also the sentiment of the 3rd Hokage that I hope Konoha and the Cloud Village can coexist peacefully. You may leave, we are leaving. AI maintained his gaze on bluffing Shui Min as the 4 of them slowly retreated until bluffing Shui Min disappeared from sight. As they watched the Cloud Ninja depart. Bluffing Shui Min remarked, "Let us also take our leave." Lord Shui Min, why didn't you? Sakamoto Izua's face reflected confusion, as if he wished to voice something yet hesitated. Bluffing Shui Min smiled. Are you suggesting I should have taken the opportunity to eliminate the 8 tails Jinchuriki? Sakamoto Izua nodded. That moment. Uchiha Makoto seized the opportunity to interject. If Lord Shui Min had killed the 8 tails Jinchuriki, we would have undoubtedly drawn the ire of the Cloud Village, prompting them to abandon their conflict with the Rock Village and resume hostilities with Konoha. Moreover, given the enemy's speed, while Lord Shui Min may have means to cope, the rest of us would likely not survive should they become enraged. After Uchiha Makoto's explanation, Sakamoto Izua turned his gaze back to bluffing Shui Min. Bluffing Shui Min nodded appreciatively. Makoto's analysis is quite astute. Konoha seeks to conclude this war to achieve peace, not to forge new enmities with the Cloud Village. Why sparing the 8 tails Jinchuriki, we convey to the Cloud that despite the numerous battles Konoha has endured, dealing with them remains a manageable task. Today, we have discerned their movements, and our mission is largely accomplished. Moreover, I have promised to bring all of you back safely. Lord Shui Min, I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Sakamoto Izua admitted, a hint of shame crossing his features. Bluffing Shui Min chuckled. Let us return to the village and report this matter to the 3rd Hokage. We have conveyed Konoha's intentions. The rest would depend on the response from the Cloud Village. The conclusion of the mission took Uchiha Chung by surprise. Although it appeared to have ended effortlessly, the inherent risks associated with the task were exceedingly high. It was only due to the unwavering reliability of his teammate, Minato Namikaze, that they were able to achieve such a victorious outcome with such ease. Their hearts were calm on the journey there, yet filled with urgency as they returned 2 days later. Uchiha Chung and his companions, having followed Minato, returned to Kahigakure unscathed. They proceeded directly to the Hokage building to report back to the 3rd Hokage. As the 6 of them entered the Hokage's office, Minato recounted the events of the mission to the 3rd Hokage, who nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Minato, you and your team performed exceptionally well this time. This is all thanks to you, Minato-senpai. Uchiha Chung thought to himself, aware that he had merely followed along without contributing significantly beyond tracking. Uchiha Chung, I recall that you have only recently been promoted to Jonin, yet your performance this time was commendable, the 3rd Hokage noted, a look of approval gracing his face as he glanced through the mission records. Somewhat taken aback by Uchiha Chung's impressive display, Uchiha Chung humbly smiled and replied, You flatter me, Lord 3rd. Initially, The third Hokage had assigned him to accompany Minato due to the village's shortage of jonin and because Uchiha Chung had shown promise. But he had not anticipated such an astonishing performance from him. Minato's high praises for him in the mission records further heightened the third Hokage's interest. You all may proceed to collect your mission rewards. Minato, stay behind, the third Hokage instructed, handing over the completion certificate to Uchiha Chung and the others. Upon receiving the certificate, Uchiha Chung's system panel immediately displayed the task completion information. Current task 1. Complete the first S-rank mission, 11. Completed. Mission reward. 1. Acquire special skills Path of Infinity, Wind Sword Technique. After the 5 departed, the third Hokage turned to Minato and inquired, Minato, do you have any recommendations regarding Uchiha Chung's future arrangements? Lord Third, I believe Uchiha Chung is worthy of focused cultivation that I recommend he join the Umbu. With his capabilities, he could competently serve as a squad leader even now. However, this matter can wait until after the war. Though the battlefield is brutal, it is also a fertile ground for honing talent. Minato replied earnestly, clearly having deliberated over it carefully. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Minato, your considerations are thorough. In that case, he will not be dispatched to the mist battlefield. Henceforth, Uchiha Chung will serve under your command, and during times of war, you will allocate his duties as for his entry into the Umbu. That will be left to your discretion. Understood, Lord Third. Minato's expression turned serious as he respectfully bowed, fully grasping the implications of the third Hokage's words. He was aware of Uchiha Fugaku's main clan members being assigned to the mist battlefield and had voiced his objections. But in the face of higher-level decisions, he felt powerless. Regardless of whether it stemmed from his personal ties with Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Chung's exceptional qualities, Minato was determined to nurture him well. The reward for this S-rank mission was a staggering 30 million ryo, and originally, Uchiha Chung and his team had planned to take only a nominal share, considering that they had essentially coasted through the mission, with the critical battles entrusted to Minato. However, at Minato's insistence, each of the 5 received 3 million ryo. This mission was more thrilling than perilous that I, along with Jiraiya and Do, planned to unwind with a drink. Sakamoto eyes suggested to the departing Maruhoshi Gujiya as they exited the Hokage building. Having witnessed Gujia's strength during the mission and hearing of his exploits, he no longer underestimated him about me. Maruhoshi Gujiya was about to decline when Sakamoto eyes seized his arm, insisting, come on, it's a rare chance to relax. Lord Minato, will you join us? There's a newly opened izakaya that serves delightful cuisine and offers excellent service. We want to have new missions for the next few days. Let us drink through the night. Drink? Minato paused for a moment, shaking his head with an awkward smile. I must first return home to inform Kushina, or else she will be upset if she learns I returned to the village but did not come home. While joining you for drinks should be fine, staying out all night is certainly out of the question. Is Lord Minato strong yet still afraid of his wife? Sakamoto eyes remarked, a look of astonishment on his face. Minato chuckled, scratching his head. In contrast to his usual serious and dependable demeanor, he appeared far more approachable at this moment, possibly due to shared sentiments. Eyes, what are you so smug about? I watched you grow up and know all about you. Who was it that got kicked out of their home for staying out all night and ended up crashing at my place for 2 days? Watanabe Jiraiya chimed in, delivering a timely jab. Can loving one's wife be equated to fear? You may talk about drinking all night, but the first to leave will undoubtedly be you. Ogata Do added. Jiraiya-senpai, Do-senpai, how can you expose my secrets in front of Lord Minato? Don't I have any dignity? Sakamoto eyes his face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of anger and shame. Uchiha Chung, observing with a smile, was amused by their banter, having never considered such matters before. After all, he preferred training and the sensation of becoming stronger. However, he found listening to these amusing anecdotes quite entertaining. Were you laughing at, Chung? Let me tell you, no matter how gentle a woman may be before marriage, she will inevitably change after. Doesn't matter if you possess a face that would make even men envious. Just look at Lord Minato. So powerful yet still returning home on time. Sakamoto eyes warned, don't doubt me. Once you marry, you will understand. Senpai. I am certainly not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing, Uchiha Chung replied, his smile widening as he remembered Ai's previously arrogant demeanor when they first undertook the mission. A stark contrast to his current state. You are clearly laughing at me. And you Haven T stopped. Sakamoto Eyes retorted, but suddenly he seemed to have an epiphany. When we drink later, you must join me. I'll show you my prowess. Hey, Eyes, don't go overboard. I recall Chung is still underage. Watanabe, Jairu cautioned. Uchiha Chung maintained a smile, replying, I'm afraid I cannot drink senpai, as I have yet to reach my 15th birthday, which is still over 7 months away. Humph. Sakamoto Eyes wore a sullen expression, having initially thought that since he could not match Uchiha Chung in strength, wit, or appearance, he could at least reclaim some dignity at the drinking table. But that hope had now been dashed. Minato pulled out an electronic watch from his bag to check the time and stated, Everyone, Kushina should still be preparing dinner. I will head home to inform her. And then we can meet at the izakaya. The earlier we go, the sooner we return. As a family-oriented man, Minato typically spent his time at home with his wife when not on a mission. Of course, necessary social engagements were still essential, provided he informed her in advance. Feeling the harmonious atmosphere within this temporarily assembled group, Uchiha Chung felt a sense of relaxation. Having shared life-and-death experiences, the team had developed a deeper camaraderie. Moreover, the resonance among the married men also served to bridge the gap between them. Witnessing Minato's strength further clarified Uchiha Chang's understanding of the disparity between himself and those top-tier ninjas. However, upon seeing the task reward information displayed on a system panel, Uchiha Chang's eyes sparkled with delight. As Uchiha Chung walked home, he planned to inform his mother first, followed by a refreshing bath and a change of clothes. There was no place as comforting as home, and indulging in a luxurious bath was far more enjoyable than anything outside. As he walked, he reviewed the details of his mission rewards. Path of Infinity, meditation technique, focused willpower that can pierce through unyielding stone. Continuous practice can gradually enhance mental strength. Wind sword technique, skill way of the wanderer, not yet learned. Steel cutting flash, not yet learned. Wind barrier, not yet learned. / not yet learned. Gale's final slash, not yet learned. The mental cultivation method was precisely what I needed. Although its effects may not be immediately apparent, gradual accumulation would eventually lead to a qualitative transformation. The recent reward took Uchiha Chung by surprise. Previous task rewards had predominantly been equipment or direct attribute enhancements, yielding immediate results. However, this time, the rewards necessitated his own cultivation to manifest their effects. The 5 skill icons of the wind blade technique appeared dim and required gradual training, rather than being readily available for use. Among these 5 skills, Way of the Wanderer, Steel Slash, and Wind Barrier lacked a specific training order. Yet the latter 2 skills, / and Gale Severing Strike, demanded mastery of the first 3 before one could train in them. Merely casting a glance, Uchiha Chung resolved to master the Wind Barrier at the quickest pace possible. Wind Barrier. By utilizing swordsmanship to release chakra, one can create a wall of airflow to block all attacks from that direction. The duration and range are proportional to chakra consumption, with a minimum consumption of 100 chakra per second and a cooldown time of 302-724-2118 seconds, while / is the source of joy. Yasuo, without an E, loses his very essence. However, it was beyond his grasp, and considering that the wind barrier provided Uchiha Chung with a rare defensive capability, it was evidently more practical. Hey, who permitted you to set up shop here? We've warned you several times. Apologies. I'll move immediately. Please don't take my belongings. And you little brat, who allowed you to beg here? As Uchiha Chung turned the corner of the street, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Ahead, a crowd encircled a scene where 3 members of the Konoha police force were enforcing the law. One officer clutched a young boy by the collar, dragging him aside, while the other 2 were shoving an elderly lady. The Uchiha clan was being excessively domineering. Although they had delineated the boundaries for shops, there was no order forbidding vendors from setting up outside. Moreover, the shop owners had consented to the elderly woman selling her wares at their doorstep. The actions of the police were no less than tyrannical. Shh! Keep your voice down. Do you wish to provoke trouble? They are being so brutal to the elderly and the children. How can we not speak out? Even if they hear us, what could they do? The onlookers could no longer tolerate the police's actions, and murmurs of discontent grew louder. The three Uchiha police officers, clad in vests, found it easy to deal with these civilians. Hearing the crowd's words, the leader, Uchiha Chuanmu, immediately darkened his expression, advancing towards the one who had spoken first, seizing his collar, and retorted angrily, "Do you harbor grievances against our Uchiha clan? It is precisely because of people like you, who disregard the law, that our duties become so burdensome. Speak again, and I shall have you thrown into the dungeons. What if I do?" The man, caught by the collar, retorted defiantly, "You insolent fool!" Uchiha Chuanmu's face reddened with fury as he raised his fist. Uchiha Chung, standing among the crowd, felt a wave of disappointment. How could there be so many imbeciles within the Uchiha clan? The Konoha police force was evidently a prime opportunity for the Uchiha to enhance their reputation among the populace. Despite the clan's significant sacrifices in the Great War, the actions of these few misguided individuals tarnished the Uchihas standing among the people. Such overtly personal and emotional enforcement would undoubtedly breed contempt. Showing a complete lack of adaptability as the situation escalated, Uchiha Chung had no choice but to intervene. The Uchiha's image needed to be preserved, and this was also for the future. What an embarrassing display. Uchiha Chung stepped forward, demonstrating great valor on the battlefield but adept at raising fists against his own kin. Uchiha Chuanmu's face darkened upon hearing Cheng's words. However, when he turned to face Uchiha Chung, his imposing demeanor faltered. "Uchiha Chung, it's you?" The last encounter with Uchiha Chung, alongside Uchiha Xiangtai, had left a lasting impression. They had been thoroughly trounced in a 3-on-1 confrontation. "Though we are of the same clan, you cannot obstruct our enforcement," Uchiha Chuanmu replied, his bravado failing him. Upon seeing Uchiha Chung clad in the armor of a Nin, his two companions fell silent, retreating behind Uchiha Chuanmu. "You may leave. I will report this matter to the clan leader," Uchiha Chung stated, maintaining a composed demeanor. "But, what? Do you wish for me to assess your recent progress?" Uchiha Cheng's expression suddenly brightened with a friendly smile. His thumb resting against the hilt of the heavenly blade, leaving. Uchiha Chuanmu glanced at the heavenly blade at Cheng's waist, his body trembling, before swiftly turning to depart. "Everyone disperse," Uchiha Chung said. Releasing his grip on the sword and gesturing for the onlookers to leave, he approached the elderly woman at the stall, crouching to examine the handcrafted items, most of which were artisan crafts. Observing the calluses on her hands, Uchiha Chung smiled and inquired, "Grandma, how much for these items?" 50 ryo, no. 40 ryo each. If you want them, young man, I'll give you one for free." The elderly woman, noticing Uchiha Chung's intent to purchase, assessed his handsome, youthful face, and her previously timid demeanor transformed into one of ease. High charm indeed has its benefits. Seeing the old woman's mood lift, Uchiha Cheng's smile faded as he replied, "Then I shall not be polite." With that, he began selecting items from the stall, gathering a dozen or so small trinkets, effectively clearing half of her inventory. The elderly woman's expression shifted to one of discomfort, as if she wished to say something. The shopkeeper behind the elderly woman noticed and was about to speak, but was halted by his wife. "That makes 21 items, aside from the one you gifted me. I'll buy the other 20 at 50 ryo each, totaling 1,000 ryo. Please accept this," Uchiha Chung stated, packing the selected goods into his backpack, then producing a bill of 1,000 ryo, feeling rather generous after just receiving his reward. With the smallest denomination being 1,000 ryo. The old woman appeared astonished. Uchiha Chung stood up and remarked, "Your carving skills are quite impressive. However, I wonder if you can carve a dog's head? I'd like to place a custom order. Price is not an issue that I can. The elderly woman nodded repeatedly, though her expression soon shifted to one of concern. Uchiha Chung reassured her, "Do not worry. I will report today's events to the higher-ups. You may continue to sell tomorrow, that I have some free time lately, and I will pass by this street daily until there is a resolution. Until we meet again, I will come to collect the dog head in a few days." Uchiha Chung waved goodbye to the elderly woman. While directly giving money is the simplest approach, teaching someone to fish is far more beneficial. Reporting to the higher-ups and advocating for change is the best course of action. Without compromising his principles or overexerting himself, he was still willing to assist others. Moreover, a transformation within the Uchiha clan is imperative. Having intervened, he decided to extend his efforts. Uchiha Chung surveyed the surroundings. The earlier begging boy had slipped away amidst the commotion. However, he tracked the boy down through the scent of blood. Uchiha Chung crossed the street. Arriving at the entrance of a dumpling shop, the same boy stood outside, inhaling the sweet aroma wafting from within, gazing enviously at those savoring dumplings inside. Noticing the scene, Uchiha Chung entered the dumpling shop. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Chung paused, staring at the boy seated at a table in the second ROWT this moment. Uchiha Itachi was still a child, relishing his favorite dumplings with a look of satisfaction on his face. No one would suspect that at the tender age of 4. He had already fought alongside Uchiha Fugaku on the battlefield, slaying foes. Itachi was now 5 years old, and time was of the essence. Observing Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Chang's thoughts stirred, though the exact timing eluded him. The Battle of Canopy Bridge would likely erupt soon, heralding another fierce conflict. Uchiha Chang's current strength was incomparable to that during the Juko Mountain battle. However, he could not afford to be careless amid the chaos of hundreds and thousands of shinobi clashing. Uchiha Chung had no intention of greeting Itachi. Instead, he purchased a pack of dumplings and exited. He unwrapped a skewer of dumplings. He strolled over to the young boy and handed him the oil paper bag containing the dumplings. You're the ninja from earlier. What are you doing? Are they going to imprison me? The young boy gazed at Uchiha Chung with unease. I shall take you to the orphanage. Uchiha Chung replied without any unnecessary words. Addressing the matter directly, in Konoha, begging was strictly prohibited. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, how could Konoha allow beggars to roam its streets? Children of ninja parents, after their parents perished in battle, would receive a modest compensation, sufficient to sustain them until they became genin as. For war orphans not native to Konoha, they would be sent to the orphanage, given the nature of certain members of the police force. If Uchiha Chung did not act promptly, it was likely that the next time this child was caught begging, he would face a beating. No, that's not necessary. The boy's face paled at the suggestion, shaking his head vigorously. The orphanage will provide you with a safe haven, which is far better than your current predicament, Uchiha Chung remarked, taken aback for a moment. Actually, I ran away from the orphanage. The boy timidly confessed, feeling an inexplicable sense of closeness to Uchiha Chung, as if he were an older brother next door, prompting him to speak the truth without hesitation. Ran away? Why? Because I was hungry. The boy's gaze fixated on the aroma wafting from the oil paper bag containing dumplings, and he swallowed hard. Uchiha Chang's expression shifted slightly, but he refrained from making assumptions. Instead, he shook the dumplings in his hand. What is the matter? Speak the truth, and I shall give you all of these dumplings. My appetite is enormous. I can consume as much as 3 people. The orphanage's funding is insufficient, and the director, along with the caretakers, in an effort to save costs, only provide us with 2 meals a day, sometimes just one. I felt embarrassed to eat more. The boy lowered his head, seemingly feeling a bit ashamed. Uchiha Chang's heart brimmed with indignation. How could those in power be so ineffective, embroiled in schemes and internal strife, failing to address even this basic issue? At that moment, he recalled a certain big shot who had emerged from the orphanage. Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto's childhood was tragically intertwined with Danzo's machinations. Uchiha Chung remembered how Danzo had threatened to cut funding to the orphanage unless the director, Yakushi no Nayu, continued his espionage activities, subsequently recruiting Kabuto into the Umbu as a spy, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. Kabuto's downfall began with the hands of his own director. Talented researchers are invaluable in any world, and Uchiha Chung currently had no means to seek out the renowned scientist Orochimaru. However, Yakushi Kabuto presented a splendid option. After all, a person's energy is finite, and Uchiha Chung naturally wished to devote most of his efforts to training today. As for the scientific endeavors, those ought to be entrusted to specialists. He wondered if, at this time, Kabuto had already been recruited by Danzo into the Umbu. Contemplating this, Uchiha Chung devised a plan and addressed the boy. I shall escort you back to the orphanage. do not engage in such activities again, as they are prohibited by village regulations. As for the funding issues, I will also bring them to the attention of the higher-ups. Really? Then we won't have to go hungry anymore. The boy's face lit up with joy, believing that Uchiha-chan was surely a person of significance, someone whose words would carry weight. After all, the three fierce-looking ninjas had been easily frightened away by him. Of course, I keep my promises. By the way, I forgot to ask your name. I am Uchiha-chan. I am Dejun. Let us hurry. The director will be very pleased to hear this. I could see that moment. Dejun took the oil paper bag from Uchiha-chan, grasping the opening tightly and twisting it a few times before tucking it into his bosom. Noticing Uchiha-chan's gaze, Dejun smiled. I want to take this back to share with my friends. Is that all right? The gift is yours to decide. Uchiha-chan nodded. With a beaming smile, Dejun led Uchiha-chan back to the orphanage. Upon their return, the children playing in the yard immediately surrounded them. Inquiring further, they learned that the director and the caretakers had gone out searching for Dejun. Uchiha-chan scanned the crowd of children, but did not spot Yakushi Kabuto. Director, have you found Dejun? At that moment, a voice emerged as a boy of about 7 or 8 years old stepped out of a room, holding a milk bottle to feed the infant cradled in his arms. Uchiha-chan's gaze shifted to the newly emerged boy, who sported round glasses and white hair. It was indeed Yakushi Kabuto. At this point, Kabuto appeared harmless and exuded a shy demeanor. Who are you? Kabuto inquired, looking at Uchiha-chan with curiosity. I am Uchiha-chan. I encountered Dejun on the road, and he was returning to the orphanage. I also have matters to discuss with your director. Uchiha-chan replied with a slight smile. Kabuto hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the ninja before him. The girls from the orphanage gathered around Uchiha-chan, showing no fear of a stranger, bombarding him with questions. Amidst the swarm of young girls, Uchiha-chan felt a sense of helplessness. Sometimes, being charming could also be quite troublesome. After waiting for over an hour, as dusk began to fall, the director, Yakushi no Niu, returned, her face etched with fatigue. Dejun, you're back. I apologize, director, Dejun said, his expression filled with remorse. It's good to have you back. Nanayu did not scold Dejun. Her attention shifted to Uchiha-chan, who was surrounded by the girls. Upon noticing his Jonin armor and Uchiha clan emblem, her expression subtly changed. And you are? This older brother brought Dejun back. The girls chimed in before Uchiha-chan could respond. Yes, that's so. Thank you immensely. Yakushi no Niu expressed her gratitude, bowing slightly to Uchiha-chan, and no need for formality. It was merely a coincidence, Uchiha-chan replied, observing the director's nun-like attire, her golden hair, and round glasses akin to Kabuto's. She radiated a gentle beauty, embodying the essence of a friendly older sister. Anyone who encountered her would never associate her with Danzo's sinister connections. By the way, I actually have another matter to discuss. Uchiha-chan said, unzipping his bulging backpack and glancing at the children around them. Director Yakushi, shall we converse privately in your office? Taken aback, Yakushi nodded slowly, her heart tinged with unease, as she was uncertain whether Uchiha-chan was connected to Danzo. Recently, she had approached Danzo regarding the orphanage's funding issues. With this thought in mind, she gestured towards the interior. Please, after you know, it seems the older brother has a preference for mature types like the director. Since she is the director, I shall not compete for her attention, the girls whispered excitedly as the two departed. Once inside the room, Uchiha-chan and Yakushi no Niu sat across from each other. He placed his backpack on the floor, unzipped it, and withdrew a stack of money, placing it on the table before her. Director Yakushi, this is a sum of 150,000 ryo. Donated in my personal capacity to the orphanage. What? Yakushi no Niu was taken aback by Uchiha-chan's forthrightness, stunned by the sudden donation of such a substantial amount. Recently, she had been troubled by funding issues. The orphanage had already taken in 45 children, and with the addition of 4 more, including 2 infants, they were struggling to afford milk formula. This donation came at a most opportune and critical time. However, given the sensitivity surrounding Danzo's control over funding, she couldn't help but be cautious. Director, there is no need for concern. I harbor no ulterior motives, Uchiha-chan assured her with a smile. Having been on the battlefield, I often feel mentally and physically drained. Witnessing the smiles of these children brings me a sense of healing. Today, I encountered a Zheng, a child I am quite fond of that I just completed an important mission and received a significant reward. This is merely a token of goodwill, but if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Uchiha Chung stood up, preparing to exit. Seeing him make an abrupt move to leave, Yakushi no was momentarily stunned. Then hurriedly rose. "Wait." Uchiha Chung. Uchiha Chung came to a halt as Yakushi Nanoyu approached him, her hands clasped in front of her. Bowing her head, "I express my gratitude on behalf of these children for your generous donation. It truly makes a significant difference. No need for thanks. I shall return to visit the children whenever I have the time," Uchiha Chung replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively as he exited the room. As he departed, he cast a glance at Do, who was standing at the door. The sum of 150,000 ryo was merely a small investment. After all, he was not in need of money, just a drizzle. Really, now that it was confirmed Do remained in Konoha, matters would be easier to manage. Once Uchiha Chung had left, Nanoyu exited the room with a peculiar expression, prompting Yakushi Do to hurry forward. The children clustered around them. Nanoyu gently ruffled Daijing's hair and addressed the children. "To celebrate Daijing's safe return, we shall have a feast tonight. You may choose whatever you desire." "Really? Is what you say true?" "Director, I must not be hearing things. I want to eat grilled meat, or perhaps fish, as it is more affordable." Listening to the children's sensible remarks, Nanoyu's face softened with a pained smile, and she gently replied, "You may have anything you wish to eat tonight." Do observed Nanu, hesitating to speak, a look of concern for the orphanage's finances etched on his face. Nanoyu smiled reassuringly, signaling him not to worry. After leaving the orphanage, Uchiha Chung did not head straight home. Instead, he visited a flower shop in the mountains to procure some fresh flowers and seeds for Uchiha Lingua, although he had not disclosed the details of his mission. He was aware that being newly promoted to Jonin and embarking on his first task must have caused her considerable anxiety. Upon returning home, he found Uchiha Lingua, as expected, tending to her precious plants in the yard. "Chung-chan, you're back." Uchiha Lingua greeted him with a radiant smile. "I'm back, Mama. Here are your gifts," Uchiha Chung said, handing her the sunflowers and a paper bag filled with seeds. This a new variety. I've never seen seeds shaped like these before." Mentioning flowers piqued her interest, but she soon noticed Uchiha Chang's travel-worn appearance. After carefully storing the seeds, she said, "Chung-chan, you must be tired. Would you like to take a bath first? Or shall we have dinner?" "There's no need for dinner, Mama. I've made arrangements to dine with my comrades, including Senpai Minato. I'll just take a bath and head out," Uchiha Chung explained as he changed his shoes and ascended the stairs. "Understood. I'll prepare your bath. You need not rush back. It is vital to bond with your seniors." Uchiha Lingua supported him, showing no resentment for his absence at dinner. "Rest assured," Uchiha Chung replied, gathering his change of clothes before entering the bathroom. "By the way, someone came by yesterday to inform me that there will be a clan meeting in 3 days. Don't forget to attend it, I know," Uchiha Chung said as he stripped off his clothes and retrieved a large glass jar filled with purple powder from the top of the bathroom cabinet. He scooped out 4 spoonfuls of the powder and added it to the steaming bath water, which immediately began to bubble vigorously. After approximately a minute, he settled into the tub. This powder, derived from medicinal herbs, was intended to alleviate bodily fatigue. He had previously used it to assist his training in the 8 Gates technique. After all, practicing the 8 Gates could leave lingering injuries, and utilizing precious medicinal herbs for a therapeutic bath enhanced the efficacy of his training. His father, a former elite Jonin with the Sharingan, had left behind a considerable sum of savings, supplemented by compensation following his demise. Thus, Uchiha Chung certainly had ample resources for his cultivation. However, as his physical condition improved, the effects of the medicinal baths had diminished significantly. He had been too busy lately to formulate a new bath recipe. Huff, Uchiha Chung sighed deeply while immersed in the herbal bath at a clan meeting. I wonder what topics will arise. At this moment, dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan had been accumulating significantly. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative that he remain dedicated to his training. After about 20 minutes, Uchiha Chung emerged from the bath. In the mirror, he beheld a youth with fair skin and striking features, adorned with a head of thick, raven-black hair. Beneath his straight brows lay a pair of slender, slightly elongated peach blossom eyes, bright and full of life. His aquiline nose complemented his subtly curved lips. He had seemingly become more robust and taller recently. Uchiha Chung did not pay particular attention to his face, having grown accustomed to its appearance. However, he did notice his height had increased. 2 months prior, he had measured at 170 centimeters, and now, glancing at the marks beside the mirror, he estimated he had grown to around 173 centimeters. At that moment, Uchiha Chung shifted his focus to the system panel to examine his basic attributes. Strength, 15.4, Constitution, 14.3, Agility, 18.2, Spirit, 18.1, Charm, 56, Luck, 38.5. His physical attributes had not improved rapidly without task rewards or breakthroughs in the 8 Gates technique. Yet he found the gradual progress motivating. Regrettably, he lacked Sage Body or Hashirama cells. However, even if he had Hashirama cells at this stage, transplantation was not feasible. Compared to long-term plans, recent efforts needed to prioritize enhancing speed while seeking secret techniques to bolster his constitution. Comparing his basic attributes, Uchiha Chung felt satisfied, though he noted that his spirit had seen minimal improvement. Last time, a task reward had boosted his spirit by 3 points, yet over the past 2 months, it had only risen by 0.1. For the increase of 0.5 in charm. He paid it no mind. The luck attribute had remained unchanged over time. It seemed this was indeed the most challenging aspect to enhance. Future equipment drops would rely heavily on luck. He hoped the title of Ohuang would prove beneficial. During his recent engagement, he had eliminated 2 Cloud Shinobi without acquiring any equipment. Combined, they had only yielded him 20 gold coins, which was somewhat disappointing. Through this battle, Uchiha Chung had come to appreciate the importance of speed. The Wind Blade technique reward promised agility bonuses with each skill learned, particularly the wind barrier, which he intended to focus on in his training. Uchiha Chung dried himself off in front of the mirror, dressed in a casual black outfit, and exited the bathroom. "Mama, I'm heading out," he announced as he made his way out the door to join his comrades for dinner. The gathering lasted just under 2 hours, during which Uchiha Chung found himself in delightful conversation with Minato and the others. Minato did not conceal his admiration for Uchiha Chung. Sakamoto Aizawa, who had previously been so spirited, hesitated to drink much when the time came. Despite being the target of laughter from Watanabe Jiro and Okada-do, he remained steadfast, likely fearing a night spent on the sofa at home. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the group parted ways at the intersection. Just before they left, Minato called out to Uchiha Chung, "Chung, the 3rd Hokage has decided to assign you to my team. I look forward to working with you." "Yes, Senpai Minato." Uchiha Chung responded with a serious demeanor. "There's no need to be so formal. Just act as you did before." Minato replied that I heard your previous guiding jonin has fallen. If you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to ask me. I won't hold back. Senpai Minato, Uchiha Chung said, his expression relaxing as he nodded. It appeared that his performance had met and exceeded expectations. If there was anything he wished to learn from Minato, it would undoubtedly be the Flying Thunder God technique and a Rasengan. The former was exceedingly difficult, and even if Minato were willing to teach, he might not meet the training requirements for the Rasengan. Uchiha Chung was already familiar with its cultivation method. He simply lacked the rights to use it openly. Additionally, he had previously focused his energy on swordsmanship, which had hindered his training in it. Now, however, the time had come. Before long, Uchiha Chung returned home. Upon entering his room, he began his routine of refining chakra. After about an hour, once he had fully entered a state of training, he meticulously examined the cultivation methods of the Wuji Dao. Truly, a master always harbors the heart of a disciple. Reading the opening line of the text, Uchiha Chung felt as though his very spirit had been drawn into it. He found himself entranced, and by the time he regained his bearings, it was already 1 in the morning. Has 3 hours passed so quickly? Uchiha Chung gasped, glancing at the clock on the table, only to be taken aback. "Why does my head ache?" He felt a cloudiness in his mind accompanied by a throbbing pain and quickly checked his status. Spirit, 15.5, 18.5 at his spirit limit had increased by 0.4. Could it be? Has there been such a remarkable increase in just 3 hours? Is it due to the fact that this is his first training session, or does every training yield such extraordinary results? Uchiha Chung gazed in astonishment at his mental power attributes, his heart racing with excitement. However, he soon succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. The next day, the news of Namake's Minato defeating the third Raikage Sun, AI, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki spread throughout Konoha on June 21, 47th year of Konoha. During the summer solstice, the weather began to grow increasingly sweltering. Yet the sounds of combat echoed from the third training ground of Konoha. Clap, clap, clap. A strikingly handsome, slender black-haired youth faced off against a silver-haired boy with a mask, revealing only his lifeless fish-like eyes. The two began with a contest of taijutsu, followed by a duel of kenjutsu. Uchiha Chung wielded the Tenyu sword against Kakashi, who brandished the white fan blade. Uchiha Chung employed both the Konoha and Uchiha styles of swordsmanship, while Kakashi utilized the Hatake style. The Hatake style differed somewhat from the swordplay Uchiha Chung was accustomed to. Its movements were precise and swift, seamlessly merging speed with formidable force. The reputation of Konoha's White Fang was indeed well-deserved, as the Hatake style was not inferior to either the Konoha or Uchiha styles. It remained uncertain what level Kakashi had attained in his swordsmanship. The two continually shifted positions across the open grassy expanse. At T12 years old, Kakashi appeared somewhat slight, seemingly not even reaching 1.50 meters. Nevertheless, his movements were exceptionally rapid, and his strength was considerable. Yet, compared to Uchiha Chung, he fell notably short in both power and speed. Ding! The two clashed, then quickly separated. Kakashi swiftly maneuvered behind Uchiha Chung. The white light radiating from the white fan blade became increasingly pronounced, indicating he was unleashing his full strength. So fast. But it's still not enough. Uchiha Chung's pupils constricted as he swiftly positioned the Tenyu sword horizontally, blocking Kakashi's assault. However, Kakashi's reflexes were remarkably quick. After his attack was thwarted, he showed no signs of hesitation. He seized Uchiha Chung's right arm with his left hand, utilizing the momentum to vault over Uchiha Chung's head, then aimed a downward strike at Uchiha Chung's shoulder while airborne. Uchiha Chung appeared entirely unfazed, twisting his right wrist to release the Tenyu sword, which spun in front of him for 2 rotations. He then extended his left hand forward, catching the sword's hilt before thrusting it toward Kakashi in midair, deflecting the white fang blade while simultaneously aiming for Kakashi's chest. Oh no! Yamanaka Rin, who was watching from the sidelines, gasped as she beheld the Tenyu sword heading for Kakashi's chest, as a safeguard to ensure neither combatant suffered accidental injury while fighting at full strength. Namake's Minato remained mentally alert, ready to intervene. Just as Minato appeared beside the two, Uchiha Chung subtly elevated the wrist of his sword arm, redirecting the Tenyu sword, which would have pierced Kakashi's shoulder, upward, resulting in a glancing blow against Kakashi's neck instead. Realizing Uchiha Chung had pulled his strike, Minato swiftly retreated to his previous position. Uchiha Chung pressed down with the Tenyu sword on Kakashi's shoulder as he landed. Kakashi rolled twice on the grass before rising expressionlessly, sheathing the white fang blade behind him, and said flatly, "I lost." Having spent several months with Kakashi, Uchiha Chung understood his character and paid no mind to the outcome. He smiled and nodded, then elegantly twirled the Tenyu sword before returning it to its sheath. "Chung, your skills have improved yet again," Minato remarked, approaching the two and smiling at Uchiha Chung. "It's all thanks to your guidance." "Minato-sensei," Uchiha Chung replied, genuinely acknowledging the truth of his statement. Since the conclusion of their last S-rank mission, he had trained alongside Namake's Minato whenever there were no missions, receiving no small amount of instruction. Minato had generously shared everything with him, including the Rasengan, the Shadow Shuriken technique, and even the principles and training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique. Their relationship had evolved into one of both teacher and friend. Regrettably, Uchiha Chung found himself utterly perplexed by the Flying Thunder God technique. While he could trace the training of the Rasengan and Shadow Shuriken technique, the Flying Thunder God was entirely reliant on intuition. Uchiha Chung remained bewildered by Minato's talk of sensing the power of space. Despite the disappointment of not mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Chung had made significant progress 4 months prior. While he could defeat Kakashi, he was not able to do so with such ease as he had today, maintaining his strength throughout the battle. Moreover, Uchiha Chung discovered that after practicing the Wuji path, His mental power, although not as dramatically increased as during his initial training session, steadily rose with each practice. Had it not been for the mental power consumed during training and the required recovery time, his growth would have been even more astounding. Nonetheless, his mental power had surged from 18.5 to 23.65. That with this enhancement, his reflexes sharpened and his training speed across various disciplines improved. Even his Genjutsu training began to follow a proper trajectory. After discussing Uchiha Chung, Minato began analyzing Kakashi. Kakashi, you were too anxious during that last bout. Your skills are improving rapidly, but your eagerness in combat can be perilous. Analyzing Chang's movements during the fight. It seems he deliberately left an opening to draw you in, and you fell for it. Yes, Minato-sensei, Kakashi replied, appearing humbly receptive to the critique. His gaze shifted to Uchiha Chung, having sparred numerous times with him recently. He had felt a sense of urgency upon witnessing Uchiha Chang's remarkable progress. In their previous encounter, Uchiha Chung had defeated him without even resorting to the Sharingan. Of course, if Kakashi had known that Uchiha Chung was still wearing 300 kilograms of weights, he would have felt even more disheartened. Seeing both Minato and Kakashi look toward him, Uchiha Chung remarked, when preparing to deliver a decisive blow to an opponent, one is often at their most vulnerable. However, if one possesses the speed of Minato-sensei, then such a statement would not hold true. The more he trained, the more Uchiha Chung felt the gap between himself and Namikaze's Minato. Yet it was precisely because of such a formidable goal that his training became infused with greater passion. Chung speaks wisely, Minato concurred. Reflecting on speed, he recalled the moment he had utilized the body flicker technique to intervene. Uchiha Chung had managed to notice him appearing beside them while still holding back against Kakashi. A testament to his remarkable combat awareness that left Minato increasingly appreciative of him. Nearby, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, watching the two with a profound sense of discontent. He felt utterly unworthy to contend with Uchiha Chung, as the disparity in their abilities was simply too vast. Although he often found Kakashi irksome, he nonetheless recognized Kakashi's strength and regarded him as his greatest rival. Yet now, Kakashi had been effortlessly defeated by his senior, Uchiha Chung, especially considering that Uchiha Chung is merely 2 years older than him. This significant disparity invoked a deep sense of loss within him. Just as Minato Namikaze was preparing to continue instructing Uchiha Chung and the others in their training, a dark figure clad in a black cloak and wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared on the scene. Approaching Minato, he whispered something in his ear. Instantly, Minato's expression changed, his gaze becoming grave. A high-level meeting has been convened. I must take my leave, he explained to the four before departing with the Umbu ninja. A high-level meeting? Uchiha Chung pondered, his eyes shifting with contemplation. The timing of such a meeting suggested that war was imminent once more. After bidding farewell to Kakashi and the others, Uchiha Chung returned home. He entered his room and retrieved a topographical map from the cabinet. This detailed map, which every Jonin could obtain from the village, depicted the world of the Hokage centered around the 5 great nations. Of course, it did not indicate the defensive deployments at the borders of the Land of Fire. Such information was reserved for those who had attained a certain rank or were assigned specific missions. Uchiha Chung took up a pen and marked the location of the Grass Ninja Village, subsequently thickening a thin line drawn through the center. According to the timeline, it appeared that a Wagakure was poised for a resurgence, intending to launch a surprise attack across the Land of Grass into the Land of Fire. This location was likely the Kaminarabashi. He was uncertain whether he would be sidelined or dispatched to the front lines, or perhaps tasked with sabotaging Kaminarabashi. As Uchiha Chung studied the map, he reflected that being sidelined was unlikely. After all, Konoha was indeed in need of personnel, particularly lacking in Chunin and Jonin. Unlike a Wagakure, which favored a mass troop strategy, Konoha's ninja system was significantly more refined, not relying on sheer numbers and battled. In reality, the adage that many ants can kill an elephant held true for the majority of ninjas. Konoha had suffered great losses during the Third Great Ninja War. Fighting 4-1, the number of ninjas available for deployment in this upcoming conflict would undoubtedly be limited, certainly not comparable to the forces of a Wagakure. Though Uchiha Chang's reputation among the Jonin was modest, his prowess ranked among the upper echelons. Given his performance in front of Minato, the third Hokage could not possibly be unaware of his capabilities. This battle presented an opportunity for him to showcase his skills. Once Minato ascended to a higher position, he would undoubtedly be entrusted with greater responsibilities, thus granting him access to more resources and the village's secret techniques, accelerating his growth and facilitating the transformation of the Uchiha clan. After years of diligent training, Uchiha-chan was no longer the mere pawn he had been during the Battle of Kaiki Mountain. He possessed adequate strength to protect himself in the Hokage Tower, within the conference room adjacent to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage occupied the head of the long table, with Shimura Danzo, Temari Koharu, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Minato seated at his sides. Following them were the clan leaders of Konoha and the village's elite jonin. The third Hokage surveyed the room, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Why has Orochimaru not yet arrived?" "Lord Third, we have dispatched personnel to notify him. However, he could not be found within the village," a respectful Umbu ninja replied. The third Hokage's expression darkened, clearly contemplating something. Meanwhile, Danzo sat at the third's side, his head slightly lowered, appearing to be deep in thought. The third cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, mentally berating him. Nevertheless, he shook off the thought and gestured, "No need to wait. Let us commence the meeting." With that, the third Hokage nodded to Minato, indicating for him to preside over the proceedings. That Danzo's eyes narrowed as he sensed something amiss, inwardly cursing Orochimaru for his lack of discretion and focus on his experiments at such a critical juncture. Minato began, "I trust you are all aware of the situation prior to your arrival. According to the reports from the front lines and the intelligence gathered by our spies in Iwagakure, peace has been brokered between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Iwagakure is now preparing to engage Konoha, having dispatched troops to garrison in the Land of Grass with clear intentions, after a series of battles. Konoha has sustained substantial losses and cannot afford to be drawn in a further conflict. However, despite our desire for peace, I believe that only through war can we seek lasting tranquility. Konoha hopes to negotiate peace with Iwagakure, but only after we secure victory in this battle." Minato succinctly outlined the situation and expressed his perspective, a stance he was fully entitled to take. The attendees largely concurred with Minato's viewpoint. After all, the Third Great Ninja War had reached this critical juncture, and while they yearned for peace, Konoha had never shied away from confronting aggressors. Following Minato's address, Mito Gate Kurenai added, "Minato is correct. However, the number of ninjas we can deploy to support the front lines is dwindling. Although Sunagakure has surrendered and signed a pact with Konoha, we cannot dismiss the possibility of their engaging in subterfuge. The number of stationed ninjas in the Western Front must not be diminished. As for Kirigakure and Kumogakure, they have yet to instigate a new round of conflict, but they harbor no sincere intent for negotiations with Konoha and must be closely monitored. We cannot afford to withdraw troops from either front. Rather, we must remain vigilant against potential surprise attacks while we deal with Iwagakure." Kurenai continued, "After the recent troop rotations, the reinforcements have returned to the village, leaving only about 300 men on the front lines, while Iwagakure boasts a force of over 1,000. We must make a decisive decision swiftly." At this point, the gaze of all present turned to the third Hokage. Each clan had suffered significant losses in this conflict, and none were inclined to take the lead at such a precarious time. After all, many clans lacked the depth of resources, and further casualties could spell their extinction. The Tsuki no Kage clan, once a moderately sized ninja clan, now remained with merely a handful of members after the Third Great Ninja War, which had decimated their ranks from over 100 to just a few. While Konoha was a large collective, the power of individual clans should not be underestimated, as their weakening would inevitably affect their political standing within the village. Realizing this, the third Hokage hesitated to impose any clan to lead the charge into battle. After some contemplation, the third spoke, "Most of the Sarutobi clan's ninjas are currently stationed in Kaiki City and cannot promptly reinforce the front lines. However, I will dispatch ninjas to rotate forces and have Sarutobi Shinobu lead the clan members to the front." Upon hearing that the third intended to send his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinobu, to the front lines, the clan leaders could no longer remain silent. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been deep in thought, finally made a resolute decision, stating, "The Uchiha clan is willing to dispatch our vanguard. At your disposal, Lord Minato." With Fugaku's declaration, he publicly endorsed Minato. Following his lead, Other clan leaders began to express their willingness to send their clansmen to battle. As for the ordinary ninjas without clan affiliations, they would receive direct orders from the third Hokage to participate in the conflict. The four high-ranking officials, led by the third, exchanged glances, and Temari Koharu remarked, "We will immediately prepare the logistics. Ninja tools, food, and medical supplies will be expedited to the front lines." The meeting continued, but with the most critical personnel issues resolved, the remaining matters became much easier to address. As the meeting concluded, Mido Gate Kurenai raised a question regarding the ongoing Chunin selection exams. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before responding, "We will streamline the examination process and relax the qualification criteria." Understood. The meeting lasted approximately an hour, and once it concluded, the directives were set into motion with remarkable efficiency. The following day, Uchiha Chung received a notification from his clan, summoning him to meet with the clan leader. Prepared for this moment, Uchiha Chung donned his backpack and sheathed the Tengu sword at his waist before setting out. He soon arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's residence, having been there several times before. He was well acquainted with the layout and made his way directly to the study in the backyard. Upon reaching the study's entrance, he sensed that in addition to Uchiha Fugaku, there were several others present. Though he did not scrutinize further, "Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Chung has arrived to report," he announced as he stood at the door. "Enter," came Uchiha Fugaku's steady voice from within. Yes. Uchiha Chung pushed open the door and paused in astonishment. Although he was aware that there were quite a few people inside, he had not anticipated such a large gathering. Before him sat Uchiha Fugaku in the main seat, flanked by 5 rows of ninjas, each consisting of 6 individuals. Among them, Uchiha Zonrin, a particularly esteemed genin who had garnered much admiration during Chang's previous visit to the clan leader, stood at the center of the first row. Chung approached the group with ease, for aside from Uchiha Zonrin, the others were clad in genin vests, indicating that he held the highest rank among them. "Chung, you have arrived," Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged with a nod. Then continued, "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the task allocation. I've summoned you all because Iwagakure has dispatched a large force into the Land of Grass, intending to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. You will represent the Uchiha clan as the vanguard of Konoha, heading to the front lines for support. Iwagakure dares to provoke Konoha. They truly do not know their own mortality. This time, we must ensure they comprehend the might of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, we suffered tremendous losses on the battlefield against Kirigakure, yet gained little credit. This time, we must reclaim our honor at the expense of the IWA ninjas." As Fugaku's words echoed, voices of agreement erupted from the ranks. Upon hearing the commotion, Fugaku frowned and cast a glance at the calm-faced Uchiha Chung at the front. He then gestured for silence with a downward motion of his hand. Continuing, he stated, "Aside from those injured, most of our genin are on assignments. Taichi has also been sent to support the battlefield at Kirigakure a month ago. Presently, the only genin we can dispatch, while ensuring the clan operates smoothly, are Chung and Zonrin. However, the rest of you are elite among the CH nin. 3 of you will form a small team, and you may not necessarily be outmatched by Iwa's genin. Go forth and let the IWA ninjas experience the strength of the Uchiha clan. Rest assured, Lord Fugaku, Iwagakure, is but a trifling concern. We will instill fear in our enemies." The younger members of the team, who had never set foot on a battlefield, were visibly excited, dreaming of earning accolades and becoming revered heroes of Konoha. Conversely, the slightly older ones, having experienced the harsh realities of war, remained composed. The next word from Uchiha Fugaku left everyone astonished. "I expect your valiant combat, but this small team requires a leader. I hereby appoint Uchiha Chung as the team captain. Chung, I hope you'll guide your squad well." Though Uchiha Zonrin had only recently been promoted from Special genin, his reputation within the clan far overshadowed that of Uchiha Chung. "Yes, Lord Fugaku," Chung replied, taken aback by his unexpected leadership role, yet he quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. However, dissent soon arose. "Lord Fugaku, Zonrin Senpai is clearly more suited to be captain. I cannot accept Chung as the leader." Upon hearing the objections, Chung turned to see the familiar face of Uchiha Xiangtai, a rival with whom he shared a history of grievances. It was indeed a narrow path for enemies. Xiang Tai likely believed the current situation mirrored that of 6 months prior, when he felt untouchable due to his elder brother, Uchiha Taichi, being an elite Nin of the clan. The dissenting voices grew. Uchiha Xanyu, closely allied with Zongren, chimed in, "We too wish to be led by a stronger individual. Uchiha Chung is evidently inferior to Zongren." Following suit, Uchiha Hein expressed, "I hope Lord Fugaku will reconsider. I believe Zongren is more qualified to lead." Fugaku's brow furrowed as he observed the rising tide of opposition stemming from the three. Taichi was of his faction, and he hadn't anticipated that Taichi's younger brother would openly defy him as the clan leader. Uchiha Heian and Uchiha Xanyu were the grandchildren of the first and third elders, respectively, and they regularly opposed his opinions. "I support Captain Chung." A resolute voice rang out from the back of the group. Chung then noticed Uchiha Liangjia standing at the rear. In response, he smiled and nodded at Liangjia, signaling him to remain calm. Uchiha Fugaku interjected, "Cheng's strength has been acknowledged by Lord Minato. He has been training under Minato for the past few months. And even Kakashi, the son of White Fang, cannot best him. Moreover, in just over half a year since his promotion to Nin, he has successfully completed 1 S-rank mission and 6 A-rank missions. I deem him a suitable candidate for captain. Furthermore, this is an order, not a discussion. I ask there anyone who still objects?" Upon hearing the name of the illustrious Hokage, the dissenters fell silent. Gaining the approval of the legendary wave Wind Minato was indeed no small feat. And Kakashi's reputation surpassed that of Uchiha Zongren by considerable margin. Often, having a point of reference made all the difference in the weight of one's reputation. One of the parties involved. Uchiha Zongren refrained from voicing his opinion, though his clenched fists betrayed his agitation. "Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. Prepare your gear. We depart at noon." Uchiha Fugaku declared with authority. He could have silenced the crowd with his position as clan leader. But the Uchiha were a proud clan, and the majority present were elite, having awakened at least one Tomo of the Sharingan. Under pressure, their dissatisfaction was inevitable. Uchiha Zongren's reputation within the clan was clearly more formidable than that of Uchiha Chung. It was better for them to voice their concerns now than to have discord erupt during their march. Cheng's appointment as captain was indeed due to his esteemed standing in the eyes of Wave Wind Minato. Fugaku and Minato shared a close friendship, and privately, Minato held Chung in high regard. Coupled with Cheng's previous mission performance, Fugaku believed him to be the most suitable choice. "Yes, Lord Fugaku." The crowd responded in unison. Noticing a glance from Uchiha Fugaku, Chung nodded and turned to address the group. "It is now 10 in the morning. All personnel are to assemble at the Konoha gates by noon. You have 2 hours to gather your belongings and prepare your ninja tools. As we will be on a rapid march, do not bring excessive items. I care not whether you accept my leadership, but I hope everyone can cooperate well to ensure our survival in the forthcoming battle. No one wishes for their loved ones to attend their own funeral in despair. I will exert every effort to bring you all back safely. Now, go prepare." Yes, a powerful chakra erupted from Uchiha Chung, exuding an overwhelming presence that startled the onlookers. Uchiha Zongren's expression shifted dramatically as he felt Cheng's formidable chakra. The once inconsequential figure he had disregarded 6 months ago had now surpassed him. The sensation was akin to facing an elite Nin from the clan, which stirred discomfort within him. As for Uchiha Xiang Tai, he lowered his head, his expression a mix of turmoil. Uchiha Fugaku was quite pleased with Cheng's display. Words were futile. The Uchiha clan respected strength above all. The current mission was twofold. First, secure the border defense and repel the IWA ninjas. Second, ensure the victory of the Konoha faction. Gazing at the newly outlined mission, Uchiha Cheng's eyes sparkled with determination, wondering what rewards awaited him. He had arrived prepared for action. After the assembly was dismissed, he returned home briefly. After succinctly explaining the situation to Uchiha Linghua, he enjoyed a lavish lunch before preparing to set off. "Chung-chan, please be safe. Your mother awaits your return," Uchiha Linghua expressed with concern. "Fear not, mother. I am exceptionally strong. Even should the third Tsuchikage come, I will protect myself. I shall not perish," Chung declared, his serious demeanor shifting to a playful smile. "By the way, mother, while I am away, do hone your culinary skills. Your dishes are far too salty. If they remain so unpalatable upon my return, I shall have to critique you." With that, Uchiha Chung dashed out of the courtyard. Ordinarily, such criticism of Uchiha Linghua's culinary prowess would have incensed her, but this time, she wore a defiant expression. "Rest assured, I shall diligently study cooking this time." Uchiha Chung jogged towards the gates of Konoha. As the captain, he naturally needed to arrive at the assembly point as swiftly as possible. Should anyone dare to obstruct his progress along the way, he would not hesitate to deal with them decisively. Which is why he had always been punctual. By the time he reached the gates of Konoha, several team members had already arrived before him. Among them was a familiar face, Uchiha Kawaki, a member of the police force, with whom he had some unresolved tensions. Upon seeing Uchiha Seiji's arrival, the team members greeted him with utmost respect, displaying no signs of negligence. After all, Uchiha Seiji's exhibited prowess far surpassed their own. Uchiha Munin could stand up to Uchiha Seiji only because he was also AJ-NIN. In contrast, Uchiha Seita, Uchiha Hayako, and Uchiha Sayaka were there due to their backgrounds. They possessed nothing substantial and dared not offend the captain. Uncertain if he bore grudges, standing behind them, Uchiha Kawaki wore an expression of acute discomfort, his heart fluttering anxiously. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku appoint Uchiha Seiji as captain, he sensed trouble. Arriving early only exacerbated his worry as the group was left alone. Fearing that Uchiha Seiji might address past grievances, Captain Seiji, gazing at Uchiha Kawaki's discontented countenance, Uchiha Seiji remained expressionless, his tone neutral. He had long since dismissed Uchiha Kawaki as a minor figure. Although he was not particularly magnanimous, he was not petty enough to dwell on such matters. The troublemaker had been Uchiha Seita, so naturally, he held him accountable. Previously, regarding the incident involving the police force and the stall owner, Uchiha Seiji had reported to Uchiha Fugaku, resulting in a severe reprimand for Uchiha Kawaki, which had since been resolved. As long as Uchiha Kawaki refrained from further foolishness, Uchiha Seiji was willing to let bygones be bygones. As for Uchiha Seita, that would depend on the situation. With his current strength, he no longer feared Uchiha Taichi. Noticing that Uchiha Seiji showed no inclination to revisit old grievances, Uchiha Kawaki exhaled in relief and awkwardly stepped aside. After another 15 minutes or so, the remaining team members gradually arrived. Uchiha Seita, however, timed his arrival precisely, showing up at 11:58, just before the deadline. Observing this, Uchiha Seiji smirked, suppressing his anger, and addressed the gathering. "We depart immediately. We must reach the short book city to the north before nightfall." "Understood." The group of 31 promptly set forth, advancing rapidly through the dense forest. 2 days later, under Uchiha Seiji's leadership, the team safely arrived at the northwestern border. Crouched on a small hillside, Uchiha Seiji unfolded a map for examination. This was a specialized map, as the primary outposts and watchtowers along the border did not frequently change. However, the underground sentries would relocate periodically. Given the vast territory of the Land of Fire, with its extensive border, establishing defenses proved to be quite a challenge. At that moment, they found themselves at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. To avoid ambushes or inadvertently stepping into trap zones, it was prudent to first acquire the latest frontline intelligence from the sentries. Despite his rapid ascension in strength, Uchiha Seiji adhered to a principle of caution. While some of the team deemed his vigilance excessive, the majority of the seasoned ninjas who had experienced warfare held him in high regard. A cautious captain was far preferable to following a reckless one. Due to the decision to seek out the sentries for intel, they delayed their progress by a day, arriving at the frontline battlefield on June 25th, still a day ahead of the scheduled time. After a brief rest, an operational meeting was convened among the J-Nin. Within the meeting tent, all 21 J-Nin, leading the 500 Konoha ninjas at the front line, were present. The meeting was presided over by a man in his 30s. Donned in a blue ninja hat and sporting a beard, named Mitsumura Yekuen. According to the higher-ups' orders, our task is merely to hold our ground. Although Iwagakure has dispatched a significant force into the Land of Grass, we must refrain from initiating any offensive unless they commence their attack. Given our numerical disadvantage, we can only focus on defense and wait for the situation to shift. since direct confrontation was not an option. One Nin proposed deploying small units for surprise attacks within the land of grass to harass the enemy and gather intelligence. While this suggestion lacked originality, it was nonetheless effective, albeit fraught with peril. Mitsumura Yekuin shook his head, disapproving of the proposal. We cannot afford such risks. Should we squander our combat strength, we would be at a disadvantage in a war of attrition against Awagakure. Let's not forget that. Beyond Awagakure, we also have Kumogakure to contend with. If we sustain excessive losses on the Western Front, we cannot guarantee that Kumogakure will not launch a surprise attack. For now, we must simply hold our position. With reinforcements, we can maintain our defenses for a considerable duration. The operational meeting did not last long, but as higher commands had already been issued, the discussion culminated in an agreement to focus on defense. Uchiha Seiji refrained from expressing his thoughts. Although he yearned for the opportunity to earn accolades on the battlefield, such large-scale conflicts involving thousands demanded utmost caution and fatigue present. It remained uncertain how many Nin Awagakure had dispatched or whether they possessed any peculiar forbidden techniques. Despite his current strength, should he encounter elite Nin from Kumogakure or face a Jinchuriki, or even the third Tsuchikage, he would find himself in a precarious situation, although the likelihood was low. It was wise to err on the side of caution to Uchiha Seiji's surprise. While Konoha held its ground, Awagakure refrained from launching large-scale assaults, instead conducting intermittent probing attacks while steadily funneling troops and supplies into the land of grass. Seemingly intent on a war of attrition, the battlefront reached a stalemate lasting until August. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato did not rush to the front lines, but instead headed to the Kumogakure battlefield. A.S. Iwagakure and Konoha were locked in a standoff. Kumogakure mobilized its forces once more, compelling Namake's Minato to prioritize the defense of the more vulnerable Kumogakure front before returning to the village in early August, on the night of August 5th. Uchiha Seiji was seated in his tent, refining chakra, when he was suddenly jolted by a series of violent explosions from outside. Enemy attack! With the shout of enemy attack, Uchiha Seiji's eyes flew open. Grasping the Tenyu sword beside him as he exited the tent, boom, 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 the cacophony of explosions echoed, as if they were encircled by the enemy. What was happening? Were Awagakure ninjas assaulting them? What were the sentries doing? How could they have failed to detect this? Enough with the chatter. Prepare to confront the enemy. The tents of the 31 Uchiha ninjas were all situated within the same area, as the explosions reverberated. Some were still nestled in slumber, awakening abruptly and rushing out of their tents. The youths, once filled with ambition to prove themselves on the battlefield, were now engulfed in panic. Those Uchiha youths who had risen to Shishin status had indeed seen blood. However, faced with such a dire scenario, they could not help but feel flustered. Explosions and cries of battle erupted from all directions. Flames soared skyward, and thick smoke billowed. Stay calm, Uchiha Seiji commanded firmly. Their encampment lay in the woods behind the outposts and watchtowers. Since they were under attack here, it was evident that the outposts and watchtowers were also prime targets for the enemy. Losing them would be unacceptable. Realizing this, Uchiha Seiji glanced toward the area where the explosions were most concentrated and addressed the Uchiha ninjas beside him. I will scout ahead to ascertain the situation. Uchiha Munin, take charge of the others and follow closely behind as reinforcements. With that, Uchiha Seiji activated his Sharingan and began forming hand seals before the gathered ninjas. Summoning technique? Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted. Before them appeared a colossal figure. Uchiha Seiji leapt onto Warwick's shoulder, pointing ahead. Warwick, 2 o'clock. Yes, my master. Warwick, robust and powerful, bent down and then leapt upward, his body launching into the air like a cannonball, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving behind only the cracked ground and a dazed crowd. Observing Uchiha Seiji's rapid disappearance, Uchiha Munin was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and instructed his fellow clansmen, "Follow me." As he spoke, he charged ahead. Uchiha Chung followed Warwick into the sky, his gaze sweeping downwards. In the distance, flames erupted from a watchtower. Uchiha Chung activated blood pursuit, discovering a multitude of ninjas a mile away. Warwick leaped several times. and a swarm of ninjas suddenly filled his field of vision. Doton. Dory Dan. The ground around the watchtower trembled violently, resembling an earthquake, and soon large fissures opened up nearby. However, due to the deep foundation of the tower, despite its tilt, it did not collapse. There were too many enemies. The four ninjas to the east were formidable. Were they Jonin? Even without a detailed assessment, Uchiha Chung sensed that the enemy outnumbered his side significantly, with no fewer than 200 foes. Moreover, given the commotion, the lack of support from Konoha ninjas suggested that other locations were likely under attack as well. Had the enemy launched a full-scale assault? Uchiha Cheng's expression darkened, but he had little time to ponder. Fortunately, none of the enemies present seemed overwhelmingly powerful, and he could manage. With his thought, he called down to Warwick, jumped towards the east. Understood. Warwick leaped into the air once more. The Iwagakure ninjas who had come for the night raid had already noticed the commotion. After all, Warwick's eyes made concealment difficult. Upon seeing Warwick charging their way, they immediately launched an aerial assault. Shuriken and kunai rained down on Uchiha Chung like a torrential downpour, interspersed with explosive tags. Uchiha Chung maintained a calm demeanor, swiftly forming hand seals to F-ton. Daitapa. A fierce wind howled, sending the kunai and shurikens spiraling back. The explosive tags detonated mid-air. Thanks to Uchiha Cheng's blue buff and the blade of the new moon, which restored chakra, he used his jutsu without reservation. With his increased chakra output, the C-rank jutsu, F-ton, Daitapa, exhibited power rivaling that of a B-rank wind technique. While he successfully repelled the first wave of attacks, he completed another set of hand seals, Kitan. Jirika no Jutsu. A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Observing the rapidly approaching fire dragon, the Iwagakure ninjas hastily employed Doton. Dori Heki. Walls of earth rose from the ground, providing them with solid cover. Uchiha Chung had no illusions about easily defeating the enemy. His intention was merely to draw their attention and buy time for his allies. With Warwick by his side, his escape would be straightforward. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the number of Jonin was scarce. Given his current strength, if he could eliminate these Jonin, the remaining ninjas would merely serve as sources of gold and equipment. Having drawn the enemy's focus, Uchiha Chung called to Warwick, "Accelerate, target the strongest four, and eliminate them swiftly." "Yes, master." In an instant, Warwick vanished from sight, reappearing on the ground. Uchiha Chung leaped down from Warwick and dashed to the left, while Warwick headed to the right. Almost immediately after Warwick disappeared, screams echoed from the right. F-ton. Shinken. The heavenly sword at Uchiha Cheng's waist was unsheathed in an instant. He spun on the spot, unleashing hundreds of arc-shaped wind blades in all directions. Scatter! Ah, my leg! The sound of blades slicing through flesh resonated as a vacuum zone emerged within a 20-meter radius around him, leaving no one standing except himself. After clearing the area with the vacuum blade, Uchiha Chung unleashed a great fireball at the densely packed enemies. The two of them moved through the chaos like tigers in a flock of sheep. Despite being outnumbered 2 to 200, it was a slaughter. Uchiha Chung, leveraging his formidable mental strength, the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, and the sensing abilities of Blood Pursuit, weaved effortlessly through the tumultuous battlefield. After a series of jutsu, he refrained from using any more area of effect techniques, opting instead to reap lives with taijutsu and kenjutsu. Having just utilized Daitapa, Jirika, and the Great Fireball, followed by a wide-range vacuum blade, his chakra had diminished to a quarter. This was still thanks to the blue buff, which returned 30 of chakra consumption. Otherwise, he would have been completely drained. This illustrated the drawback of having limited chakra. Of course, his chakra was only relatively low. Moreover, most Jonin could not afford to waste chakra as he did, continuously employing high-level jutsu in such a manner. For them, excessive chakra consumption could lead to life-threatening situations. However, for Uchiha Chung, the less chakra he had, the more his blade of the new moon would restore him. The ensuing battles were predominantly close combat. After slaying a dozen foes, his chakra returned to near full capacity. He then alternated between using jutsu and sword techniques to eliminate the Iwagakure ninjas. With Warwick locking onto the strongest enemy ninjas, Uchiha Chung faced almost no formidable opponents, though he was encircled. As he continued his assault, The Iwagakure ninjas were filled with dread. Fear painted their faces, as if they had encountered the Grim Reaper. Ah! The battlefield echoed with cries of terror. As Uchiha Chung pressed forward, the Iwagakure ninjas began to flee in desperation. Under normal circumstances as ninjas, they would accept the possibility of death in battle. It was rare for such a large village to experience a rout. Yet this time was different. The enemy had but one man with a sword. However, the situation had turned overwhelmingly in favor of Uchiha Chung. This was a massacre. Ironically, the ones being slaughtered were the Iwagakure ninjas themselves. They continuously sent reinforcements and supplies from the rear, all for this day of battle. That on this front, the Iwagakure ninjas, boasting absolute numerical superiority, divided into 6 groups to simultaneously attack 6 Konoha watchtowers, aiming to inflict severe damage on the defending forces. Yet they had never imagined that such a powerful ninja resided within the very stronghold they sought to assault. Thud! Uchiha Chung pierced the heart of another Iwagakure ninja with his blade. Kicking the body away, he halted momentarily, having received a signal from Warwick. His gaze shifted to the right. There, Warwick held off the 4 strongest Iwagakure jonin. Despite being besieged, Warwick appeared to be handling the situation with ease. At that moment, Warwick's originally dark green skin had turned a vibrant red, exuding an aura of ferocity. The 4 Iwagakure jonin bore varying degrees of injury. This was due to Warwick holding back. Otherwise, at his speed, the 4 jonin would have been eliminated the moment he entered his berserk state. In accordance with Uchiha Chung's request, Warwick unleashed his full strength, leaving the final blow for Chung to deliver. Step back. Let me take over. Uchiha Chung flashed to Warwick's side. Warwick paused. Yes, my master. No sooner had he spoken than Warwick transformed into smoke and vanished. Upon entering his berserk state, Warwick's speed doubled and his strength surged. However, this increased burden on his body shortened the duration for which he could sustain the fight. At this point, the battle had tilted overwhelmingly in their favor, allowing Warwick to rest early. Against the 4 Iwagakure jonin before him, Uchiha Chung's chakra surged once more, significantly enhancing his attack speed. His 8 gates had now breached the 4th gate, the injury gate, while his usual weight burden reached 400 kilograms. In truth, 400 kilograms was far from his limit. However, considering issues related to physical development, he opted to proceed with caution. After shedding his burdens, he unleashed his chakra, his speed accelerating to the point of leaving afterimages in the face of Uchiha Makoto's assault. 4 elite shinobi converged, with one employing Earth Style, Earth Wall to summon a barrier for defense. Another conjured Earth Style, Earth Flow River, transforming the soil in Makoto's path into liquid in an attempt to wash him away. Unperturbed by such attacks, Uchiha Makoto deftly propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. As he soared, the 2 remaining Iwagakure jonin exchanged glances of glee, their schemes seemingly coming to fruition. One swiftly formed hand seals, then slammed his palms to the ground, executing Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. A massive dragon composed of rock and soil surged towards Uchiha Makoto. Observing this, Makoto maintained his composure, raising the heavenly sword high. Konoha's sword technique. Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, the airborne Uchiha Makoto split into 3, slicing through the Earth Dragon from 3 directions. However, the dragon's assault disrupted his momentum, causing him to descend from the sky. That moment, the last unengaged Iwagakure jonin finally launched his attack. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Suddenly, a multitude of sharp rocks erupted from the ground, shooting upward like spears towards the descending Uchiha Makoto. The 4 shinobi coordinated their efforts seamlessly, their attacks and defenses occurring in perfect synchrony. Just as Makoto seemed poised to be impaled by the stone spears, he swung the heavenly sword downward with a flourish, conjuring a faint blue barrier between himself and the lethal projectiles. The stone spears collided with the barrier, losing all momentum and plummeting to the ground, observing the wind barrier successfully obstructing the rock spears. Uchiha Makoto swiftly formed hand seals in midair, summoning a shadow clone beneath him. With a surge of chakra, he kicked the clone, causing it to explode. Utilizing this newfound leverage, the tremendous recoil propelled him towards the 4 Iwagakure jonin. effortlessly bypassing the earthen wall conjured by the earth style. Earth wall. In the midst of his flight, Uchiha Makoto swiftly sheathed the heavenly sword. Simultaneously, his aura surged once more. Konoha's sword technique. Moon Flash. With a resounding clang, the heavenly sword was drawn in an instant. Emitting a crescent-shaped silver flash, 4 heads fell to the ground, their faces still etched with shock from the swiftness of Uchiha Makoto's assault. The instant demise of the 4 Iwagakure Nin sent ripples of terror through the surrounding Iwagakure shinobi. Lord Hakaseki is dead. Lord Dakurin has also been slain. Retreat quickly. Run for your lives. The anguished cries of an unidentified voice ignited a panic that spread like wildfire among the surviving Iwagakure shinobi. Witnessing this, Uchiha Makoto was unwilling to let them escape and scathed in his eyes. The ground was littered with treasure chests. Over 200 Iwagakure shinobi had fallen, yet dozens remained. They were enemies. Mercy was not an option. After all, he could use a few more treasure chests. By the time Uchiha Rin arrived with reinforcements, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Uchiha Makoto, wielding the heavenly sword, pursued and cut down dozens of Iwagakure shinobi. The ground was strewn with their lifeless bodies. In a battle where numbers were heavily skewed against him, Uchiha Makoto moved with an almost leisurely grace, reaping lives without a single drop of blood staining his form. The Iwagakure shinobi screamed and scattered in terror. Humans inherently fear death, particularly when faced with such overwhelming slaughter. Was this truly his strength? Even the elite Nin Hakaseki had perished at his hands. Uchiha Makoto, what on earth? Uchiha Rin stood frozen, a profound sense of defeat swelling within him. Hakaseki was no mere footnote. He was a shinobi prominently mentioned in intelligence reports, ranking among the top 10 Nin of Iwagakure. Against such overwhelming odds, Uchiha Makoto had managed to rout the enemy single-handedly. Remarkably, this all transpired within a mere 5 minutes. Faced with such a stark disparity, Rin had entirely abandoned any hope of contending with Uchiha Makoto. By this point, Makoto ceased his pursuit, with barely 20 of the over 200 Iwagakure shinobi managing to escape the night raid on their side, besides the initial wave of attacks that claimed a dozen lives. The remaining Konoha shinobi had not even had the chance to retaliate before Uchiha Makoto decisively shattered the enemy forces. Uchiha Makoto traced 2.5 arcs in the air with a heavenly sword before sheathing it behind him. At this juncture, his focus shifted to the notifications on his system panel. A multitude of treasure chests lay open before him. Acquired 10 gold coins. Acquired 2 gold coins at acquired Storm Greatsword. Acquired 14 gold coins. Acquired useless Great Stick. Acquired 1 gold coin. Acquired Giant's Belt. This was truly a bountiful harvest. Following the annihilation of the enemy at this stronghold, Uchiha Makoto promptly led the remaining forces to assist the nearest outpost. However, upon his arrival, he found it was too late. The entire fortress lay devoid of life. The battle of that night had been brief, but had inflicted severe losses upon Konoha. 3 watchtowers lay in ruins, and 2 defensive positions had been completely overrun, resulting in over 100 casualties among their shinobi. Yet the losses for Iwagakure were far greater. Preliminary estimates indicated that over 400 shinobi had perished, including 6 Nin and more than 200 Nin. Of course, half of these victories were attributed solely to Uchiha Makoto, who had slain 4 Nin with his sword. For Iwagakure, which typically relied on numerical superiority, the deaths of Nin and Genin were not seen as significant losses. The demise of Nin was what truly mattered, particularly the deaths of Hakaseki and Takurin, a top-notch elite Nin and a cunning strategist, were an unexpected blow this night. To Uchiha Makoto's surprise, after destroying the watchtowers and eliminating the defensive shinobi, Iwagakure did not fortify their remaining positions, but instead chose to retreat outright. Makoto found this perplexing, but he did not dwell on it. At dawn, he returned to his tent, weary, to rest and reflect on the battle. Having participated in the Kaiki Mountain campaign and harboring some rather unpleasant memories, Uchiha Makoto had cultivated the habit of reflecting on the combat process after each life-or-death encounter, believing it would facilitate his progress. Indeed, each Nin was formidable. To defeat the 4 weakened by Warwick's assault, I had to employ every tactic at my disposal. Sitting cross-legged on his mattress, Uchiha Makoto began to recall the events of the night. Although it appeared effortless when he dispatched the 4 Nin with a single strike, it was due to their already diminished chakra reserves. They had exhausted nearly all their strength, believing they could eliminate Uchiha Makoto with a coordinated ninjutsu assault. However, after he evaded their attacks, they found themselves lacking in resistance. Moreover, it was only through the secret technique Moon Flash from Konoha's sword technique that he was able to secure that decisive blow. This technique required not only the build-up and instantaneous release of chakra, but also placed a significant burden on the body, demanding exceptional speed. Thus, he had unleashed all his chakra to enhance his velocity. Although the Shikuji blade and the blue buff could restore chakra, the intense physical exertion he had endured could not be recovered in the midst of battle. No matter how resilient he was, he remained human, with limits. In the face of such high-frequency and high-intensity combat, he required rest. However, what was the matter with the Iwagakure CH Nin and Genin? Why were they so weak? Given their numbers, it shouldn't have been so effortless. They were essentially sacrificial pawns. No, they were indeed mere cannon fodder. Uchiha Makoto recalled the Iwagakure shinobi of the night, apart from the J Nin being formidable. The remaining CH Nin and Genin were exceedingly weak, easily dispatched in just a few moves. Generally speaking, even with his current strength among the upper echelon of J Nin, this should not have been the case. However, even with an abundance of equipment, he could only engage in one-on-one combat against elite Jonin. Without the assistance of Warwick, facing the 4 Jonin from Iwagakure alone, surrounded by 100 or 200 supporting foes, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a fierce struggle, ultimately forced to retreat in defeat. It was not due to a lack of strength on his part, but rather the fact that none of his adversaries were weak. Uchiha Seijuro was merely 15 years old, while the 4 Jonin from Iwagakure were all in their 30s, at the peak of their abilities, possessing far more combat experience than he. Just from the final coordinated assault of the 4, they could have dispatched most Jonin. Were it not for Uchiha Seijuro's unexpected deployment of a wind wall at the last moment, success would not have come so easily. After all, not everyone possesses the speed of Minato Namikaze, able to effortlessly counter multiple simultaneous attacks from various directions. Generally speaking, having 6 or 7 average Chunin could effectively stall a single ordinary Jonin, or even turn the tables to AS for why the combat strength of Iwagakure's ninja was so lacking. He quickly comprehended the reason. Iwagakure aimed to engage in a war of attrition, seeking to outlast Konoha in terms of both quality and quantity. Iwagakure could not compete with Konoha, yet they sought to overwhelm through sheer numbers. Though Iwagakure could not match Konoha's foundational strength, Konoha was currently not only contending with Iwagakure. Should Konoha show signs of decline, or even defeat on the northwestern front, Kimogakure and Kirigakure would inevitably intervene. And even the already surrendered Sunagakure might not remain complacent. Reflecting on the original narrative, the 12-year-old Sasuke, who had graduated with elite training from the Uchiha clan, was the top of his class. During Kakashi's test, merely demonstrating a C-rank jutsu, the Great Fireball, astonished Kakashi, as it was a technique typically mastered by average Chunin. Later, during the Dasna mission, when 2 Chunin from Kirigakure launched a surprise attack, Sasuke effortlessly repelled their initial assault. Given Sasuke's background and such qualities as a ninja, it could be said that the current Uchiha Seijuro could easily defeat 20 of him, for all it would take was a few waves of expansive vacuum swords, leaving Sasuke with no opportunity to even brush the hem of his garments. After all, few possess the ability to wield A-rank swordsmanship as casually as Uchiha Seijuro employs it as a standard area-clearing technique. In contrast, the Sasuke of that era, facing the Iwagakure ninja that night, would have been, without exaggeration, able to take on at least 4 or 5 Iwagakure Chunin alone, due to the vastly inferior overall quality of the enemy. It is not necessarily the case that wartime ninjas surpass those from peacetime. This serves as a notable flaw in the wartime military merit system. As those at the front lines fall. Those who survive must rise in rank. A village cannot afford to neglect the replenishment of Chunin and Jonin. The more formidable warriors perished, the more the remaining ones were promoted, in Uchiha Seijuro's view. At least 100 of the Iwagakure ninjas who launched their night assault could barely reach the level of freshly graduated Konoha ninja. Their skills amounted to basic physical techniques, the body flicker technique, and some proficiency with throwing weapons. While they might manage to strike down a couple of ordinary civilians, as ninjas, they were merely heading toward their demise. After all, unlike Konoha, other ninja villages do not employ a system where one seasoned veteran leads 3 newcomers. Many had entered the battlefield with little training, appearing utterly bewildered if, following the Jikyu Mountain battle, Uchiha Seijuro had merely been an average chunin. Upon his promotion, he would undoubtedly rank among the weakest jonin, the type who could struggle against a mere encirclement of 7 or 8 ordinary chunin. While the Iwagakure chunin and genin were indeed relatively weak, the simultaneous occupation of multiple outposts and positions indicated that the enemy's jonin far outnumbered their own, leading to a grueling battle ahead. Today's skirmish did not leave Uchiha Seijuro feeling complacent or lowering his guard. After analyzing the course of the battle, Uchiha Seijuro began to assess the spoils of the night. This engagement had yielded him 1,786 gold and 5 pieces of basic equipment. In the following 10 days, Iwagakure launched 3 successive attacks, all of which were repelled by Konoha. However, Konoha's originally nearly 500-strong garrison was now reduced to just over 200. In contrast, Iwagakure's losses were several times greater than Konoha's, but their reinforcements and supplies were continuously funneled to the main camp in the Land of Grass via the Kanabi Bridge, amidst the relentless bloodshed. A young Uchiha, wielding his sword, thwarted Iwagakure's repeated offensives. Having claimed the lives of nearly 10 Iwagakure jonin at the tender age of 15, he had earned the moniker Windblade Sword Saint. Windblade Sword Saint? Which little genius has bestowed upon me such a melodramatic title? Could they not have thought of something more impressive, like Golden Flash? Uchiha Seijuro, seated within his tent as he polished the heavenly wind sword, could not help but scoff. Yet his expression was tinged with gravity. No wonder they sought to destroy the Kanabi Bridge. If this attrition continued, Konoha would surely be worn down to the bone. Uchiha Seijuro felt somewhat helpless, despite having eliminated numerous Iwagakure ninjas in recent days. The enemy numbers were overwhelming. Whether in personnel or resources, Konoha was at a substantial disadvantage. The remaining forces had already contracted their front lines, while Iwagakure maintained a strength of over 1,000 even after repeated battles. The Kanabi Bridge served as a vital transportation hub between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth, spanning a great river, flanked by steep cliffs. This bridge represented the shortest route for Iwagakure to transport supplies to the Land of Grass. Should the Kanabi Bridge be destroyed, Iwagakure's logistical operations would face severe complications, rendering their war of attrition futile. Before his crossing, Uchiha Seijuro had observed that after the destruction of the Kanabi Bridge, Iwagakure retreated and announced their surrender, leaving him perplexed. It was merely a bridge. Did the absence of it truly render the transportation of supplies impossible? Could they not have utilized ninjas to wade through the water for transport, or scaled the cliffs, or even employed sealing scrolls for logistics? It was not until he found himself entrenched in the world of ninjas that he understood the complexities involved, reflecting on the original narrative. Sasuke, hailed as the top genius of his cohort, took several days to master tree climbing, and the skill of walking on water demands even greater chakra control. The swift currents would significantly complicate the task. As for the steep cliffs on either side, they were even more daunting to traverse. To utilize such capable ninjas for logistics would be an utter waste. After all, among the front-line Iwagakure forces, the majority were genin. The capacity of sealing scrolls to store items is limited, and their function is akin to that of summoning techniques, one dealing with inanimate objects, the other with living beings. Moreover, sealing scrolls are quite costly. Should the transport ninjas come under attack, the supplies could conveniently fall into enemy hands, creating significant problems. In truth, if Iwagakure were to gamble everything and confront Konoha head-on, the destruction of the Kanabi Bridge would not render them entirely incapable of transporting supplies. It would merely elevate the costs and risks involved. Regardless, Konoha would not fear a drawn-out conflict. Uchiha Seijuro conducted a brief analysis of the battlefield and surmised that the likelihood of Iwagakure surrendering after the destruction of the Kanabi Bridge was quite high. After all, even if they managed to defeat Konoha at the border, and penetrated the Fire Country, they would gain little and merely prolong the conflict. Furthermore, with the arrival of the Golden Flash, Namake's Minato, the very momentum of the battle would shift in Konoha's favor against Iwagakure within the vast land of Earth. Aside from the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the Jinchuriki, anyone else who ventured forth would essentially be courting death. Ultimately, with the exception of Kimobikure, no other village is a monolith. Within every village, there exist factions advocating for war and those favoring peace. To prevent the internal strife from escalating, it is plausible that they might seek to redirect their conflicts outward through warfare. Now that they found themselves at a disadvantage, surrender would be a reasonable course of action. While this reasoning held merit, the destruction of the bridge still required reinforcements. Uchiha Sajiro's expression grew solemn. They were left with merely around 200 combatants, a portion of whom were injured. If the village failed to dispatch reinforcements soon, their frontline forces could only endure for another week before being bled dry by Iwagakure. Had it not been for Uchiha Sajiro's elimination of numerous Iwagakure Jonin and the subsequent elevation of morale from his title of Windblade Sword Saint, it was likely the spirits of his troops would have already crumbled. Yet even so, the disparity in forces was increasingly pronounced, and their endurance would not last much longer. Damn it! The third Hokage had promised that reinforcements from the Sarutobi clan would arrive, yet they had yet to materialize. Did a mere internal conflict warrant such a prolonged delay? At this thought, a flicker of anger crossed Uchiha Sajiro's face. The reinforcements from the Sarutobi clan, which were supposed to arrive 3 days prior, had been delayed due to unrest in the Jikyu city, where enemy spies incited a push for independence, preventing the Sarutobi clan's reinforcements from setting out on time. Regardless of the truth, the reinforcements had not arrived. In fact, he had contemplated sending Warwick to sabotage the Kanabi Bridge. However, within the borders of a land of grass, there are no fewer than 20 rock-hidden elite ninjas. Among them, there are even sensory-type ninjas. And Warwick was discovered shortly after he entered the land of grass. If he were to forcefully engage, he would indeed have a high probability of destroying the Kamikaze Bridge. However, what he might lose could far outweigh what he stands to gain. Warwick is highly likely to be injured or even perish in battle. Despite Warwick's remarkable speed, no one can predict whether the rock-hidden ninjas have traps or special sealing techniques in place. This risk is unacceptable for Uchiha Makoto, that he has always been a pragmatic individual, devoid of any pretense to earn the title of a hero from Konoha. He is not willing to gamble his most significant trump card. After all, even if the frontline situation collapses with the merits he has established, he would not face any blame, and no wonder the battlefield ultimately saw only 4 survivors. It is truly a pitfall. Uchiha Makoto felt a sense of urgency within. Just then, footsteps approached, growing ever closer. "Captain Makoto, come in." Uchiha Tsukuyami, who had previously looked down upon him, entered the tent with a respectful demeanor. Due to Uchiha Makoto's formidable strength and courageous deeds, he had garnered the respect and admiration of everyone. Once a devoted fan of Uchiha Zonrin, Uchiha Tsukuyami now turned her attention to him. After all, Uchiha Makoto's striking appearance easily overshadowed that of Uchiha Zonrin. It wasn't long before she realized that Uchiha Makoto's power utterly eclipsed that of Uchiha Zonrin. "Captain, Yek has summoned you to attend the elite ninja meeting." Uchiha Tsukuyami's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Makoto, her attention lingering on his handsome face and the athletic physique concealed beneath his tight black combat attire. Her pair of sparkling fox-like eyes brimmed with admiration, appearing quite captivating. I understand. You may leave now," Uchiha Makoto replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Uchiha Tsukuyami's face fell in disappointment. Her flirtatious glances and attempts at flattery met with complete indifference from Uchiha Makoto. This made her question her own looks and figure. Whether during her time at the Ninja Academy or within her clan, she had always been regarded as a sought-after beauty, and she was typically quite confident in her appearance. So why did she find herself at a disadvantage with Uchiha Makoto? "Go on." Uchiha Makoto gestured dismissively towards Uchiha Tsukuyami as he donned the armor lying on the bedding. Having been treated so coldly, Uchiha Tsukuyami felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As a young lady of status, she had never endured such treatment, especially not repeatedly. Yet, Uchiha Makoto was someone even her grandfather treated with utmost respect, leaving her with little recourse against him. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he was also remarkably handsome. Uchiha Takayumi stole a few more glances at him, and much of her irritation dissipated as she exited the tent. Uchiha Makoto continued to don his armor, securing the Tenyu sword at his waist before stepping out of the tent. He had no interest in Uchiha Tsukuyumi. Though she was undeniably beautiful, she seemed too young and immature for his taste. Uchiha Makoto preferred someone a bit more mature. Upon entering the command tent, Uchiha Makoto found only Mei Village's Yek and another elite ninja named Yamada Eiji inside. "Yek, where are the others?" Uchiha Makoto inquired. Slightly taken aback, Makoto-kun, this information is classified. The fewer who know, the better, Yek explained. Yamada Eiji spoke solemnly. According to the intelligence from the village, Namikaze Minato will be arriving with his subordinates to provide support. They will reach the land of grass by noon tomorrow. Their mission is to sabotage the transportation hub, the Kamikaze Bridge, but we, in turn, must coordinate with them by drawing the enemy's attention on the front lines while they infiltrate. In simple terms, we are to take the initiative and launch an assault at noon tomorrow to hold off the enemy. The first half of Yamada Eiji's statement eased Uchiha Makoto's expression. With Namikaze Minato arriving, he was worth an entire army, a true reinforcement. However, the latter half of the statement darkened Uchiha Makoto's expression once again. Taking the initiative meant that 200 Konoha ninjas would face approximately 1,000 rock-hidden ninjas. Even if the enemy dispatched formidable elite ninjas to guard the bridge, the combat strength on the front lines would still significantly surpass that of Konoha. Uchiha Makoto believed he could adequately ensure his own safety, but he had no confidence in how many of the 200 would survive. "I understand. I will do my utmost to cooperate," Uchiha Makoto replied earnestly, choosing not to elaborate further. As night fell, Uchiha Makoto lay on his bedding, reviewing his current equipment in preparation for the impending battle. He needed to transform his existing gear into combat power. He currently possessed 3,865 gold coins, with basic equipment including Magic Resistance Cloak X2, Cloth Armor X1, Storm Greatsword X1, Useless Staff X2, Giant Belt X2, Recurve Bow X1, Goddess's Tear X1. In total, he had 10 pieces of equipment, aside from one piece of magic resistance gear left over from before. He had acquired 9 pieces this time. Overall, while the quantity was not vast, he was quite satisfied with the specifics of each piece. This is what it means to be an EU Emperor. Although I don't have many pieces of equipment, I've basically received everything I wanted. Uchiha Makoto gazed at the gear, already formulating plans for synthesis in his mind. He extended his arms, palms open, and saw 8 orbs of light the size of thumbs appear in his hands. Uchiha Makoto reached out and gently touched the Storm Greatsword and Useless Staff. Instantly, a line of information appeared on the system panel. Storm Greatsword, Useless Staff, Hextech Gun. Would you like to synthesize? Yes, Uchiha Makoto silently affirmed, and the 2 orbs he selected swiftly merged into one. Soon after, a pistol approximately 40 centimeters long floated in the air, appearing rather unremarkable. Uchiha Makoto grasped the Hextech Gun and began to review its information. Hextech Gun deals 10 damage to restore the wielder. Group damage healing effect is 3. No cooldown. Healing range. Mental power, stamina, chakra. After synthesizing the Hextech Gun, Uchiha Makoto stored it within his being and proceeded with the next synthesis. Before long, he had completed the synthesis of all his equipment. Morello's Tome. Ninjutsu. Illusion damage deals 10 of the enemy's maximum health as true damage within 10 seconds and reduces the enemy's healing and recovery effects by 20. No cooldown. Synthesis formula. Useless Staff Giant Belt. Dragon's Tooth reduces damage from ninjutsu and illusion by 20. No cooldown. Synthesis formula. Magic Resistance Cloak. Magic Resistance Cloak. Redemption. After 3 seconds, the wielder will restore to peak condition. Cooldown of 24 hours. Vitality loss cannot be restored. Bodily injuries cannot be restored. Fatal wounds cannot be restored. Synthesis formula. Goddess's Tear Giant Belt. After synthesizing these 4 pieces of equipment, Uchiha Makoto looked at the information displayed on the system panel, his expression revealing confusion. Upon opening the shop and comparing it to the equipment available for purchase, he discerned the differences. The same item, Redemption, synthesized from basic equipment, had 3 limitations: vitality loss, fatal wounds, and bodily injuries could not be restored. While the redemption valued at 2,000 gold coins had an entirely different effect. Redemption, after 3 seconds, allied units within range will restore to peak condition. Cooldown of 24 hours. Synthesis formula. Goddess's Tier Giant Belt. 2,000 gold coins. Point 1 provides a single target effect, while the other offers an area effect, without many restrictions. Comparing the synthesized equipment against those available for direct purchase, each synthesized item's attributes fell short of the purchased ones. Is this the difference between orange and white equipment? Uchiha Makoto realized that the synthesized gear was considerably less effective, often possessing additional limitations. However, it must be noted that even the synthesized basic equipment had remarkably powerful effects. The items from the shop could be considered upgraded versions. This isn't too bad. I initially felt the gold coins spent were of no use. Yet, in the long run, they would prove more valuable than the basic equipment. At this stage, compared to purchasing a single piece of equipment that would bankrupt him, the free drops of basic gear were far more useful. That if one piece of equipment is inadequate, then acquiring several will suffice. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Makoto shifted his gaze back to the shop. This time, however, he focused on the section for basic equipment. Aside from the golden shovel, each piece of basic equipment costs 500 gold coins. Considering the impending battle tomorrow, Uchiha-chan gazed at his remaining 2 pieces of basic equipment: the cloth armor and the recurve bow. The combination of cloth armor and recurve bow equates to Titan's Resolve. The wielder's attack damage increases by 2.5 after taking damage, up to a maximum of 50. This effect is rather lackluster. One must first sustain damage to enhance its effect, and even then, it only provides a meager boost of 2.5, capping at 50, which pales in comparison to the enhancement from the first gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Moreover, any discourse on percentages without mentioning the base value is quite dubious. The notion of gaining benefits only after being harmed is laughable. What if one is killed outright? Gazing at this equipment, Uchiha-chan found himself at a loss for words. He would not craft it, deeming it a waste. With this thought, he began to recall the necessary equipment from memory. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha-chan resolved to purchase 2 suitable pieces of equipment to make use of his remaining basic items. As for whether to acquire more basic equipment, upon observing the disparity in attributes between complete sets and crafted equipment, he opted to save his coins. Uchiha-chan tapped twice on the marketplace page of the attribute panel. Shall I purchase the useless big stick? Shall I purchase cloth armor? Yes. Uchiha-chan silently affirmed twice in his mind. With a flick of his finger, 1,000 gold coins vanished. However, upon reviewing the effects of the crafted complete set, he felt the expenditure was worthwhile. The useless big stick combined with the recurve bow results in the Blade of Frenzy. The wielder gains 4 additional attack speed and movement speed with each attack. Capped at 300, with a duration lasting until 5 minutes after the battle ends, with no cooldown. The cloth armor combined with cloth armor yields thorned armor. Increases constitution by 1, returning 10 of damage taken as mental damage to the attacker. With no cooldown, the sustained attack speed enhancement from the Blade of Frenzy offers immense benefits for Uchiha-chan at this moment. Particularly as a side, Konoha currently finds itself at a disadvantage. He would undoubtedly have ample time to reach maximum stacks during the course of the battle. Once fully stacked, both his attack and movement speed would triple, a significant boon that he was already skilled in swordsmanship, and many of his secret techniques required a burst of chakra to meet speed demands. This equipment was a perfect match for his swordplay. As for the thorned armor, Uchiha-chan was less concerned. After all, it too required one to be injured to retaliate, and compared to the 30 from the complete set, the crafted version only offered 10 in retaliation. In combat, Uchiha-chan naturally aimed to avoid being hit, ensuring he would not be easily harmed. His primary focus was the 1 to constitution, as this attribute, like mental strength, increases slowly among the 4 fundamental attributes. An enhancement in constitution significantly boosts strength and provides a slight increase to agility. For recovery, he possessed redemption, blue buff, Shuojiji blade, and hextech gun, providing ample endurance. For attack, he had endless blade, blade of frenzy, Amarello's tome, catering to both single target and area effects. For defense, he had mercury, dragon's fang, and thorned armor, along with 2 already cooled revival armors as a foundation, ensuring his safety. Now, all that remained was to await the battle tomorrow. After completing these preparations, Uchiha Chung began to calm his mind and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Uchiha Chung arose early. Although he had not slept long, the quality was satisfactory as he felt a sense of assurance. He donned his gear and stepped out of the tent. The morning sun was gentle, casting a warm glow upon his face. Before long, others began to emerge from their tents, even without the duties of patrol. Few could sleep until the scheduled time under such a tense atmosphere. "Captain Chung, you're up so early?" Uchiha Kashiwa approached him, hurrying to greet Uchiha Chung. He nodded in acknowledgement, remarking on her early rise as well. "Captain, I just went to have breakfast, and heard that there will be an additional meal at noon." Uchiha Kashiwa stepped closer, reducing the distance between them to just a fist width. "I'm not sure." Uchiha Chung replied, taking a step back, his tone neutral. Observing his response, Uchiha Shinue refrained from advancing further, instead quietly inquiring, "Captain, is there a battle today? I heard we need to process all the canned goods and hunted prey, and everyone must go collect rations." "Wait for the notice." Uchiha Chung maintained his tone, understanding that they would soon be engaged in combat, just a matter of hours away. "Got it." Uchiha Shinue seemed accustomed to Uchiha Chang's indifference. He remained expressionless. After all, if he was so cold, Uchiha Shinue could tolerate it, and he certainly had no reason to offer her any warmth. He had grown used to this behavior during his time at the academy, as even a slight smile could lead to misunderstandings with girls. Noticing Uchiha Chang's silence, Uchiha Shinue attempted to initiate conversation, but after a short while, realizing the futility, she departed. Soon, members of the Uchiha clan approached him to greet him. There were initially 31 Uchiha ninjas. After this period of conflict, 2 had perished and 5 were lightly wounded. Thanks to Uchiha Chang's valiant efforts in battle, his fellow clansmen had reaped the benefits. Additionally, the middle ninjas of the Uchiha clan generally possessed greater strength than others. So there had been no serious injuries to date. As for the 2 who had fallen, one was killed after becoming disoriented and fleeing in the wrong direction, only to be encountered by an Awagakure Jonin who dispatched him immediately. The other casualty was someone Uchiha Chung was particularly concerned about, Uchiha Xianta. During the chaos of battle, Uchiha Xianta sustained a minor injury, and in a moment of carelessness, Uchiha Chung was unable to provide timely assistance. Uchiha Xianta was held up by a severely wounded Awagakure ninja, who detonated an explosive tag, taking them both out. While Uchiha Chung savored this brief moment of leisure, Yamada Hideo waved at him from a short distance away. "Chinken, we can set off now." "Understood." Uchiha Chung responded as he approached. Yamada Hideo, being a sensory-type ninja, was responsible for patrol every day, and Uchiha Chang's profile also indicated proficiency in sensory skills. Typically, it was only Yamada Hideo on duty. But today, due to the final decisive battle, he called upon Uchiha Chung for added assurance. Time passed swiftly, with many unaware that this would be their last meal, although many sensed the gravity of the situation. When Michimura Yagami publicly announced that they would proactively advance to support the rear in destroying the bridge, expressions of resignation and determination adorned many faces. AS ninjas. They had long accepted their fates. Behind them lay the territory of the Land of Fire. They could not allow a Wagakure to seize even an inch. Uchiha Chung tightened his grip on the Tengu sword at his waist. Then relaxed it. He scanned the surroundings. Over 200 individuals. Attacking from a fortified position would be challenging. After this battle, how many would survive to return? A wave of profound weariness washed over him regarding the war. However, all matters could wait until the end. For now, his sole focus was to eliminate enemies and ensure his survival. The group of 200 swiftly marched, entering the land of grass within an hour. Such a sizable force, without the cover of dense forests, could not conceal their movements. They were soon detected by the enemy. Before the Konoha ninjas could approach the Awagakure camp, they halted on a high slope. Upon discovering their presence, the enemy launched an immediate assault. Shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, and explosive tags were unleashed in their first wave of ranged attacks. Boom! 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 The sound of massive explosions echoed continuously. However, due to the distance, Konoha's attacks failed to inflict any substantial damage on Awagakure. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's Konoha ninjas. They are actually launching a proactive assault. Could it be reinforcements have arrived? Though the ranks of Awagakure were numerous, their overall quality fell significantly short. Under the guise of a first-wave assault from Konohagakure, chaos erupted almost instantaneously. However, under the adept command of the J-Nin and elite CH-Nin, a counteroffensive was swiftly organized. At this moment, within the main camp of Awagakure, the highest-ranking commander, Higashijin, was rapidly issuing orders. The audacity of Konohagakure to launch an offensive was nothing short of reckless. Nevertheless, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Hikaru, you shall lead the team. Mojuru, Sumishiji, and Oishi accompany him. You are to guard the rear at the Kamakiri Bridge to prevent any surprise assaults from the Konoha ninjas. Since they have come, we shall ensure that, on both the front lines and the rear, we obliterate every last one of the Konoha ninjas. Let those peace-seeking old fools understand that Awagakure is indeed the strongest village in the shinobi world. Understood, Lord Higashijin, as one of the foremost J-Nin in Awagakure. Hikaru brimmed with confidence regarding this mission. Like Higashijin, he was a staunch proponent of warfare. The most effective method to silence the pacifists within the village was to annihilate the forces of Konohagakure. Though assigned to guard the rear, he remained unwaveringly diligent. The combat strength of the front was already sufficient. What needed to be ensured was the security of the rear. The Kamakiri Bridge, being a crucial transportation hub, must not be compromised. If the Kamakiri Bridge were to be destroyed, the peace faction within the village would have a valid reason to call for a ceasefire, that we entrust the rear to you. Higashijin's expression was solemn. Yes. Mojuru, Sumishiji, and Oishi promptly responded, and Hikaru turned to leave the tent. As the four departed, Higashijin continued, the forces shall be divided into three. The front line will serve as the main offensive, while the other two teams will flank from the left and right. It is imperative that we annihilate the Konoha forces. With a numerical advantage, Higashijin cared little for casualties, as long as victory was achieved. Unlike the dense forest, Uchiha Makoto found himself on a high hill, overlooking a vast plain below. The enemy's army of 1 to 2,000 surged towards them, creating a visual impact that tightened the hearts of many Konoha ninjas. Wait until the enemy draws closer before we strike, commanded Maimura Yakai. Observing the advancing Awagakure ninjas, Uchiha Makoto was somewhat speechless. Their reckless charge was indeed impressive, especially given the terrain. For ninjas, the elevated hill offered no significant advantage over the flatland. Attack! Maimura Yakai cried out. Shurikens, kunai, smoke bombs, and explosive tags were hurled in unison. Following this, the J-Nin and CH-Nin skilled in area of effect ninjutsu unleashed their attacks. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Wind style. Great Breakthrough. The primary force deploying fire techniques consisted of the Uchiha clan's ninjas, while Uchiha Makoto, after executing his fire techniques, immediately unleashed wind techniques to augment the speed and range of his fire attacks. Meanwhile, Awagakure retaliated with earth techniques for defense, yet they still suffered casualties under this onslaught. Fall back. Return to the rear position, commanded Yamada Ai, ordering a retreat. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja rushed over, shouting, the flanks have spotted the enemy. There are no fewer than 200. Upon hearing this, Maimura Yakai's expression darkened, and he promptly said, Yai, you will take command from here on out. Makoto, Uchiha Sojin, Yagi Tamahiza, Hori Yasuki, and Yoshiai Shintaro take a squad each and accompany me to intercept the enemy on the flanks. We cannot allow them to encircle our rear, but remember, do not engage in a desperate fight. Merely delay them. Understood. Those summoned were all J-Nin, the strongest force on their side. The ninjas of Konoha had never adhered to the principle of allowing weaker members to guard the rear. It was tradition. Uchiha Makoto's gaze sharpened. Another bloody battle was imminent. He wondered if Kakashi and the others would manage to destroy the Kamakiri Bridge as they did in the original story. And when Minato would arrive at the front lines, selecting 5 of his strongest CH-Nin from among his clan, Uchiha Sojin did the same. The 6 J-Nin split into 2 groups, each leading a 5-man squad to intercept the encroaching Awagakure ninjas. After witnessing Uchiha Makoto's prowess, Uchiha Sojin instinctively followed closely behind him, while they, along with another Nin, Yoshiai Shintaro, veered left. Uchiha Makoto forged ahead. Leading the charge as they advanced, he called back to Uchiha Ryukai. Ryukai, during the ensuing battle, do not stray too far from me. Understood. Uchiha Ryukai nodded earnestly, aware that this was Uchiha Makoto's particular concern for him. Having fought together in the Kaiki Mountain battle, their relationship had improved significantly. Seeing Uchiha Makoto's attentiveness towards Uchiha Ryukai, Uchiha Shingetsu felt a twinge of frustration, uncertain of where she fell short. However, with the impending battle, there was little time for her to dwell on it. With Uchiha Makoto present, she felt a sense of calm. His strength provided reassurance to his comrades. After advising Uchiha Ryukai, Uchiha Makoto turned to his clan members and stated, "You two, try to stay centered around me. Do not stray too far, but do not crowd too closely either. Just provide support from behind." Yes. Uchiha Sojin appeared eager to follow Uchiha Makoto, believing that clinging to him was the best way to survive the war. The reason Uchiha Makoto brought them along was also to keep an eye on them. After all, the Konoha forces, though fewer in number, were comparatively stronger on the front lines. Over 100 Konoha ninjas faced an Iwagakure force that outnumbered them by 5 to 6 times, rendering the situation even more perilous. Staying close to Uchiha Makoto would enhance their chances of survival, and they were formidable fighters, mostly elite Sich Ni and T10 o'clock. Approximately 800 meters away, there are at least 200 Iwagakure ninjas preparing for battle. Uchiha Makoto, having tracked the enemy through the scent of blood, alerted his comrades. Based on the enemy's movement patterns, they likely lacked sensory-type ninjas and were completely unaware of their approach. Although the enemy was numerous, he sensed that their powerful chakra was limited, estimating that there were only 1 or 2 Nin and around 40 to 50 Nin. Summoning Jutsu. Uchiha Makoto habitually pretended to form hand seals and called forth Warwick. Warwick, eliminate the strongest enemy as swiftly as possible and deplete their chakra. Understood. After issuing his command, Warwick vanished in a flash. Their group of 18 drew near the enemy, stopping a few dozen meters away. And Uchiha Makoto raised a hand to signal for everyone to hide behind the rocks. Boom! 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 The air was filled with violent explosions and the anguished cries of enemies meeting their demise. Warwick was drawing the enemy's attention. "I will go ahead, and you all follow behind. Remember to attack while retreating. Do not get entangled in a protracted fight to avoid being surrounded," Uchiha Makoto commanded. Then charged forward alone, wielding his sword as he dashed towards the Iwagakure forces. Given the relatively open yellow earth ahead, there were few places to conceal oneself aside from some rocks. The enemy quickly detected his presence. "It's a Konoha Nin attack." Upon spotting Uchiha Makoto, dozens of Iwagakure ninjas hurled kunai, shurikens, and explosive tags toward him. Facing such a concentrated barrage, Uchiha Makoto did not falter in his advance. His figure flickered, deftly dodging the onslaught of projectiles. When confronted with explosive tags at close range, he swung his Tenyu sword, conjuring a wall of air to deflect them. Soon, he darted into the encirclement formed by the Iwagakure ninjas. Simultaneously, they found themselves ensnared within his own trap. Wind style. Vacuum blade. Uchiha Makoto leapt into the air, horizontally positioning his Tenyu sword, carving a circular arc through the sky. Swoosh, 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 thousands of arc-shaped wind blades, each approximately half a meter in length, surged forth towards the enemies in all directions. Under his deliberate reduction of power, the number of wind blades multiplied exponentially. These blades enveloped the more than 200 rock-hidden ninjas below. Although the majority were thwarted by their earth-style ninjutsu, a considerable number still suffered injuries from his attack, with only a few being killed outright. This was partly due to his intentional decrease in power, and partly because this contingent of 200 was significantly stronger than those he had initially encountered. They were the true elite of the rock-hidden village. Dozens of mid-ranking ninjas were no weaklings. And the moment Uchiha Chung launched his assault, they employed the earth-style earth flow wall to shield themselves from the wind blades. However, this instance was different, thanks to the group burn effect of the Morello secret art. Even a mere scratch from his wind blades would inflict a burning sensation, effectively acting as a collective weakening buff. The previous technique did not concern itself with chakra expenditure, as a large number of enemies sustained damage. Even minor injuries, when accumulated across hundreds, proved to be quite substantial. After executing the vacuum sword technique to its fullest, nearly half of his chakra was depleted. Yet, the blue buff returned 30 points, and the Hextech technology gun restored even more. Following the success of his assault, his chakra surprisingly remained at full capacity. Just before landing, Uchiha Chung hurled a dozen shurikens. He then swiftly formed hand seals, instantly completing the shuriken shadow clone technique. With a flurry of sounds, the shurikens multiplied from 10 to 100, and then to thousands, blotting out the sun as they shot downwards towards the enemies below. Those rock-hidden ninjas who failed to mount a defense were ruthlessly pierced. Resembling a nest of hornets, his initial wave of area attacks decimated a substantial portion of the weaker mid-ranking and low-ranking rock-hidden ninjas. However, those who remained were the main force. The two remaining high-ranking ninjas from the rock-hidden village were exceptionally formidable. Warwick, in a berserk state, exhibited an exaggerated speed that allowed him to injure one of them, but not defeat either. Witnessing this, Uchiha Chung pressed the attack. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zonrin and others joined the fray from the rear. This time, Uchiha Chung did not massacre the rock-hidden ninjas as if they were mere vegetables. The dozen or so mid-ranking ninjas had him firmly ensnared, each one proving to be a worthy opponent. The battle raged on for less than 10 minutes before Warwick vanished. Just before disappearing, he eliminated a high-ranking ninja. At this point, Uchiha Chung had fully stacked a sheep knife, tripling his attack and movement speed. Protecting his team while engaging in strategic retreat, he managed to kill another rock-hidden high-ranking ninja. However, this time he sustained a serious injury. In a final desperate act, the enemy's speed surged several-fold, and a blade struck his shoulder. The wound was approximately 10 centimeters long and deep enough to expose bone. This marked the first time he had been injured since the Battle of Jeking Mountain. The pain caused cold sweat to pour from Uchiha Cheng's brow. For an ordinary ninja, such an injury would significantly impair their combat effectiveness. However, with the use of redemption, Uchiha Cheng's shoulder was restored to its original state within 3 seconds, along with a complete replenishment of chakra. Thus, they continued to fight while retreating. Out of their 18-member squad, only one had perished, and 4 others were lightly wounded. Meanwhile, the enemy lost 2 high-ranking ninjas, leaving only 30 out of their original 200 to retreat. Uchiha Chung then led his team back to their position. Upon his return, he discovered that the 18-member squad tasked with blocking the right flank consisted solely of Meitsuan Yejian and Yagi Tamahisa, along with 1 injured mid-ranking ninja. Witnessing the failure of their flanking strategy, the rock-hidden side regrouped and launched a direct assault. At this juncture, the enemy still boasted nearly 1,000 troops, while they numbered only about 150. The autumn wind howled, and the setting sun bled crimson. Uchiha Chung leaned against the fortifications, disheveled. The battle had persisted from noon until dusk. Despite their tenacious resistance, the enemy had paid a heavy price. Now, the number of rock-hidden ninjas at the opposing position had dwindled to merely 200, while their own forces were reduced to just 40. This was achieved only through Uchiha Cheng's formidable combat prowess. Despite being equipped with various gear, he felt utterly exhausted. While the equipment could restore his physical strength and chakra, it could not alleviate his mental fatigue. This was a weariness of the spirit. From noon until now, he had charged into battle time and again, witnessing the fall of those around him. Although he could not name most of them, the feeling of powerlessness weighed heavily upon him. At the tender age of 15, he possessed the strength to alter the tide of battle, which others viewed as exceedingly powerful. Yet, Uchiha Chung felt a profound sense of inadequacy. His current abilities were insufficient to protect himself and his family in the future. Even with relentless training and an array of equipment, it remained inadequate. One shadow-level ninja could easily force him to flee. In the face of the all-out assault by the rock-hidden ninjas, he had sustained multiple minor injuries. Huff, huff! Uchiha Ryoji lay beside Uchiha Chung, his right chest wrapped in thick bandages. Despite Uchiha Cheng's efforts to care for him during the recent battle, Ryoji had still been stabbed in the right chest by an enemy. In a moment of realization, Uchiha Ryoji had managed to retreat slightly, but fortunately, the wound was not deep enough to penetrate his lung. Otherwise, he would have bled out on the spot. Medical ninjas, as strategic resources, rarely engage directly in battle unless skilled in combat. Thus, they could only provide Uchiha Ryoji with emergency treatment before retreating to the rear for comprehensive healing. However, if they delayed any longer, Uchiha Ryoji would be in grave danger. Chung Chung! Uchiha Ryoji's gaze grew hazy, as if he were on the verge of falling asleep. Hey, Ryoji, don't sleep. Uchiha Chung shouted urgently upon seeing Ryoji's near-unconscious state. Suddenly, Uchiha Ryoji grasped Uchiha Chang's arm tightly. Chung, promise me. If I die, take good care of my mother and sister. Izumi is very close to you. Although she's only 5 years old and 10 years younger than you, she will surely grow into a great beauty. If you were to marry her, I would accept it. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Uchiha Ryoji's head tilted, his eyes closing, and his face turned ashen. Hey, don't sleep. Uchiha Chang's expression darkened as he quickly placed his hand on Ryoji's neck to check his pulse, then tested his breathing. Discovering that Ryoji's breath was faint, but his pulse remained steady, Uchiha Chung felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, his relief was short-lived as the enemy launched another attack. Uchiha Chung narrowed his eyes, his irises instantly turning a deep crimson, the two tomo that had previously formed a perfect angle slightly shifting as a third tomo manifested in his gaze. Half an hour later, Uchiha Chung returned to the battlefield once more, now accompanied only by 15 remaining members, the others either incapacitated or injured. The enemy had also suffered grievous losses, with their ranks reduced to just over 100. Yet Uchiha Chung did not dare to relax, for the remaining rock-hidden ninjas were all-powerful. The weak had perished. After Warwick had entered his berserk state, he required a full day to recuperate and could not be summoned again. The enemy likely still had around 10 high-ranking ninjas and dozens of mid-ranking ones. Engaging them head-on would be perilously risky. Uchiha Chung calmly analyzed the situation in his mind. Chung, take the injured and retreat. Maitsuen Yejian, squatting to the side, suddenly spoke to Uchiha Chung. Uchiha Chung furrowed his brow. Captain Yejian, you're only 15, yet you're so powerful. You cannot sacrifice yourself on the battlefield. Leave the rest to us. We will buy you time, Maitsuen Yejian said with a solemn tone. Beside her, Yamada Aiki, who had lost an arm, nodded with a faint smile on his pale face. Chung, although our time working together was brief, it has been a pleasure to meet you. Hurry and go. Uchiha Chung hesitated, torn. While he could fight and escape, he could not abandon the injured. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside him. Wait, it's me. A familiar voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, Uchiha Chung felt as though he had stumbled upon an oasis after enduring the parched desolation of a desert, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, Watergate Senpai, you finally arrived? I apologize for my tardiness. We encountered enemy resistance along the way. What is the current situation? Bluffing Watergate's expression shifted to one of solemnity after expressing his regrets. Uchiha Chung replied gravely. We currently have 22 personnel remaining, with 7 injured and unable to fight. Among the remaining 15, several are lightly wounded. The only ones capable of ensuring combat effectiveness are my brother Zongren and Captain Yuan, totaling 10 individuals. The enemy likely numbers around 100, with at least 10 elite Jonin and half of them being Chunin. 100? That seems rather excessive. We can only tackle them in 2 waves. Bluffing Watergate nodded in acknowledgement. He set down his backpack and proceeded to extract all the specially designed kunai from his ninja tool pouch and sealing scrolls. Everyone, throw these kunai towards the enemy's position. Leave the rest to me, he instructed, pointing towards the concealed positions of the IWA shinobi. This is a bit reckless. They have a considerable number of Jonin. Yoshii Shintaro's complexion changed upon hearing this. As a newly promoted Jonin, although he had heard of Bluffing Watergate's legendary title of the Yellow Flash, he had never fought alongside him. Enough talk. Follow his orders. Soon, you will witness the prowess of the Yellow Flash. Do not blink, for the battle will unfold in an instant. Beside him, May Village's Yuan, a seasoned comrade of Bluffing Watergate, understood the terror he embodied. Uchiha Chung inquired, Watergate Senpai, your flying thunder god technique can transport others. Correct? Indeed, Bluffing Watergate confirmed with a nod. Then take me with you. I can still fight and will not hinder you. Uchiha Chung asserted with a serious demeanor. Bluffing Watergate furrowed his brows, contemplating, "Very well, come to my side." "Understood." Uchiha Chung promptly positioned himself next to Bluffing Watergate. His desire to accompany him stemmed not only from the intention to support, but, more importantly, to observe the formidable Flying Thunder God technique up close. Such a game-changing ninjutsu, once mastered, would prove far more beneficial than any resurrection armor. I could see this moment. The remaining individuals in their ranks, capable of movement, stood up. They collectively hurled Bluffing Watergate's kunai towards the enemy's position. Upon witnessing the influx of kunai, a voice among the enemy ranks cried out, "The Leaf's ninjas are in disarray. They lack even sufficient tools." Kunai scattered around them. The leading Idole Jonin, Dong Shuren, felt a surge of confidence. Believing victory was imminent, however, when he focused on the kunai just a few meters away, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of terror. "Not good." Quickly, before Dong Shuren could finish his warning, two figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared within their ranks. The taller one bore golden hair and a strikingly handsome figure, while the shorter one, with black hair, displayed a cold expression, his crimson eyes glinting with three black tomo. It was the Golden Flash. Dong Shuren felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, and then everything faded to black. The battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of the IWA shinobi. Yet the peculiar aspect was that most screams erupted almost simultaneously in the blink of an eye, while only a few were spaced apart. With a swift motion, Uchiha Chung withdrew the Tenyu sword from the heart of an enemy, surveying the lifeless bodies surrounding him, but he then turned his gaze towards Bluffing Watergate, who stood amidst the chaos. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. In no more than 3 seconds, Bluffing Watergate had resolved the conflict. His Sharingan could scarcely capture Bluffing Watergate's movements. Despite exerting himself to the fullest, he had only taken down 12 IWA ninjas, while the rest had been dealt with by Bluffing Watergate. Yoshiai Shintaro, who had previously regarded Bluffing Watergate's approach as reckless, now stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a peach within. This truly the Golden Flash. "It's over." Uchiha Chung felt the tension within him finally dissipate. Bluffing Watergate, slightly panting, had evidently exhausted considerable energy within those few seconds, executing the Flying Thunder God technique repeatedly while precisely eliminating enemies. "Chung, the subsequent matters are in your hands. I must go assist Kakashi and the others." After taking a moment to steady his breath, Bluffing Watergate resolved to leave. "Understood, Watergate Senpai." Uchiha Chung nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Bluffing Watergate vanished from the battlefield in an instant. Seeing this, Uchiha Chung returned to their position, directing Mei Village's Yi Wan and the others to escort the injured to the medical camp for treatment. He then undertook the final tasks, searching for survivors among their ranks and ensuring the enemies received no mercy. Given the overwhelming disparity in numbers, capturing enemies was not an option, nor could they allow any to escape. After a thorough search, the Konoha ninjas he found had all succumbed, with a nearly 10-to-1 casualty ratio. Survival on this battlefield was nearly impossible. Those IWA ninjas who were gravely injured but still alive were met with Uchiha Chang's precise swordsmanship, granting them a swift end to their suffering. With the IWA frontline forces nearly obliterated, Konoha struggled to treat their own wounded, rendering any attempt to save the enemy futile. It was likely that IWA had yet to establish a sound medical ninja system, leaving the injured to perish on the battlefield. Observing the field littered with bodies, Uchiha Chung sighed softly. Finally, it's over. After this intense battle, the Third War was drawing to a close for the foreseeable future. Large-scale conflicts were unlikely to arise. Thanks to the skilled blood hunt, Uchiha Chung efficiently cleaned the battlefield. While searching for survivors, he also collected spoils of war. 5 gold coins, 17 gold coins, acquired golden shovel, acquired useless club, acquired storm greatsword, 4 gold coins once he had gathered all the coins and equipment. Uchiha Chung returned to the rear camp. Before the battle, he possessed 3,865 gold coins, having spent 1,000 on basic equipment, leaving him with 2,865 coins. Now, his total had surged to 6,666 coins. His initial basic equipment had been entirely expended. Yet he had now acquired 10 new items. including 4 golden shovels valued at 1,500 coins each. This haul was comparable to the cumulative gains from previous battles. Upon returning to the camp, Uchiha Chung found what was once a lively scene now shrouded in desolation. As the majority had perished, he then proceeded to the medical ninjas' tent to check on the wounded. Upon learning that Uchiha Ryaji and others were out of danger, he couldn't help but scoff. Who wants to be your brother-in-law? After performing some basic cleaning and bandaging of wounds, he returned to his own tent. The tension that held him captive suddenly released. Leaving him feeling utterly exhausted, he slept soundly until the next day. Early the following morning, Bluff and Watergate arrived at the camp with the members of Team 7. However, one member was notably absent, Uchiha Obito. Kakashi wore his headband askew, concealing his left eye. It appeared the plot was unfolding as originally intended. Uchiha Chung mused internally, at this moment. He could only focus on self-preservation, lacking the power to alter the course of events. Compared to shadow-level powerhouses, he was still missing a decisive trump card. Such significant narrative shifts were beyond his capacity to influence. Nonetheless, with the conclusion of this battle, the gold coins and basic equipment he possessed would enable him to attain greater strength. His Sharingan had also evolved to the level of 3 Tomo. Once he becomes thoroughly familiar, his capabilities will further enhance. Subsequently, by equipping various gear and acquiring new skills, his actual combat power will experience a considerable increase. Even when facing weaker shadow-level adversaries, he will possess the strength to engage in battle. Although the world of Naruto only recognizes shadows, lacking the concept of shadow-level strength, as a time traveler, he must establish his own standards of measure. Without such clarity, understanding one's own power becomes perilous. Despite the fact that Konoha emerged victorious from his conflict, it was a Pyrrhic victory. It was not until the 3rd day after the battle that reinforcements finally arrived, which fortuitously allowed for a rotation with Uchiha Saika and his comrades, enabling the war-weary ninjas to return to the village for recuperation. On the 5th day post-battle, Uchiha Saika returned to the village alongside Minato Namikaze and others. However, this time, the returning ninjas were far from a grand army, as only 35 Konoha ninjas, including medical personnel, returned alive from the Iwagakure battlefield. Yet, the villagers of Konoha welcomed them with unmatched enthusiasm, as the conclusion of this battle signified the near end of the war. The Sand Ninja surrendered, the Cloud Ninja ceased hostilities, and the Mist Ninja had not engaged Konoha in large-scale conflict since the war's onset, making further confrontation implausible. Meanwhile, Iwagakure was also left intimidated by Konoha's might. Just a day before Uchiha Saika and his companions returned to the village, the daimyo of the Earth Country dispatched envoys to the Land of Fire, evidently seeking to negotiate a surrender. Although the daimyo could not directly influence the military actions of the ninja villages, a disagreement could lead to the withdrawal of financial support, rendering prolonged conflict unsustainable for the ninja village. Regrettably, the 3rd Hokage's declaration that Konoha would not demand war reparations from Iwagakure, but instead seek an alliance to jointly maintain peace in the ninja world, drew criticism from some villagers, particularly the smaller clans, who narrowly avoided extermination during this ninja world war, lamented their inability to secure any reparations, questioning how they could nurture their successors without resources, relying solely on meager village compensation. Upon returning to the village, Uchiha Saika hurried home, only to find Uchiha Ryuka absent. Faced with this situation, he decided to indulge in a bath first. Relaxing in the warm water, he began to examine the system panel, noting significant changes. Current tasks: 1. Defend the borderline and repel Iwagakure ninjas, 11. Completed. 2. Konoha's faction achieved ultimate victory, 11. Completed. Task rewards: 1. All attributes 1. Gained lightning attribute talent. 2. Acquired skill Blink and skill Thunderclap. Blink allows for instant teleportation within a 50-meter radius. With chakra consumption proportional to the distance teleported, minimum consumption of 200 chakra, cooldown time 5 seconds. Thunderclap summons lightning to a specified area by releasing lightning chakra, with a 2-second delay before striking. Minimum release range of 10 meters. Release time of 1 to 60 seconds. Chakra consumption proportional to release range and duration. Minimum consumption of 500 chakra. If struck by the lightning, the user gains a layer of thunder armor, reducing lightning damage by 90 for its duration. System: Blessing of the Star Forging Dragon King. Name: Uchiha Saika. Attributes: Wind, Fire, Lightning. Strength: 16.5. Constitution, 15.6. Agility, 19.7. Spirit, 27.1. Charm, 57. Luck, 39.5. Chakra, 1888. Health, 100. Active buffs. Foresees Pirate Tier 1. Backpack, 1330. Equipment slots, 1010. Equipment: Guardian Angel X3, Blade of the New Moon X1, Mercury X1, Blue Buff X1, Endless Blade X1, Hextech Gun X1, Dragon's Tooth X1, Redemption X1, Thorn Armor X1, Morello's Tome X1, Sheep's Knife X1. Current gold, 6666. Uchiha Saika contemplated the two skills he had received, his expression thoughtful. Blink felt akin to a budget version of the Flying Thunder God technique, albeit with significant limitations, including a 5-second cooldown. The chakra cost was somewhat high, yet its advantage lay in the fact that it did not require coordinates for teleportation, unlike the Flying Thunder God technique, which necessitated special seals to establish a transfer point. Overall, it remained quite practical and could yield unexpected victories when paired with swordsmanship. Analyzing his own strengths, Uchiha Saika concluded that his overall prowess was indeed formidable, with nearly no weaknesses. That he was adept in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, with swordsmanship being his primary combat method. However, a notable flaw was that many sword techniques demanded exceptionally high speed as a foundation. Nevertheless, Uchiha Saika trained in the 8 gates, using weighted training in his daily regimen and unburdening himself during combat to enhance his speed. Aside from this, he possessed no other ninjutsu that could augment his velocity. Activating the 8 gates would enhance both his chakra and speed. However, the wild surge of chakra could impede the precision of his swordplay. Even with Mercury to mitigate negative effects, it only lasted for 10 seconds. The combination of the 8 gates, swordsmanship, and Mercury could only be employed as a last resort, not a standard tactic. Against opponents of equal or lesser strength, his speed sufficed, but when facing those of higher caliber, he found himself at a disadvantage, no matter how swift his physical speed. Unless he activated the 8th gate of death, capable of distorting space with its speed and power, he could not compete with the velocity of space-time manipulation. Although Blink has its limitations, it represents a significant enhancement for Uchiha Saika at this stage. Previously, when confronting the 4 elite ninjas from Iwagakure, having Blink at his disposal would have simplified matters immensely. He could have easily feigned a weakness, then used Blink to appear behind the 4 and employed his secret technique Moon Flash to swiftly dispatch them. Thus, Blink raised the threat level of Uchiha Saika's swordsmanship considerably. With Blink, he could wield his sword in his right hand while simultaneously preparing chakra in his left. After mastering the Rasengan, he had not utilized it due to lacking coordination with techniques like the Flying Thunder God or the abundance of chakra, like Naruto, to utilize shadow clones aggressively. The effect of his forward slash was to approach enemies within a 10-meter radius, ignoring unit collision, with a cooldown of 5 seconds for the same unit and no cooldown for different units. Should he perfect the forward slash from the Wind Blade technique and combine it with a 5-second cooldown of Blink, it would yield a delightful synergy. Uchiha Saika felt a surge of inspiration. The second skill, Thunderclap, greatly enhanced his ranged attack capabilities, while his commonly used Wind Release. Vacuum Blade was an A-rank ninjutsu with expansive reach. It was primarily effective against adversaries of similar or lesser strength. Against a singularly powerful ninja, its impact diminished significantly. As for other B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, they were even less effective. Given his proficiency in swordsmanship, Uchiha Saika's close combat capabilities were not lacking. However, following this war, his reputation would indisputably grow, and enemies would likely approach him as they did Minato Namikaze, striving to maintain distance. After all, Blink had an effective range of only 50 meters. Conversely, the coverage of Thunderclap would increase in tandem with his chakra reserves. Lightning Release Ninjutsu was inherently among the most potent of the 5 elemental techniques. Thunderclap not only boasted long-range capabilities, but also incorporated defensive effects, making it a formidable offensive and defensive tool. The attack's efficacy might diminish against cloud ninjas, who excelled in lightning release techniques, especially for the fourth generation of Reikage, who are adept in the lightning release chakra mode. The effectiveness is undoubtedly diminished. However, the Raigen's armor, which can mitigate 90 of lightning attribute damage, is indeed formidable. Uchiha Chung foresaw that for a considerable period to come, the technique of Thunderstruck would remain one of his most powerful offensive maneuvers. With this thought in mind, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test the effectiveness of his new skill. Rising from the bathtub, Uchiha Chung donned a fresh set of clothing. Noticing that his mother had yet to return, he left a note and stepped outside. A jonin. He needed to report to the third Hokage upon his return. Thus, Uchiha Chung first visited the third, where he received high praise and encouraging words. Afterward, he made his way to the Konoha hospital to visit Uchiha Chung Yangjie and others. This time, the Uchiha clan dispatched 31 members, of whom only 16 returned, nearly half of the total returning party. Before their return to the village, the tales of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, obliterating dozens of elite Iwagakure shinobi in a single strike, and Uchiha Chung, the Sword Saint of Wind, sweeping through the ranks, quickly circulated throughout Konoha, soon echoing across the entire shinobi world. That very evening, a welcome feast was prepared for the returning Uchihas. The elders, seldom seen together, were all present. Whether their intent was solely to honor the returning heroes or if ulterior motives were at play mattered little to Uchiha Chung. Regardless, he navigated the various factions with vague responses and soon found an excuse to leave shortly after the banquet commenced. The Uchiha clan, inherently a lineage that revered strength, had seen him validate his worth through his prowess. Should he choose to align himself, it would naturally be with Uchiha Fugaku, who likely possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. He understood he could bide his time, waiting for the right moment. Strong individuals are afforded the luxury of short temper and the privilege of choice. 3 days had passed since Uchiha Cheng's return. During this period, he had not relaxed in the slightest, diligently familiarizing himself with the newly acquired skills. Additionally, with the newfound lightning attribute, he began to cultivate lightning release ninjutsu. Given his current standing, he could freely peruse the clan's ninjutsu scrolls, a privilege personally sanctioned by Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. The lightning attribute chakra could invigorate the body. Even in the absence of a training method for the lightning release chakra mode, it could enhance reflexes and mobility. Aspects that Uchiha Chung greatly valued. As Uchiha Chung reveled in his fulfilling training regimen, the atmosphere in the adjacent lounge of the high-level conference room grew tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku, Mito Kamen, and Shimura Danzo, 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha, were present. The third Hokage, with a serious demeanor, sat on the sofa, meticulously examining a scroll in hand. After a moment, he set the scroll down and spoke in a low voice. The date for the alliance with Iwagakure has been confirmed. It is set for 15 days from now. Thank you for your hard work. Mito came and nodded in acknowledgement. Narashikaku also relaxed slightly, stating at least this gives us some breathing room. However, Danzo's expression darkened, his voice laced with anger and resentment. Is this treaty truly satisfactory to you? You forsaken war reparations, akin to admitting defeat. As he spoke, Danzo's uncovered left eye bore into the third Hokage. Hiruzen, what is your take on this? Narashikaku inquired, seeking the third's perspective on Danzo's dissent. The third Hokage, seated in the primary position, replied, continuing the war would be catastrophic for Konoha at this juncture. It is imperative to make necessary concessions to achieve consensus. Just as the third finished speaking, Danzo's fist slammed heavily onto the table before him. Many allies perished in this conflict. Are there sacrifices to be in vain? In response to Danzo's challenge, the third Hokage's expression grew grave as he stated, the responsibility lies with me as Hokage. Then how do you intend to take responsibility? Danzo pressed, his heart stirred with a sudden thought. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, aware of Danzo's intentions. Yet he had already devised a counterplan. I intend to resign from my position as the third Hokage and allow the fourth to lead the village. On October 12, 47 years into the era of Konoha, the village officially signed an alliance treaty with Iwagakure. The third Hokage completed his final significant task in office, Subsequently, he, along with the 3 Hokage advisors, the head of Anbu and Konoha's strategist Narashikaku, set forth to the Land of Fire to meet with the daimyo. That evening, Uchiha Chung returned from training at the 10th training ground. He strolled leisurely along the path, feeling quite at ease. Recently, with no missions at hand, he had ample time to engage in training. The 4th gate of the 8 gates also hinted at a potential breakthrough to the 5th gate. And after practicing, he had become quite adept with the skills of Shunshin and Thunderstruck. Regrettably, his progress with the 3rd skill of the Wind Sword technique, the forward slash, proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, mastering the forward slash was merely a matter of time. He was in no rush. Following the recent campaign, he swiftly absorbed the rewards from his missions. During this period, he had become proficient in utilizing the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The evolution of the Sharingan further augmented his chakra, enhancing his mental acuity and significantly increasing the potency of his Genjutsu, rendering it more intuitive to employ. Additionally, after gaining a universal attribute increase of 1, he quickly acclimated to the changes in his physique. His training in lightning release ninjutsu had also entered a steady course. The lightning attribute talent granted by the system was significantly superior to the wind and fire attributes he had initially possessed, resulting in an accelerated pace of mastery over lightning release. At this rate, he would soon complete the transformation of his lightning attribute chakra's form and nature. The only aspect Uchiha Chung had not yet touched was his 6,666 gold coins. His current strength was sufficient for self-preservation, and he was rapidly improving. There was no immediate urgency to spend the coins, as there might arise a situation where they would be indispensable. After all, he had already outgrown the general items available in the system's shop, and the finished equipment often cost 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins, leaving him uncertain about what to purchase. Thus, it was wiser to save. Furthermore, Uchiha Chung had observed that any buff in the shop started at a minimum of 10,000 gold coins. The 4C's bandit buff at the 2nd tier was priced at a staggering 50,000 gold coins, a figure that made his scalp tingle. Despite the steep prices in the system shop, the functionalities never failed to impress. While he remained unaware of the effects of the 2nd tier buffs, he was certain they would prove to be significantly stronger. Hence, saving money was of utmost importance. As for the 10 basic pieces of equipment that dropped during battles, Uchiha Chung had only utilized 4 of the golden shovels. Combining golden shovels yielded the natural force. Uchiha Chung directly synthesized 2 pieces of natural force. Each granted an additional equipment slot and increased the backpack limit by 1. This equipment does not occupy an equipment slot or backpack space. Previously, to prepare for the confrontation with a Wagakure, Uchiha Chung had synthesized all basic equipment into complete sets. At that time, he had discovered a dilemma. His maximum equipment slots were 10, yet he possessed 13 complete sets. Aside from 1 guardian angel still in cooldown, the other 2 needed to be equipped, as who would ever feel they had too many lives? However, of the 12 pieces of equipment, 2 could only reside in the system's backpack. Fortunately, both the Redemption and Mercury equipment required active release and had a cooldown of 24 hours after activation. The remaining 10 pieces, aside from the 2 guardian angels that had cooldowns but could be passively released. The other 8 were entirely passive skills without cooldowns, offering significant support for sustained combat. Thus, Uchiha Chung initially placed the weaker passive effects of Dragon's Tooth and Thorn Armor into the backpack. Once he exhausted the daily effects of Redemption and Mercury, he quickly stored them away, promptly donning the Dragon's Tooth and Thorn Armor. However, this was merely a temporary solution, as he encountered increasingly formidable foes. The need for more equipment would inevitably arise. Although switching equipment during combat only required a few seconds, it would still be a crucial aspect to manage. However, in battles between the strong, victories can sometimes be determined in less than a second. Thus, when Uchiha Chung unveiled 4 golden shovels, his immediate thought was to synthesize the power of nature. At this moment, he had exactly 12 equipment slots available. Aside from 1 item, the Guardian Angel, which was currently on cooldown and stored in his backpack. He had all 12 pieces of equipment equipped. From now on, whenever he obtained a golden shovel or truly needed to purchase one with gold, the equipment he would prioritize for synthesis would undoubtedly be the power of nature. After all, The number of items with passive effects is indeed numerous, and this particular item, which remains effective as long as it is equipped, is one he would never find excessive, regardless of how many he possessed. As for the remaining 6 basic pieces of equipment, Uchiha Chung had yet to devise a plan for their utilization. Perhaps it was due to the increase in the gold he possessed, or some other reason. But the items available for purchase in the system shop had expanded, and a selling function had been added. Uchiha Chung could sell his basic equipment and complete sets to the shop, albeit at a mere 1/5 of the original price. Although this seemed rather exploitative, it would eventually be useful, maximizing the utility of his equipment. For the time being, he had no intention of selling. Even if he had no use for certain items himself, they could still be beneficial for Warwick. Warwick came equipped with 6 slots for items, aside from 2 exclusive pieces of equipment meant for Warwick. He could also equip 4 sets synthesized by Uchiha Chung. Uchiha Chung planned to synthesize 2 pieces for Warwick from the remaining 6 basic items based on the circumstances in this battle. Warwick continued to play a significant role as an ally. It was essential to enhance his strength. However, it was a pity that the synthesized equipment could only be utilized by himself or those bound by a contract like Warwick, rendering them unusable by others. After the battle at Jieking Mountain, upon returning to the village, he had considered equipping one of his resurrection armors to Uchiha Linghua, but the system indicated it was not possible. He subsequently abandoned the idea. After all, Uchiha Linghua remained in Konoha and was unlikely to encounter any danger. Furthermore, while the resurrection armor could grant an additional life, with Uchiha Linghua's strength as a lower ninja, if no one came to her aid, reviving once would be of little use. As long as his own strength continued to grow, no one would be able to harm his family. As Uchiha Chung walked along, he arrived at the dumpling shop. Indulging in sweets was a small hobby of his. After each training session, he would reward himself with a skewer of dumplings. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by several familiar faces. Waihai Kurinai, Sarutobi Isuma, Kamizuki Izumo, T-Sun Tetsu, Mitarashi Anko, and even Guy was present. However, the most surprising sight was Uchiha Shinua sitting at the innermost table. She was here again. The reason for saying again was that Uchiha Chung had seen her at the dumpling shop for 4 consecutive days. Despite his years of indulging in dumplings, he had rarely seen Uchiha Shinua visit before. Chung, there's a seat here. Upon spotting Uchiha Chung approaching the dumpling shop, Uchiha Shinua's eyes lit up as she waved excitedly at him. Chung, you're here too. Mike Guy, who had been quietly conversing with friends, noticed Uchiha Chung and greeted him. Hello, Guy. Uchiha Chung replied with a smile and a nod. He scanned the surroundings and noticed only Uchiha Shinua's table had available seating. So he had no choice but to walk over to her. Seeing Guy greet Uchiha Chung, Kamizuki Izumo, sitting nearby, expressed curiosity, whispering, Guy, isn't Chung senpai from a different year than us? Why do you seem so familiar with him? I often train with Chung, but in the past, I could at least hold my own against him. Now, I'm completely outmatched, Guy explained while munching on dumplings. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko turned a glance at Uchiha Chung sitting at the diagonal table, only to be met with a vigilant gaze from Uchiha Shinua. Noticing this, Anko turned back and said, I heard Orochimaru-sensei mention him before, saying he possesses something special. I can't quite discern it, but he is indeed quite handsome. I've heard that Chung senpai fights valiantly on the front lines, instilling fear in the enemy that he is only a few years older than us, yet so much stronger. Kamizuki Izumo expressed admiration. Guy, didn't you often train with Chung senpai? Is he really that impressive? T-Sun Tetsu questioned with some skepticism. Guy nodded. It's been a while since I last sparred with Chung, but over 2 months ago, I heard Kakashi say that even without his Sharingan, Kakashi couldn't last 10 minutes against him. Is he really that formidable? Both Mitarashi Anko and Waihai Kurinai's eyes brightened, their gazes involuntarily drifting toward Uchiha Chung, sitting diagonally behind them. I've heard that Chung senpai's title Sword Saint of the Wind has spread throughout the land of Earth. Kamizuki Izumo added. Although the group spoke in hushed tones, Uchiha Chung heard every word clearly. However, he had grown accustomed to being the subject of admiration from girls due to his appearance during his school days. So being discussed was nothing new. Upon hearing the title Sword Saint of the Wind, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, It sounded rather juvenile when echoed by others. Just then, while enjoying his dumplings, Mike Guy suddenly called out to a white-haired boy outside. "Hey, Kakashi, come in and have some dumplings with us? Everyone's here." Uchiha Chung turned to look and saw Kakashi wearing his forehead protector at an angle. Appearing rather lethargic, devoid of youthful vigor, resembling an old man instead. However, Uchiha Chung understood. Last month, Obito had been left at the Kanabi Bridge, and this month, Rin had passed away. That in the past, he had only shared a mediocre relationship with those two teammates. But after their deaths, he had also felt a deep sense of melancholy for a time. Kakashi, having shared a close bond with his teammates, must have been even more affected. Nevertheless, with the plot unfolding as originally intended, Uchiha Chang's previously relaxed demeanor grew heavy. It seemed that the Nine Tails incident was unavoidable. How could he ensure the safety of Minato Namikaze? Although Minato's death would still leave 7 or 8 years before the Uchiha massacre, providing ample time for Uchiha Chung to grow, he had no desire to engage in schemes. He did not intend to betray Konoha. In the original story, most of the ninja who defected did so because they could no longer remain in their villages. Uchiha Chung had no intention of leaving Konoha. Why should he leave Konoha? It made no sense. Worst case, he could find an opportunity to eliminate the third Hokage and Danzo from the higher-ups. After that, he could rebuild Konoha. Depending on the situation, he might recruit and nurture Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. If all else failed, he would first deal with these two internal threats. Of course, all of this was for later. For now, ensuring Minato's safety was his primary goal. Even if not out of self-interest, Uchiha Chung wanted to save Minato. He genuinely regarded Minato as a friend and half a mentor, driven by his own emotions. He would do his utmost, as long as he could act without regret. That was enough that a day later, the high-ranking officials led by the third Hokage returned from the Land of Fire, and after returning to the village, Danzo secretly ventured out once more. That noon, the third Hokage summoned Minato Namikaze. The next day, it was announced that the third Hokage would step down, and Minato would succeed him as the fourth Hokage. On December 24, the 47th year of Konoha, over a month had passed since Minato assumed the role of fourth Hokage, and the year was drawing to a close. After Minato's ascension, he also made use of Uchiha Chang's talents, transforming his previously leisurely life into one of busyness. In fact, Minato's rise to power did not come without dissent within the village. Some voiced concerns over his youth and lack of gravitas. However, from Uchiha Chang's perspective, these were mostly deliberate rumors spread by those with ulterior motives. Most likely, it was Danzo, who had long coveted the Hokage position and had previously supported Orochimaru's bid for the fourth Hokage role to gain more power for his future aspirations. Minato found Danzo's methods intolerable, and after becoming the fourth Hokage, their conflicts intensified. In just a little over a month, numerous disputes have erupted between both parties during high-level meetings. These events have been witnessed firsthand by Uchiha Chung. Due to his active performance on the battlefield of Awagakure and the esteem he garnered from Minato Namikaze, he now serves as Minato's exclusive bodyguard. He is even entitled to participate in high-level meetings, making him the youngest individual among those involved. However, this has drawn criticism from Danzo, yet under Minato's resolute stance, the matter has been laid to rest. Upon assuming office, Minato vigorously pursued reforms, proposing many suggestions aimed at rejuvenating Konoha. Yet he faced opposition from the higher-ups. Even the third Hokage, who initially supported his succession, opposed Minato's bold initiatives, believing he should adopt a more cautious approach and implement reforms gradually. Unlike these high-ranking officials, Minato truly emerged from humble beginnings, having ascended step by step, and he is acutely aware of the intricate details that many high-ranking individuals overlook. However, in the face of such opposition, he realizes that despite having become the fourth Hokage, his available personnel are scarce, and his authority is limited. The Umbu of Konoha remain under the control of the third Hokage and Danzo. Although the third has stepped down, the majority of his Umbu forces have not been handed over to Minato. From Uchiha Chang's perspective, while Minato indeed values him, he is also constrained by a lack of capable individuals in a secluded forest, the sound of fists striking flesh echoes incessantly. Uchiha Chung is engaged in an intense duel with Kakashi. The two are not utilizing ninjutsu, instead relying solely on taijutsu. However, even with this limitation, Kakashi finds himself significantly outmatched by Uchiha Chung. Owing to his training in the way of the infinite, Chung's mental prowess has been continuously increasing, further enhanced by the evolution of his Sharingan to the third Tomo, which has elevated his mental acuity. As his mental strength has grown, he has discovered that his reaction speed has also improved. Every one of Kakashi's attacks is effortlessly anticipated and evaded by him. With a powerful strike, Uchiha Chung lands a heavy punch on Kakashi's chest, realizing Kakashi cannot evade in time. He quickly opens his fingers, transforming his punch into a palm strike that impacts Kakashi's chest. Kakashi is sent stumbling back, taking 7 or 8 steps before falling onto the ground. He sits there, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, showing no inclination to rise. Clearly, their battle has persisted for quite some time. In contrast, Uchiha Chung, standing across from Kakashi, feels as if he has just finished warming up. Kakashi, you never used to lack stamina like this. Kakashi wipes the sweat from his forehead as he sits on the grass, saying, I don't know why, but lately I've felt a significant drain on my stamina. Hearing this, Uchiha Chung glances at Kakashi's left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector, and frowns, saying, You are not of the Uchiha clan, and without our bloodline, you cannot deactivate your Sharingan. Even when using the Sharingan, the chakra you expend is greater. Although covering it with your forehead protector may reduce consumption, the effect is minimal. The dynamic visual acuity of the Sharingan is akin to a passive ability. As long as it is active, it will automatically utilize this capability. This is why it feels as though everything is moving slower, especially with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, which can replicate an enemy's movements. This too requires chakra.by covering your Sharingan with an eye patch. It is akin to closing your eyes and not utilizing these passive abilities. However, as long as it remains active, it will continuously drain your chakra and stamina. Reflecting on the original story, Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12 after acquiring Obito's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Although he earned the title of Konoha Copy Ninja Kakashi over the years, his strength has progressed rather slowly. The Sharingan that elevated Kakashi has also constrained him, even hindering his potential. Upon hearing Uchiha Chung's explanation, Kakashi touches the eye concealed by his forehead protector and solemnly states, This was a gift from Obito. Even if it does not suit me, I cannot abandon it. I want to carry it and see the future of the ninja world. Uchiha Chung chuckles softly, saying, Rest assured, although some members of the clan have demanded the return of your Sharingan, the clan leader has stated that we must respect Obito's wishes, and no one will trouble you. My intention is not to have you give up the Sharingan, but rather to consider ways to alleviate its impact on you. Otherwise, the continuous drain will significantly affect your physical development. I will consult with the clan on your behalf. Additionally, Minato-sensei is skilled in sealing techniques and may have a temporary solution for you. Kushina-senpai's background is from the Uzumaki clan, and Minato-sensei learned his sealing techniques from her. Perhaps there is a way. Minato-sensei? Kakashi murmurs, his mood darkening. Observing Kakashi's despondent demeanor, Uchiha Chung feels a sense of helplessness. After all, psychological trauma is often exceedingly difficult to heal over time. Kakashi, I have faced a similar situation, but back then, my relationship with my teammates was mediocre, so I did not remain in despair for long. I cannot simply utter a few words to ease your burden. However, your deceased comrades would certainly not wish to see you like this. For their sake, you must strive to regain your spirits. While time is indeed the best healer of wounds, do not let it consume too much of yours. Consider Minato-sensei. He is in dire need of your assistance. Uchiha Chung earnestly counsels Kakashi, having been requested by Minato to help lift Kakashi's spirits. Initially reluctant, Uchiha Chung realizes that he must resolve to see Kakashi recover sooner rather than later. Minato has become increasingly reliant on him. In just over a month, this has come to pass. If Kakashi does not regain his composure soon, Minato will be overwhelmed with tasks, and Uchiha Chung cannot allow that. Yet at first, Uchiha Chung does not engage in verbal therapy with Kakashi, opting instead for physical therapy. The plan is to have Kakashi train rigorously, pushing him to his limits until he is too exhausted to dwell on his sorrow. after a period of intense training under Uchiha Chung's relentless regimen. Kakashi begins to show slight changes. However, the progress is not acceptable to Uchiha Chung. Today presents an opportunity to discuss Kakashi's Sharingan, as enhancing Kakashi's strength would alleviate many of his burdens. Psychological healing is a gradual process that does not require haste. Uchiha Chung, please proceed immediately to the Hokage's office. The fourth Hokage summons you, just as Uchiha Chung prepares to continue his physical therapy with Kakashi. An Umbu appears before them. Understood. I will go now. Uchiha Chung nods in acknowledgement, bidding Kakashi farewell and suggesting they meet at their usual place the following day. Kakashi raises his hand, his mouth opening slightly, hesitating to speak, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. However, Uchiha Chung does not afford him the opportunity to refuse, executing a body flicker technique and departing with the Umbu ninja. Can I truly forgive myself for Rin's death? Will I ever find peace during this time? After enduring Uchiha Chung's grueling torture, Kakashi finds himself wanting to collapse in a bed every time he returns home. Yet he cannot overcome the emotional hurdle within him. Despite knowing that Rin sacrificed herself by intentionally colliding with his Chidori to protect Konoha, he cannot absolve himself. Lying on the grass, Kakashi gazes up at the sky. Obito, you must blame me for not protecting Rin. Right? Uchiha Chung knocks on the door of the Hokage's office. Please come in, Minato's gentle voice replies. Uchiha Chung enters the room, slightly bowing, Minato-sensei, although he had previously referred to Minato as the fourth Hokage. Minato expressed discomfort with that title, insisting he be addressed in a more familiar manner, though he allowed for changes when necessary. Naturally, Uchiha Chung does not stand on ceremony with Minato, who suddenly adopts a serious tone, stating, Uchiha Chung, by order of the fourth Hokage, I command you to join the Hokage's direct Umbu from this day forth. He then resumes his usual tone. Chung, leave the bodyguard duties to others. You are well aware of my circumstances. There are not many capable individuals at our disposal. As my trusted ally, I have more significant responsibilities to entrust to you. Uchiha Chung's lips curled in a wry smile. Feeling somewhat helpless, was this truly how little he was regarded? Were it not for the absence of child labor in the world of Hokage, he might have protested. Understood. Nevertheless, he accepted the command, his previous thoughts of reluctance swiftly overturned. He must expedite Kakashi's recovery. Bluffing Shuemin was not surprised by Uchiha Chung's reaction. There were few among his subordinates who were truly capable that a subordinate like Uchiha Chung, blessed with exceptional talent, formidable strength, and unwavering reliability, was indeed a joy to command. Their relationship, too, was one of mutual respect and camaraderie. In Bluffing Shuemin's heart, no one was more suited to be his right-hand man than Uchiha Chung. After all, Kakashi was currently incapacitated due to psychological trauma and could hardly shoulder responsibilities. Consequently, the tasks assigned to Uchiha Chung had increased significantly. With great power comes great responsibility. Thus, it was only natural for Bluffing Shuemin to place his trust in him. Chung, I have always valued you highly, and I hope you can become my right-hand man, as I require your assistance. Bluffing Shuemin said earnestly. He did not address Uchiha Chung in a hierarchical manner. Rather, their interactions in private resembled those of friends and partners. Uchiha Chung replied with utmost seriousness, Senior Shuemin, I assure you I shall not let you down. Although he was averse to complications, with Bluffing Shuemin expressing himself in such a manner, he had no choice but to acquiesce, as he too wished to make a significant impact. Bluffing Shuemin nodded in satisfaction and continued, I have brought you into the Umbu not only to hone your skills, but also to send a message. The Uchiha clan is the most powerful family in Konohagakure, yet they have consistently been at odds with the village. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha fought valiantly, enduring tremendous sacrifices, yet they received no commensurate recognition. This discord stemmed not only from issues within the Uchiha clan, but also from the policies of the village's higher-ups that had previously been aware of the Uchiha's strained relations with the village leadership and their difficulties in coexisting with other ninja clans. However, only upon assuming the mantle of Hokage did I grasp the extent of the tension between the Uchiha clan and the village. If both parties do not engage in meaningful dialogue, The escalation of conflict is inevitable. Thus, what you wish to convey, Senior Shuemin, is that I should act as a bridge between the village and the clan, allowing the clan to understand that the village is making changes and concessions, albeit requiring time. Uchiha Chung articulated, completing Bluffing Shimon's unspoken thoughts. Precisely, Bluffing Shuemin nodded, appreciating the clarity of communication with an astute individual. He continued, there are very few Uchiha members who have been permitted to join the Umbu. The last notable instance dates back to the third Hokage's comrade, Uchiha Kagami. In order to facilitate your entry into the Umbu, I have also had to bear some pressure, so I hope you will perform admirably. To alter this perpetually war-torn ninja world, we must first resolve the internal issues within Konohagakure. Let us work together to forge a new future for the village. As he spoke, Bluffing Shimon's gaze brimmed with determination and trust. Were such words uttered by anyone else, Uchiha Chung might harbor doubts. However, facing Bluffing Shuemin, he felt none that he understood that Bluffing Shuemin was genuine and straightforward with his comrades, if a comparison were to be made. It would be akin to warfare. Individuals like the third Hokage and Danzo would rally their troops with cries of brothers, charge. In contrast, Bluffing Shuemin was the type who would say, brothers, follow me into battle. Uchiha Chung preferred to analyze the pros and cons of his actions, yet he also wished to avoid unnecessary machinations with those who did not engage in deceit. He bore no ill will, but did not wish to be manipulated. Given Bluffing Shimon's attitude, Uchiha Chung was willing to cooperate, as he too aspired to secure a new future for the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your trust. Uchiha Chung's eyes shone with fervor. Though it might sound somewhat juvenile, he had once been an earnest, optimistic, and passionate youth. However, his experiences in the ninja world, 14 years of mundane existence, and 2 brushes with death had rendered him more cautious, shrewd, and calculative regarding gains and losses. These changes were not inherently negative, for even with the existence of system, Navet could easily lead to peril. In the past, before his reincarnation, he had envisioned entering the world of Hokage, aspiring to effect change within the ninja realm. Yet, now that he had crossed over, his singular desire was to survive, to thrive, and to ensure the well-being of his family. A.S. Uchiha Chung exited the Hokage building. He clutched the file pertaining to his entry into the Umbu. The fervor that had previously surged within him had now subsided. Transforming the ninja world was no simple feat. Even altering the current state of Konohagakure posed significant challenges. Uchiha Chung murmured to himself, I must seize the moment. Senior Shuemin, please hold fast. Do not perish. He oriented himself towards the Umbu's location and proceeded towards the village's far western corner, where the Umbu headquarters resided. En route, Uchiha Chung secured the Tenyu sword, stowing it within the confines of the system's backpack. Upon entering the Umbu, it appeared that standard equipment would be issued. His swordsmanship had recently plateaued, making it an opportune moment to test out a conventional shinobi blade. After all, his Tenyu sword, gleaming silver, was rather conspicuous. To maintain an air of professionalism within the Umbu, he understood it was only a matter of time before he was recognized. Upon entering the Umbu building, Uchiha Chung's initial impression was one of darkness. It seemed that the Umbu's very essence hinged upon its obscurity. Though he internally scoffed, his actions remained unaffected. Soon, he arrived at the equipment department to collect his gear. At the end of the corridor lay the changing room, where he would don his new attire. You are a member of Team 6 that descend the stairs adjacent to the changing room to the underground level. Your squad's quarters are the third room on the left. Report to your squad leader there. In the future, you may change your gear within your Team S quarters without needing to return to the changing room, which is reserved for newcomers, and Umbu personnel indicated, gesturing towards the pitch-black corridor. Understood, Uchiha Chung nodded, proceeding toward the changing room with his equipment. After donning his attire and securing the shinobi blade to his back, he slipped on his mask. The third room on the left, 2-3. This must be it, he mused, grasping the door handle and gently twisting it before pushing the door open. Inside was a vast, empty chamber resembling a training ground. However, it bore the distinct ambience of the Umbu. Whether for reasons of secrecy or energy conservation, the lighting was dim. As Uchiha Chung stepped into the room, his brow furrowed slightly. Shadows concealed figures within. How dull. A smirk crept across Uchiha Chung's face as he continued deeper into the room. Swish, swish, swish. The unmistakable sound of projectiles slicing through the air reached his ears. Left one. Right two. Uchiha Chang's form flickered. His right hand, deftly seizing a shuriken hurtling towards his left side. With a swift motion, he flung it back towards the right, causing it to collide with the second shuriken, which then redirected and struck the third. All three shuriken fell to the ground, rendered powerless. Impressive. A towering Umbu ninja, easily measuring around 6.5 feet, emerged from the shadows, his physique reminiscent of a bared T on his left. A curvaceous female figure stepped forth, her silhouette indicating a commendable physique. Gradually, others began to materialize from the darkness. Was this truly the Umbu's way of welcoming new recruits? A subtle smirk danced upon Uchiha Chang's lips beneath his mask. I heard there's a new member today, one of the Uchiha clan, that I wonder how strong you truly are. Do not presume that minor skirmishes outside have granted you strength. It is merely the reputation of your family. The imposing Umbu ninja taunted. Uchiha Chung narrowed his eyes, offering a faint smile. I cannot tell if your grievances lie with the newcomers or with the Uchiha, but I am more than willing to oblige. In response to the bewildered gazes of his challengers, he unfastened the standard issue shinobi blade from his back, setting it aside, and instead gripped the wooden sheath. Come forth. Uchiha Chung gently shook the sheath of his sword, testing its weight. Its length was just right. You little brat. The sub-team leader of the Umbu's 6th squad, Yamagai, was half an hour early as he made his way to the room where his team was gathered. For today, a particularly formidable newcomer was said to be joining his ranks. As he pushed open the door, his expression darkened upon seeing 3 members sprawled on the floor. What on earth happened here? At that moment, standing beside the 3, Uchiha Chung calmly said, they wanted to test my swordsmanship as a new member. However, I hadn't even exerted myself before they all fell. Yamagai glanced at the cracks in the masks of the Umbu members and then at the sheath in Uchiha Chang's hand. Snorting coldly, I have warned you before that your demeanor would lead to trouble sooner or later, and it seems I was right. He then turned to Uchiha Chung, saying, you must be the new Uchiha Chung. I'm the sub-team leader of Squad 6, code name Yamagai. Although Lord Fourth holds you in high regard, the Umbu has its own rules. Here, obeying orders and completing missions is the foremost duty. If they overestimate their abilities and challenge you, that is their issue. However, I hope that in future missions, you will not let personal emotions interfere, that I possess that awareness. Uchiha Chung replied in a calm tone, nodding slightly. Seeing Uchiha Chang's attitude was satisfactory, Yamagai refrained from further admonitions. His earlier words seemed to be a caution to the other team members, warning them not to oppose Uchiha Chung. After all, given Uchiha Chang's strength, if he were to harbor a grudge, it would be all too easy for him to eliminate these individuals. Although they belonged to Kanagacore, the captain was well acquainted with the village's unsavory affairs, as that was indeed their line of work. And you lot, the same goes for you. Do you hear me? Yes. Although a warning was unnecessary, the significant disparity in strength made them acutely aware that provoking Uchiha Chung would yield no favorable outcomes. Those who bully the weak and fear the strong will inevitably encounter someone stronger. As a newcomer, let me explain the structure of the Umbu to you. Each squad consists of 17 members, including 1 squad leader and 16 members. 4 members form a small team. Most missions are completed in small teams. However, you are different. Under special circumstances, you are permitted to undertake missions alone, while those in the same small team may know each other's identities. We refer to one another by our code names within the Umbu. It was evident that the 4th Hokage had spoken to Yamagai beforehand. That I understand. Uchiha Chung nodded. Have you chosen your code name? Yamagai inquired. That I have not, Uchiha Chung replied. Then let it be Little Bird. The corner of Uchiha Chang's eye twitched. Could we consider another option? Yamagai paused for a moment, then replied. Code names can be chosen freely. Isn't this one suitable? It's not that it's unsuitable. I would prefer something a bit more ordinary. Yamagai crossed his arms, pondering. You want something more ordinary? No, I'll simply go with you, Feng. Uchiha Chung, fearing that he might blur out something like Little Chick or Blackbird, hastily settled on a code name. You, Feng? That works as well. The year 47 of Konoha quietly passed. Despite the cessation of the Third Shinobi World War, due to the alliance of fire, wind, and earth, the ninja world remained unstable. thanks to the courageous battles fought by the village's shinobi. The villagers of Konoha were finally able to enjoy a peaceful and stable new year. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was the beginning of spring in the year 48 of Konoha. During these past 2 months, Uchiha Chung had been exceptionally busy. Although the Umbu did not have missions every day, when they did, they were of high difficulty. Nevertheless, he maximized his free time for training. With no missions on that particular day, Uchiha Chung rose early, and, after completing his morning exercises, brought a bento to the 10th training ground, where he planned to spend the entire day, immersed in his training. Uchiha Chung swiftly passed the morning. After finishing his bento and taking a brief rest, he resumed his practice. Billy, with his left palm facing upward, fingers slightly curled, silver arcs of electricity flickered in his palm from time to time. As he steadily released chakra, the initially fine silver arcs thickened, emitting crackling sounds. Soon, his palm was enveloped in silver arcs, the sounds becoming sharp and dense, resonating like a chorus of birds in song. After completing the ninjutsu, Uchiha Chung altered the position of his left hand, fingers together, observing the silver arcs enveloping his palm as he prepared to test their might. Chidori. Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Chung charged towards a large tree 20 meters away. As he sprinted, the lightning chakra invigorated his body, enhancing his speed. His left hand hung naturally, the grass beneath him torn apart by the surging arcs of electricity. Uchiha Chung's hand, shrouded in arcs, plunged deeply into the massive trunk of the tree. Boom! The tree exploded from within, splinters scattering in conjunction with the Sharingan. Chidori seemed more suited to him than Rasengan. Uchiha Chung was thoroughly satisfied with the power of Chidori, beginning to compare it with Rasengan. Both ninjutsu had their respective advantages and disadvantages. If developed to their extremes, Rasengan would undoubtedly prove more formidable, as its power was evident, while Chidori also had a more advanced form known as Raikiri. Its requirements for use were more complex, even necessitating scientific knowledge. Moreover, Uchiha Chung had already acquired the skill equivalent to an enhanced version of Raikiri, known as PTINLD, rendering the pursuit of Chidori's advanced form unnecessary. At this stage, even if he possessed the capability to develop Rasengan, his body could not withstand it, as he lacked the Sage mode to enhance his physique. Conversely, Chidori, which could be effectively paired with the Sharingan, proved to be far more practical, with its derived ninjutsu being usable at his current level. During this time, he had taken to assisting Kakashi with physical therapy, naturally engaging in friendly sparring to exchange ninjutsu techniques. Casually picking up Kakashi's original Chidori in the process that, of course, Uchiha Chung did not learn without reciprocation. He also offered guidance on Kakashi's swordsmanship. Previously, he had mentioned aiding Kakashi with the issue of excessive chakra consumption from the Sharingan, having consulted the clan leader. However, no viable solutions were found, as there had been rare instances of outsiders successfully implanting the Sharingan, all of which the Uchiha clan had relentlessly pursued, with Kakashi being a unique case. Thus, no effective solutions emerged for Kakashi's predicament. Later, they consulted Minato Namikaze, who suggested discussing with Kushina Uzumaki to see if the Uzumaki clan possessed any special sealing techniques that could assist Kakashi. However, 2 months had passed since then without any results, and Kakashi had naturally given up. Uchiha Chung had no intention of pressuring Minato. After all, sealing techniques were multifarious and their search and study could be incredibly time-consuming. The training of lightning chakra's nature and form transformation proceeded smoothly. He just needed to dedicate more time to it, and he would be nearing completion. Uchiha Chung unleashed Chidori 2 more times, gazing at the flickering arcs in his palm, murmuring to himself. Once he completed the nature and form transformation of lightning chakra, he would be able to swiftly develop several highly practical ninjutsu derived from Chidori. After all, with his current strength and understanding of the principles, he could develop most ninjutsu. This is the advantage of elevated status. He had access to many of Konoha's ninjutsu texts and insights. After releasing Chidori consecutively, Uchiha Chung sat cross-legged on the grass. Immersing himself in the spiritual training of the infinite path, his mental strength remained the highest among his attributes, and it far surpassed the others. Having reached 43.99, more than double that of strength, constitution, and agility, However, a troubling issue had recently arisen an hour later. Uchiha Ching opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Where could the problem lie? Why had his mental strength plateaued at 43.99? Could it be that this single attribute had exceeded the others by too great a margin, or was there truly such a thing as a bottleneck? Uchiha Chung found himself in a profound state of contemplation, unable to decipher the enigma before him, that if the first reason were true, then his other three attributes had been steadily increasing, making it implausible for his mental fortitude to remain stagnant. Moreover, he had not noticed any physical abnormalities. Should the second reason hold merit, suggesting a genuine bottleneck, he found himself at an impasse. Regardless of the cause, it was far from a favorable situation. Just as Uchiha Chung was preparing to resume his training in the path of the limitless, he was suddenly alerted, his gaze shifting to the right. There he beheld a member of the Umbu, adorned in an animal mask, who materialized 10 meters away, the familiar voice instantly revealing his identity. Uchiha Chung. The third and fourth Hokage have summoned all Umbu without missions to gather. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately. Captain Shanji, Uchiha Cheng's eyes flickered slightly as he rose promptly. Understood, let us go. With that, he took the lead. En route, he slipped into a concealed alley, swiftly retrieving his Umbu gear from his system's backpack. Once donned and masked, he entered the mission room adjacent to the Hokage's office, where the third and fourth Hokage occupied their seats of authority, flanked by 3 rows of Umbu ninjas, totaling 15 individuals, by their stature and subtle movements. Uchiha Chung discerned that at least 2 among them were fellow members of the Umbu's 6 Squad. After all, a height of 1.90 was not common. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Chung strained to recall significant events that might have transpired recently, when a sudden realization jolted him. As Uchiha Chung arrived, the third Hokage spoke solemnly. This emergency gathering is to convey a dire piece of news. Orochimaru has defected. Konoha has officially classified him as an S-rank rogue ninja and is launching a full-scale pursuit. The knowledge, intelligence, and techniques possessed by Orochimaru are invaluable assets to Konoha. Therefore, I implore you to bring him back alive if possible. I've already communicated with Jiraiya. He has located Orochimaru and engaged him in combat. Although he was unable to detain Orochimaru, the latter has sustained injuries. Orochimaru is certainly somewhere within the Land of Fire, recuperating. Your mission is to diligently search for his whereabouts before he can escape the Land of Fire. Dismissed, no sooner had the third Hokage concluded his address than the Umbu, including Uchiha Chung, sprang into action. In a dense forest situated 300 miles north of Konoha, a quartet was weaving through the thicket. At the forefront was Uchiha Chung, leading his team, which had been on the hunt for a day and a half without any sign of Orochimaru. I never imagined we would be tasked with capturing him. Prior to joining the Umbu, I participated in the Kaiki Mountain battle alongside Orochimaru. The prospect of confronting him excites me beyond measure. I hope we find him first. Nighthawk's voice was laced with bloodlust and exhilaration, revealing a determination to capture the already injured Orochimaru. This, Uchiha Chung could only conclude that Nighthawk's intellect seemed to reside solely in his towering physique, while Orochimaru had indeed been wounded after a skirmish with Jiraiya. This made him all the more perilous. They were now the second wave of Umbu pursuing Orochimaru. Out of the first batch of 15, only 6 had returned alive. Should a fully capable Orochimaru encounter Umbu members on his trail, he might dismiss them entirely and simply depart. However, a wounded Orochimaru would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures when faced with trouble. Nighthawk, could you exercise a modicum of caution? Please refrain from uttering any ill-fated predictions. I have no desire to encounter Orochimaru, remarked a female ninja codenamed Bobo, known for her striking physique and mastery of water release. That I concur, added Uchiha Cheng's companion, known as Yule, a recent addition to the Umbu skilled in lightning release. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm among his teammates, Nighthawk felt a twinge of displeasure. He swiftly turned to Uchiha Chung, inquiring, Yu Feng, what about you? Do you share the same sentiments? Indeed, Uchiha Chung nodded. I have no intention of meeting my end just yet. Faced with Uchiha Cheng's candid response, Nighthawk's expression behind the mask stiffened. Humph! With Uchiha Chung, whose prowess far surpassed his own. Expressing such sentiments, Nighthawk found himself at a loss for words, though he inwardly chastised his companions for their timidity. This was a rare and significant mission, an extraordinary opportunity. Capturing one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, would elevate his status within the Umbu, and upon leaving the Umbu, he would gain renown in Konoha, subsequently receiving greater responsibilities. Who could resist such temptation, especially now that Orochimaru was gravely injured? Given their team's strength, capturing Orochimaru was not an impossibility. Regrettably, his comrades were too faint-hearted. Observing Nighthawk's silence, Uchiha Chung smirked inwardly. Although the Umbu comprised elite ninjas far superior to their peers, the majority were only at the level of elite Chunin, with few possessing Jonin-level combat capabilities. Based on Uchiha Chung's observations, only the leader of each squad tended to be Jonin, with a select few exceptional members also achieving that rank. The entire Umbu likely had no more than 15 Jonin. Prior to the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan boasted over 30 Jonin, including Special Jonin. Each Special Jonin had their own specialties. While the Umbu's Special Jonin predominantly excelled in combat and tracking, as a member of the same squad, Uchiha Chung had conducted a background check on Nighthawk. Nighthawk hailed from a minor clan in Konoha and had been a Special Jonin before joining the Umbu. Specializing in wind release and sensory techniques, as a relatively rare sensory-type ninja, he had great confidence in his abilities, exhibiting a rather brash and domineering personality. Clearly, his entrance into the Umbu had not tempered his disposition. Had Uchiha Chung not joined the Sixth Squad, it was likely that Nighthawk would have assumed the role of squad leader after Shanji's departure. However, the future remained uncertain. Uchiha Chung understood Nighthawk's ambitions, but he was indifferent. After all, he had no intention of remaining in the Umbu indefinitely. Once Kakashi recovered, he would surely resign to assist Minato. Although some members here were commendable, the majority operated without scruples, an atmosphere he found distasteful. This was especially true for members of the Root, who exhibited no moral boundaries. In recent months, Uchiha Chung had clashed with Root members on several occasions during missions, often leaving them severely beaten. Just as Uchiha Chung contemplated lingering a bit longer before returning to report, he suddenly sensed an ominous warning from Warwick. He promptly activated Blood Hunt, detecting a presence concealed within a cave 10 meters ahead. Had it not been for Warwick's alert, he would have utilized Blood Hunt to its fullest extent, making it difficult to uncover the hidden foe. Judging by the chakra signature, it was undeniably powerful, most likely Orochimaru himself. With this revelation, Uchiha Chung halted mid-stride atop a tree branch and retrieved his map. Upon noticing his pause, the remaining 3 members of his team likewise came to a standstill on nearby branches. Yulei inquired with curiosity, "Yu Feng, what's the matter? Did you discover something? I might have consumed something that disagreed with me. I'm feeling somewhat unwell." According to the map, there appears to be a small town not far to the east. Shall we go there for a brief respite? Uchiha Cheng's tone carried a hint of suppression, as if he truly were unwell. "Very well," Yulei replied, taken aback by the mundane nature of the reason. Bobo, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur. There's no rush with the mission that I, too, would appreciate a moment to rest. Let us venture to the town for supplies and a brief respite." Seeing the consensus among the 3, Nighthawk's expression darkened beneath his mask. In his view, the trio had undoubtedly lost their nerve and were deliberately stalling for time. With this in mind, Nighthawk asserted, "If that is the case, we shall proceed together, but there's no need to hurry. Let us search the vicinity first before we go." He gestured toward a massive boulder, glancing at the cave below, and declared, "That cave appears suspicious." As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped from the tree and strode toward the cave. Uchiha Chung observed this without intervening. Any further discussion might arouse suspicion. After all, if Yang sought death, he could not stand in the way. With his current strength, although he was no match for Orochimaru, he was still capable of putting up a fight, especially against the injured Orochimaru. His earlier remarks were primarily to avoid complications. Moreover, if the third Hokage truly wished to eliminate Orochimaru, it would not be up to them to intervene. Allowing the Umbu to pursue Orochimaru was tantamount to delivering them to their demise. It was merely for show. Take it seriously would be to invite failure to know. It would mean death. Even if Uchiha-chan could defeat the current Orochimaru, he had no confidence in capturing alive. In the world of Hokage, Orochimaru might not rank among the top 10 in strength, but his ability to preserve his life was certainly within the top 3. I could see the moment Yang stepped into the cave. Uchiha-chan's muscles tensed, and he became alert. Boom! Suddenly, Yang was ejected from the cave, soaring 10 meters before crashing heavily into a tree as thick as a person's embrace. He spat blood, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and lost consciousness. Tap, tap. The slow sound of footsteps emerged from the cave, revealing Orochimaru, who emerged while clutching his left side. His already pale complexion was now devoid of color. His snake-like vertical pupils radiated a chilling, murderous intent, and the very air seemed to thicken with tension. Feeling the oppressive aura of Orochimaru, Uchiha-chan's heart shuddered. Was this truly the real deal? A shadow-level powerhouse? Uchiha-chan had taken many lives, yet none exuded the formidable presence and killing intent that Orochimaru did. However, mere intimidation would not deter him. Was Orochimaru unable to maintain a calm demeanor because of his injuries? Uchiha-chan mused that Orochimaru's display was indicative of his weakness. Yet the Phrylia's camel is still larger than the horse, and he had no desire to provoke the snake. However, before Uchiha-chan could act, Yang, who had just been eliminated, suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru. With a swift slice of his ninja blade, Orochimaru's head fell to the ground. Yet before the triumphant smile could fully form on Yang's face, he realized that Orochimaru had transformed into a puddle of mud. Alarmed, Yang's expression changed. "Earth clone," he exclaimed. Orochimaru then erupted from the ground beneath Yang's feet. 4 thick serpents emerged from his sleeve, lunging at Yang. They ensnared him tightly and constricted rapidly. Ha! A series of sharp cracks echoed as Yang's neck was snapped, his body twisted grotesquely. Yang, as they witnessed the swift demise of Yang. The second strongest in their ranks, both Bobo and Yulei, cried out in horror, their bodies chilled. Uchiha-chan, however, remained unperturbed. From the moment he recognized that Yang, sensory-type ninja, had failed to detect Orochimaru, he knew the battle was already lost. To feign injury in an attempt to ambush was sheer folly. Had Uchiha-chan utilized his instant movement technique, there might have been a chance to rescue Yang, but given their strained relationship, he had hesitated for a mere half-second, and Yang was gone to... In any case, it mattered little. The turnover of Umbu personnel was a common occurrence. Now, having just slain Yang, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward them. "Chinken, I did not expect to find you among those pursuing me. It has been a long time." The murderous intent in Orochimaru's eyes lessened slightly, and his demeanor returned to a casual air, as if conversing with an old friend. Uchiha-chan's expression momentarily faltered beneath his mask. He had not used the heavenly sword, nor his swordsmanship, nor activated his Sharingan. How could Orochimaru recognize him? Noticing Uchiha-chan's silence, Orochimaru continued, "I once remarked that I find your gaze quite appealing. That I thank you for your attention. I never imagined you would recognize me under these circumstances." Uchiha-chan chuckled lightly, but did not relax in the slightest. Observing the tension in Uchiha-chan's body, Orochimaru remarked coolly, "I do not wish to kill you. I merely require a path to be cleared." Uchiha-chan's expression stiffened. In truth, if Orochimaru were to force his way through, they would not be able to stop him. He had deliberately avoided a confrontation with Orochimaru to prevent escalation. However, now that they had crossed paths, as an Umbu ninja, he had no choice but to engage. At this thought, Uchiha-chan felt a flicker of excitement within him. How rare it was to have the opportunity to engage one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, though I would prefer to step aside. My duties compel me otherwise. I apologized. As soon as Uchiha-chan spoke, he activated his Sharingan. Orochimaru, gazing at the 3-tomo Sharingan beneath the mask, remarked, "Oh, 3-tomo. I see I was not mistaken. What do you say? Chunkun, would you consider leaving Konoha to join me? I can share my knowledge, forbidden techniques, and research findings with you." Orochimaru's words carried an irresistible allure. Not only was he inherently charismatic, but the conditions he offered were difficult for most to dismiss. to remain a mere ninja in Konoha or to defect alongside one of the legendary Sannin, receiving his meticulous guidance. Most would surely know which path to choose, as soon as Orochimaru finished speaking. Bobo and Yulei instinctively took a half-step back. If Uchiha Chung were to agree to Orochimaru's proposition, they would inevitably meet the same fate as Yang. However, Uchiha Chung was among the few who could resist such temptation. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I'm afraid I must decline. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss." Orochimaru's hoarse voice grew even darker, and the hand that was covering his wounded side was raised. Without further ado, he launched an attack, Shadow Snake Hand. Dozens of serpents as thick as adult thighs surged forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, encircling Uchiha Chung from all directions, closing in rapidly. Uchiha Chung could even see the sharp fangs within the serpents' mouths. Bobo and Yulei, alarmed, drew their ninja blades in preparation for defense. However, the moment Orochimaru raised his hand, Uchiha Chung, with the Sharingan, discerned his intent and anticipated his move. As Orochimaru struck, Uchiha Chung drew his blade and swept it before him, conjuring a wall of air. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh filled the air. The serpents were all severed at the neck, their headless bodies twisting and writhing in the air. Through Uchiha Chung's diligent training and his already high mastery of swordsmanship, his wind blade technique had become increasingly refined. The wind barrier he employed, which initially served only a defensive purpose, had been enhanced through his training and modifications. Now, the wind chakra on the barrier's surface became exceptionally sharp, allowing it to serve both defensive and offensive functions against anything that touched it. Furthermore, the cooldown time for the wind barrier, originally 18 seconds, had now been reduced to 12 seconds. Clearly, it could become even shorter in the future. "Do not engage. I cannot keep an eye on you during this battle. That if you wish to live, retreat far away," Uchiha Chung commanded sternly. Bobo and Yulei, having witnessed Orochimaru eliminate Yang with a B-rank technique, had no intention of confronting him. Now, seeing Uchiha Chung's formidable strength as he effortlessly withstood Orochimaru's A-rank technique, they felt a glimmer of confidence. "Yu Feng, hold on for a moment. We will request reinforcements immediately." Upon hearing Uchiha Chung's orders, the two exchanged glances and retreated, intent on notifying more Umbu for support. Uchiha Chung maintained his focus on Orochimaru, paying no heed to the departing Bobo and Yulei. He unsheathed the scabbard from his back, hung it at his waist, and then sheathed his blade. Uchiha Chung possessed several unique sword techniques that required charging to utilize. Hanging the scabbard at his waist as opposed to his back would not significantly affect his drawing speed. Yet there was a subtle difference. Against ordinary foes, this would be inconsequential, but facing Orochimaru, he needed to exert his full strength from the outset. Orochimaru allowed the two to depart, yet his gaze toward Uchiha Chung grew even colder. Just as Uchiha Chung was sheathing his sword, Orochimaru completed his hand signs in an instant. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempestuous gale erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, sweeping through the surroundings with the force of a tidal wave, snapping trees in half and carving a deep chasm into the earth. A mere C-rank ninjutsu. In Orochimaru's hands, unleashed power rivaling that of a B-rank technique. Yet for the current Uchiha Makoto, such an attack was hardly formidable. With a resounding clang, the ninjato in his grasp was drawn. In an instant, he unleashed his long-practiced steel slash. By releasing wind attribute chakra, the blade accumulates a layer of whirlwind sever. Lasting for 12 seconds, after gathering 2 layers of whirlwind sever, it can unleash a gust of wind that sends foes flying, with every 2 layers augmenting the user's speed by 10%. Capable of stacking up to 12 layers, Steel Slash can be combined with Forward Slice. Uchiha Makoto's ninjato was enveloped in wind-style chakra, the blade surrounded by a miniature tornado as he thrust forward. The oncoming gusts collided with the tiny vortex around his blade, as if being cleaved asunder, rendering the surrounding winds powerless. Following this, Uchiha Makoto erupted with chakra, charging directly at Orochimaru. During his sprint, he swiftly sheathed his blade, amassing wind attribute chakra. Upon closing in on Orochimaru, he drew his blade once more. Clang! In response to Uchiha Makoto's formidable strike, Orochimaru effortlessly parried with a kunai. However, Uchiha Makoto showed no signs of hesitation. He drew and sheathed his blade from multiple angles, accumulating chakra, and then thrust again. After several initial blocks, Orochimaru maintained an air of indifference. Yet after the ninth consecutive block, a change swept over his countenance. He perceived Uchiha Makoto's speed increasing, and the swirling winds clinging to the blade imparted a sense of grave danger. Since becoming a ninja, Orochimaru had faced countless battles, honing his instincts to a razor's edge, and he trusted his intuition that he retreated sharply. Just then, at the culmination of Uchiha Makoto's 10th thrust, a chill ran down Orochimaru's spine. Was 10 strikes truly his limit? This time, Uchiha Makoto did not sheath his blade. Instead, he held it horizontally and swung fiercely. 10 whirlwind sever strikes merged into 5 colossal tornadoes. These 5 vortices, akin to drill bits, surged toward Orochimaru with a piercing sonic boom. After executing this feat, the ninjato in Uchiha Makoto's hand could no longer withstand the strain, fracturing inch by inch, that he then retrieved the heavenly imperial sword from his system backpack, choosing not to wield it earlier to test the prowess of Steel Slash without its enhancement. After all, he knew that even with the heavenly imperial sword, he could not slay Orochimaru. That much he was certain. With his Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto locked onto Orochimaru's position and provocatively declared, "I wonder if you can withstand this strike, Orochimaru Senpai." Though a rudimentary taunt, Orochimaru paused his retreat upon hearing these words. The glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he stood his ground. Bracing for the impending tempest, Orochimaru bit through the skin of his thumbs, swiftly completing the boar dog rooster snake horse seals, then struck the ground with his palms. Summoning technique, Triple Gate of Hell. The ground before Orochimaru trembled. Fissures sprawling outward, and 3 massive metallic gates rose from the earth. The tornadoes birthed from Uchiha Makoto's whirlwind sever surpassed 5 meters in diameter. Yet before the immense gates of hell, they appeared minuscule in comparison. However, the power of the whirlwind sever exceeded Uchiha Makoto's expectations. The 5 tornadoes collided with the first gate of hell in a flash. The air was filled with a sharp, ear-piercing screech, accompanied by sparks as the first gate seemed to be made of paper, easily pierced by the 5 tornadoes. Next came the second gate of hell. However, this time, it took over 10 seconds for the whirlwind sever to breach the second gate, and by the time it shattered it, the tornadoes had diminished to half their size. Ultimately, they were consumed by the third gate of hell, disappearing entirely. Yet the third gate twisted and warped under the assault. The might of Steel Slash was indeed beyond my expectations. If I could achieve 12 layers of whirlwind sever, the triple gate of hell would surely falter. Uchiha Makoto gazed at the distorted demonic visage on the third gate of hell, immensely satisfied with the power of Steel Slash. The summoning of the gates of hell was a ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, capable of summoning up to 5 gates. The first Hokage once summoned all 5 gates to narrowly alter the trajectory of the Nine-Tails-tailed beast bomb. This technique boasts formidable defensive capabilities, ranking among the most powerful defensive ninjutsu that in the original tale, Orochimaru had summoned the 3 gates to withstand Naruto's tailed beast bomb in his 4-tailed state. Thus, the power of Steel Slash, enhanced with 12 layers of whirlwind sever, could unleash 6 tornadoes, their combined strength rivaling that of a typical tailed beast bomb. Of course, with Uchiha Makoto's extraordinary swordsmanship, he currently lacked the ability to accumulate 12 layers of whirlwind sever within 12 seconds. 10 was his utmost limit. However, he found this challenge invigorating. The might of Steel Slash would amplify with the chakra he expended. Just moments ago, he had nearly exhausted all his chakra to execute this technique. He dared to do so partly due to the blue buff that returned 30% of his ninjutsu consumption. Otherwise, his chakra would have been utterly depleted. It was a rare opportunity to test his skills against a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, and it would be a waste not to go all out. While his relationship with Minato Namikaze could have allowed for practice, engaging him would offer little meaningful comparison. The effectiveness of whirlwind sever required continual accumulation of chakra, and this process needed to be completed within 12 seconds. Interruption would render it futile. The speed of 10 layers of whirlwind sever. Most ninjas would be hard-pressed to evade. I wonder how formidable Steel Slash Fully charged with 12 layers of whirlwind sever, combined with forward slice and gale's breath would be that I ponder when I shall master the wind blade technique to its pinnacle, standing opposite Uchiha Makoto. Orochimaru regarded the grotesquely distorted gate of hell, admiration flashing in his eyes, albeit mostly fervor. Have damaged the triple gate of hell to such an extent. Truly impressive, Makoto. The power of this technique is astonishing. I am well versed in the sword techniques of Konoha, regardless of school. Yet, never have I encountered a style that possesses such speed alongside such formidable power. Could this be a technique of your own creation? Uchiha Makoto merely smiled softly, remarking, even such a powerful technique was effortlessly countered by you, was it not? Despite having only about 30% of his chakra remaining after unleashing Steel Slash, he felt no trepidation. For he still possessed the heavenly imperial sword, filled with charged chakra, allowing him to unleash sword energy without expending any chakra. Should Orochimaru choose to continue their confrontation, he could utilize the charged sword energy to buy time while gradually recovering his chakra. He had yet to employ today's share of redemption and mercury, and he was prepared to counter any of Orochimaru's tactics. This was a perfect opportunity to engage in a true battle with a shadow-level powerhouse. A genuine test of his abilities, seeing Uchiha Makoto's lack of denial. Orochimaru's gaze brightened further. Makoto, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Had I not departed from Konoha, I would have undoubtedly taken you as my disciple. Such a pity. Would you truly not reconsider my previous offer? You may not yet realize it, but my experiment is nearing completion. Soon, I shall uncover a forbidden technique that grants immortality. If you are willing, I can share it with you, and together we can pursue eternal life, spending endless time seeking power and the truths of the ninja world. Orochimaru's words were laden with temptation. Yet Uchiha Chung merely smiled in silence. Gently shaking his head, he was acutely aware of the forbidden technique to which Orochimaru referred. It must be said that Orochimaru's ability to devise the impure world reincarnation was truly remarkable. It resembled the concept of soul possession found in novels of a past life, and it was not limited to a single occurrence. It could be repeated multiple times, allowing one to perpetually acquire youthful and vibrant flesh. However, this held little allure for Uchiha Chung. After all, during the initial period following reincarnation, one could not maintain peak combat prowess and required time to recover. Moreover, reincarnation would weaken one's mental faculties. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru, with his formidable strength, so easily fall victim to Itachi's Genjutsu, while in his three-tomo form in the original narrative? Boom! A signal flare soared into the sky, bursting into crimson smoke directly above the two figures. This was a signal from the Umbu. Clearly, reinforcements had arrived. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. He had already sustained injuries from his earlier confrontation with Jiraiya, and subsequently, he had been caught off guard by the third Hokage's explosive tags hidden within the serpent's belly. Compounding his wounds, his decision to confront Uchiha Cheng's ninjutsu was partly an attempt to showcase his strength in an effort to win him over, but also due to his inability to sustain high-intensity battle. However, Uchiha Cheng's ninjutsu exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, and his strength was far greater than anticipated. That a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, especially now that Orochimaru was already injured. If Uchiha Chung managed to detain him until a throng of Umbu ninjas surrounded him, it would spell considerable trouble. With this thought, Orochimaru's resolve began to waver. Since Chung was unwilling, so be it. Yet he believed they would soon meet again. You are still young and do not yet comprehend the true potency of the forbidden techniques I have researched. However, I can grant you more time to consider, for I welcome you to come to me whenever you wish. Orochimaru cast a lingering gaze at Uchiha Cheng's three-tomo Sharingan, his eyes betraying a hidden greed. He desired Uchiha Chung. With that, he prepared to depart. Wait. Uchiha Chung swiftly interjected, positioning himself in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within. Did Chung intend to change his mind and accompany him? Uchiha Chung spoke. Orochimaru-san, are you not going to leave something behind before you go? Since I have encountered you, and my teammates have witnessed this, it would be unreasonable for me to allow you to leave unscathed and return to the village without consequence. Anger flickered in Orochimaru's gaze, the cold vertical pupils fixated on Uchiha Chung. Did he imply that he wished to be injured? Uchiha Chung felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were a prey ensnared by a venomous serpent. He tightened his grip on the Tenyu sword, bracing himself. He understood that his actions were a serious provocation to Orochimaru. Yet he was eager to test the limits of Orochimaru's resolve, while also seeking to gain some advantage. After all, he was not the one in urgent need, and should Uchiha Chung truly wish to flee, Orochimaru would be unable to detain him. He still had many trump cards yet to be played. Orochimaru-san, are you not eager to share the fruits of your research with me? Will you not first show some indication of your intent? Observing Uchiha Chung's tense posture, ready to spring into action, Orochimaru's expression relaxed, and he chuckled, "How amusing." With that, Orochimaru tilted his head back slightly, extending his neck. Sensing this movement, Uchiha Chung instinctively stepped back, fearing he was about to strike. Suddenly, Orochimaru mimicked a retching motion, his tongue extending over 2 feet long. Entwined around 2 scrolls, one black and one blue, as Uchiha Chung beheld the viscous liquid dripping from the scrolls. Uncertain if it was saliva or gastric acid, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Abruptly, he formed hand seals, summoning Warwick. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Warwick and sensing his formidable presence, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted. After instructing Warwick to accept the scrolls, Uchiha Chung smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity. Orochimaru-san, until we meet again, I believe it will not be long before our paths cross once more." Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Chung with a profound gaze, his words laden with meaning. Uchiha Chung watched as Orochimaru departed. Subsequently, he activated his blood pursuit, attuning himself to his surroundings while deliberately avoiding the Umbu members. He then commanded Warwick to unfurl the scrolls for meticulous examination. To his astonishment, the first black scroll contained the very forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, that Orochimaru had painstakingly researched for years. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would relinquish such a technique to him. Truly a significant investment. However, only half of the content was present. The specifics of the reincarnation ritual and detailed methods were absent. Uchiha Chung perused the black scroll, absorbing its contents line by line. It solely detailed the effects of impure world reincarnation and the conditions for its execution. That it must be said that for the vast majority, this temptation was monumental. Even the sage of 6 paths who passed down his powers to future generations could not escape the ravages of physical decline. Thus, the allure of this forbidden technique is evident. In a certain sense, it promised immortality. Alas, the restrictions were too great. Simply the decline in mental faculties was something I could not accept, and there were alternative means to attain immortality. Nevertheless, this ninjutsu is undeniably valuable and warrants further investigation. With his formidable mental acuity, Uchiha Chung committed the contents of the scroll to memory. Once he attained the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths, or even Kagaya level, he too could secure a prolonged life. Although he had no need for impure world reincarnation, it did not imply this ninjutsu lacked utility for him. On the contrary, the potential of this forbidden technique was immense, since it was developed by Orochimaru. If given more time, there was no telling how it might be perfected. Even if he had no use for it, perhaps one day those around him would find it indispensable. Indeed, he himself might someday require it. Though Uchiha Chung hoped that day would never come, it was prudent to be prepared. Having been reborn once, he cherished his second chance at life all the more, after securely storing the black scroll. Uchiha Chung commanded Warwick to unfurl the second blue scroll. Upon glimpsing the title of the scroll's inception, Uchiha Chung's eyes lit up. It was the body activation technique. This secret art could enhance cellular vitality, boosting physical life, force, and recovery. What could be more suitable for him than this? Thanks to the enhancement of his mental faculties through the path of the infinite, the challenge of elevating his spirit had been resolved. Yet the enhancement of his physical strength progressed at a relatively sluggish pace. Besides his daily training and natural growth, he could only enhance his base attributes by completing tasks issued by the system. Such improvements were often incremental and could not be sustained. After all, it had been a considerable time since the last major conflict, and the system had ceased to issue tasks. Uchiha Chung found himself wishing for an increase in system tasks. The body activation technique fundamentally strengthens the body at the cellular level. Whether it be enhancing physical constitution, increasing chakra capacity, or mitigating damage from the 8 gates technique, it proved exceptionally effective across the board. This secret art represented a comprehensive enhancement for him. Indeed, it was a truly magnificent gift. Uchiha Chung pondered quietly within his heart. Perhaps Orochimaru believed that his forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, was the most captivating. However, what Uchiha Chung currently required most was the body activation technique that a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. Despite possessing numerous powerful tools, his chakra remained the foundation of everything. Although his chakra reserves were significantly greater than those of many adult jonin, he still found himself unsatisfied. On the contrary, accustomed to the abundance of chakra and the vast sea of it, he felt a twinge of amusement as he observed his chakra steadily increase by dozens at intervals, devoid of any real sensation. Not to mention, with the augmentation of chakra and the enhancement of physical strength, he could manifest additional shadow clones, exponentially accelerating his training speed. Uchiha Chung took a moment to calm his thoughts and meticulously examined the entire scroll. He discovered that aside from detailing the body activation technique, it also mentioned soft body modification. This secret technique could transform the body in a unique manner, significantly enhancing its flexibility and elasticity. A body that underwent such modification could stretch freely or twist at any angle, with limbs capable of striking like whips. From a certain perspective, upon completing the soft body modification, many fatal points on the human body would cease to exist. The neck could stretch, rendering the act of breaking it a mere joke. Unfortunately, his swordsmanship was cultivated towards the directions of forceful precision and graceful agility. Thus, the soft body modification was not suitable for him, and the time required to master the secret technique was excessively lengthy. Instead of pursuing that path, he preferred to devote more time to mastering the body activation technique and advancing the 8 gates to a higher level. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Chung resolved to abandon the training of soft body modification. After all, even for the sake of familial harmony, he could not engage in such training, especially since it contradicted his own cultivation direction. Uchiha Chung sealed both scrolls within a sealing scroll and promptly rejoined the main force. Upon returning to the location where he had previously battled Orochimaru, he found several Umbu members gathered there. "Yufeng, are you all right?" Yulei rushed to his side, concern evident on his face. Uchiha Chung replied in a calm tone, "I am fine." Beside them, Bobo inquired, "Yufeng, where is Orochimaru?" "He escaped." Uchiha Chung feigned a sigh of disappointment. The surrounding Umbu members remained silent, for they were astounded by the remnants of the battle they encountered upon arrival. What level of conflict could devastate the forest to such an extent? One might think this place was being cleared for cultivation, as large swathes of ground had been entirely overturned. Especially striking was the sight of Uchiha Chung returning unscathed. After all, he had just faced one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, a top-tier expert in Konoha. Though he had sustained injuries, they knew that even in a concerted attack, capturing Orochimaru was an impossible feat. Their pursuit was merely a matter of following orders. They were astonished to discover that this newcomer, codenamed Yufeng, possessed such formidable strength. They racked their brains, trying to recall when such a figure had emerged in the village, and connecting the dots to his Sharingan and his piercing swordsmanship in past missions led many to arrive at certain conclusions. Uchiha Chung himself was indifferent to their speculations. After his ninja sword had broken, he had hung the heavenly sword at his waist. Unlike the standard ninja swords used by the Umbu, Konoha had few practitioners of straight swords, and even fewer could match his swordsmanship. In truth, it was easy to deduce his identity. When Uchiha Chung initially chose the codename Yufeng, he had no intention of concealing his identity. After all, just like Kakashi before joining the Umbu, with his white hair and Raikiri paired with the Sharingan, who could mistake him for anyone else? With Uchiha Chang's swordsmanship and his 3-tomo Sharingan, he stood alone as the only Uchiha member in the Umbu. It was impossible for anyone in the village not to guess. As long as he remained strong, there was no necessity for concealment. Moreover, he did not intend to remain in the Umbu indefinitely. After acquiring the body activation technique, Uchiha Chung had already formulated a plan. He aimed to resolve Kakashi's issues swiftly and have him join the Umbu to assist him in the Hokage's office in Konoha. Uchiha Chung stood before the desk of Namake's Minato to report on his mission. Did you let Orochimaru escape again? At least you weren't injured. After all, this mission was somewhat. Namake's Minato's expression revealed his contemplation. If the pursuit of Orochimaru was a necessity, the number of capable individuals in the village was quite limited, and relying solely on the Umbu to capture him alive, as per the third Hokage's orders, was indeed asking too much. Uchiha Chung reflected for a moment before adding, however, this mission was not entirely fruitless. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and opened it, extracting 2 scrolls, one black and one blue, still glistening with moisture. Namake's Minato frowned, instinctively leaning back in his chair, pressing against the backrest. Chung, what is this? Senior Minato, these are Orochimaru's research findings, Uchiha Chung explained, handing the original scrolls to Namake's Minato. Namake's Minato's expression turned to one of astonishment. Research findings. Ignoring the moisture on the scrolls, he began to examine them closely. Soon, shock flickered in his eyes. Reincarnation technique? I never expected Orochimaru to develop such a forbidden technique. How terrifying. Does this mean that his experiments on villagers from our own village are indeed true? Regarding human experimentation, the third Hokage has likely been aware of it for some time, Uchiha Chung affirmed. Namake's Minato's face darkened entirely. In truth, when he had heard the third Hokage mention Orochimaru conducting experiments on villagers, he had been skeptical. After all, while Orochimaru often appeared gloomy, he was generally polite and courteous to others, seeming unlikely to commit such atrocities. Though Namake's Minato was not a deeply scheming individual, his journey from a commoner to becoming the fourth Hokage of Konoha in such tumultuous times had endowed him with political acumen. His ascension to the Hokage position stemmed not only from his remarkable accomplishments and military merit, but also from his understanding that the third Hokage, with his cautious nature, preferred to see Minato as the fourth Hokage. When Orochimaru was maliciously slandered, Minato had suspected that someone was aiding him from the shadows. Furthermore, upon attaining his position, his authority had been considerably curtailed. Although he held the title of fourth Hokage and was the nominal leader of Konoha, 4 others wielding substantial power constrained his decisions. Many resolutions required the consensus of 3 advisors and the third Hokage's approval, leaving him with little room for alteration, given his still shallow foundation. Namake's Minato genuinely wished to see Konoha grow stronger and better. Thus, cultivating his own power was imperative. Chung, thank you for your hard work this time. After examining the 2 scrolls, Namake's Minato stated, I will try to assign you fewer tasks in the near future, that I need to present these 2 scrolls to the third Hokage. Understood, Uchiha Chung replied with a slight BOW. Namake's Minato rose from his seat to take the scrolls to the third Hokage. He paused at the door and said, by the way, Chung, I've already brought up the issue you mentioned to me in the high-level meeting, and I believe there will be results soon. Also, I have some leads regarding Kakashi's Sharingan. We can attempt to use the 4-symbol seal that I understand, Senior Minato. Thank you for your efforts, Uchiha Chung smiled and nodded. Working alongside someone as genuine as him made everything feel effortless. These are my responsibilities as Hokage. Bluffing Shuemin nodded in acknowledgement. The commitments made by Bluffing Shuemin are generally taken very seriously. Recently, due to issues concerning political status and treatment within the clan, some discordant voices have emerged during clan meetings. Uchiha Chung discussed with Uchiha Fugaku the proposal to elevate the political standing of the Uchiha clan. However, during the meeting, the high-ranking officials opposed this, citing that the Uchiha clan's control over the Konoha police force meant they lacked the bandwidth to engage in village politics. In response, Uchiha Chung suggested that other clans could also be incorporated into the Konoha police force to collectively maintain the village's security. This approach would also serve to win over some of the smaller clans. After the Senju clan fragmented and integrated into Konoha, the Uchiha clan, being the strongest in Konoha, naturally regarded the power of the police force as trivial. However, this was not the case for the smaller clans, for whom the police force represented an excellent opportunity. Naturally, upon the introduction of this proposal, Danzo vehemently opposed it, while Uchiha Fugaku and Bluffing Shuemin argued their case vigorously. Among the representatives of the smaller clans, there were also jonin present, who were swayed by this proposal. As long as the Uchiha clan was willing to forego some benefits, support for the proposal would surely grow. Uchiha Fugaku was tasked with addressing internal clan issues, while Bluffing Shuemin served as the bridge for communication between the village and the Uchiha clan at this pace. Resolving the discord was merely a matter of time. After all, Bluffing Shuemin was not indecisive like the third Hokage, nor did he harbor ulterior motives like Danzo. Many seemingly troublesome conflict could ultimately be resolved with sincerity. After Bluffing Shuemin departed, Uchiha Chung returned to the headquarters of the Umbu. Upon entering the room where Team 6 was stationed, he found Captain Shanjin, along with Bobo, Yulei, and others, including Tuing, Hai, and Xiaoji. Once everyone had arrived, Shanjin announced the death of Yang. However, most individuals exhibited little reaction, as the death of teammates during missions was a common occurrence in the ninja world, particularly for Umbu members who frequently undertook perilous tasks. Moreover, Yang's poor interpersonal relationships were also a significant contributing factor. After the announcement of disbandment, Uchiha Chung shed his Umbu attire, changed into his own clothing, and exited Chung. Wait, just after stepping out of the Umbu, while entering a street, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Uchiha Chung raised an eyebrow and turned to see his Team 6 member, Bobo, standing before him. At that moment, Bobo had donned a form-fitting beige outfit. Although it was quite ordinary attire, her alluring figure made it appear anything but to, there's something you need? Uchiha Chung asked, gazing at Bobo with a questioning expression. Bobo's real name was Yuheng Liuli, hailing from a small clan. However, during the Third Great Ninja War, her entire family had perished, leaving her as the sole survivor, unfazed by Uchiha Chung's indifferent demeanor. Yuheng Liuli stepped closer with a smile, saying, "Today is my birthday, and I'm all alone at home with no friends. Would you care to join me for dinner? I have great confidence in my culinary skills." Uchiha Chung was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he was overthinking or if Yuheng Liuli was underestimating the situation. Observing her beautiful features, voluptuous figure, and captivating gaze, Uchiha Chung felt a stir within him. However, he quickly resolved to decline. "I'm sorry, but I have to attend a clan meeting today." Naturally, Uchiha Chung would not allow himself to fall prey to the advances of such alluring temptresses. Although he appreciated mature women, Yuheng Liuli, being 18, was far too old for his 15-year-old self, who was still a minor. Furthermore, her overtly forward approach was off-putting to Uchiha Chung, who preferred not to be placed in such a position. With that, he utilized a body flicker technique and vanished from the alley. Watching Uchiha Chung depart with such nonchalance, Yuheng Liuli licked her lips, her interest intensifying. The following morning, just as Uchiha Chung was preparing to relish a fulfilling day of training, an Umbu member appeared at his doorstep to inform him that he had been assigned another mission. Uchiha Chung was bewildered. Bluffing Shuemin had only yesterday agreed to grant him a period of respite. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found Bluffing Shuemin seated with a grave expression, poring over a scroll. Sensing the serious atmosphere in the office, Uchiha Chung refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. It was clear that trouble was afoot. Upon seeing Uchiha Chung, Bluffing Shuemin visibly relaxed. With a hint of apology, he said, "I'm sorry, Chung, I must trouble you once again. I had planned for you to rest for a few days. But the situation has become somewhat urgent. Senior Watergate, you're far too courteous," Uchiha Chung replied earnestly. "What exactly has transpired?" Bluffing Shuemin explained. "Our envoy dispatched to the Mist Village was attacked, 4 were killed, and 1 was severely injured. An envoy." Uchiha Chung was taken aback. Wasn't he the Mist Village known for its reluctance to communicate with the outside world? Moreover, last year, the death of Noira Rin was due to a surprise attack from the Mist Village. Was the village now attempting to negotiate peace with them? Bluffing Shuemin continued, "Chung, as you know, although the Third Great Ninja War has come to a close due to the alliance formed among the Fire, Earth, and Wind countries, the Cloud Village of the Lightning Country and the Mist Village of the Water Country have yet to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. The ninja world remains on the brink of war. Compared to the more aggressive Cloud Village, we should first seek to engage with the more ambiguous Mist Village. The conflict between the Mist Village and Konoha during the Third War was not particularly intense. suggesting they, unlike the Cloud Village, may also wish to end hostilities. This aligns with the higher-up sentiments. For the sake of peace, we may have to make some sacrifices. Once again, it seemed to be the higher-up's directive. Uchiha Chung felt a sense of helplessness. Despite having emerged victorious, it felt as though they had lost. However, he lacked the power to influence the higher-up's decisions. Even the fourth Hokage, Bluffing Shuemin, who was significantly stronger than him, was unable to oppose the combined opinions of the four high-ranking officials. Progress would need to be gradual. Senior Watergate, you mean to say that our envoy to the Mist Village may have been attacked by ninjas from Mist Village? Correct. Of course, it's also possible that the Rock Village sent ninjas to stage a sneak attack. There's even a chance our allies could be involved, Bluffing Shuemin elaborated. Uchiha Chung narrowed his eyes at this last remark. Although the Fire, Earth, and Wind countries had formed an alliance, unity among them was far from guaranteed, and underhanded tactics were to be expected. Bluffing Shuemin nodded in agreement. Yes, that is my perspective as well. If it were indeed Mist Village ninjas, it would indicate their complete disinterest in negotiations. Should the Cloud Village be meddling behind the scenes, we must be prepared. However, if the Sand and Rock Village are instigating issues, that would present a serious problem. The void affecting the unity within the alliance. This matter must be investigated discreetly, which is why I sought you out. That I understand. Uchiha Chung stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Senior Watergate, have we gleaned any intelligence from the injured ninja? Bluffing Shuemin's expression darkened. Avoid raising suspicions in the Mist Village. The village dispatched a 5-member Chunin team to the Water Country. Upon encountering the enemy, they were swiftly overpowered, resulting in 4 fatalities. Only one severely injured member managed to escape. The enemy did not wear headbands or possess any identifiable markings, making it impossible to ascertain which village was responsible. In other words, there was little useful intelligence to be had. Uchiha Chung frowned. Senior Watergate, is there a possibility of internal leaks within the village? Bluffing Shuemin replied, I have considered that possibility and am currently conducting an investigation. However, those who attended the meeting are generally reliable individuals, so the likelihood is minimal. Uchiha Chung silently contemplated. The reliability Bluffing Shuemin referred to was relative. Based on what he had learned, there were still those within the village who did not wish for the war to end so swiftly. After all, Konoha had achieved substantial victories during the Third Great Ninja War, yet it failed to gain tangible benefits from the already surrendered Sand and Rock villages. Instead, they had suffered considerable losses in ninjas and expended vast resources. Now that the 3 countries had formed an alliance, continuing hostilities with the Cloud and Mist villages could yield profits. Should peace be attained in the ninja world, the influence of the warmongers would inevitably wane. In a flash, Uchiha Chang's thoughts turned to Danzo, who was notoriously referred to as the ninja world's pot king. Konoha bore countless burdens, with Shimura Danzo bearing a significant share of the blame. The Danzo from the original story was indeed tainted through and through, although it was not entirely accurate to categorize his actions strictly as heroic or villainous. They were undeniably shrouded in darkness. However, even if one can comprehend his actions, it would be somewhat excessive for anyone to express admiration for that character. In any case, Uchiha Chung harbors no feelings towards him. Currently, Danzo's focus is solely on the Uchiha clan, and it has yet to have any substantial impact on him or his family. For the time being, Uchiha Chung does not possess any particular thoughts regarding Danzo. His philosophy is, if others respect me a foot, I shall return the favor a mile, and if one does not provoke me, I shall not instigate. Should one offend me, I will surely retaliate. As Uchiha Chung contemplated this, Minato Namikaze continued, at present, the most crucial task is to send more personnel to the Hidden Mist. This time, however, we will primarily dispatch Umbu to investigate the situation and gauge the intentions of the Hidden Mist village, that if we can convey the will of Konoha and facilitate an alliance between both parties. That would be the best outcome. In simple terms, I want you, Chung, to lead the team, secretly protecting the envoy while investigating the circumstances and striving to foster an alliance between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. With your perceptive abilities, hidden enemies will find it difficult to gain the upper hand. Of course, your safety is of utmost importance as well. If necessary, you may make decisions based on the actual situation. I permit you to abandon the mission if need be. Uchiha Chung replied, I understand, and I will do my utmost. Upon hearing Minato's suggestion to assess the situation, Uchiha Chung felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this task sounded quite troublesome, requiring both protection and investigation. The crux of the matter was that the enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood in the light, and their strength remained unknown. Since Minato had stated it this way, he would naturally do his best and adapt flexibly. I have complete confidence in your abilities, Minato said, his expression easing that he held a firm belief in Uchiha Chung's strength and competence. Which is why he thought of him first when faced with this predicament. Uchiha Chung said, Senior Minato, I shall return and prepare. Minato replied, There's no need to rush. The envoy team will depart the day after tomorrow. In addition, I plan to appoint you as the temporary captain of the 6th Umbu Squad. Temporary captain? Uchiha Chung was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure and asked, What about Captain Yamaki? Are you referring to Haruki? Minato continued, From now on, the Code Yamaki will be retired. He was injured during a mission and has been recuperating. He intends to marry his fiancée once he recovers and has already requested leave for his wedding. Moreover, he has expressed his weariness with the Umbu lifestyle and wishes to transfer to the Logistics or Intelligence Division. The 6th Squad cannot be without a captain, although you have only recently joined. The team members trust you greatly. I believe you can lead them well. Minato's words left Uchiha Chung speechless. Haruki Ito was the true name of their squad leader. He seemed like an honest and straightforward person. Yet he had unexpectedly betrayed the organization. To think he would marry while they were busy with missions and even request a leave for his wedding. This was truly exasperating, enviable. Uchiha Chung longed for a break himself. Rest assured, I have also arranged for a capable assistant for you. He will accompany you on this mission, Minato added. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that the assistant should be arriving soon. Just as Minato finished speaking, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, 4th Hokage. Reporting in, Kakashi Hitaki. Wearing his forehead protector at an angle, Kakashi stood straight and addressed them with a serious demeanor. Minato smiled, saying, Kakashi, I've mentioned many times before. Let us stick to the previous titles. Yes, you can see. Chung is still addressing me as before. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, Yes, Minato-sensei. Minato continued, Starting today, Kakashi will join the 6th Umbu Squad, and he will henceforth be your subordinate, Chung. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chung's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, it was indeed Kakashi. He had intended to propose Kakashi's inclusion in the Umbu to Minato previously. Kakashi was 13, yet Chung was only 15 himself. They were still just children, tasked with such burdensome missions. Fortunately, once Kakashi matured, Chung would find his own responsibilities significantly lighter. I could see that point. He could simply request to withdraw from the Umbu. The body activation technique he acquired yesterday had yet to be practiced, and the upcoming days seemed devoid of time for training. Kakashi, you should report to the Umbu now. I have some matters to discuss with Chung. Minato instructed. Yes, Minato smiled at Kakashi, gesturing for him to leave. Once Kakashi departed, Minato added, Chung, yesterday I informed Kakashi about the 4-symbol seal. However, he refused to seal his Sharingan. I hadn't noticed this issue until you neglected to mention it. After taking Kakashi to the hospital for an examination, I discovered that the Sharingan significantly affects his body. If this continues, rather than becoming an asset, the Sharingan will hinder his growth. I believe this contradicts Obito's wishes. Hence, I would like you to counsel him, helping him overcome his psychological barriers. Understood, Senior Minato. I will do my best, Uchiha Chung replied. He had grown accustomed to assisting Kakashi with physical therapy, yet appeared that the results were insufficient. After all, Kakashi had been exceptionally busy lately, leaving little time for sparring. Nevertheless, he recognized that psychological wounds were not easily healed. Of course, Kakashi had initially agreed to consult the 4th Hokage regarding potential solutions for the risks associated with the Sharingan. Indicating his desire to better utilize the legacy left by his friend, he aimed to assist Minato in ushering in a prosperous era, preventing further sacrifices akin to Rin and Obito. Otherwise, Kakashi would not be so fervently training. After all, Minato was still alive, Jiraiya's Heavenly series had yet to be published, and Kakashi had not yet succumbed to the allure of adult literature. Exiting the Hokage's office, Uchiha Chung first returned home. His mother had requested him to purchase the latest flower seeds from the mountain flower shop before he left. Next, he visited the herbal shop, spending over 300,000 ryo on a large bag of precious medicinal materials. Upon returning home, he discovered that Uchiha Linghua was not there. Recently, she seemed to have developed a good relationship with the clan leader's wife, Uchiha Makoto, often being invited to gatherings among the affluent women. She no longer spent her days tending to flowers and appeared to be in much better spirits. Uchiha Chung was naturally pleased to witness this development, as long as his strength continued to grow and his status rose. His family would surely enjoy a better life. After setting down the seeds, Uchiha Chung returned to his room to begin his training. As per his usual practice, he first cultivated the way of Wuji. But after an hour of meditation, his mental strength remained at 43.99, showing no signs of change. Confirming the outcome once more, he decided not to waste any more time. Instead, he descended the stairs, stripped off his clothes, and entered the bathroom. He then added precious medicinal powder to the bathtub filled with hot water. This was a substance that could enhance the effects of the body activation technique, although it was possible to cultivate without the medicinal materials. The efficacy would be diminished. Speaking of which, Orochimaru's body activation technique bore a striking resemblance to the methods of the original character. Yao Shin It was uncertain whether they were the same secret technique. Orochimaru seemed to know Shin, and they had conducted transactions, but the specific timing of their acquaintance remained unknown to this point. Shin was still far from developing the Zero Tails, and the body revival forbidden technique was merely a figment of the imagination. However, according to the plot, he likely began pilfering secret techniques throughout the ninja world towards the end of the Third Great Ninja War. If given the opportunity, he would need to devise a plan to acquire the secret techniques from him. As Uchiha Chung reclined in the medicinal bath, he gently massaged his brow with his right hand, lost in thought. Yet he understood that locating Shin amidst the vast expanse of the ninja world would be an arduous task. However, it was not without hope. As Shin traveled the ninja world as a physician, he would inevitably arrive at Konoha, presenting a chance. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chung was not particularly interested in the body revival. After all, for quite an extended period, the technique of physical activation sufficed. As long as his chakra levels increased, he would soon be able to practice many formidable jutsu. Given his relationship with Minato Namikaze, the opportunity to explore Sage Mode would certainly arise. In the world of Naruto, one must rely not only on visual prowess, but also on physical constitution. In this regard, Uchiha Chung naturally aspired to acquire all that he could. The Sharingan already possessed a complete evolutionary system. However, lacking blood relatives meant that the method of obtaining the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan through eye exchange was not feasible. Yet, without blood siblings, it should still be possible through parent-child connections. Unfortunately, his mother, having only become a genin at over 30, had yet to awaken even a single Tomo Sharingan, making such aspirations futile. Furthermore, even if his relatives possessed a Mangekyou, he could never resort to such actions. Besides eye exchange, there were certainly other means to attain the eternal EY, and enhancement in mental strength would undoubtedly aid in awakening his eyes. Despite having perished twice without awakening, the ability to activate a double Tomo Sharingan at once was a result of completing a mission and receiving a substantial boost to his mental attributes as a reward. At that time, he had not experienced any significant psychological stimulus, let alone pain. The time he activated a triple Tomo was similar. He had often felt eye strain from practicing the path of Wuji. Clearly, this was also a route to awakening. At the very least, with Hashirama cells, even a standard Mangekyou Sharingan would not lead to blindness. Uchiha Chung held no major concerns regarding awakening, apart from the native methods of the Naruto world. The system shop also offered items to enhance mental strength and physical constitution, albeit at exorbitant prices. Take the recently revealed Void Codex, a cultivation method capable of increasing mental purity and possessing remarkable offensive capabilities. However, upon seeing the price of the Void Codex, Uchiha Chung quickly lost interest. What was happening? Just as Uchiha Chung rose from his medicinal bath, he felt a sudden warmth coursing through his body. And certain indescribable areas became even more so. He hurried to the mirror and saw his flushed face, his entire body radiating heat. feeling invigorated as if he had consumed a potent elixir. Observing this state, Uchiha Chung promptly dried himself and retreated to his room, beginning to cultivate the physical activation technique according to the scroll-less instructions. Thus, he immersed himself in training until Uchiha Linghua returned home to call him for dinner. At which point, Uchiha Chung awakened from his practice that he sensed that everything before his eyes had changed. When he accessed the system panel to check his attributes, astonishment filled his gaze. Strength, 17. 5. Constitution, 17.6. Agility, 20.7. Spirit, 44. His mental strength had finally increased, albeit by a mere 0.1. Yet it was no longer stagnant, and the other 3 attributes had each ascended by 1 point. What could this mean? Just as Uchiha Chung pondered in confusion, a line of information suddenly appeared on the system panel. Acquired skill meditation. His eyes seemed to be undergoing some transformation. Uchiha Chung gently rubbed his eyes, feeling a familiar strain and pressure akin to the first time he awakened his Sharingan. However, there was a distinction. The discomfort from his initial awakening was replaced by a sense of fullness this time. He felt his eyes brimming with power, as though his ocular strength was inexhaustible. Could it be that he was on the verge of awakening the Mangeki? Uchiha Chang's heart stirred at the thought. Curious about what a Mangeki awakened through this method might be like, he had not yet experienced any significant stimulus. However, his unwavering desire for power had remained unchanged. Yet, there was no need to rush. At his current age, his physical strength had already surpassed that of most adult ninjas. Prematurely awakening the Mangeki Sharingan would impose a substantial burden on his body, making frequent usage impractical. If he could awaken the Mangeki before the Nine-Tails Rampage, the chances of saving the 4th Hokage would significantly increase. Additionally, Kakashi had officially joined the Umbu today. He needed to devise a plan to prevent Kakashi from wandering to the cemetery to engage in idle chatter with Obito. It was essential to thwart him from becoming the protector of Kushina Uzumaki. Time was of the essence, with less than 8 months remaining. Given such a lengthy period, he wondered just how much his strength could grow. Today's mission, assigned by Minato Namikaze, required Uchiha Chung to head to the hidden Mist Village, stirring memories of Obito. Now, Obito had supplanted the deceased Madara, using his Mangeki Jinjutsu to control the 4th Mizukage. Yagura. The journey to the hidden Mist Village was fraught with danger. The darkened Obito would likely show no mercy toward Uchiha Chung as a senior. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chung was not particularly afraid of Obito. If he were unaware of Obito's Mangeki capabilities, Obito's strength would indeed be formidable. However, knowing his abilities in advance changed the dynamics entirely. Once the Mangeki Sharingan is activated, the user's Jinjutsu capabilities are dramatically enhanced. Even Obito, who was not particularly strong among CH Nin, could suddenly match blows with Minato Namikaze. Of course, this was partly due to the enhancement from Hashiruma's cells and Minato's lack of information. Yet Obito was not adept at Jinjutsu. His ability to control Yagura stemmed from Madara's Jinjutsu, with Obito merely replicating the same technique. Should he face Itachi's Mangeki, Uchiha Chung could only resist with his triple Tomo and still lacked absolute confidence. However, against Obito's level of Jinjutsu, Uchiha Chung, with his formidable mental strength, would not falter even with a triple Tomo. After all, Obito possessed only one Mangeki Sharingan and could not utilize Susanoo. Overall, the journey to the hidden Mist Village should pose no significant issues. Yet, Uchiha Chung held reservations regarding the alliance. After all, the current hidden mist was essentially under Obito's control. Bringing Kakashi along, Obito would likely refrain from using lethal force against him, while Uchiha Chung was capable of self-preservation. Protecting others could prove challenging if Obito were to attack. Yet, this was merely a preemptive consideration. Obito at this time might not even have the bandwidth to concern himself with them. With this thought, Uchiha Chung felt somewhat reassured at that moment. He recalled the newly acquired skill, meditation. However, as night had fallen, he had no time to experiment. Chung-chan, dinner is ready. What are you doing in your room? Why aren't you coming down? Uchiha Linghua called several times. Seeing that Uchiha Chung did not respond, she began to ascend the stairs. Uchiha Chung hurriedly dressed, replying, "Coming." He could postpone trying meditation until tomorrow, and as for the practice of the path of Wuji, He would wait until evening to give it another go. The following morning, Uchiha Chung first visited the 6th Umbu squad. The members were already aware of Uchiha Cheng's appointment as the acting squad leader. However, they all understood that his leadership was a foregone conclusion. There was no dissent among them, as Uchiha Cheng's abilities were evident. During the previous mission to capture Orochimaru, other squads had suffered significant losses, while the 6th squad had only lost one member, Nighthawk. Moreover, it was said that Nighthawk's poor relationship with Uchiha Chung was the reason for his demise, as other Umbu members of lesser strength had emerged unscathed. Uchiha Chung had even battled Orochimaru and remained unharmed. Through their time together, everyone recognized that Uchiha Chung was not to be trifled with. Offending him would yield no benefits. Upon arriving at the Umbu headquarters, he found Kakashi already there. Uchiha Chung greeted him with a smile. However, Kakashi responded with a serious expression. "Captain Yufeng, my codename is Silver. Yes, I understand, but could you not be so serious? There is no mission at the moment. So let us not maintain such a grave demeanor among ourselves. During our downtime, let us relax a bit." Uchiha Chung waved his hand. When Shanju was the team leader, he often enjoyed making jokes and had a knack for self-deprecating humor. The Umbu directly under the Hokage operated in a relatively harmonious manner, unlike the root Umbu ninjas under Danzo, who had been brainwashed to consider themselves mere tools rather than human beings, showing ruthless disregard even towards themselves. Ultimately, the Umbu merely undertook tasks that were more troublesome and unsuitable for the public eye. Danzo's brainwashing was solely for his own selfish interests. I understand. Uchiha Cheng's words softened Kakashi's previously stern expression. The jesting had come to an end, and it was time to address serious matters. Uchiha Chung stated earnestly, "Tomorrow, we have an important mission, and I am here today to determine the members who will depart. The 5-man team for tomorrow will consist of myself, Bain, Yulei, Tuing, and Zaiji. We will gather promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning by the main gate. Captain Yufeng, what about me?" Bobo, feeling left out, cast a beguiling glance at Uchiha Chung. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chung fell silent for a moment and replied, "Next time, for sure. Now, let's disperse." After leaving the Umbu headquarters, Uchiha Chung devoted himself to training, following a breakthrough in mental strength and the consequent enhancement of his fundamental attributes. He needed to quickly acclimatize to the subtle changes in his body to end confrontations between skilled fighters. Victory or defeat often hinges on mere fractions of a second. Fortunately, this was not his first experience with such training, and he soon became familiar with the alterations in his physique. During this time, he activated the 8 gates, pushing himself to the injury gate, and subsequently attempted to use meditation to recuperate his body. He was quite satisfied with the results. The effects were remarkably significant. Were it not for the inability to use meditation in combat, this skill would rival the self-healing abilities of Sage Mode, though it did consume a considerable amount of chakra, which he found somewhat overwhelming at this moment. "Please spare me." "Ah!" A chilling scream echoed through a dense forest in the eastern land of fire. With a resounding crash, Kakashi pierced both man and tree with his Chidori. Uchiha Chung surveyed the surrounding area, where numerous lifeless bodies lay, all felled by a single strike. Naturally, the assailant was Kakashi. Uchiha Chung was taken aback by the presence of so many rogue ninjas wreaking havoc in the eastern land of fire. His expression turned grave. Beside him, Tuing remarked helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. Due to the war, many small villages have been destroyed, and these individuals have become wandering ninjas. However, some have turned to trade to make a living. Those who resort to becoming bandits, killing and plundering, truly deserve their fate." Yulei frowned. "We should have left one alive. They may have accomplices that if we leave now, they could continue their rampage, although the village has issued numerous missions to eliminate bandits. These rogues often hide deep in the mountains that it will not be easy to eradicate them all in a short time." Uchiha Chung and his team of 10 departed from Konoha, heading east for 2 days. Nearing the eastern border of the Land of Fire, along the way, they encountered 3 waves of bandits. The 16 rogue ninjas they faced were in the midst of robbing and killing in a small village when Uchiha Chung and his team confronted them. Upon realizing their presence, the rogues attempted to flee after witnessing 3 of their own swiftly dispatched. However, they were soon pursued and apprehended by Kakashi. Hearing Tuing and Yulei's comments, the The bloodlust in Kakashi's eyes gradually faded. In that case, to be on the safe side, Yulei, you stay behind and lead the remaining villagers towards Konoha. Uchiha-chung gazed towards the direction of the western village, where smoke still billowed. The village had been razed, and the villagers had suffered heavy casualties that in such circumstances, it was best to leave someone behind to manage the aftermath. Understood, Captain. Yulei responded, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Captain Yufeng, is this really wise? Wouldn't losing a member of the Umbu affect our team's combat strength? If an unexpected situation arises, could it jeopardize our mission? I'm not suggesting we abandon those in peril. Perhaps we could offer the villagers some money to assist with their relocation. Within the team of 5 Chunin, descent surface.it was understandable, given that the previous 5-man team had suffered 4 fatalities and 1 injury. Naturally, the danger level would increase without the protection of an Umbu member. Rest assured, Yamate-kun, the captain alone is worth the strength of an entire Umbu squad. Someone of my caliber, the captain could easily dispatch a whole group with just 1 hand, Yulei asserted confidently. Well, the Chunin. Hirakawa Yamada hesitated, clearly skeptical of Yulei's claim. Observing the situation, Uchiha-chung interjected, Yamada-kun, how about this? Let Yulei stay behind to escort the villagers to the town in the west, and then he can catch up with us based on the signal we leave behind. What do you think? All right, that sounds acceptable. Seeing Uchiha-chung's willingness to compromise, Yamada felt embarrassed to press further. He then had the 4 accompanying Chunin pool together some funds. Uchiha-chung and the others contributed around 80,000 Rio to Yulei, instructing him to pass it on to the 13 surviving villagers. While it was not a substantial amount, it would suffice to address their immediate needs. As for the rest, they would have to rely on their own resourcefulness. After Yulei departed, Uchiha-chung remarked, Kakashi, try not to be so impulsive next time. Kakashi, now completely calmed, nodded silently. Over the past 2 days, his overwhelming power and fierce aura during the extermination of bandits had instilled fear in the team, leaving no one except Uchiha-chung willing to speak up. Another day passed, and Uchiha-chung and his team arrived at the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. They then boarded a large ship bound for the Land of Water. 2 days later, they reached the largest coastal city in the western region of the Land of Water, Naruto City. After perusing the city, Uchiha-chung noted that the economic development of the Land of Water lagged significantly behind that of the Land of Fire. Despite possessing such an extensive coastline, they failed to capitalize on the abundant marine resources. Rather than engaging in conflict, it would be far more profitable to develop aquaculture and fishing industries. If all else failed, tourism could also be a viable option. Naruto City, despite being one of the major cities in the Land of Water, did not afford its citizens a particularly prosperous life when it came to the Ninja World War. The Land of Water was perhaps the least deserving of involvement, being geographically isolated from the other 4 nations. Even if they were to win a fleeting war, they could never hope to control the lands acquired across the sea. The meager compensation received post-conflict would hardly suffice to offset their losses, let alone if they failed to secure victory, of course. These were merely Uchiha-chung's thoughts. Had the current Mizukage been Terumi Mei, she might have found Uchiha-chung's ideas quite appealing. However, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, remained under Obito's control. With the nations to utilize their existing resources for economic development, their citizens would thrive, rendering warfare unnecessary. Nonetheless, Uchiha-chung's perspective was not applicable in the current ninja world. After a brief respite in the city, the team awaited for approximately a day before, through clandestine communications with the peace faction within Kirigakure, they secured an opportunity to meet. The location was a valley named Snake Valley, situated 100 miles east of Naruto City. That night, Yulei also arrived in Naruto City and rejoined Uchiha-chung and the others. The following morning, they set off for Snake Valley. Upon reaching within 50 meters of the valley's entrance, they spotted 2 figures atop a steep slope. As Uchiha-chung and his team approached, one of the individuals raised a blue flag and waved it, followed by a red flag. Upon witnessing this, Hirakawa Yamada retrieved a red and a blue flag from his robes and signaled in response. Captain Yufeng, all is well, Yamada declared. Proceeding towards the valley's mouth point, one of the opposing figures leapt down from the slope and approached them. They halted 5 meters apart. Hirakawa Yamada announced, Ship Kin. The individual from Kirigakure replied, haze. After exchanging the secret signal once more, both individuals exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Hirakawa Yamada returned to the side of Uchiha Makoto, and the 10 of them prepared to enter the valley. However, as they stepped into the valley, they were met with the sight of at least a dozen stationed mist ninjas that a sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Hirakawa Yamada, prompting him to glance at Uchiha Makoto for a signal. Uchiha Makoto nodded slightly, reassuring him. With his heart settling somewhat, the group proceeded to the flat grassy area in the center of the valley, where a temporary large tent had already been set up. Just as they were about to enter the tent, the leading mist ninja abruptly raised his hand to halt their advance. Observing this, Uchiha Makoto instructed the others, "You all wait outside, Yamada, and let us enter." The mist ninja respectfully announced within the tent, "Leader, the envoys from Konoha have arrived. Please allow them to enter." But a voice imbued with authority resonated from within the tent. "Understood." The mist ninja bowed and gestured, "Please, you two." Uchiha Makoto nodded at Hirakawa Yamada and stepped into the tent first, with Yamada closely following. Within Uchiha Makoto's perception, there were no hidden mist ninjas in the valley, and only 2 individuals occupied the tent, neither of whom concealed their presence. Clearly, despite their considerable numbers, the opposing party bore no ill intentions thus far. Upon entering the tent, Uchiha Makoto beheld 2 men seated within. One appeared to be in his 40s. Although his hair was streaked with gray and his face bore deep wrinkles, he possessed an elegant and handsome demeanor, resembling a distinguished elder. It was evident that in his youth, he too had captivated countless maidens, much like Uchiha Makoto. However, the latter's primary focus was directed towards the other young man, who appeared to be in his 20s. This individual boasted a mane of blue hair, styled upright, with a black eye patch adorning his right eye, and brown ear ornaments embellished with rune-like designs. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and wore a serious expression, exuding an air of solemnity. A name surfaced in Uchiha Makoto's mind. Ao, the Mist Jonin. Recognizing the distinctive features, albeit with a youthful appearance, Uchiha Makoto discerned his identity. Sensing Uchiha Makoto's gaze beneath his mask, Ao furrowed his brow. Perhaps sensing Uchiha Makoto's exceptional aura, Ao's expression tightened. His attention fixated on him. Hirakawa Yamada bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, stating, "I am Hirakawa Yamada, envoy from Konoha. It is an honor to meet you. Lord Terumi Yuya." "No need for formalities, Yamada-kun. Please take a seat." Terumi Yuya replied with a faint smile. Terumi Yuya, upon hearing the familiar surname, Uchiha Makoto's heart stirred as an image of an individual materialized in his mind. The Terumi clan is one of the premier clans of the Mist, akin to Konoha's Hyuga and Uchiha. Since Terumi Yuya is the leader of the Peace faction, he is evidently the clan head. With this thought, Uchiha Makoto felt a heightened sense of assurance regarding the success of this mission. "This is a letter from Lord 4th Hokage. Please take a look." Hirakawa Yamada reverently produced a scroll from his pocket and presented it to Terumi Yuya. Terumi Yuya received the letter, scrutinizing its contents. Before long, he proposed amendments to the conditions outlined within, while Hirakawa Yamada argued his points diligently. After half an hour of negotiations, the two reached a preliminary consensus. Just then, Uchiha Makoto, seated near Ao, suddenly darkened in expression and abruptly rose. He had heard the warning from Warwick. Ao, witnessing Uchiha Makoto's intense reaction, swiftly moved to shield Terumi Yuya from behind. While Hirakawa Yamada was left bewildered by Uchiha Makoto's sudden action, the ground trembled violently, followed by a series of explosive sounds that enemies protect the leader. The booming explosions were accompanied by the ominous sound of boulders tumbling down. Uchiha Makoto extended his right hand behind him, drawing forth the Tengu sword. With a flash, 12 arcs of intersecting sword light sliced through the tent, scattering its remnants in all directions. Propelled by the wind chakra contained within, the boulders that had been descending upon the tent were shattered into fragments, dispersing alongside the torn tent pieces, instantly broadening the field of vision. Uchiha Makoto's gaze sharpened as he observed that the cliffs on either side of the valley were now teeming with people. At that moment, he noticed activating the Byakugan, the veins around his right eye bulging, that we are surrounded. Ao's expression darkened, and he cast a wary glance at Hirakawa Yamada and Uchiha Makoto, demanding, "Speak quickly. Is this a trap devised by Konoha?" Uchiha Makoto narrowed his eyes, the crimson Sharingan igniting beneath his mask. "The choice of location was yours, Sharingan." Ao's countenance momentarily faltered, but after being momentarily daunted by Uchiha Makoto's overwhelming presence, he regained his composure. Terumiya raised a hand, signaling Ao to step back. Ao retreated behind him. Terumiya, his expression grave, surveyed both sides, realizing that their immediate priority was to fend off the attackers. Just then, the remaining 8 members of the Konoha envoy arrived at Uchiha Makoto's side, while the mist ninjas accompanying Terumiya had congregated at the valley's entrance, having been completely eliminated in the initial wave of assault. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the thick smoke enveloping the valley. Soon, a group of 20 emerged from the haze. Leading them was a man adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector, possessing long black hair, thick eyebrows, and sharp teeth that appeared almost inhuman. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, and he donned a black vest. In his hands were 2 uniquely shaped long knives, each blade extending into arcs. Upon recognizing that the newcomers were mist ninjas, Hirakawa Yamada's expression tightened, while Kakashi, standing beside Uchiha Makoto, tensed, prepared to strike at any moment. The other 4 Chunin in the envoy felt a chill run down their spines. Apprehensive that this was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Mist Village, Uchiha Makoto gestured to the others behind him, signaling them to refrain from making any rash moves. It was evident that the previous attack had targeted not only Terumiya and Ao, but also included the Konoha group. Terumiya's expression was a mix of shock and fury, indicating that the 2 factions were not allied. It seemed that infighting was not a tradition exclusive to Konoha. Ao, standing beside Terumiya, gazed incredulously at the knife-wielding ninja, Reigadano. "Why are you here? What is going on?" Reiga, upon hearing Ao's address and noticing the familiar knives in the man's hands, Uchiha Makoto recalled. He was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, known as Kurozai Reiga, wielding the blade named Raikiri. Terumiya furrowed his brow and inquired, "Reiga, what is the meaning of this?" Kurozai Reiga sneered, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Humph, Lord Yuya, as the clan head of the Terumi clan in the Mist Village, you dare conspire with the ninjas of Konoha, plotting rebellion. You have been captured here with irrefutable evidence. If you surrender, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall return with your corpse. The choice is yours." As soon as his words fell, the Mist ninjas behind him brandished their kunai, awaiting Reiga's command. The ninjas perched on the cliffs on either side were evidently not from the Mist. Their attire starkly contrasted that of the Mist ninjas, yet due to the absence of forehead protectors, Uchiha Makoto could not ascertain their village affiliation. "Surrender quickly, Quinn. Otherwise, if a fight ensues, we cannot guarantee your safety." A middle-aged man on the cliff called out coldly, a distinct scar running from his right eye down to his chin. Hearing this, Terumiya's heart sank as he gazed up at the cliffs. Recognizing the scarred man's distinctive features, You are the Iwagakure Jonin, Rakaku?" Terumiya turned to face Kurozai Reiga. "Reiga, you have allied with the Iwagakure. Are we not all striving for the future of the Mist? I do not know what promises the Iwagakure has made to you, but Anoki is notorious for his cunning and treachery. Can he truly fulfill his promises? In comparison, Konoha is evidently far more sincere. Here is a letter from the 4th Hokage. You may verify it." Upon hearing the words, Heichue Leiya's gaze shifted with uncertainty, leaving him speechless. Koji Miyu, noticing his wavering resolve, prepared to continue his persuasion when the stone wall behind them suddenly called out loudly, "Miyu-kun, to speak of our esteemed 3rd Tsuchikage in such a manner before us is rather disrespectful. Wouldn't you agree?" Koji Miyu replied coldly, "If my memory serves me right, the Fire and Earth countries have already formed an alliance." After the defeat of the Mist Village, Konoha did not even demand war reparations. Is this how a Wagakure treats its allies? Can such a village be deemed trustworthy? Leia, as he spoke, Koji Miyu gestured with his right hand, which was positioned behind him, towards Ao. Uchiha Makoto, observing the scene, felt a sudden clarity. He had been puzzled by Koji Miyu's apparent rambling, but now realized it was a tactic to buy time, indicating he had a backup plan. However, the words that followed from the stone wall caused Koji Miyu's expression to drastically change. Miyu-kun, do not think of stalling for time. Your comrades outside are already trapped by us and cannot come to your aid. Moreover, if you perish here, who would know it was our doing? With a cold smirk, the stone wall then addressed the hesitating Heichue Leia. Think about who turned your 7 ninja swordsmen into merely 3. Who has made you a laughingstock? 4 of your men fell against a single Konoha genin. If you wish to erase this humiliation, you must wash it away with the blood of Konoha ninjas. Since you lack the resolve, I shall take the first strike, Doton, Iwasakub. The moment the stone wall finished speaking, he gestured to the ninjas on either side of the cliff. Over 30 Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously unleashed their earth-style jutsu. The cliffs on both sides collapsed in an instant, with large boulders tumbling down. Uchiha's eyes narrowed, and as the Iwagakure ninjas made their move, his chakra erupted, propelling him into the air with a powerful leap. Following this, he swung his Tenyu sword, executing a swift turn in mid-air. F-ton. Shinken. A multitude of razor-sharp wind blades erupted around him, radiating outward. The area within a 10-meter radius directly beneath him became a vacuum, shattering the descending boulders. The falling rocks were intercepted by Kakashi and the Great Eagle, who erected an earthen wall carved with a dog's head. 6 Iwagakure ninjas were instantly eliminated, caught off guard by the sudden attack. This was only because Uchiha Makoto's primary target was to shatter the rocks, thereby protecting his comrades below, which dispersed the wind blade's destructive power. Among those he shielded was Koji Miyu, for his demise here would pose a significant problem for Konoha and severely impact the harmony between the two villages. This technique, you are the wind sword of Konoha, Uchiha Makoto. The stone wall, upon witnessing Uchiha Makoto's unique execution of the vacuum sword technique along with the gleaming silver blade in his hand, was reminded of the name circulating within the village. Uchiha Makoto was not surprised to be recognized. He merely reflected on the addition of yet another title to his name. Wind Sword. It sounds far more appealing than Wind Sword Saint. He felt no relaxation in his heart. Before he had even leapt into the air, he had already summoned Warwick. Below, Warwick was engaged in fierce combat with Heichue Leia. Prioritize attacking Koji Miyu. He must be eliminated. The stone wall regretted momentarily calling out Uchiha Makoto's name, which had weakened the morale of the surrounding IWA ninjas. However, with their numbers and the advantage of the terrain, they could unleash the full power of their earth techniques without fear. Furthermore, the defeat of Iwagakure in the Battle of Kamizukabashi was primarily due to the prowess of the Yellow Flash. Minato Namikaze. The stone wall had not been on the battlefield, and thus did not believe that a 15-year-old boy could possess formidable swordsmanship. Though Uchiha Makoto's displayed skills were impressive, they were far from instilling fear in him. Naturally, disbelief in one's heart was one thing, but when it came to action, it was another matter entirely. He unleashed his full strength from the outset, as the Iwagakure ninjas executed their earth techniques to attack Koji Miyu below. The stone wall summoned Doton, Suchiri no Jutsu, conjuring a colossal dragon made of rock to strike at Uchiha Makoto, who was descending from the air. The valley below had become significantly narrower due to the falling rocks. While the Iwagakure ninjas combined their efforts to unleash Doton, Tiran, a multitude of sharp rocks surged from the ground, resembling deadly earth spears. Kakashi, witnessing this, activated Chidori, causing lightning to erupt from his hand, scattering arcs of electricity. With the enhancement from the lightning release, Kakashi's speed surged, and with the aid of his Sharingan's dynamic vision, he shattered the emerging earth spears one by one. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto, under attack from the stone dragon, summoned a shadow clone. Using it as a springboard, he leapt back into the air, narrowly evading the assault of the rock dragon. Following a series of attacks, the Iwagakure ninjas began throwing kunai rigged with explosive tags into the valley. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto's expression changed as he prepared to strike the stone wall. Most ninjas possessed high attack, but low defense, and fighting in such a terrain was already disadvantageous. Defending against aerial attacks was inherently challenging, with Iwagakure ninjas infiltrating underground to execute Doton. Tiran, they further disrupted Kakashi and his team's movements. If he did not provide support, Kakashi and the others risked being buried alive by the falling rocks. Uchiha Makoto sheathed his Tenyu sword and unleashed his secret technique, Gitsusen. Chakra surged forth, and a crescent-shaped sword light flashed, cleaving the rock dragon in two. Just as the dense rain of kunai was about to strike his comrades below, he used Shunshin to instantly appear beside Kakashi and the others. With a sweep of his Tenyu sword, a wall of airflow appeared directly above them. Given that Uchiha Makoto exerted himself fully, this time the wind barrier extended beyond 10 meters, shielding them from all incoming attacks. Boom! 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 The violent explosions erupted less than 5 meters above their heads, reverberating painfully in their ears. All were astonished by Uchiha Makoto's mysteriously powerful swordsmanship. With just a mere swing of his sword, he had conjured such a formidable wall of air. Seeing this, the stone wall's heart sank. He immediately commanded the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas to exhaust the remainder of their chakra and once again employ Doton. Iwasakub. The cliffs on either side had already diminished in height, and the boulders that fell this time were considerably smaller. As the rocks cascaded down, the Iwagakure ninjas hurled the remaining explosive tags and connived downwards indiscriminately. Due to the indiscriminate attack from Iwagakure, the mist ninjas led by Heichue Lei found it impossible to coordinate their assaults. Under Warwick's relentless onslaught, Heichue Lei was forced to retreat repeatedly. He had never expected that this Konoha ninja's summoned beast would be so powerful, not only massive in size, but also as swift as lightning. His metallic gauntlet clashed against Lei Ya's Raikiri without sustaining any damage. Any ordinary ninja would have been incapacitated by the electrical chakra coursing through his blade, yet this summoned beast was suppressing him to the point where he could barely retaliate. This was despite his own speed being augmented by lightning release. Otherwise, he could have been eliminated. Noticing Koji Miyu, protected by Uchiha Makoto's wall of wind, Heichue Leiya's heart sank. He immediately unleashed his chakra, deflecting Warwick's metallic claws with a powerful strike that he then crossed his dual blades at his chest and unleashed Reikiden. Reiki, launching 2 fist-sized blue-white lightning spheres toward Warwick. The moment Warwick attempted to block the lightning spheres, Heichue Leiya raised his Raikiri high, drawing the lightning chakra upwards, which summoned 2 deep blue bolts of lightning to descend upon Uchiha Makoto and the others. "Ao, you must flee. Their target is me. If this continues, no one will escape. Once I perish, Mei will become the leader of the Koji clan. She will need your assistance. Hurry and break through with the Konoha ninjas." Koji Miyu prepared himself for a noble sacrifice, having suffered severe injuries in his youth. Although he had survived, his current strength was no match for even an ordinary Seichinin. "Lord Miyu, even if I were to perish, I will protect you." Ao's expression was fervent, his tone resolute, clearly indicating that abandoning Koji Miyu to save himself was out of the question. Uchiha Makoto maximized the wind wall's power, turning back to Koji Miyu and Ao, and stated, "If all goes well, we shall be allies in the future. I have no intention of allowing you to perish." As soon as his words fell, thunder and lightning, falling rocks, and explosive talismans simultaneously struck the wind wall. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, the wind wall remained utterly unscathed. Uchiha Makoto, however, felt beads of sweat form on his brow, breathing slightly labored. Were it not for the blue buff restoring 30 chakra and the enhancement from other equipment, his chakra would have been depleted by now. Witnessing such a formidable attack failing to breach the wind wall, Kurochi Raiga's expression darkened as he once again raised his twin blades, channeling all his lightning chakra to draw the lightning from the sky. At that moment, 2 ominous dark clouds materialized above, crackling with electricity. Roar! Now fully alert, Warwick let out a furious howl, his eyes turning crimson and the fur on his body bristling, before Kurochi Raiga could launch his attack. Warwick swiped a claw, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Suddenly, a tan smoke bomb erupted above the valley. The previously anxious expression on Reishi's face transformed into one of delight. Shortly thereafter, a dozen ninjas emerged from the valley's perimeter. Standing atop the cliff, reinforcements from the enemy had arrived. Upon seeing the enemy numbers swell, a glint of killing intent flashed in Uchiha Makoto's eyes. They continued to maintain the wind wall, while calling to those beside him. "Gather around me." Terumi Mei and Aoi understood that their deaths would be a significant loss for both Konoha and Kirigakure, so they promptly moved to Uchiha Makoto's side, observing the two small dark clouds above. Drawn by Kurochi Raiga's lightning blade, Uchiha Makoto felt a surge of inspiration. He immediately employed redemption to restore his chakra to full. Subsequently, he pointed the heavenly sword towards the sky. A thin arc of electricity erupted from the sword, shooting straight into the heavens. Watching Uchiha Makoto's actions, Aoi initially thought he was mimicking Kurochi Raiga's technique, which relied on the effects of a lightning blade. Although Uchiha Makoto bore the title of the Wind Sword, the blade in his hand was not a famed ninja weapon within the shinobi world. However, in less than a second, Aoi's expression drastically changed, because the sky darkened. Vast dark clouds gathered above, though the distant sky remained clear. The atmosphere above the valley was shrouded in thick clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously, with deep blue lightning sporadically erupting from the dense, dark clouds. What is happening? What is that? Why has the sky turned dark? No way, am I dreaming? The oppressive atmosphere of terror immediately enveloped everyone present. The Iwagakure ninjas, facing the wrath of the heavens, were shrouded in the shadow of death. Could this be a ninjutsu wielded by human hands? Had Uchiha Makoto not been hovering in the air, with the heavenly sword emitting a blue-violet lightning bolt connecting to the sky, they would scarcely believe their eyes. A lightning pillar as thick as a water barrel descended from the heavens, striking Uchiha Makoto. Following that, torrents of electricity cascaded from the clouds. Within a 100-meter radius, it was as if the apocalypse had descended. A violent lightning storm enveloped everything nearby, from the 2-second delay of a lightning strike to its coverage of the surrounding area. Only 4 seconds had passed. However, aside from Kakashi and Terumi Mei, who were shielded by the wind wall, not a single person remained standing. The cliffs on either side of the valley were flattened by the lightning, reduced to mere slopes. Even Uchiha Makoto himself was taken aback by the sheer power of this technique. Fortunately, he had swiftly sent Warwick retreating. Nonetheless, the energy expenditure was immense. After 2 seconds of release and maintaining the wind wall, his recently replenished chakra was once again nearly depleted. Yet the effect was astounding. The ground around him lay in ruins, ravaged by the lightning. Over 60 enemies had been reduced to cinders beneath this devastating attack. The might of the heavens was unfathomable. The power of the thunderous strike was terrifying indeed. Encased in a blue electric armor, Uchiha Makoto gradually descended from the sky, resembling a deity come to earth. Crack, crack, fine fissures appeared on the mask that Uchiha Makoto wore. The mask shattered piece by piece, falling to the ground. Upon seeing Uchiha Makoto's remarkably youthful visage, Terumi Mei and Aoi were left speechless. The Wind Sword of Konoha was indeed far more formidable than the legend suggested. Who would have thought that Uchiha Makoto, renowned for his swordsmanship, had mastered such a terrifying lightning ninjutsu, an absolute S-rank secret technique? And one of the most powerful among them, at that moment, encased in deep blue electric armor, Uchiha Makoto sensed the lightning seemingly refining his very being. Previously, when attempting to use the thunderous strike, he had not employed such a vast range, nor had he placed himself within the strike's radius. This time, in his effort to protect Kakashi and others, he stood at the epicenter. After all, he felt no threat from the lightning. The blue-violet lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, had been absorbed by his body, forming the armor. Uchiha Makoto landed on the ground. Halting the wind wall, he approached Kakashi and the others, who appeared unharmed. The wind barrier had indeed proven its worth. Capable of deflecting all attacks, he pondered how far this technique could be pushed. Kakashi, utterly stunned by Uchiha Makoto's grand display, could hardly comprehend it. Just moments ago, Uchiha Makoto had been learning Chidori from him, clearly not adept at lightning ninjutsu. Now he had developed such an outrageous lightning technique, a complete blind spot in Kakashi's knowledge. "Silver, Terumi-san, are you all right?" Uchiha Makoto inquired with a smile, approaching them. However, the radiant lightning armor surrounding him sent chills down Kakashi and Terumi Mei's spines. Noticing their instinctive retreat, Uchiha Makoto chuckled, preparing to remove the electric armor. Suddenly, his expression shifted as mist began to rise around him, drastically reducing visibility. There were still enemies. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon surged towards Uchiha Makoto from behind. He swiftly dodged, swinging the heavenly sword in his hand, unleashing dozens of wind blades towards the water dragon. In an instant, the water dragon was shredded by the wind blades. Water release. Water pillar technique. After the water dragon was cut apart, the enemy launched another assault. A massive water sphere materialized in the air. Then, like a meteor, it plummeted towards Uchiha Makoto. Observing this, he leaped into the air, slicing the water sphere with a moon flash. Although the thick mist severely hampered his Sharingan's vision, his bloodline tracking did not rely on sight. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Upon sensing the enemy's position within the mist, he unleashed a gust of wind in that direction, and a fierce wind erupted from his mouth. Dispersing the surrounding mist, a slender figure became vaguely visible within the haze. Seemingly a woman, Uchiha Makoto narrowed his eyes and hurled the heavenly sword towards the mist. Whoosh! Infused with a significant amount of lightning chakra from Uchiha Makoto, the heavenly sword shot forth like an arrow, producing a sharp whistling sound as it aimed at the enemy cloaked in the mist. That moment, the figure in the mist sidestepped, evading the attack of the heavenly sword. Thud! The sword sank deeply into the ground behind her. Lava release. Lava monster technique. At this moment, a torrent of viscous and highly corrosive acid surged forth from a mist, the intense heat causing the already thin fog, which had been swept away by the wind, to evaporate entirely, revealing the silhouette of a figure within. It was a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, her stature tall and graceful, adorned in a light blue gown with a high slit. Her visage resembled that of a classical beauty with an oval face, albeit slightly pointed at the chin, lending her a softer appearance than a typical heart-shaped face. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Her skin as radiant as white jade. Long brown tresses cascaded down her back, while her emerald green eyes possessed an innate allure. Despite the murderous intent flickering within, they emanated a striking coldness. Though merely a girl, she exuded an unexpected maturity that belied her youth. Even Uchiha Chung could not help but display a glimmer of astonishment in his gaze, recognizing her as a beauty whose looks could rival his own. However, despite being taken aback by her appearance, Uchiha Chang's movements were swift. With a sudden flash, he evaded the acidic assault and materialized behind the girl, drawing forth his sword, Tenyu, and swiftly aimed a strike at her back. "Show mercy! Lord Ming, it's an ally." As Uchiha Chang's attack seemed poised to strike the girl, Terumi Mei and Aoi's faces turned pale with horror, crying out in alarm. The girl, caught off guard by Uchiha Chang's sudden appearance behind her, was preparing to retaliate when he struck her head with the blunt side of the Tenyu. A dull thud echoed through the air. Uchiha Chang had not hit her with great force. Upon first witnessing her visage, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity, and her ninjutsu invoked a similar sensation. Thus, when he executed his flash, he refrained from using lethal force, intending only to subdue her. The demeanor of Terumi Mei and Aoi prompted him to recall the girl's name, Terumi Mei. Yet this Terumi may appear to be significantly younger than her 31 years in the original narrative. Having been halved in age, her hairstyle was also different from the long, tree-like curls that Uchiha Chung remembered, lacking the heavy bangs that once obscured her right eye. Additionally, she was not clad as provocatively as before, revealing her fair, rounded shoulders and a deep neckline. Her blue gown, though shoulder-bearing, was layered over a black fishnet top. Recognition dawned upon him, but he felt compelled to act, for she had attacked without assessing the situation. Realizing her blunder upon hearing her father and subordinate shouts, Terumi Mei understood the gravity of the misunderstanding. After enduring Uchiha Chung's fatal blow, she refrained from countering and instead crouched down, clutching her head. "Ouch! Mei." Terumi Mei hurried forward. "Lord Mei, are you all right?" Aoi followed closely behind. "Father, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. I thought that ninjutsu attack on the valley had." She trailed off, her voice tinged with a sob. "This is Uchiha Chung from Konohagakure. He is the one who saved us. The ninjutsu was also his doing, and the lightning armor he wears is a result of his ninjutsu," Terumi Mei explained. Hearing her father's words, Terumi Mei's eyes brightened as she gazed at Uchiha Chung. She then deeply bowed to him. I initially mistook you for an enemy, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. I am truly grateful for your rescue of my father," witnessing her gracious acknowledgement of her mistake. Her heartfelt apology and gratitude left Uchiha Chung feeling somewhat bashful, for he had just struck her in front of her father. He smiled gently and replied, "Rescuing Lord Terumi is simply a reflection of our alliance's sincerity between Konohagakure and Kirigakure. It is but my duty. You need not be overly courteous. Besides, I sustained no injuries myself, as for your earlier actions. There is no need for an apology." Like Atiya's words, Terumi May gradually rose, rubbing her damp eyes. It remained uncertain whether the tears in her eyes stemmed from overwhelming relief at her father's safety or from the pain of her blow. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as a dozen Kirigakure shinobi arrived. Following Terumi May's command, they began to search the vicinity for any remaining survivors. The commotion had been too great. They could not linger here to prevent any internal upheaval within the village. The specifics of their alliance would have to be discussed at a later time. Please convey a message to the 4th Hokage from me regarding our next meeting place. Terumi May leaned in to whisper to Uchiha Chung, subsequently handing him a scroll. She extended her hand. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Uchiha Chung, seeing this, clasped her hand in return. Following suit, Aoi and Terumi May each shook hands with Uchiha Chung as they bid farewell that I hope our next encounter will not be as adversaries. Terumi May smiled. Uchiha Chung nodded and gently held her hand. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Uchiha Chung suddenly turned back to call out to Terumi M. There's something else? Terumi May inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Uchiha Chung hesitated momentarily before stating, historically, Kirigakure has engaged in fewer conflicts with Konohagakure compared to other villages. Although there was a period of closer relations that changed around the mid-tenure of the 4th Mizukage, who gradually ceased external communications. You not find this troubling? Terumi May's countenance grew somber. Kirigakure was now akin to a hell on earth. The moniker of Blood Mist was not unfounded. Yet, she sensed that Uchiha Cheng's inquiry was not merely an attempt to dredge up old wounds but held deeper implications. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "What do you mean by that, Chingen?" "As far as I know, the 4th Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. While he can wield the tailed beast's power flawlessly, there exists the potential for him to succumb to its influence. There is a risk of losing control to the beast's will, resulting in a drastic change in temperament. Observing Kirigakure's transformations, it appears to be a consequence of the 4th Mizukage's actions alone, leading to a tense relationship with Konohagakure." As he spoke, Uchiha Chung glanced at Aoi before continuing. "Since you have acquired the precious Byakugan, you should be aware of its capabilities to perceive the inner workings of the human body. I need not elaborate further, I presume. However, this remains merely my conjecture, as no perfect Jinchuriki has ever been found to be controlled by a tailed beast." With that, Uchiha Chung led Kakashi and the others away, leaving Terumi May and her companions deep in thought. Although he did not explicitly state that the 4th Mizukage was under Jinjutsu control, his mere suggestion could prompt Aoi to investigate the situation with his Byakugan. Uchiha Chung was acutely aware that his words might incite suspicion, but as long as he could create more complications for Obito, that was sufficient. If Kirigakure's people inquired about it later, he would have explanations ready. There was also the possibility that Aoi might dismiss his remarks, which would be of little consequence. Overall, this mission could be deemed a resounding success. It was indeed a Wagakure's old coin manipulating events behind the scenes, engaging in continuous subtle machinations. Acquired 14 gold coins, acquired giant belt, acquired golden shovel, acquired 18 gold coins, acquired 22 gold coins during the prior conflict at Kaiki Mountain. An overwhelming number of Sand Shinobi had only yielded a meager amount of equipment, and not a single golden shovel had dropped. Yet this time, having vanquished only 50 or 60 enemies, 3 shovels had emerged. Could it be that Awagakure ninjas were truly his fortuitous stars? Gazing at the notifications on his system panel, Uchiha Chung couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The quality of the equipment he obtained was remarkably high. His gold coins had increased from 6666 to 7777. The golden shovel was, without a doubt, the equipment he needed most at this moment. After all, combining it with the power of nature would expand both his equipment and backpack limits. Without adequate equipment slots, possessing an abundance of gear would be futile. It was akin to playing League of Legends. Only when one is ahead in development and possesses a full build can their teammates succeed with just 3 items. When one's economy overflowed yet opportunities for kills were scarce, one had no choice but to eliminate enemies to secure more economic benefits. Now, however, it was different. With sufficient golden shovels, not only would 6 items be achievable, but 18 divine pieces of equipment were also within reach, enabling true 1 versus 5 and 1 versus 10 encounters. Having just endured a fierce battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Although Kakashi and the head hawk had not engaged, the immense psychological pressure weighed heavily on the others, leaving them mentally and physically drained. In truth, they were primarily startled by Uchiha Chang's grand technique, believing they were facing certain death. As for Uchiha Chang himself, he was undoubtedly the most fatigued. With his chakra, maintaining a wind wall while simultaneously unleashing a tempest of lightning was simply inadequate. The vast expanse of lightning he conjured could barely be sustained for even a second. Fortunately, the instantaneous return of 30 chakra from the blue buff, along with the group damage and true damage enhancements from Morello's tome, and the Hextech gun's ability to replenish mental and physical energy while inflicting damage on enemies, allowed him to endure for a fleeting 2 seconds. Ultimately, the lack of blue energy was still his greatest concern. Despite his exhaustion, the group resolved to return immediately. They opted not to enter Naruto City, but decided instead to embark on a nocturnal voyage across the sea aboard a grand ship. That night, the moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading like water. Uchiha Chang stood on the deck, leaning against the ship's railing. Dressed in casual attire, he relished the sea breeze beside him. Kakashi appeared to be on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. Uchiha Chang chuckled. "Kakashi, what is it you wish to ask?" "Chung, have you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of Lord Minato?" Kakashi could not help but inquire. Uchiha Chang shook his head. "Not at all." Kakashi continued. "Then how did you manage to teleport behind Terumi Mei? That surely cannot be accomplished with mere body flicker technique." Uchiha Chang replied, "It is certainly not an ordinary body flicker technique. Rather, it is a unique special technique of my own, though it demands a considerable amount of chakra, falling short compared to the Flying Thunder God technique." "Another technique of your own creation?" Kakashi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. "I thought you might inquire about that lightning technique I showcased today." Uchiha Chang smiled. "Yes, that technique truly developed from Chidori. The principles are somewhat similar." Upon witnessing Kakashi's puzzled expression, Uchiha Chang elaborated. "In simple terms, it involves utilizing the lightning chakra of Chidori to attract the lightning from the heavens, guiding and controlling it to launch an attack. That is no trivial matter, I assure you." Kakashi's facial muscles twitched. The more time he spent with Uchiha Chang, the more he sensed his extraordinary prowess. Thank goodness he was on his side. Kakashi could only console himself with that thought. After all, it was he who had taught Chang the Chidori, only for Chang to develop such an extraordinary technique first. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself stagnating, had it not been for Uchiha Chang's valiant efforts today. The number of survivors in such treacherous terrain would have been uncertain. That it was akin to the time he failed to save Obito and Rin. He remained so weak, with no changes to show for it. Uchiha Chang, noticing Kakashi's silence, could not help but ask, "What occupies your thoughts?" In truth, he too wished for Kakashi to grow stronger. His circle of friends was limited. Might Guy and his son, who taught him the 8 gates, the amicable Minato Namikaze, and the ambitious Ryosuke Uchiha, who sought to become his brother-in-law, leaving only Kakashi, who had forged a bond with him. If Kakashi could emerge from his shadows and temporarily seal his Sharingan, his potential would significantly increase, and no longer would he be the one who could fight for 5 minutes and then rest for a week. At the very least, he would be more balanced. "It is nothing," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly looked up at Uchiha Chang. "Can you teach me that technique? I want to become stronger. That I can certainly teach you." The inspiration for this technique was drawn from your Chidori. Uchiha Chang smiled slightly. However, he quickly shifted his tone. "This technique is called lightning release. Kirin, the chakra consumption during its use is not substantial, as it primarily harnesses the natural lightning. However, given your current chakra levels, while you could barely execute it, controlling the lightning would be beyond your means. Guiding and controlling lightning requires a significant amount of chakra. This technique necessitates first unleashing a powerful fire release into the sky, causing the surrounding air to heat up dramatically, which in turn generates ascending air currents, leading to the formation of cumulonimbus clouds and ultimately lightning. Then, using Chidori to guide the lightning and alter its form. The speed of lightning is incredibly swift, occurring in a fraction of a second that, if not controlled properly, it could backfire on oneself, and the user must maintain a distance from the target. Otherwise, they too could be harmed. Thus, utilizing the Sharingan to perceive the speed and direction of the lightning is essential. With your current 3 Tomo level, you could barely manage to use it, but with your chakra, after employing a powerful fire release and then activating Chidori to draw forth the lightning, followed by controlling its transformation, it may prove to be quite challenging. Kakashi was taken aback. Despite having been an academic achiever during his school days, he was astounded by the intricacies of employing lightning release. It was indeed remarkable to unleash the forces of nature in such a manner. However, he recalled how Uchiha Chung had been struck by lightning during its execution, yet emerged unscathed. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Kakashi inquired, "I recall you were struck by lightning. How did you remain unharmed?" "I have developed lightning release, Kirin, to a new level, achieving a synthesis of offense and defense, which I have aptly named lightning release, thunderclap. To reach my level of proficiency, you must first resolve the issues surrounding your Sharingan." Uchiha Chung explained with an unflinching demeanor. "The Sharingan, you say?" Kakashi mused, touching the left eye concealed beneath his forehead protector. Uchiha Chung continued, "Kakashi, I am aware that the Sharingan was given to you by Obito. Yet, you surely wish to utilize it more effectively to protect your comrades, correct? If so, you should endeavor to learn the 4-symbol seal from the 4th Hokage. This way, you can mitigate the effects of the Sharingan on your body. Once you master the 4-symbol seal, you will be able to release it at will, allowing you to utilize powerful techniques without hindrance. Besides Obito's legacy, you wouldn't want to forsake your family's swordsmanship, would you? Only by strengthening yourself can you better safeguard your friends. After all, I won't always be by your side." Kakashi fell into a prolonged silence upon hearing this. Uchiha Chung did not pressure him to make an immediate decision. Instead, he turned and retreated into the ship's cabin. Returning to his quarters, he still needed to contemplate which equipment to synthesize. 3 golden shovels and 1 piece of natural power were certain to be synthesized. The remaining golden shovel, along with 7 other foundational pieces of equipment, offered various combinations, which he needed to consider carefully. Reflecting on a recent battle, he felt his offensive capabilities were sufficient, but his speed still left much to be desired. Although his blink ability was immensely powerful, the 5-second cooldown felt excessively long during critical moments that in Konoha Village. At the tent training ground, Uchiha Chung sat cross-legged upon a stone. He focused all his attention on the system panel. Berserker's Armor grants the wearer an additional 1,000 maximum health. Passive restores 3 of the wearer's lost health per second when out of combat. This equipment possesses uniqueness. Its attributes and effects cannot stack. As he gazed at this piece of equipment, Uchiha Chung fell into contemplation. It had been half a month since he returned to the village following the missed mission. During this month, Minato Namikaze had indeed kept his promise, assigning Uchiha Chung minimal tasks. Naturally, most of the assignments have been delegated to Kakashi. After the missed mission, and through Uchiha Chang's persuasion, Kakashi finally came to a realization that he decided to follow Minato Namikaze to learn the 4-symbol seal and address the risks posed by the Sharingan. Uchiha Chung seized this opportunity to devote himself to training that he also made use of the equipment acquired during the missed mission. By combining 2 golden shovels, he synthesized a natural power, elevating his equipment slots to B and increasing his backpack capacity to 33. During this period, he discovered the formidable strength of the Berserker's Armor. With the equipment slot elevated to B, logically, he could equip an additional Guardian Angel, thereby possessing 3 resurrection armors simultaneously. However, after witnessing the potent effects of the Berserker's Armor, Uchiha Chung decided to forego the 3rd Guardian Angel. The Berserker's armor directly enhanced Uchiha Chang's maximum health by 1,000 points. However, the system panel consistently displayed health as a percentage-based attribute, even after donning the Berserker armor. The manifestation of his abilities remained unchanged. However, it was only when he returned the Berserker armor to his inventory that he could truly appreciate the immense disparity it conferred, an increase of 1,000 points in health. Though not visibly displayed, had undeniably provided Uchiha Makoto with a comprehensive enhancement. His chakra, having already surged to 3,100 due to the improvement in his physical condition and years of diligent training, did not rise upon equipping the Berserker armor. It remained at 3,100. Yet, he distinctly sensed a marked acceleration in the speed of chakra refinement. Within a mere fortnight, his chakra had ascended by 750 points, reaching a total of 3,850. Upon removing the Berserker armor, the speed of chakra refinement noticeably diminished, and the rate of increase plummeted dramatically. Thus far, the most significant limitation for Uchiha Makoto was indeed the quantity of chakra. He possessed numerous means to replenish his chakra, but the fundamental low base rendered any recovery insufficient. With the Berserker armor equipped, not only had the speed of chakra refinement improved, but all aspects of physical training had experienced remarkable advancements. The training speed for the body activation technique had increased by at least 1/3 due to this gear, and the progress in the 8 gates technique, which had long been stagnant, was finally showing signs of breaking through to the 5th gate, the door of death. More crucially, there was the matter of stamina. Uchiha Makoto had come to a profound understanding of the 1,000 health points added by the Berserker armor. This directly augmented his vitality, resulting in enhancements across his physical attributes such as endurance, energy, and recovery. Furthermore, there was an even more extraordinary passive ability. When out of combat, the wearer recovered 3 points of lost health per second. In simpler terms, as long as Uchiha Makoto was not eliminated in an instant, he could recuperate. While this appeared to overlap with the effects of the redemption gear, the redemption set did not facilitate the recovery of vitality loss. What truly captivated Uchiha Makoto's interest was the complete Berserker armor available in the system shop for a staggering 7,500 gold coins. The complete Berserker armor, unbound, grants the wearer 5 to Constitution, increases maximum health by 2,000, unique passive. When out of combat, recovers 4 points of maximum health per second. Point 1 restores 3 points of lost health, while the other restores 4 points of maximum health. The disparity between the two is far from trivial, that if one were only slightly injured, the former's effect would be negligible, whereas the latter would prove equally effective regardless of whether the wearer was lightly or severely wounded. Not to mention, the direct increase of 5 points to Constitution and 2,000 to health posed a tremendous temptation for Uchiha Makoto. The price of 7,500 gold coins did not deter him. This equipment could be deemed the most suitable for him at present. The reason he had been saving was to invest in the most fitting opportunities. He had come to grasp the system's nature. When he was impoverished, the items in the shop cost between 4,000 to 5,000. Now, his earnings had reached 7,777 gold coins. The system had subsequently unlocked many items worth 7,000 to 8,000, even exceeding 10,000. Today is March 5th, and there are still 7 months until Naruto's due date on October 10th. Given his current strength, purchasing equipment that enhances combat effectiveness would yield limited returns. Those he could defeat were already beatable, and those he could not would not be swayed by the addition of a piece or two of gear. Conversely, with the Berserker armor, his training speed over these 7 months would increase several-fold. Moreover, if he wished to rescue the 4th Hokage, it might not necessitate the complete redemption or guardian angel sets. The effects of the Berserker armor would also be immensely beneficial. Most importantly, he could wield it continuously throughout these 7 months. Uchiha Makoto pondered deeply to save Minato and Kushina. He must preemptively address the potential issues and alter the outcomes of events. Having conducted numerous simulations in his mind, he was preparing to implement his strategies soon. However, mere prevention would not suffice. Should the outcome still fall into Obito's hands, Uchiha Makoto would need to devise a means to change the ending and save the 4th coupled. In truth, Uchiha Makoto leaned more towards the latter approach. There is a saying, 1,000 days of thievery leads to 1,000 days of defense. Even if they evade this time, who can guarantee that Minato and Kushina 1T have a second or even third child. Wouldn't it be an exhausting endeavor for Uchiha Makoto to remain vigilant each time Kushina gives birth? Obito himself was not particularly adept at sealing techniques. His ability to release and control the Nine Tails so effortlessly was primarily due to the fact that the beast had once been captured by Uchiha Madara and forced into a summoning contract. With that contract, Obito was able to control the Nine Tails using both his Mangekyou Sharingan and the binding of the summoning agreement, enabling him to orchestrate the beast's attack on Konoha in a short span. During his battle with Obito, Minato also utilized the Uzumaki clan's contract seal to sever the summoning contract between Obito and the Nine Tails. After the fourth's demise, without his key, a regular person could not unravel Naruto's 8-trigram seal to release the Nine Tails, which is why Obito did not resort to that tactic again. Thus, according to Uchiha Makoto's reasoning, the optimal outcome would be to prepare adequately on the night of the Nine Tails attack and eliminate Obito. This would be the best choice. However, the likelihood of this scenario was minimal. The next best option would involve Obito releasing the Nine Tails, followed by the fourth unbinding the seal, after which Uchiha Makoto could use his gear to save Kushina. All of this hinged on the information supplemented in the system shop panel. The shop sells complete sets as non-exclusive gear, which can be upgraded. Beneath this information was a smaller note. Note 3. Spend 2,000 gold coins to temporarily unbind, allowing any unit to use this equipment for 5 minutes. Although it was unclear how much stronger a complete Guardian Angel set worth 5,000 gold coins would be, the year-long cooldown period remained a headache for Uchiha Makoto. The effects of the complete redemption set indicated that after 3 seconds, allied units within range would restore to their peak condition. But if it did not include the recovery of vitality, that would indeed be dire. Conversely, Uchiha Makoto could immediately purchase the complete Berserker armor, which would undoubtedly be of use in 7 months. During this time, he could also maximize the utilization of his finances that, in his past experiences with League of Legends, he never favored hoarding gold to save for complete sets. Often, buying an extra potion could serve as a precursor to a solo kill in lane. Not to mention acquiring additional cloth armor or long swords. Regardless, he had the opportunity to save money during these 7 months. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Makoto hesitated not for a moment and confirmed the purchase. Berserker armor successfully purchased. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Uchiha Makoto equipped the first complete set valued at 7,500, gaining 2,000 health and a direct increase of 5 to his constitution. He felt as if he had consumed an energy-boosting candy. His body on the verge of soaring. It seemed as though engaging in vigorous physical training 7 times a night would pose no challenge in the central courtyard of the Uchiha clan's mansion. The sounds of combat reverberated. Uchiha Makoto stood at the heart of the spacious courtyard, his right hand clasped behind his back while his left hand deflected Uchiha Itachi's assault. Faced with Itachi's fierce aerial sidekick, Uchiha Makoto grasped Itachi's calf, pulling and pushing him mid-air, sending him sprawling backward. Upon landing, Uchiha Itachi stumbled, retreating 3 steps before steadying himself. That moment, he cast a glance towards Uchiha Fugaku, who was observing from the sidelines. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. Upon seeing his father's approval, Uchiha Itachi drew forth a kunai that had yet to be sharpened and hurled it towards Uchiha Makoto. .4 kunai flew in a square formation toward Uchiha Makoto. Sensing the incoming projectiles, Uchiha Makoto took a small step backward with his left foot, slightly tilting his body. The 4 kunai narrowly missed him, passing both before and behind him. However, the 4 kunai that he evaded collided mid-air, with 2 of them veering back towards Uchiha Makoto's shoulder. It was then that Uchiha Itachi caught sight of Uchiha Makoto's astonishment. As he believed his attack would be effective, he was taken aback when Uchiha Sejiro effortlessly reached out with his left hand, deftly grasping the shuriken mid-flight and casually deflecting another one aimed at him. Remarkably, the deflected shuriken soared high into the air, ultimately landing in a manner most illogical at the feet of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi stared at the shuriken at his feet, astonished that despite exerting all his strength, he could not find a way to contend with Uchiha Sejiro. Even the clan's Jainin, who usually trained alongside him, could not evade his shuriken with such ease. Was this truly the prowess of the Uchiha clan's foremost expert? Would this individual become his mentor in the future? With these thoughts, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of determination within him. Clapping his hands together, Uchiha Seijiro chuckled. Your shuriken throwing technique is exceptionally refined. With such skill, most genin would stand no chance against you. Itachi, I didn't expect you to possess such prowess even before starting school. Truly a genius. Upon hearing Seijiro's generous praise, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes sparkled with pride. After all, the present Uchiha Seijiro carried a weight of significance that was markedly different from before. Seijiro, I am often preoccupied with clan affairs and lack the time to mentor Itachi. Moreover, I am not particularly adept at teaching. Thus, I feel more at ease in trusting this child to you than Itachi's talent rivals yours, and I am confident he will grow to be a source of pride for the Uchiha clan and a pillar of the village. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was earnest. At this moment, he was not the powerful clan leader, but merely a father concerned for his son. This morning, Uchiha Fugaku sought out Seijiro to request his guidance for Itachi, hoping he could assume the role of his mentor during his spare time. Though Uchiha Seijiro was immersed in his training, he recognized the importance of matters concerning Uchiha Itachi. After all, Itachi's talent was undeniable. Even if they did not become friends, Seijiro had no desire to make an enemy of him. After all, a grown-up Itachi would be a formidable presence. Itachi merely 5 years of age, Itachi was at a prime stage for development. What could be more gratifying than nipping a future threat in the bud? Certainly, there was something even more delightful, nurturing him to become an ally. Thus, when Uchiha Fugaku approached him, Seijiro pondered for only 3 seconds before agreeing. I must first shift Itachi's mindset, fully assimilating him as my own. He contemplated. Fugaku-san, you are too gracious. I have received plenty of your kindness in the past, so this is only natural. Moreover, with Itachi's exceptional abilities, I would be more than happy to be his mentor. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Uchiha Fugaku felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving Seijiro's affirmative response. He gestured to Itachi. Itachi, from today onward, you shall study under Seijiro. Come forth and greet your teacher. Itachi nodded, stepping forward and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Seijiro-sensei, I look forward to your guidance. Uchiha Seijiro replied. No need for such formalities. Itachi, upon hearing this, Itachi straightened up, gazing intently at Seijiro, as if awaiting his instructions. Seijiro observed Itachi's cherubic face. Despite being a mere child, he was attempting to adopt a mature demeanor, his expression remarkably solemn, which made Seijiro want to laugh. However, in order to maintain the image of a teacher, he smiled and said, Itachi, there's no need to be so formal. I am only 10 years your senior. You may treat me as an older brother during our interactions. Just be diligent during training. Although with your sense of responsibility, I doubt I need to remind you to be by the way, as I have just become your teacher, I have no gift for you. How about I treat you to some dango? At the mention of dango, Itachi's previously tense expression suddenly relaxed, and his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Really? Realizing his excitement, he swiftly regained his composure, casting a furtive glance at Fugaku as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. The most powerful clan in Konoha, Itachi enjoyed a privileged status. Yet this came with numerous expectations and robbed him of many childhood pleasures. Engaging in activities, such as playing in the mud with other children, was simply out of the question. However, Itachi was inherently more mature than his peers and had never been particularly inclined towards such pastimes. Nevertheless, he harbored a genuine fondness for sweets, particularly the 3-color dango from the local shop, which he adored. Yet, as the scion of the Uchiha clan, he had everything at his disposal, except for money. His family provided for his every need, and asking his father for money to buy dango was something that embarrassed him. Only his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, noticed Itachi's longing glances at the dango shop when he ventured out, realizing that although her child was more responsible than others, he was still, at heart, a child. Thus, she frequently bestowed him with pocket money. Never questioning what he purchased, Fugaku, having grown accustomed to treating Itachi as a small adult, had never realized his son had such a fondness for sweets. Thus, when he witnessed Itachi's reaction akin to that of a child, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in surprise. Noticing his father's expression, Itachi struggled to maintain his composure. Uchiha Seijiro, observing the scene, chuckled. Fugaku-san, what do you think? seeing Itachi's nervousness as he clenched his small fists. Fugaku inwardly lamented his failure as a father. Realizing he did not even know what his son enjoyed eating, he nodded and said, "Seijiro-kun, since you are Itachi's teacher, such matters are naturally for you to decide. So, Itachi, shall we go?" Uchiha Seijiro smiled and extended his hand, guiding Itachi much like an older brother would. Observing Itachi naturally reaching out his hand to hold Seijiro's, Fugaku felt as though he had been struck. Ever since Itachi learned to walk steadily, it seemed he had never held his father's hand while going out. He felt a pang of sadness. "Itachi," as the two prepared to exit the courtyard. Fugaku called out to his son. Itachi turned back, concern evident in his eyes, as if fearing his father might change his mind. Uchiha Fugaku sighed internally and said, "Return early and save some appetite for dinner. Your mother has prepared a great deal of food today." "Understood, father." Itachi nodded earnestly before following Uchiha Seijiro out. Watching the two depart, Fugaku murmured to himself, "Tonight, I shall indulge in a few extra drinks." Whether it was due to Itachi receiving Uchiha Seijiro's guidance that brought him joy, time flew by, and soon it was July. It had been 3 months since Uchiha Seijiro became Itachi's teacher. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto's due date was the 23rd of this month. Sasuke was soon to be born. How far off could Naruto be? Under the blazing sun, the training grounds of Konoha's 10th exercise area buzzed with the sounds of exertion. Huff. Huff point 121, 122, 123. Uchiha Seijiro was performing 300 push-ups in the scorching heat. His bare torso revealed well-defined pectorals and taut abdominal muscles. While his physique was not overly exaggerated, it was undeniably sculpted. He was drenched in sweat, thoroughly soaked, despite the slight soreness in his arms. No matter how he increased his training regimen, he felt capable of persisting further. Indeed, this frenzy armor was worth every penny, though Uchiha Seijiro was unaware of the extent of the sage body's recovery capabilities. It was clear that even with the average Senju or Uzumaki physique, one could not possess his extraordinary recuperative powers. The frenzy armor had now become akin to a guardian angel, firmly securing its place among his gear. The passive effects of the frenzy armor were simply too powerful. Previously, during his extreme physical training with the 8 gates, even with medicinal baths, he would require a full day's rest before resuming intense training. Now, a brief rest would suffice for him to recover significantly. After completing his push-ups, Seijiro concluded his physical training and began practicing taijutsu. He activated the first 3 gates, maintaining the state of the first gate. Then he set his sights on a tree thick enough for 3 people to embrace, charging at it with full speed. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Uchiha Chung felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. However, he had long grown accustomed to such rigorous training. He retreated to his previous position once more and continued to crash into the tree. As his mastery of the 8 gates technique deepened, the number of gates he could open increased, leading to a greater accumulation of hidden injuries within the practitioner's body. While medicinal baths could alleviate physical damage, they could not provide a permanent cure. The accumulation of these concealed injuries inevitably impacted one's vitality, yet the Berserker armor aided Uchiha Chung in addressing this dilemma. Presently, he had attained the ability to unlock the 5th gate, the door of dulling. Thanks to the presence of Mercury, he could maintain the state of the 8 gates for 10 seconds without hindering his use of ninjutsu. Even if he failed to resolve the battle within that time frame, he could still recuperate afterward by merely lying down for a while. Although the act of crashing into trees might seem foolish, it effectively enhanced his resilience against impacts and the toughness of his muscles. Naturally, this method of training was predicated on the recovery capabilities of the Berserker armor. After several months of practice, Uchiha Chung had become adept at understanding the recovery patterns of the armor. For ordinary physical exertion, the Berserker armor could only slightly accelerate the speed of stamina recovery. However, when his physical training reached its limit, or when his body sustained injuries, lying down would yield remarkable results. In simpler terms, he could engage in any form of physical exertion, employing the most taxing methods of training without concern. Bang, bang, bang. As Uchiha Chung's expression grew increasingly ferocious, he exerted greater force, leaving the tree battered and bruised. Crack! When he created a noticeable dent in the tree with his impact, he immediately activated the 5th gate, then propelled himself off the ground, unleashing chakra as he soared into the air, executing the Leaf Village's Gale Palm technique, a powerful spinning kick that struck the tree in its vulnerable spot. The tree, thick enough for 3 people to embrace, was severed in half by his kick. Unless one possessed a defensive ninjutsu akin to that of the Fourth Reikage, most ninjas struck by such a kick would either be dead or severely injured. The additional 2,000 vitality granted by the Berserker armor, coupled with Uchiha Chang's chakra and stamina, surged dramatically, and the visible effects of his enhanced physique were undeniable. Recently, he had developed a fondness for this direct and powerful style of combat. Even Might Guy, who aimed for the pinnacle of physical prowess and sought to surpass Kakashi, was taken aback by Uchiha Chang's vigor. Although drenched in sweat, he appeared entirely unfazed, brimming with energy that left Might Guy feeling overwhelmed. Of course, he would not neglect his swordsmanship training. His primary means of combat revolve around sword techniques, and he could not afford to be lax in that regard. After completing his comprehensive training, Uchiha Chang sat upon a sun-baked stone, lifting a thermos filled with cool water to his lips before pouring some over his head. The refreshing water cascaded down, mingling with his tousled bangs. Teacher Chung! Teacher Chung! Upon hearing the familiar voices, Uchiha Chung turned around and in the distance. A small figure raced toward him. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, what brings you here? Teacher Chung, you haven't been guiding my training lately. What have you been busy with? Itachi appeared somewhat discontented. Despite their previously harmonious relationship, Uchiha Chung had inexplicably begun to neglect him, causing Itachi to train alongside his father and sapping his motivation. I apologize, I'll teach you right now. Uchiha Chung wiped the sweat from his face. Recently, with his imminent breakthrough in the 5th gate of the 8 gates, he had intensified his training regimen and extended his training hours, thus inadvertently sidelining Itachi. As their relationship deepened, Itachi seemed to have become somewhat clingy, a development Uchiha Chung had not anticipated. What? What are you going to teach me? Curiosity sparked on Itachi's face. Uchiha Chung adopted a serious demeanor. Itachi tensed in anticipation, eager for Uchiha Chung to impart more knowledge. Beyond ninjutsu and taijutsu, Uchiha Chung had always been able to address many of his queries, imparting valuable insights that Itachi cherished above all else. Itachi, you must understand that the body is the foundation of everything. Only by possessing a robust physique can one grow stronger and live longer, allowing more time to ponder and seek answers to questions. Though our Uchiha clan Sharingan is extraordinarily powerful, the body is paramount. Without a strong body, not only will one's lifespan be curtailed, but it will also affect familial harmony. From today onward, you shall train your body alongside me. As he spoke, Uchiha Chung patted his chest. Considering that Itachi would inevitably awaken his Sharingan, he would need to strengthen his small frame in preparation that, of course, Uchiha Chung would not require Itachi to train in the same manner he did. That approach was uniquely suited to him and not appropriate for Itachi. I understand, Teacher Chung. Itachi nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, yet he was content simply to train alongside Uchiha Chung. Each time Uchiha Chung clarified his doubts, he would take Itachi to the dumpling shop to savor 3-color dumplings. Resolving questions while enjoying beloved food brought double the joy. Uchiha Chung was pleased with Itachi's reaction. If this trend continued, perhaps Shursui could be encouraged as well. However, Shursui was currently stationed with the Border Defense Force in the eastern coastal region of a land of fire, and they had only exchanged a hurried greeting during a recent mission. Itachi, wait for me. Observing Itachi deep in thought, Uchiha Chung leaped into a nearby river to wash up. He then retrieved clean clothes from his system backpack and changed. Itachi, what are you pondering? Let us go. As he gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, Uchiha Chung recalled that he had been invited to dinner at the home of Minato Namikaze that evening and needed to depart soon. All preparations could now commence. Teacher Chung. Uchiha Chung mused himself, but Itachi suddenly called out to him. I can understand that a ninja needs a strong body, but how does poor health affect family harmony? Cough, cough, go ask your father. Ding dong. Uchiha Chung arrived at the Namikaze household and pressed the doorbell to thud, thud, thud. A rapid footfall approached, and the door swung open. It was Minato Namikaze. Chung, you're here. Please come in. Minato was dressed in casual home attire. A blue tracksuit with an apron tied around his waist, clearly having been busy in the kitchen, compared to his serious demeanor while seated in the Hokage's office. He now appeared as an ordinary, handsome homemaker, making it difficult to associate him with the legendary Yellow Flash who struck fear into the hearts of ninjas. My apologies for the intrusion. Uchiha Chung handed Minato a small gift and subsequently changed into house slippers at the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Kushina Uzumaki emerged from the living room, her pregnancy evident. Upon seeing Uchiha Chung, her face lit up with a smile. I asked that you. Chung? Senior Kushina, as their relationship had strengthened, Minato had once mentioned how he had heard Uchiha Chung lament the culinary skills of Uchiha Lingua, expressing that both he and Kushina were quite adept in the kitchen, subsequently inviting him over for a meal. Since then, Minato had frequently invited Uchiha Chung to dine at their home. This particular visit was to celebrate Uchiha Chang's outstanding performance over the past year, which had significantly improved the Uchiha clan's reputation among the ninja community, swaying the attitudes of the higher-ups in the clan meetings. The long-standing conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village leadership appeared to be on the verge of resolution under the fourth Hokage's guidance. Thus, Minato and Uchiha Chung naturally had reason to celebrate. Kushina led Uchiha Chung to the living room while Minato returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. This guy, even though the child's birth is still some time away. Once he let me into the kitchen, he thinks he can cook better than I can. Kushina playfully complained about Minato, yet her face radiated happiness as she gently caressed her rounded belly. Minato is truly a wonderful man, Uchiha Chung remarked with a smile. Chung, don't be fooled by how reliable Minato seems on the surface. However, he is in fact quite oblivious and occasionally rather verbose, I must tell you. Yesterday, Uzumaki Kushina seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, incessantly critiquing Namikaze's Minato, yet the mirth in her eyes only grew more pronounced. Uchiha Makoto could only helplessly endure her playful banter. Moreover, Minato often expresses his gratitude, claiming that without your assistance, he would scarcely have time to spend with me. Makoto, I am truly grateful for your support. I hope you both continue to nurture your bond in the future. As Kushina concluded her statement, the conversation circled back to Uchiha Makoto. Senior Kushina, you flatter me. Minato has been quite considerate towards me as well. Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile, albeit internally stifling his own critiques. Indeed, he had assisted Namikaze Minato with numerous tasks as the captain of the Umbu's 6th Division. Aside from executing missions, he often found himself handling trivial paperwork for Minato, practically serving as his secretary. This, of course, spoke volumes about Minato's trust in him. The way Kushina regarded him indicated that she had wholly accepted him as one of her own. Previously, during his visit, Kushina had not uttered such sentiments. Kushina, what seasonings do I need for the tanjiro? I have never prepared this soup before. As the two engaged in conversation, Namikaze Minato entered the living room with a ladle in hand, scratching his head and chuckling, indicating he needed assistance. Makoto, could you wait a moment? Kushina got up and headed toward the living room. Uchiha Makoto nodded, and the couple walked together, whispering softly. Minato leaned in close to Kushina, sharing something in her ear. Uchiha Makoto vaguely overheard Minato requesting Kushina to refrain from revealing his embarrassing moments, as he wished to maintain his seniority, only to be met with Kushina's relentless teasing. Truly, they were a pair of delightful mischief makers. Uchiha Makoto shook his head in amusement, but soon his expression turned grave that it was imperative to prioritize precautionary measures. He contemplated adding further layers of security, just as he pondered how to broach these considerations naturally. Minato returned to the living room, asking him to accompany him to purchase soy sauce and other ingredients. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Senior Kushina, this soup is exquisite. If only I could have a wife as beautiful, gracious, gentle, and virtuous as you in the future. The rich flavor of the meat broth awakened Uchiha Makoto's palate, compelling him to indulge heartily. His compliments were genuinely heartfelt. After all, it never hurt to speak kind words. Kushina, upon receiving such praise, found her spirits lifted. Beautiful, gracious, and virtuous are indeed true. Gentle, however, Minato muttered, recalling the times Kushina had displayed her fiery temper. Kushina gazed at Minato with a beaming smile, questioning his perception of her gentleness. Suddenly sensing a killing intent, Minato hurriedly added, "Gentle, very gentle. You are absolutely right, Makoto." "Is that so?" Upon hearing the satisfactory response, Kushina withdrew her hand from Minato's waist, watching the couple as they reveled in their affectionate exchanges. Uchiha Makoto felt a pang of envy. The pork in his bowl suddenly lost its appeal. He too yearned for such a connection. Goodness gracious! Thus, Uchiha Makoto could only channel his feelings of envy and jealousy into his meal, devouring 3 large bowls with fervor. After the meal, Uchiha Makoto did not treat himself as merely a guest. He joined Minato in washing the dishes. My apologies, Makoto. I must impose on you to help me with the dishes. No need for formality, Minato-senpai. I often come over to share a meal, so I ought to show my appreciation. The two engaged in casual conversation while washing up. Uchiha Makoto activated his blood-tracking technique. The ever-watchful Kakashi had vacated his post outside the window, and suddenly his expression grew serious. Minato-senpai. What is it, Makoto? Minato inquired, noticing Uchiha Makoto's sudden somber demeanor. Uchiha Makoto stated gravely, Minato-senpai, Kushina-senpai's due date is likely within the next 2 to 3 months. Correct? When is the expected date? The mention of Kushina instantly altered Minato's expression. After a brief hesitation, he answered, the due date is October 10th. Makoto, this is classified information, so I trust you will keep it confidential. I understand. The birth date of a Jinchuriki must remain undisclosed, especially to outsiders. Uchiha Makoto nodded. Minato did not appear overly surprised. Makoto, you indeed deduced it. Uchiha Makoto sighed in exasperation. Was it really necessary to deduce? Though Kushina's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was not public knowledge, it was not difficult to surmise. The previous Jinchuriki was from the Uzumaki clan, and Kushina, being the sole member of her clan in the village and the wife of the 4th Hokage, could not be an ordinary individual. Minato-senpai, what I wish to convey is whether there exists any possibility of information leakage. During childbirth, the seal on a female Jinchuriki weakens, making them susceptible to enemy attacks. Therefore, mere confidentiality is insufficient. Uchiha Makoto's words caused Minato's expression to shift dramatically. You were aware of this? Minato's astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated Uchiha Makoto's level of knowledge. The clan's records contained some information regarding tailed beasts, which mentioned this. Uchiha Makoto explained, knowing Minato would not seek verification from Uchiha Fugaku. Trusting Uchiha Makoto, Minato refrained from probing further, but clarified, Makoto, are you concerned that someone might attempt to release the Nine Tails during Kushina's labor? Rest assured, the only individuals privy to the due date are myself, the 3rd Hokage, Kushina, you, and Kakashi. Only the examining doctor is aware. However, the doctor does not know that Kushina is a Jinchuriki, so the likelihood of a leak is minimal. Nevertheless, Uchiha Makoto remained grave, stating, that means there is still a risk of leakage. The doctor could divulge information, and so could Kakashi. What? Minato's face reflected sheer shock. Uchiha Makoto waved his hand dismissively. That is not my intention. Kakashi is indeed trustworthy. However, Minato-senpai, are you unaware of his unfortunate habit? He visits the Konoha cemetery every week to pay respects to Obito and Rin, during which he converses with them. Naturally, the topics of discussion will include you and Senior Kushina. If someone happens to be nearby, undetected by Kakashi, wouldn't that lead to a breach? When Minato initially proposed having Kakashi serve as Kushina's personal bodyguard, Uchiha Makoto had been opposed. Yet, lacking compelling reasons, he could not persuade Minato. After all, Uchiha Makoto could not accompany Kakashi at all times to prevent him from speaking indiscreetly at the gravesite. The chances of Obito overhearing were alarmingly high. Since evasion was not an option, it was time to address the issue directly. That possibility is quite low, and I have already discussed it with the 3rd Hokage. Kushina will be in a secure barrier during labor, and I will be by her side the entire time, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents arise. Minato was undeniably confident in his abilities. Makoto, do you know something? Why are you so concerned? Minato's suspicion arose from Uchiha Makoto's demeanor, though he did not doubt him. From the moment he had met Uchiha Makoto, he recognized him as someone who preferred meticulous preparation, a person of thorough consideration, which was why he had earned Minato's trust. Minato merely felt that Uchiha Makoto might be harboring some unspoken worries. Uchiha Makoto could not reveal. That day, both of you may meet a dire fate. I apologize, Minato-senpai, but I am rather cautious. Therefore, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, I believe we must eliminate it to ensure absolute safety. We must make further preparations. Further preparations? Minato was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Makoto fell into a long silence before activating his Sharingan. Makoto, what are you doing? Minato questioned, perplexed by Uchiha Makoto's decision to activate his eye technique. Uchiha Makoto's expression was grave as he stated, Minato-senpai, I have recently sensed a rapid increase in my ocular power, often experiencing pain in my eyes, based on my previous experience when awakening my Sharingan. I may soon unlock the Manjikyu Sharingan. The Manjikyu Sharingan? Isn't that a legend? Could it be true? Minato's face was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. While he had perused the village's records concerning the Uchiha clan, he had only encountered scant references to the Manjikyu Sharingan, thus he had never given it much thought. This is indeed true, Uchiha Makoto affirmed. Alongside the esteemed first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Uchiha, the illustrious wielder of the Manjikyu Sharingan, played a pivotal role in the establishment of Konohagakure. His brother also possessed the same potent ocular ability. Generally speaking, the activation of the Manjikyu Sharingan is accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet, yesterday, I experienced a most terrifying dream. What dream? The Ninetales was unleashed. Countless villagers perished, and both you and Kushina-senpai fell in battle. What? The words of Uchiha Makoto caused a profound change in the expression of Minato Namikaze, that he could endure the loss of his position as Hokage. But losing Kushina was an unimaginable thought. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, pondering if this dream was the reason Makoto urged him to prepare more thoroughly. Uchiha Makoto nodded solemnly and stated, I seldom dream, and recently I have sensed signs of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. I believe this dream may serve as a warning, or perhaps even a glimpse into the future. Minato's face turned ashen, and he continued the unfinished thought of Uchiha Makoto. His hands clenched unconsciously, emanating an astonishing aura. Minato-senpai. Uchiha Makoto hastily grasped Minato's arm. Realizing his demeanor, Minato quickly reined in his chakra. Makoto, I trust your words. What do you propose we do? If anyone else had claimed to have had a dream, Minato would have dismissed it outright. Yet he held deep faith in Uchiha Makoto, particularly as it pertained to his beloved Kushina. Like Makoto expressed, even a mere fraction of a chance warranted extinguishing any potential flames of disaster. Uchiha Makoto resolved firmly and continued, to prevent the scenario from my dream from materializing, our first course of action must be to avert the release of the Ninetales. Secondly, should the Ninetales be unleashed, we must devise a means to subdue it. Additionally, we must minimize casualties. Thus, we require an increase in combat strength. Increased combat strength? Is my presence and that of the third Hokage not sufficient? Makoto, while I have faith in you, if we were to relay this to the third Hokage, he would certainly not bolster our ranks based on such reasoning. Furthermore, the fewer people who know about Kushina's impending childbirth, the better. The third Hokage would never consent to that. Minato expressed with a hint of exasperation, knowing that others would not be as inclined to trust Uchiha Makoto, especially given the biases that the higher-ups held against the Uchiha clan, upon hearing Minato's explanation. Uchiha Makoto scoffed internally. If the third Hokage were reliable, then Danzo would be as well. The more the third Hokage knew, the more Danzo would be privy to the information, and, as a quintessential schemer, Uchiha Makoto harbored no fondness for him. Given the current resources available, the only means to contend with tailed beasts in critical moments are large summoning beasts, sealing techniques, and sage arts. Minato-senpai, do you truly believe that if we were to encounter foes daring enough to target the Ninetales, ordinary Umbu could prove effective? While the third Hokage is formidable, sealing techniques are not his forte. Frankly, if it were feasible, I would deem sending Kushina-senpai to one of the 3 great sanctuaries, Mount Myaboku, for childbirth to be the safest option. Send her to Mount Myaboku. Minato hesitated briefly before shaking his head in refusal. No way. although there exist special methods enabling those without a summoning contract to enter Mount Mayaboku. Individuals lacking a contract would endure significantly greater spatial pressure during the reverse summoning process. Given that Kushina is presently pregnant, such actions could potentially endanger both her and the unborn child. We cannot take that risk. The idea of sending her to Mount Mayaboku was merely a spur-of-the-moment thought from Uchiha Makoto, and he had not held much hope in it, since it was dismissed. He resolved to adhere to the original plan, that he continued. Then we should summon Jiraiya back. With his prowess, he would undoubtedly be your strongest ally. Minato-senpai, should we need to confront a tailed beast. Initially, he had considered bringing Tsunade along. But it seemed that Tsunade harbored deep-seated conflicts with the higher-ups. From the time she left the village until the third Hokage fell to Orochimaru's hand, she had not returned to Konoha for over a decade. Not to mention how long it would take to find her, it seemed implausible to convince her with a reason as unconvincing as Uchiha Makoto's. Regardless, with the newly acquired armored gear, its effectiveness would outweigh Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, rendering her return less critical. Jiraiya, however, was different. He was likely out pursuing Orochimaru's trail. Minato, being his pupil, shared a bond akin to that of father and son, even if Minato refrained from divulging the reasons. Merely expressing a deep longing for Jiraiya to return in anticipation of Naruto's arrival would surely compel Jiraiya to comply. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded and said, summoning Jiraiya-sensei back is indeed feasible. As long as I explain the situation to him, he will understand. The last time I exchanged letters with him, he was in the land of rice, and it won't take long for him to return to Konoha. I will promptly communicate with him via the summoning frog. If necessary, I too shall offer my utmost assistance. Let us hope this is merely an overreaction on my part. Uchiha Makoto stated earnestly. Minato-senpai, I sincerely appreciate your trust. Employing honorifics, Uchiha Makoto bowed deeply to Minato, resolute that he must not perish. Minato gazed intently at Uchiha Makoto. This youth, both a capable subordinate and an endearing junior, shared a bond with him akin to that of a mentor and student. The concern he felt for him stirred Minato's emotions, reminiscent of the time spent with Jiraiya-sensei. Minato returned the bow deeply, expressing, Makoto, your consideration for me truly moves my heart. Thank you, Minato. Makoto, what are you two up to? Kushina Uzumaki, noticing the two engaging in their task at a leisurely pace, approached out of curiosity, only to find Minato and Uchiha Makoto bowing to one another. Ha! Kushina, what brings you here? Minato exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head. Scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of how to articulate the situation. Uchiha Makoto, equally perplexed, recognized the need to avoid adding pressure on the pregnant woman and thus refrained from speaking directly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, I was just competing with Minato-senpai to see who could bend lower while keeping her legs straight. Ah yes, indeed, Minato, catching Uchiha Makoto's cue, quickly responded, it's getting late. I should head home now that I shall take my leave. Uchiha Makoto fabricated an excuse to depart. As he walked home, he gazed at the luminous moon overhead, sighing inwardly. After purchasing the complete set of armored gear, he found himself with only 277 coins remaining. Due to a recent lack of tasks, his earnings had been meager, totaling merely 855 coins. He still needed 1,145 coins to reach the goal of 2,000. It seemed he would have to seek work again. Konoha, Year 48, September 15 at noon. Training Ground 3. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the grass, while Uchiha Makoto perched on a nearby stone. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye. The Sharingan, a silvery rune paper, clung to his left eye, adorned with intricate black seals. Rapidly forming hand signs, Kakashi channeled chakra, continuing the complex sequence for nearly 5 minutes. I could see that moment. The rune paper affixed his left eye trembled, and the black seals vanished as if they were living creatures. Subsequently, Kakashi removed the rune paper and stored it securely. Observing Kakashi dispelling the 4-symbol seal and revealing his left eye's 3-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto leaped down from the stone. Kakashi, your speed in dispelling the 4-symbol seal has noticeably improved. Kakashi glanced at the clock beside him, frowned slightly, and replied, the seal was dispelled in 4 minutes and 39 seconds. In a real battle, I would hardly have that much time for preparation. Uchiha Makoto chuckled. Do not be so harsh on yourself. Compared to when you initially dispelled the seal, which took upwards of 10 to 20 minutes. For minutes is quite impressive. Moreover, during missions, you have teammates to assist you, where you could always dispel the seal a few hours in advance to your current rate of progress. In no more than half a year, you will have mastered the four-symbol seal completely. Kakashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Uchiha Makoto's words without further comment. Uchiha Makoto, observing Kakashi lost in thought, inquired, "How does it feel now?" "It feels as though the drain on my chakra from the Sharingan has diminished." As Kakashi felt the transformation within his body, he spoke slowly. Uchiha Chung patted Kakashi's shoulder and shook his head, saying, "It is not that the consumption of the Sharingan has decreased, but rather that your body has grown stronger. And your chakra has increased. That is why you perceive a reduction in the Sharingan's consumption. You haven't activated your Sharingan in about a month, have you?" Kakashi nodded that it has been nearly half a year since he began studying the four-symbol seal under Minato-sensei. During this time, he had rarely unsealed it. In the beginning, when he first learned the four-symbol seal, it took him a good 20 minutes to release it. Moreover, often after unsealing, he was unable to reseal his Sharingan. Therefore, for the first 3 months, his Sharingan remained sealed. Only after he had grasped the technique did he start applying and releasing the seal on his own, due to Guy's persistent insistence on physical training. And Chung frequently sparring with him, Kakashi rediscovered the sensation of training without the Sharingan. Being at an age of growth, without the burden of the Sharingan, Kakashi felt his body had become significantly stronger during this period. Even with the Sharingan activated, his chakra now exceeded more than double what it was 6 months ago. "Since you are prepared, let us begin. I have been itching for a good fight recently." Uchiha Chung lightly punched Kakashi's chest, his face adorned with a warm smile. He cracked his knuckles, starting to warm up. Kakashi, witnessing this, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye and wore a helpless expression. The two moved to an open field of grass, and Kakashi drew his ninja blade, becoming fully vigilant. Ever since sealing his Sharingan, his chakra had returned to its previous level, and coupled with his body's natural growth. His chakra continued to rise. He had also regained his proficiency in swordsmanship that he had let slip before. After all, the Konoha-style sword technique emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ferocity, placing high demands on chakra and physical fitness. His father, Konoha's White Fang, had no special lineage yet remained a formidable force in the ninja world. How could he allow his swordsmanship to weaken after acquiring the Sharingan? However, it was only after gaining the Sharingan that Kakashi realized its critical role not only in utilizing Chidori, but also in enhancing his swordsmanship to an exaggerated extent. With his current chakra levels, he could now support the consumption of both the Sharingan and his sword techniques simultaneously. Even the earlier ridicule from Chung regarding his Earth-style wall with dog heads was something he could now counter. Now, he could easily carve 3 dog heads into the Earth-style wall. As Uchiha Chung sensed the powerful aura emanating from Kakashi, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his expression turned serious. Kakashi had indeed grown significantly stronger, Uchiha Chung thought to himself. Before obtaining the Sharingan, Kakashi's Konoha-style sword techniques had several flaws. After acquiring the Sharingan, however, due to his insufficient chakra, he could not match Chung in prolonged combat. Yet recently, every month, after Kakashi unsealed his Sharingan and sparred with him, Chung could distinctly feel the surge in Kakashi's swordsmanship prowess. This was because Kakashi's proficiency in using the Sharingan had increased, and the chakra limitations that had previously constrained him had been alleviated to some extent. "Kakashi, be careful." Uchiha Chung activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and then unbound the sealing scroll tied to his left arm. Retrieving an ordinary straight sword from within to ensure a relatively fair fight, while simultaneously testing Kakashi's progress. Uchiha Chung stored away all equipment that would grant passive enhancements to combat power, such as the Shikuji blade, blue buffs, tech guns, magic immunity, ghost books, and thorned armor, back into the system's backpack, but he chose not to store away the ensemble of the armored berserker, as its passive ability would only activate after disengaging from battle. Uchiha Chung felt that the additional 2,000 health points would not significantly impact the outcome. After all, his endurance was already far superior to Kakashi's, and a slight increase would not matter much. He was not relying on a war of attrition to wear Kakashi down. This did not greatly affect the battle's result. Kakashi felt a jolt as he saw Chung directly activate his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Yet his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. This indicated that Chung was ready to fight with all his might, which was the greatest form of recognition for him. Unbeknownst to him, Chang's significance in his heart had been growing steadily. It was precisely because of Chung, Guy, and Minato-sensei, along with his wife, that he was able to endure the darkest times. Prepare yourself. Uchiha Chung executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside Kakashi and striking at his waist with the back of his sword. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he used his Sharingan to track Uchiha Chang's movements. He swiftly flipped his short blade, deflecting Chang's sword tip. He then leaped backward, sheathing his ninja blade mid-air while gathering his strength. In the next moment, he unleashed his chakra explosively, executing a Konoha-style drawing slash that sliced toward Uchiha Chang's waist with a sharp sound of air being cut. Chung, seeing this, responded with a steel-cutting slash. The two figures moved continuously across the open grassland, engaging in a fervent clash of sword techniques. Just as Chang's airborne slash was evaded by Kakashi's quick bend, he suddenly unleashed the forward slash, propelling himself backward and striking Kakashi's shoulder with the back of his sword. From Kakashi's perspective, it appeared as though Chung had flown over his head, only to reverse direction like a disc being flipped, suddenly appearing right in front of him. Had this been a fight for life and death, that strike would have either killed him or severed his entire arm. But I haven't seen you use that move before. What is it called? Kakashi asked, clutching his aching shoulder, unable to suppress his curiosity. This move is called the forward slash, but I think it sounds cooler to call it Swallow's Return, Uchiha Chung explained. After such a long time, he had finally mastered the forward slash. This technique allowed him to appear at any position around his enemy within a 2-meter range, using the enemy as a springboard, but could only be used once on the same enemy within 8 seconds. As his skill proficiency increased, the range would expand, and the cooldown time would decrease. With this technique, if he had enough chakra, he could truly achieve the feat of passing through 1,000,000 troops unscathed. Seeing Kakashi's contemplative expression, Uchiha Chung chuckled. Kakashi, there's no need to ponder. I can't teach you this move. You are far from meeting the prerequisites for learning. Their relationship had grown closer. Uchiha Chung spoke more directly. They frequently exchanged sword techniques, naturally learning from each other. For instance, the Konoha-style drawing slash that Kakashi had just executed was something Chung had also learned. Likewise, he had taught Kakashi the secret technique Moon Flash from Uchiha swordsmanship. However, the Wind Blade technique was beyond Kakashi's grasp. When Uchiha Chung learned, the system had formed specialized images of him in his mind. Even so, he had to endure over a year of rigorous training to master the forward slash. At least until he perfected the Wind Blade technique, he doubted he could teach Kakashi to ask for whether to teach him. That was not something he had considered. Kakashi was one of his own. The stronger, the better. By the time he could teach Kakashi, their strength would likely be enough to look down upon the ninja world. Besides, how could he be the only one to enjoy this? Given Kakashi's swordsmanship talent, not learning a proper pace would be a waste of potential. All right, I understand, Kakashi acknowledged, aware that Uchiha Chung never sugarcoated his words. He was indeed intrigued by the technique. But since Chung had said so, he refrained from further inquiries. Let's continue. Uchiha Chung shouted, charging forward once more. Clang! Uchiha Chang's unrefined, yet powerful strike sent Kakashi stumbling back 7 or 8 steps. He felt a tingling sensation in his palms. This was supposed to be a duel of swordsmanship, yet brute force was involved. Kakashi had recently discovered just how terrifying Uchiha Chang's strength was. Take this, Chidori! Uchiha Chung advanced with determination, and as he approached Kakashi in an instant, he dramatically exclaimed the name of his jutsu, his left hand crackling with lightning chakra. Kakashi, believing he was about to unleash Chidori, enveloped his kunai in lightning chakra, prepared to block the impending strike. Yet, just as Uchiha Chang's left hand was about to make contact, he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, diverting his technique. Arcs of silvery lightning erupted around him, encasing him entirely. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, his body tingling from the electric shock. Uchiha Chung then raised his kunai, striking Kakashi on the head with the hilt. With a resounding clang, Kakashi's kunai clattered to the ground as he crouched. clutching his head. "How could you deceive me?" he exclaimed. "Kakashi, you are still too young." Who announces their jutsu so loudly? "I aim to teach you the perils of a ninja world, so you may avoid such pitfalls in the future." Uchiha Chung sheathed his kunai with a flourish, speaking with a gravity that resonated deeply. Phew. Kakashi rose, at a loss for words, just as Uchiha Chung was poised to enlighten him on the dangers of society. Warwick suddenly issued a warning. Uchiha Chung's expression subtly shifted, yet he maintained a facade of calm as he continued conversing with Kakashi while activating his blood hunt. However, this time, he uncovered no leads. It was the first instance of such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, Warwick had never disappointed him before. If he could not detect the presence, it indicated the adversary's exceptional stealth skills, though he could not discern their location. Releasing Warwick might yield results that Obito. A thought crossed Uchiha Chung's mind, and he resolved not to release Warwick so as not to alert the enemy. Noticing Uchiha Chung lost in contemplation, Kakashi inquired, "Chung, what troubles you?" Uchiha Chung smiled lightly. "Nothing. Let us continue." The two resumed their practice until the sun began to set. "Chung, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Kakashi, drenched in sweat, sheathed his kunai, preparing to depart. "Wait," Uchiha Chung called after him. Kakashi, puzzled, responded, "Is there something else?" "Happy birthday!" Uchiha Chung exclaimed with a grin at "Oh, you remember?" Kakashi's face registered surprise. "Of course. This is a gift that I hope you like it." "You need not be so formal. Since it is from you, Chung, I shall certainly accept it," Kakashi began, but as he beheld the black eye mask in Uchiha Chung's hand, his voice faltered. "You always wear your forehead protector at an angle, which is not only unappealing but also uncomfortable for your eye. This eye mask will transform your look entirely. Don't you think it's much more stylish?" Uchiha Chung explained, holding the eye mask aloft. He had purchased the gift today, and the shopkeeper, upon learning that his friend was a one-eyed ninja, had eagerly recommended the mask, even offering a discount for the birthday gift. "Thank you very much," Kakashi said, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he accepted the gift. Ultimately, it was Chung's goodwill. If he disliked it, he simply wouldn't wear a tee. "As long as you are pleased," Uchiha Chung beamed, watching as Kakashi departed. After Kakashi left, Uchiha Chung began to pack his gear into his backpack. He then pushed the blood hunt to its limits, yet still found no trace of the hidden individual. Approximately a minute later, the sensation of being watched vanished, so they were tailing Kakashi. Uchiha Chung furrowed his brow and made his way to the Hokage's office. Starting today, Kakashi would no longer serve as Uzumaki Kushina's bodyguard. Since Namake's Minato had summoned him for a report in the evening, it was evident that this matter was connected. There were only 25 days until the due date. During this time, through various missions, he had amassed 2,000 gold coins and acquired several basic pieces of equipment. However, he had yet to decide which items to synthesize, so they remained unused. Jiraiya was expected to return to the village soon, and preparations were nearly complete. Kakashi stood at the Konoha cemetery, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums as he approached the southwestern corner, stopping before two neighboring gravestones where his dear friends lay. "Obito, Rin, I have come to visit you again," Kakashi said, placing the chrysanthemums in a bamboo tube before Rin's gravestone, his expression tinged with sorrow. "I apologize for not visiting more frequently. I've been rather busy lately." He brushed away the fallen leaves from their gravestones and rinsed the dust away with water. "Obito, I hope you do not resent me for temporarily sealing the Sharingan, that I did so to better utilize the legacy you left me. I will follow Minato-sensei and strive to bring peace to the ninja world. There shall be no more victims like you two. I promise." Kakashi continued to speak fervently before their graves. "Kakashi, is that you?" A familiar voice called from behind him. Kakashi turned to see Uzumaki Kushina approaching, her belly round with child, carrying a large cardboard box. "Kushina-sensei." Kakashi rose to assist her with the box. "This cannot be entrusted to you," she said, concealing the box behind her. She then glanced at the nearby gravestones, her eyes glistening with sadness, and placed the box down, clasping her hands together in a moment of silence for the two. "Obito, Rin, you were both such good children. Recently, I've been unable to visit due to my pregnancy, but I know you would not hold it against me, although you did not live to see an era of peace." Kakashi will ensure your legacy witnesses the future of tranquility. Will he not? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed solemnly. Kushina composed herself and smiled at Kakashi. By the way, Kakashi, please join us for dinner tonight. I will be cooking. Kakashi hesitated, instinctively wanting to decline. Ever since Obito and Rin's passing, he had not dined at Minato-sensei's home. It felt strange to go without them, as they had always been a trio. You cannot refuse on the grounds of being busy with missions today. Little Naruto will be born in less than a month. Minato has concluded your bodyguard duties, and you are on leave during this time. If it were Obito, he would never decline. He adored my cooking. Kushina urged, gently shaking the box in front of Kakashi. Today is your birthday. I bought a large cake. Even though Obito and Rin are gone, Minato and I will celebrate with you that if they were here. They would want you to enjoy yourself, Kakashi. Kakashi suddenly felt a swell of emotion, his eyes misting as he nodded gently. Kakashi, today is your birthday. Cheer up. Kushina comforted softly, patting his shoulder. Real men do not shed tears easily. It must be the wind and sand irritating your eyes. Kakashi vigorously rubbed his eyes. All right, let us go grocery shopping together now. I intend to showcase my culinary skills tonight. Otherwise, Minato might genuinely believe his cooking surpasses mine. Yes, Kakashi replied with renewed determination. Kakashi, make sure you eat plenty tonight, or I shall be quite upset. Obito always loved to compete with you over who could eat more. I understand. Yes, the sun dipped below the horizon. The two figures gradually faded from view. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared before the gravestones, kicking aside the bamboo tube containing the chrysanthemums. Why is it only you two who can enjoy such happiness? A birthday, prepare for a day of mourning, bang. Uchiha-chung arrived at the Hokage's office, gently knocking on the door. Come in, came the slightly fatigued voice of Namake's Minato from within. Uchiha-chung entered. Minato-sensei, Chung, you've arrived? Minato said, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Uchiha-chung. I assume you are aware that I have concluded Kakashi's bodyguard duties? Yes, Uchiha-chung nodded. I would like you to serve as Kushina's protector in the time to come. Naturally, the direct ANBU under the third Hokage will accompany you on missions. There is no need for you to protect Kushina around the clock. Your responsibility only extends to the morning hours. Indeed, I shall exert my utmost efforts to safeguard Senior Kushina. Uchiha Makoto had previously surmised this possibility, and now that Minato has explicitly mentioned it, he will naturally not decline. However, I am curious about how Minato managed to persuade the third Hokage to agree to Uchiha members serving as the Jinchuriki's guardians. Additionally, I wonder if Danzo is aware of this news. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could easily uncover matters pertaining to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That old schemer Danzo will undoubtedly refrain from offering assistance in critical moments and may even hinder our efforts. Uchiha Makoto has certainly taken him into account. Unfortunately, there is currently no effective solution at hand. Given his identity, there are numerous actions he cannot undertake too overtly. Fortunately, the main preparations have been completed. In truth, I do not harbor great concerns within the village. However, I have recently discovered a most alarming issue. Minato spoke gravely, stating that he had instructed the barrier team to provide daily reports and had also retrieved monitoring reports from the past 6 months, which indeed revealed anomalies. Uchiha Makoto recalled the incident of being observed during practice with Kakashi. The report from the barrier team indicated that there had been an unusual reaction from the barrier within the past month. Yet no matter how thoroughly they investigated, they could not ascertain the cause. Furthermore, I had dispatched the Umbu for covert investigations, but they found no suspicious individuals. The village's barrier encompasses not only the ground, but also shrouds the entirety of Konoha skies. With an additional layer underground 3 months ago, there had already been unusual reactions from the underground barrier. Minato's expression was as grave as the depths of the sea. Due to Makoto's dreams, he had been on high alert for the past few months. Especially with Kushina nearing childbirth, he was acutely aware that any minor issue warranted his utmost attention. Uchiha Makoto remarked, "This implies that there may be individuals infiltrating our defenses. But why did the barrier team not take the anomalies seriously 3 months ago? The barrier covers an extensive area, consuming significant manpower and resources, making it impossible to maintain at full capacity indefinitely. Thus, it filters out smaller units. While ninjas can employ transformation techniques, they cannot reduce their size to that of a mouse. Even if they could, the barrier would still detect their chakra. How can we ensure that the intruders are not using small summoning beasts to infiltrate? In response to Uchiha Makoto's concerns, Minato explained, no matter how small a summoning beast may be, they possess chakra within them, which the barrier can clearly sense. As for the anomalous reactions from the underground barrier 3 months ago, I dispatched personnel to investigate the scene, and the conclusion was that it did not resemble traces of human activity. As a result, we treated it as a wild animal incident. Later, we indeed discovered a wild boar that had entered Konoha through the damaged western wall. In hindsight, this appears to have merely been a diversion. It seems the enemy's infiltration techniques are remarkably sophisticated. Uchiha Makoto thought of Zetsu. Only he possessed such abilities to enter Konoha from underground. He had infiltrated 3 months ago, but his intentions remained unknown. As for the recent anomalous reactions, they appear to be connected to him as well. However, judging by today's observation incident, Obito had evidently also infiltrated Konoha. It is possible he has been here for quite some time. This thought made Uchiha Makoto feel uneasy. Nevertheless, recalling Warwick's formidable reconnaissance abilities offered him some reassurance. As long as he was within a certain proximity, Warwick could detect and alert them to anyone deliberately concealing their whereabouts. Thus far, he had never failed. However, this situation prompted Uchiha Makoto to remain vigilant. He contemplated how to synthesize the remaining basic equipment. It was imperative to produce 1 or 2 sets of the ambush claw equipment, just in case. Additionally, the enhancement of Warwick's combat capabilities weighed heavily on his mind. The existence of anomalous reactions that could not be traced suggests that danger lurks nearby. Makoto, your concerns are entirely justified. Jiraiya-sensei has already replied. He will undoubtedly return to Konoha within the next couple of days. I appreciate your efforts during this time, Minato stated earnestly. Yes, in light of potential emergencies, I have also devised a plan. Minato continued. According to my strategy, when Kushina goes into labor, we can establish 2 locations, one real and one fake. Both equipped with barriers and guarded by the Umbu. Jiraiya-sensei will oversee the false location, while I will accompany Kushina during her delivery. Should we come under attack here, I will immediately utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate Kushina, and then Jiraiya-sensei can provide support. If Jiraiya-sensei encounters enemies at his location, his strength will undoubtedly allow him to delay until Kushina's delivery concludes, allowing for a safe retreat. What do you think of this plan? Uchiha Makoto furrowed his brow slightly and responded, I would like to inquire who is privy to this plan. Currently, it is only Yumi, the 3rd Hokage, and 3 advisors. Once Jiraiya-sensei returns, I will explain the details to him directly, Minato replied. Naturally, I intend to inform only the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya-sensei, along with you, about Kushina's delivery location. Uchiha Makoto appeared contemplative, shaking his head. This plan is commendable, but it is insufficient. Insufficient? Minato raised an eyebrow, awaiting Uchiha Makoto's elaboration. Since Danzo is already aware, there must be flaws in this plan. Uchiha Makoto stated, there are a total of 7 individuals who know of the 2 locations, and 4 of them are aware of the true delivery site. The number of individuals privy to this information is still too high. My suggestion is that both locations should be decoys. Both decoys? Minato was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes lit up as he realized. Are you suggesting we create 3 locations, but only inform others of 2, with the 3rd non-existent location being the actual one? Uchiha Makoto nodded. Precisely. The most effective method of concealment is to deceive even our own. On the day of delivery, you will lead Kushina and the Umbu to the false location. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, you will transport Kushina to the real delivery site. Although this approach may be somewhat cumbersome and require greater manpower and resources, it is far less damaging than facing a genuine crisis. The 3 locations should ideally form a triangular formation, ensuring that even if the enemy discovers the true delivery site, the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya-sensei can rush to provide support with utmost speed. The 3rd Hokage can simply remain positioned between the 2 false locations. Minato, you need not divulge the exact locations to me. Simply inform me of the general direction on the day of delivery. In critical moments, my Sharingan may still prove beneficial. To be candid, as long as the real delivery site is secured with a barrier in Minato's presence, the involvement of the Umbu is somewhat irrelevant. After all, when the Umbu confront genuine masters, they often find themselves outmatched. Makoto, I am immensely grateful for your thorough planning. Minato expressed with sincerity, producing a specially crafted trident kunai and presenting it to him. Minato, you flatter me. If there are no further matters, I shall return to prepare for tomorrow's tasks. Uchiha Makoto replied with a serious demeanor as he accepted the kuna. In a need to rush. Tonight is Kakashi's birthday. Let us dine together at my home, for only a well-fed warrior can confront their foes. A valid point. Then I shall not be coy. In the heart of Uchiha Chung, hesitation lingered for a mere half a second before he resolved to forego dinner at home. Recently, his mother had embarked on yet another culinary exploration, this time with a dish featuring orange omelets. In the village of Kanahagakure, at the 10th training ground, Uchiha Chung reclined beneath the shade of a tree, indulging in a brief respite. After completing a bodyguard mission in the morning, he resumed his training. Having just engaged in mental fortitude exercises related to the path of infinity, he prepared to rest before continuing. Beside him stood a werewolf, approximately 1 meter tall, fanning him with a handheld fan. It was a shrunken Warwick. After numerous battles, Warwick appeared to have matured, acquiring the ability to alter his size, capable of shrinking to the size of a home. Moreover, his duration of existence had increased, with summoning time extended from 20 minutes to 30 minutes. If he refrained from combat, the summoning time could extend to an impressive 6 hours with reduced energy consumption. While Uchiha Chung rested, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, but Warwick's alertness proved remarkably effective as for the trivial task of fanning him. Warwick was more than willing to oblige at that moment. Warwick diligently fanned Uchiha Chung while attentively observing his expression for signs of satisfaction. His tail swayed behind him, clearing patches of the overgrown grass below. As long as he could be active and accompany Uchiha Chung, he was utterly content. After approximately half an hour of rest, Uchiha Chung rose, stretching with vigor. Warwick promptly increased the strength of the breeze. That's enough, Uchiha Chung said, glancing at Warwick's cheerful, friendly wolf visage and waving his hand dismissively. Well, my master. Warwick interlaced his claws, rubbing his palms together. Sparks flying from the friction of his metallic claws. Observing Warwick's awkward demeanor, Uchiha Chung remarked, "Speak your mind. Master, may I remain outside a little longer? The summoning space is vast, and I am all alone in there. It becomes exceedingly dull. After battles, I usually replenish my energy through sleep, but during times of inactivity, I cannot simply slumber endlessly." Warwick chuckled sheepishly, revealing a set of fine, sharp teeth, seeing his eager expression. Uchiha Chung could not help but chuckle. "I thought you had something significant to say. It turns out you're just requesting this. I summoned you without any intention of sending you back so soon." "Thank you, master." Warwick's face lit up with delight, his grin stretching nearly to his ears, albeit appearing somewhat fearsome. Dio refrained from that grin. "It truly is intimidating. Smile without showing your teeth. Do you understand? Go practice in front of the river. I have matters to attend to and will summon you later." Uchiha Chung remarked, unable to resist a playful jab at Warwick's glimmering fangs under the sunlight. "Yes, sir," Warwick responded with utmost reverence, tightly closing his mouth. Once Warwick was dismissed, Uchiha Chung turned his thoughts to his system backpack, preparing to synthesize equipment. With Warwick's vigilance ensuring the area was clear, Uchiha Chung felt at ease. He opened his palm to reveal 10 thumb-sized golden orbs of light, each containing miniature basic equipment. Uchiha Chung extended a finger, gently touching the giant's belt and the critical strike gauntlets. In an instant, a line of information appeared on the system panel. Giant's belt, critical strike, gauntlets, ambush claw. "Would you like to synthesize?" "Yes," Uchiha Chung silently affirmed, watching as the 2 orbs merged into one. Subsequently, a glove resembling a wolf's claw materialized within the orb. Uchiha Chung gently tapped it, and the ambush claw melded into his body, prompting him to examine the equipment details. Ambush claw. The wielder gains a shield capable of absorbing one attack. Illusion, taijutsu, ninjutsu. Enemies that break the shield will be stunned for 0.5 seconds. Note, if the attack exceeds the shield's defense limit, the effect transforms to reduce incoming damage by 80. Shield refresh time, 24 hours. The equipment's effects were commendable. However, in comparison to premium gear, it fell drastically short. Uchiha Chung sighed inwardly after reviewing the equipment details. The fully assembled ambush claw required 5,000 gold coins, yet it boasted significantly superior defensive capabilities, extending the stun duration to 2 seconds and aligning the shield's defense limit with the plane's defense threshold. This was, after all, reasonable. If an enemy's attack could obliterate the world of shinobi, he would naturally not survive either. Overall, the equipment was remarkably potent, yet his finances were rather dismal as a safeguard against potential hidden assaults. The ambush claw served its purpose well, primarily designed to serve as a warning system. Uchiha Chung planned to have Warwick remain at home on October 10th to protect his mother from unforeseen circumstances. Once he confirmed that all was well at home, Warwick could come to his aid. Equipping the ambush claw, Uchiha Chung proceeded to synthesize additional gear he intended to create a sheep blade and dragon's tooth for Warwick, along with a guardian angel, and utilize his idle basic synthesis equipment, the berserker armor. The dragon's tooth would compensate for Warwick's weak mental defenses, the sheep blade would enhance his speed, the berserker armor would bolster his vitality, and the guardian angel would serve as a solid foundation. With this arrangement, coupled with his exclusive equipment, Warwick would be truly formidable. Just as Uchiha Chung completed the synthesis of the sheep blade and dragon's tooth and was about to synthesize the fourth piece, the guardian angel, an unexpected message appeared on the system panel. Synthesis failed. The maximum holding capacity for the same equipment is 3. Spending 30,000 gold coins can increase the same equipment limit. Was this a stipulation? Did it mean he had to spend money again? Uchiha Chung paused, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. This system seemed intent on finding ways to extract gold from him. However, he was unconcerned. His current equipment slots were limited, and he had already equipped 2 guardian angels. The third guardian angel was merely a redundant piece that, in truth, given his present strength, possessing 1 guardian angel was already sufficient. The second was merely a precaution. With this thought, Uchiha Chung turned his attention to the golden shovel and the storm greatsword resting in his palm. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Synthesizing the assassin buff. Assassin buff, permanent effect, at the onset of battle. One can utilize spatial movement to appear behind the enemy within a 50-meter range. Activating 2 assassin buffs grants a 20 speed boost for 6 seconds, with kills extending the duration by 6 seconds. Activating 4 assassin buffs refreshes the permanent effect upon kills. Activating 6 assassin buffs. A permanent effect? Splendid. Essentially, it was akin to possessing 2 flashes. Once he acquired another golden shovel, he could synthesize 1 for Warwick as well. Uchiha Chung gazed at the formidable effects of the assassin buff, feeling a twinge of envy, especially after glimpsing the 40,000 gold coin price tag in the store. The basic equipment synthesis of the assassin buff only provided a single-player effect, whereas the one directly purchased from the store granted an all-member effect with the benefits of 6 assassin buffs. Most importantly, it did not occupy an equipment slot. Currently, he could only hold 3 of the same item. If he relied on synthesis, he would be limited to a maximum of 3 assassin buffs. For the 4th, he would have to spend 30,000 gold coins to increase the same equipment limit. It would be more prudent to save up and purchase the complete buff for 40,000 gold coins. Of course, Uchiha Chung recognized that there would come a time when he would need to purchase the same equipment limit, but that moment was certainly not now. Observing the plethora of unactivated gray icons in the system store, Uchiha Chung sighed, remarking, "This is akin to living life with meticulous budgeting. The road to spending gold is fraught with challenges. However, upon reconsideration, perhaps having more expensive items was not necessarily a bad thing. It indicated the presence of even greater treasures." With this thought in mind, Uchiha Chung called out to Warwick, who was still by the river admiring his reflection. "Come here, it's time for some gear." At that moment, on the western side of Konoha, at an open-air hot spring, a white-haired elder perched on a nearby cliff, holding a pair of binoculars, wore a gentlemanly smile. Such a pristine white attire, as Jiraiya reveled in the hazy beauty of the mist. He was suddenly struck by a gust of wind that swept past his ear. His crouched form sank lower as a powerful and forceful kick narrowly missed his head. With a swift motion, Jiraiya extended his left hand, seizing the assailant's calf and redirecting him to the left. The individual executed a graceful mid-air spin, landing deftly on his feet. Truly, Jiraiya is a master, maintaining a high level of vigilance even while engaged in his antics. Uchiha Sage wore a smile. Jiraiya lowered his binoculars, rose to his feet, and turned to scrutinize Uchiha Sage. "Oh, you are the Uchiha Sage that Minato mentioned? A rather unrefined youth, I must say. What do you mean by antics?" "I prefer to call it inspiration. Do you not find that appreciating the female form amidst the steam of an open-air hot spring is an art in itself? It is this very ethereal beauty that fuels my writing." Uchiha Sage replied, "To articulate voyeurism so artistically, you truly are remarkable, Jiraiya-sama. However, such pursuits in Konoha are deemed unlawful, are they not? Surely you are aware." Observing Uchiha Sage's serious demeanor, Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt and promptly shifted the topic. "Did Minato send you to find me?" "Indeed, Jiraiya-sama. You must have gleaned the gist of the situation from the letter Minato-senpai sent you," Uchiha Sage replied. Jiraiya nodded, recalling Minato's mention of someone intending to exploit the matter concerning Kushina for their own purposes and asking for his assistance. Uchiha Sage frowned slightly. "However, according to the original plan, you were supposed to return to Konoha 2 weeks ago. Today is October 2 ND. Why have you returned so late? Were you delayed by your inspirations? Are you not aware of how anxious Minato-senpai is?" Uchiha Sage's discontent grew as he perceived Jiraiya's seemingly carefree attitude during such a time. Sensing the shift in Uchiha Sage's expression, Jiraiya exclaimed, "How could that be? I regard Minato like a son. I would never let such trivial matters delay my journey. I merely received intelligence regarding Orochimaru along the way, which caused a slight delay. Regardless, I have already communicated with Minato, who informed me that returning by October 4th would suffice." Upon mentioning Minato, Jiraiya's previously nonchalant expression turned serious. Uchiha Sage felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation. Why hadn't Minato shared this detail with him? Perhaps he had simply forgotten in the midst of his busyness. "I apologize, Jiraiya-sama. I misjudged you." Uchiha Sage spoke with a contrite expression. "Haha, no need to dwell on it. Although I harbor little fondness for Uchiha, you, young one, speak your mind with admirable directness. It surprisingly aligns with my temperament. Your concern for Minato is understandable, and I bear you no ill will." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, showing no signs of offense that he then sported a mischievous grin. "Care for a little viewing together?" The remnants of Uchiha Sage's earlier regret dissipated instantly. He cast a sidelong glance at the hot spring below the cliff before resolutely rejecting Jiraiya's offer. "I must decline. It appears we are not compatible." Jiraiya scoffed, his enthusiasm waning. In that case, why not share the specifics with me? Minato mentioned his letter that you are someone I can trust without reservation. You must be well versed in the intelligence at hand. I am curious to see what kind of person this highly esteemed Uchiha is from your earlier ambush. It seems your taijutsu is quite formidable. Since I have some time to spare, shall we engage in a friendly match? Jiraiya's demeanor suggested mischief, though it was also half in jest. Given the tone of Minato's correspondence, it was clear he viewed Uchiha Sage as both a disciple and a potential successor. Naturally, Jiraiya was eager to ascertain what this renowned Uchiha youth was truly like. After all, Uchiha Sage had made a favorable first impression, resembling Minato in his earnestness, though it remained to be seen if he lived up to the reputation. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Sage paused momentarily. Just as Jiraiya believed he had intimidated him into submission, Uchiha Sage's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Jiraiya's hand, exclaiming, "Jiraiya-sama, let us agree on this. We shall not part until it is dark." Uchiha Sage had long desired a chance to test his strength in earnest. However, his peers in the village were simply incapable of pushing him to his limits. Even Uchiha Fugaku, with his Mangeki Sharingan, was unlikely to engage in such a contest. The Sandaime and other high-ranking individuals were clearly too preoccupied to spar with him, especially since they were not well acquainted. As for Minato, once he unleashed his Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Sage could only dodge with a shunshin and then use wind release techniques to create a spherical wind barrier to shield himself. But that was where the encounter ended in a non-lethal practice bout. Such exchanges held little practical significance, unless Uchiha Sage awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and gained spatial abilities along with the use of Susanoo, or learned Sage Mode to enhance his perception and reaction speed. He currently lacked effective countermeasures against the Flying Thunder God, a technique that seemed to defy the very concept of fairness. Now that he had Jiraiya as a free sparring partner, Uchiha Sage was determined to extract every ounce of effort from him. Jiraiya was taken aback by Uchiha Sage's fervent response and felt a twinge of unease. Regrets surged within him. Perhaps we should postpone this. I still have a novel to write. It won't take long. Come on, come on. Uchiha Sage urged as he pushed Jiraiya back toward the 10th training ground. Well then, Jiraiya-sama, I shall see you tomorrow. As dusk fell, Uchiha Sage waved farewell to Jiraiya with satisfaction, turning to leave the training ground. Jiraiya, seated on the ground, wore a pained expression. What have I got myself into? Jiraiya shakily stood up, feeling weak and dizzy as he watched Uchiha Sage's vibrant, energetic figure stride away. He couldn't help but wonder whether it was Uchiha Sage's prowess or his own decline that was at play. In the prime of his ninja years, he found himself utterly outmatched in stamina and endurance by Uchiha Sage. This young lad had been tireless throughout the afternoon, persistently urging him to strike harder and with more force. By the end of their spar, Jiraiya was terrified of accidentally inflicting serious injury upon him. Yet it soon became evident that he had overestimated the situation. Uchiha Sage had matched his Rasengan with Chidori. While Jiraiya had infused a bit of wind nature transformation into his technique, increasing the chakra output at Uchiha Sage's request. Ultimately, Uchiha Sage had ended up coughing up blood. Who could have anticipated that this lad would simply lie down for a moment and then spring back to life? Jiraiya, having barely taken a break, found himself nearly overwhelmed by Uchiha Sage's relentless energy. This boy was like a demon. Perhaps it would be best to avoid provoking him in the future. Jiraiya supported his waist as he exited the 10th training ground. Still uncertain if Uchiha Sage's kick had left any lasting effects. If only Tsunade were here, she could have checked on his back. Beneath the starlit sky, Uchiha Sage sprinted toward the Uchiha compound. Today marked his birthday, a significant milestone as he turned 16. Uchiha Rin had reminded him early in the morning to return home promptly that evening, for she would prepare a sumptuous dinner in celebration. To be honest, Uchiha Sage felt no anticipation for the occasion. With his thoughts entirely consumed by training, he had completely lost track of time. Oh no. The battle had been so exhilarating that he felt certain his mother must have been waiting for him for quite some time. She would surely be furious. Uchiha Sage quickened his pace, darting through less populated areas, leaping across rooftops. In approximately 5 minutes, he arrived home. Sage-chan, why are you so late? The food is about to go cold. Uchiha Rin exclaimed as she opened the door. Unable to resist chiding him, I was so engrossed in my training that I lost track of time. It won't happen again. Uchiha Sage chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, take a tea home, he felt entirely at ease, allowing his inner child to surface. Uchiha Rin retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe rack and placed them at Uchiha Sage's feet. Observing the dirt smudged on his clothing, a pang of concern welled up within her. This child was far too considerate, having always exerted tremendous effort for their family, without ever slacking off since childhood. When she noticed the bloodstains on his chest, her expression shifted dramatically. Sage-chan, are you hurt? Uchiha-chan lowered his head for a moment, his gaze shifting slightly. How could he have forgotten to wash away the bloodstains? His thoughts raced. He then offered an embarrassed smile and said, Oh, that must be fish blood. I was quite hungry this afternoon and likely got it on me while grilling fish. You child, how could you be so careless? I thought you were injured. Uchiha Linghua exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Go take a shower. I will reheat the dishes. Everything today is your favorite. All right, Uchiha-chan replied with a smile, then returned to his room to prepare some clean clothes. He felt a slight headache, uncertain how he would manage to tackle the feast awaiting him. Eating would risk hurting feelings, while abstaining would upset his stomach. It was quite the dilemma by the time Uchiha-chan descended the stairs. Uchiha Linghua had already prepared warm water for him. It had been a fulfilling day. He felt comfortable, Despite the dual recovery from the frenzied armor and meditation, the injuries he sustained earlier were hardly bothersome and healed swiftly. Yet, bathing remained a cherished ritual, pure bliss. As Uchiha Chung stepped into the dining room post-bath, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. The dishes appeared promising. At least they smelled that way. They also looked appealing. Uchiha Chung hurriedly took his seat. Chung-chan, today's spread consists entirely of your favorites. Dig in. Uchiha Chung nodded, momentarily unsure of where to begin. He hesitated before opting for the meatballs over the salt-grilled mackerel. After all, anything boiled would typically taste decent as long as the broth was good. Upon savoring the meatball, his eyes lit up. The flavor was quite delightful. Perhaps his mother had been secretly honing her culinary skills? Subsequently, Uchiha Chung sampled each dish one by one. Only the tamagoyaki was slightly overcooked, with a hint of burnt flavor, while the rest were the caliber one would expect from a top-tier chef. So, how is it? Delicious? Uchiha Linghua inquired with a smile. Uchiha Chung, with a knowing look, set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Everything is good, but I believe the tamagoyaki is the best. The others are slightly inferior." Uchiha Linghua's eyes brightened, though she quickly regained her composure and shot him a playful glare, chiding, "You only want to flatter your mother. Besides, while I made the tamagoyaki, all the other dishes were bought from your favorite restaurant. I know my cooking isn't that great. Dishes prepared with maternal love could hardly be compared to those from a restaurant. As long as you refrain from inventing any more bizarre concoctions like orange omelets. It will suffice." Uchiha Chung chuckled and took another generous piece of tamagoyaki. "Humph, you still think your mother's cooking is subpar? If you're so capable, go find yourself a girlfriend who can cook." Uchiha Linghua huffed lightly. Uchiha Chung shook his head vigorously. That was impossible. While it might be easy to find someone who could cook, discovering a girlfriend as beautiful as his mother was indeed a tall order. A woman who was as stunning, gentle, and skilled at household chores as his mother. And if she were also an excellent cook, well, that would be utterly perfect, and the world would be in peril. At the mention of this, Uchiha Cheng's mind conjured the image of a lovely girl with emerald eyes. How had he suddenly thought of her? Was it love at first sight? Certainly not. At most, it could be considered a fleeting attraction. Uchiha Chung chuckled inwardly. "You sure know how to talk?" Uchiha Linghua replied playfully, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. She picked up a piece of tamagoyaki and placed it in Uchiha Cheng's bowl. "Chung, I think it's time you considered finding a girlfriend." "Mother, why the sudden topic?" Uchiha Cheng asked, momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Linghua explained, "Recently, while attending banquets with several of the elders' wives, I heard them mention that the girl from the New Moon family seems to have an interest in you. Then there's Hasa from the Toma family, Rem from the Morikawa family, and Kikyo from the Tachibana family. Additionally, your former classmates Yui and Yukino visited yesterday. With so many girls around, don't you have anyone you fancy?" "Cough, cough, there's no rush," Uchiha Chung said, clearing his throat and chuckling lightly. How could he admit that he wanted them all? Certainly not. He simply wished to focus on his training. These girls were merely attracted to him for his physique. There was no genuine love involved. You're only 16, just coming of age, so there's truly no need to hurry. Uchiha Linghua nodded. It's understandable that during wartime, you didn't have time to consider such matters. However, your father professed his feelings to me at the age of 8, and I had you when I was 19, unfortunately. As she spoke, a look of sadness crossed Uchiha Linghua's face. But you still have me. Uchiha Chung quickly reassured her, though he thought to himself that if he were to awaken the Sharingan, he might just revive that old ghost of a father, at the very least, once he settled down and moved out. There would be someone to keep his mother company. Yet he had no idea how many years that would take, as acquiring and mastering the Rinnegan was no easy feat currently in the shinobi world. Only Nagato possessed a pair, and they belonged to Uchiha Madara. There would be no opportunity to seize them in the near future. Today's battle with Jiraiya had made Uchiha Chung aware that he had indeed attained a level of strength akin to that of a Kage. But it was still far from sufficient. As long as I have you, that is enough. Uchiha Linghua expressed with a look of contentment, then reverted to her earlier topic, stating, I'll give you 3 years. Surely you can find a girlfriend within that time frame. All right. Uchiha Chung replied earnestly, deciding to defer the matter for now. Uchiha Linghua's smile returned, and she produced a beautifully wrapped gift box. Chung-chan, happy birthday. Congratulations on reaching adulthood. Thank you, mother. Just as Uchiha-chung accepted the gift, the doorbell rang. 8 this hour. Who could be visiting me? Uchiha-chung furrowed his brow and hastily rose. Could it be an urgent mission? Chung, happy birthday! Brother Chung, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Chung! Uchiha Ryuka stood at the door with his sister Uchiha Izumi, while Uchiha Shinua lingered behind them. The three presented their gifts in unison, realizing it was not an urgent matter. Uchiha-chung breathed a sigh of relief and welcomed them inside with a smile. Rinhua Annie, little Izumi, come here and give Annie a kiss. As soon as Izumi entered, she rushed to Uchiha Linghua, who was overjoyed. Uchiha Shinua, however, adopted a more composed demeanor, though her gaze towards Uchiha-chung remained fervent. Ding-dong. Just as the group settled in the living room, the doorbell rang again. Chung, happy birthday! Kakashi, don't just stand at the back. Say something. Didn't you tell me today is Chung's birthday? Chung, happy birthday. Here is a gift for you. Also, this is a present from Sensei Minato and his wife for you. The latest visitors were Guy and Kakashi. Thank you, Uchiha-chung said with a smile. Please come in. At that moment, a small child with a large gift box dashed into the courtyard. It was Uchiha Itachi. Chung sensei. Happy birthday. Itachi ran towards Uchiha-chung. Uchiha-chung ushered everyone into the living room, and it appeared that the banquet of dishes would be sufficient for the night as festivities. In October, the autumn breeze was brisk. The room was brightly lit, filled with laughter and joy on the rooftop of a building across from Uchiha-chung's home. A figure clad in a black robe and mask stood motionless, his gaze icy beneath the mask. It seems your dear friend Kakashi has made some new acquaintances, a shadowy figure, seemingly ensnared by a giant Venus flytrap, spoke in a mocking tone beside the masked man. Humph, I have no friends, only those destined to die. The masked man scoffed, and the air around him shimmered with ripples before he vanished into the darkness. October 10, 48th year of Konoha. Midday. Uchiha-chung sat cross-legged on his bed, having just completed his training in the path of the infinite. He exhaled deeply. His mental prowess had stagnated once more. It seemed the next breakthrough would coincide with the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha-chung rubbed his aching eyes, redirecting his attention to the system panel before him. His attributes had seen a considerable enhancement compared to before. Constitution, 33.4, Strength, 36.7, Agility, 34.3, Mental Power, 49.99, Chakra, 69.34. This improvement stemmed from his practice of the body activation technique, coupled with the 2,000 points of vitality granted by the Madman's armor, along with an additional 5 points to his constitution. Over the span of more than 8 months, Uchiha-chung's constitution and strength had nearly doubled, while his agility had also increased by a significant margin. Although the system panel indicated that the baseline data for adult males in this world was 10, his constitution, strength, and agility were more than 3 times that, with his mental power approaching 5 times the norm. However, Uchiha-chung, having become intimately familiar with the changes in his body, understood that such calculations were rather simplistic. The basic attributes displayed by the system did not account for chakra enhancements. They served primarily to inform him of his physical transformations. While the data suggested a 3-fold increase, he was acutely aware that, bolstered by chakra, his strength was at least several dozen to several hundred times that of an ordinary person, and would soar even higher when he unleashed his full potential. Each increment of 10 points, under the influence of chakra, translated to far more than a mere multiplication. Nevertheless, despite Uchiha-chung's formidable physique, he remained vulnerable. A piercing blade to the heart would still spell his demise. Yet, as his stats improved and his strength grew, the chances of someone being able to inflict harm upon him diminished, potentially to the point of non-existence. The elevation of his mental power further enhanced his training aptitude, while the augmentation of his constitution positively influenced his other attributes. The robust physique he now possessed continually raised the upper limits of his mental power, resulting in a substantial increase in chakra, now over double what it had been before. Consequently, utilizing his skills no longer left him drained of chakra, as it once did. A greater chakra base naturally meant a more significant percentage of recovery for his equipment. greatly amplifying its effectiveness. In summation, his actual combat capabilities had surged to new heights. Had the day finally arrived? He rose slowly, feeling invigorated with strength. He was now in peak condition, prepared for whatever events might transpire that evening. Since yesterday, Minato Namikaze had concluded his escort duties. However, as per the original plan, he would still provide support that night, contingent on the situation. Although he had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, his three-tomo Sharingan was distinct from that of others. Half of his mental power had been cultivated through the practice of the infinite path. The world of Naruto offered very few means to enhance mental power, with a foundational mental power of 99. Even if his ocular abilities did not match those of the Manjiki Sharingan, they would still prove useful in critical moments. Regardless, the primary assault would be led by Minato, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage. His role was merely to observe and provide assistance, possibly without needing to intervene at all in the original narrative. The fourth Hokage was oblivious to Tobi's impending ambush and unaware of his abilities. Despite such an information gap, he managed to analyze Tobi's capabilities after only a few exchanges and subsequently dealt him a grievous blow. Currently, although Uchiha-chan had not articulated Tobi's powers, Minato had already received a warning and should be prepared for any eventualities. At the Namikaze residence, Kushina Uzumaki sat in a chair, while Minato stood beside her. Two elderly figures occupied the main seat. The third Hokage and his wife, Buwako Tobi, both wore serious expressions as they regarded Kushina, causing her to feel anxious and uneasy. The third Hokage spoke gravely. "Kushina, today marks your due date, and there are some matters we must clarify. The female Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would experience a weakening of the seal during childbirth, and a portion of the chakra suppressing the Nine Tails would transfer to the fetus, significantly increasing the risk of the Nine Tails breaking free. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, you must temporarily relocate to a more secluded barrier for delivery. I apologize for the inconvenience." Hearing this, Kushina's heart raced. As a pregnant woman and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she understood the implications of the third Hokage's words. "Do not worry, Kushina, I will remain by your side throughout your labor. The sealing will be my responsibility." Minato offered a gentle smile, softly grasping Kushina's hand, reassuring her that she need not fear with him present, on the brink of motherhood and blessed with such a loving husband. Kushina felt her life was already complete, her face glowing with happiness. "Rest assured, the barrier has already been set up. Buwako and the medical team leader will accompany you, and my personal Umbu will guard the perimeter. Naturally, all of this must be conducted discreetly." The third Hokage exchanged a knowing glance with Minato, indicating that both birthing sites were prepared. Jiraiya had been on alert at one of the false birthing points since early that morning. While the third Hokage would monitor between the two locations, and of course, they would not divulge these details to Kushina to avoid causing her additional anxiety. "That I will prepare in advance," Minato stated, though his gaze remained fixed on Kushina. "Kushina, I will take you there when the sky darkens," Buwako reminded her. Yet, Kushina remained lost in Minato's eyes, only hearing Buwako after several calls. In the evening, Buwako led Kushina along the narrow path adjacent to Konoha Hospital. Preparing to exit the village, as they approached the path, they encountered Mikoto Uchiha, cradling a small infant. Buwako silently passed by, while Kushina approached with delight, gazing at the baby's cherubic face. "Wow, how adorable! Is it a girl?" she exclaimed. "No, it's a boy, named Sasuke," Mikoto replied with a smile. "Oh, what a pity. Sasuke is so cute. If only he were a girl, he might end up with Naruto," Kushina teased. Mikoto beamed. "Is your child named Naruto? If he were a girl, we could arrange a betrothal with our Sasuke." Sasuke, sharing the same name as the third Hokage's father, Buwako remarked, unable to resist approaching the adorable Sasuke. "Sasuke will surely become a great ninja in the future. Regardless of whether Naruto is a boy or a girl, they must get along well," Kushina declared. "Absolutely. Speaking of which, Kushina, you must be nearing your time, right?" "Yes, As Kushina began to respond, Buwako tugged at her sleeve. "Mikoto will hurt terribly?" Kushina could not help but whisper as she prepared to leave. "Oh, Kushina, I didn't realize you had fears as well." "That's quite surprising," Mikoto remarked, taken aback, aware of Kushina's reputation as blood-red chili pepper. "We must hurry." Kushina, Bawako urged, pulling her away while whispering, "Your delivery is a confidential matter. It must not be disclosed." "Yes, I apologize," Kushina replied bashfully, scratching the back of her head, a gesture reminiscent of Minato as they traversed the path. Biwako reminded her, "During labor, even if you feel pain, do not scream too loudly." "Understood." After exiting Konoha, they ventured through a dense forest. Suddenly, two shadows appeared in the trees. "It seems today is the day." "How is the investigation progressing?" "The locations have been confirmed, and there are three. It appears Konoha has made ample preparations. One is guarded by Jiraiya, another by Minato himself, and the third is unoccupied, but all have barriers." "Interesting. How is the investigation regarding the barriers?" "The barriers at the birthing sites are exceptionally robust. Even with your Kamui and my ephemeral technique, we cannot infiltrate undetected. However, speak. Even the most fortified fortress can be breached from within, as long as we possess the technique to dismantle it. Nothing is insurmountable." The birthing site. A sudden cry erupted from within the barrier. "It hurts so much." As the throes of labor began, Uzumaki Kushina let out a cry of anguish. Minato Namikaze, the illustrious Yellow Flash who instilled fear throughout the ninja world, remained unflustered even when faced with an encroaching army of adversaries. Yet, in this moment, beads of sweat formed on his brow as he anxiously wrung his hands and paced back and forth like a restless ant on a hot skillet, unable to remain still for even a moment. According to the original plan, he had escorted Kushina and Bawako, along with the accompanying medical ninja, to the second delivery point before using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them sequentially to the third delivery point. At this juncture, the Umbu guarding the perimeter of the second delivery point remained blissfully unaware that the barrier they were tasked with protecting was now devoid of any presence. "Kushina, are you all right?" Minato inquired, his expression a mix of concern and empathy as he observed the pain etched across Kushina's face. "As the fourth Hokage, you mustn't panic. Come and stabilize the seal," Sarutobi Bawako admonished. "Women possess incredible strength. Do not underestimate Kushina." No sooner had she spoken than Kushina emitted an even louder wail. Observing the changes in the seal on her abdomen, Minato hurriedly stepped forward to channel chakra into reinforcing it. He could sense the immense chakra of the Nine Tails relentlessly battering against the seal. "Kushina, hang in there. Little Naruto, come forth quickly," Minato chanted fervently while reinforcing the seal, adding, "and the Nine Tails should remain inside." Obito, hidden behind his mask, displayed a cold and ruthless demeanor. Yet when the moment arrived to strike against his teacher and mentor, he felt an unsettling calmness within, having severed all ties to his past. After Rin's death, he had become unencumbered by any reservations. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of the last Umbu guarding the barrier, gently laying down the lifeless body. Surrounding the barrier lay 7 or 8 corpses. The black and white Zetsu, resembling a Venus flytrap, emerged slowly from the ground. Appearing beside Obito, in Zetsu's hand was a piece of rune paper inscribed with various techniques, which he delicately pressed against the barrier. A bubble-like aperture suddenly appeared, allowing passage through the barrier. Seizing the moment, Obito activated his Kamui, causing swirling ripples to manifest in the surrounding space, and his body vanished within. This barrier effectively severed a portion of the original space. If he were to recklessly employ Kamui, he risked detection. However, with the emergence of the opening, the internal space of the barrier reconnected with the original space, allowing Obito to utilize Kamui without concern. Yet, just as he reappeared in the same spot after a brief absence, White Zetsu, observing the situation, remarked with a chuckle, "Ah, it seems we've been deceived. This isn't the right place. It appears that Minato, skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, must have entered the barrier first before relocating the others," Obito stated solemnly. "It seems this location was merely a trap. Naruto could be with Jiraiya, but he may also be within the unguarded barrier. Obito, what will you choose? The unsealing technique can only be employed twice, and we have one opportunity left," Black Zetsu's hoarse voice echoed, pointing at the fading rune paper in his hand. "Take White Zetsu's clone to Jiraiya. Regardless of whether the Jinchuriki is there or not, he poses a threat. Lead him away. I will proceed to the other barrier, and White Zetsu will follow me, I have a premonition that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is there. Obito declared, stowing the technique away before vanishing through Kamui. Are we truly going to confront one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? How demanding. White Zetsu complained, "It seems we must reveal some ninjutsu. Let us move quickly. If the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is indeed there, we must inform Obito immediately." Black Zetsu urged. Understood, but why are you commanding me? Silence. Ah, wah wah. With Kushina's anguish cry, the sound of newborn's wail filled the air, a vibrant little boy. Biwako exclaimed as she cradled the infant, while the medical ninja swiftly cut the umbilical cord. Hearing the baby's cries, Minato's eyes welled with tears, and he hastily wiped them away with his sleeve. He's here. From this day forward, I am a father. He leaned down to ask Kushina, how are you feeling? Gently wiping the sweat and tears from her face. Kushina appeared weak but radiated joy, offering Minato a blissful smile. Their family was finally complete. They would now be a trio. Observing this, Minato let out a deep sigh, looking more exhausted than the new mother herself. Spotting Biwako holding little Naruto wrapped snugly, he eagerly approached to hold his son. However, Biwako's expression turned stern as she admonished, "Don't touch. Let the mother see him first." After being reprimanded, Minato pouted, looking rather pitiful with his hands awkwardly raised in the air, uncertain where to place them. What a silly sight. Kushina chuckled at him. Gazing at Naruto in Biwako's arms, her eyes brimmed with affection. Naruto, I finally get to meet you. Biwako smiled as she held Naruto. Now, let's ensure you get some rest. I'll take care of cleaning little Naruto. With that, she followed the medical ninja to take Naruto out of the delivery room. Wait. Minato's voice rose an octave, stopping her in her tracks, seeing the puzzled expressions on the three faces. He quickly explained, I can't bear to be apart from Naruto for even a moment. Could you please bring in some water? I beg you, Biwako, exasperated by his behavior, replied. Now that you're a father, you should be more composed and not so easily startled. Despite her words, she still handed Naruto over to Minato's embrace before stepping out to fetch water. In truth, Minato had suddenly recalled the earnest warning from Kakashi. He must not let the infant leave his sight. If the enemy lurked outside the barrier, taking the child out for a bath would present the perfect opportunity for an attack. Should Naruto fall into enemy hands, they would be in a dire predicament. With Kushina and their child safe, his guard had relaxed significantly, nearly forgetting Kakashi's admonition. Before long, he found himself entranced by Naruto's cherubic face. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Minato gently placed Naruto to Kushina's right side. Thank you, Kushina. You've worked so hard, I will reinforce the seal now. He placed his hand on her abdomen, where the seal had been partially breached by the nine tails due to the labor. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air. Minato's expression shifted dramatically as he turned towards the door. A figure clad in a black cloak and mask entered, clutching Biwako's neck tightly, lifting her off the ground. Biwako struggled against the masked figure's grip, but to no avail. Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki immediately, or I cannot guarantee her life. Biwako. Minato's heart raced in turmoil. He could not fathom how the enemy had breached the barrier. Was it true that as long as he could protect his wife and child, her life was of no consequence? The masked figure tightened his grip, and it appeared Biwako was on the verge of suffocation. Ah! Kushina cried out in pain as the seal on her abdomen weakened further, the curse marks spreading across her face, signaling that the nine tails was about to break free from its confinement. Minato's mind was a whirlwind of chaos as he forced himself to regain composure, urgently addressing the masked figure. Wait, please calm down. It seems the one who needs to calm down is you, fourth Hokage. A mocking voice chimed from beside him that Minato's heart sank as he looked down to see a pallid figure appearing on Kushina's left side, wielding a kunai, aimed directly at Kushina's throat. Step back now, or I will slay her. Baiju threatened T that moment. The masked man suddenly hurled Tsurutobi Biwako towards Minato Namikaze, affixing an explosive tag on her shoulder. Just then, Baiju aimed a kunai at Naruto and lunged forward with great ferocity. In this critical moment, Minato swiftly embraced Naruto, tearing the explosive tag from Biwako just as she reached his side. Before Biwako could touch the ground, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a prearranged point outside the barrier. He affixed the explosive tag to the wall of a wooden cabin and leaped outside. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted. Meanwhile, the masked man in the delivery room observed Minato's instantaneous reaction with a cold smile, remarking on the speed of the legendary yellow flash. Subsequently, he used Kimui to transport Kushina Uzumaki away. Obito brought Kushina to a previously prepared location, where he suspended her between two massive boulders using chains while sealing her movements with a sealing technique. Through the summoning contract left by Madara, along with the power of a Sharingan, he manipulated the Nine Tails within Kushina. The already weakened seal was shattered. A surge of Nine Tails chakra burst forth from Kushina's 7 orifices. The agony of being stripped of the tailed beast in a conscious state felt akin to having one's skin flayed and bones torn apart. Having just endured childbirth, Kushina was on the brink of fainting, sustained only by her willpower, for she believed that Minato would surely come to her rescue, that he would. Alas, was she to part with Naruto so soon after bringing him into the world? Roar! The newly liberated Nine Tails let out a thunderous howl. Due to the fact that the Nine Tails within Kushina was in its complete form, its size exceeded 50 meters. This was still a result of the Nine Tails being sealed within Kushina and suppressed by the Uzumaki clan's power. Otherwise, its size could have reached 1 to 200 meters. However, before the Nine Tails could react, it found itself under Obito's control, ensnared by the dual bindings of the summoning contract and the Sharingan. Oh, truly remarkable, the resilience of the Uzumaki clan. Obito mused, noting that Kushina had not yet succumbed. Under his command, the Nine Tails lunged towards her. Yet, all Obito saw was a fleeting shadow as Kushina vanished in the blink of an eye. On the treetops across the ravine, Minato held Kushina in his arms, casting a glance back at Obito, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. Night deepened. Uchiha Seiji stood upon the balcony, gazing at the moonlit sky. It seemed that all would be well. With all his preparations, he believed he could alter the fate that awaited Minato and his wife. However, as per their agreement, he remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. A chilling roar echoed, accompanied by a powerful and malevolent chakra, laden with destruction and bloodlust. Uchiha Seiji leapt onto the rooftop, witnessing the colossal Nine Tails approaching Konoha, his expression darkening. Why had it come to this? Which link in the chain had faltered? Seiji had no time for contemplation. He hurriedly jumped into the courtyard, summoning Warwick. He then reduced Warwick to half a meter in size and brought him into the living room, where Uchiha Rinka was still arranging flowers. After briefly explaining the situation, Seiji instructed Warwick to ensure Rinka's safety before providing support, while he dashed towards the clan's outer grounds. Outside, chaos reigned as the commotion caused by the Nine Tails reached a fever pitch, audible to all of Konoha's inhabitants. What was happening? My goodness, what is that? No way. Did I see that right? A throng of Uchiha members congregated at the clan's gates. The Konoha police force had a duty to maintain order and protect the villagers. Thus, they could not remain hidden within the clan. However, as they gathered at the gates, they spotted Danzo leading a large contingent of root ninjas. I could see that moment. Uchiha Fugaka stepped forward, his brow furrowed. Lord Danzo. What is the meaning of this? All Uchiha members are forbidden from leaving the clan's premises, Danzo declared sternly. Upon hearing this, Fugaka's expression shifted. With the Nine Tails wreaking havoc, the Uchiha police force bore the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha. We cannot simply stand by. The presence of the villages Jainin and Umbu is sufficient. We do not require your assistance. The one controlling the Nine Tails is the Sharingan, and no one knows the Uchiha clan's role in this incident. Danzo's words incited immediate outrage, and the surrounding Uchiha members glared at him with fury. The Umbu behind Danzo remained tense, knowing they stood no chance against Konoha's foremost clan if a confrontation ensued. At that moment, Uchiha Seiji arrived at the clan's gates, finding a crowd gathered there. Upon seeing Danzo, his expression shifted slightly, yet he did not halt his advance. Until a dozen Umbu surrounded him, Seiji observed the earth-shattering explosions echoing from outside. His countenance darkening. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by this? I am tasked with guarding this place. No Uchiha clan member is permitted to leave the premises tonight. Is this not the order of the fourth Hokage? Seiji interrupted Danzo's impending response. Danzo maintained a stoic demeanor, replying, "The fourth is not currently in the village. The third has consented to my actions that in truth, the third was also absent, and Danzo merely invoked his authority. Nevertheless, given the third's wariness of the Uchiha clan, he would likely tacitly approve of Danzo's actions afterward. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's involvement in this matter, the fact remained that the Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. If they were allowed to intervene and potentially save the fourth, all of Danzo's machinations would be in vain, and he could face dire consequences. As long as the fourth perished, his path to the Hokage seat would be significantly closer. However, as soon as Danzo finished speaking, Uchiha Seiji's chakra surged dramatically, creating a palpable wave of energy that enveloped those present, instilling a sense of immense pressure. Seiji opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates, indicating that leaving the clan was not a command from the fourth Hokage. As a direct umbu of the fourth, I am not obliged to heed even the orders of the third Hokage. Lord Danzo is merely an advisor to the Hokage and has no authority over me. I'm going to stop the Nine Tails. Stand aside." With every word, Seiji's chakra intensified further. Had it not been for the inability to eliminate Danzo in an instant, he would have plunged his blade into Danzo and left without hesitation. Seiji projected an aura of desperation, overpowering the root umbu with his formidable presence. "You!" Danzo's face darkened, not expecting such resolute defiance from Seiji. "If I recall correctly, the third Hokage is also not in the village. Whether your orders come directly from him remains uncertain." Seiji unsheathed the Tenyu sword, turning to address his clansmen. "I am going to save Konoha. J-Nin, come with me. Ch-Nin and Jinin, assist in evacuating civilians. Those afraid should return home and sleep." As his words resonated, Seiji exchanged a glance with Fugaku, then executed the body flicker technique, appearing atop the roof. Witnessing this, a glint of malice flickered in Danzo's eyes as his umbu prepared to strike at Seiji. Seiji's actions galvanized Fugaku, who had been hesitating due to the orders, solidifying his resolve. "Let's fight." He dashed forward, closing the distance to Danzo with only a fist's breadth separating them. An astonishing surge of chakra radiated from Fugaku, striking Danzo first. Upon encountering Fugaku's scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, Danzo's heart trembled. "I advise you, Lord Danzo, to tread carefully, as should your subordinates." Under the intimidating presence of Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo felt an imminent threat to his life. Witnessing the clan leader take action, the Uchiha clansmen behind him instinctively activated their Sharingan. Dozens of pairs of eyes fixating on Danzo and the umbu with unwavering intensity. Even these seasoned umbu, accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, could not help but instinctively take a step back. "Fugaku, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? I shall bear all the consequences." Uchiha Fugaku's expression was as stoic as the depths of a tranquil sea. Before he commanded his clansmen, "Follow the will of the clan." The Uchiha are integral to the village. In such dire moments, retreat is not an option. Yes, the Uchiha swiftly dashed towards the outskirts of their territory. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze remained fixed on Danzo, with the surrounding umbu paralyzed by fear. Refraining from any rash movements, that he was prepared. If necessary, he would reveal his Mangeki Sharingan to subdue the Nine Tails. The fourth Hokage and his wife must not perish. Outside of Konohagakure, several dozen miles away atop a hill, space rippled as Obito made his appearance. However, his current state could only be described as utterly disastrous. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, both legs were amputated at the thighs, and his lower body was a gruesome sight. He was barely clinging to life. What happened? Kurozu stared in shock at Obito's condition. Despite possessing the space-time abilities of Kimyui and intangibility, he was gravely injured. Such wounds would have claimed the life of an ordinary individual, were it not for the fact that half of his body was infused with cells from Hashirama. Beside him, White Zetsu explained, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Jiraiya. If Obito hadn't activated his Anaji using his intangibility, he probably wouldn't have returned. I underestimated Minato. In Jiraiya's Sage Mode, that foul toad from Mount Maiboku. Obito coughed up blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. We must treat him quickly. If he dies, We will need someone else to fulfill Madara's plan. White Zetsu's original form stated. Take him away. Kurozu commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The distant area reverberated with the sound of massive explosions. However, when Uchiha Sei arrived midway, the explosions ceased abruptly, were it not for the charred craters scattered across the landscape. He would have thought the battle had concluded. Over there. Uchiha Sei maximized his sensory abilities, quickly detecting a massive chakra presence in the distant forest. Upon arriving, he found a colossal Ninetales firmly bound by golden chains in the heart of the forest. Beside the Ninetales stood the fourth Hokage and his wife, along with their child, Naruto, as a golden barrier began to rise, threatening to engulf them all. Uchiha Sei grew frantic. I ested a barrier. He unleashed his chakra once more, instantly appearing outside the barrier. Who goes there? Sei! Jiraiya suddenly blocked Uchiha Sei's path. In his sage mode, Jiraiya emanated a formidable aura, with two powerful sages perched upon his shoulders. Upon recognizing Uchiha Sei, Jiraiya halted. I have a way to save them. Follow me. Uchiha Sei grasped Jiraiya's hand, and taking advantage of the barrier's incomplete closure, he swiftly transported them within. Trusting Minato, Jiraiya offered no resistance, although Uchiha Sei had advised Minato to keep the plan to himself. Given the father-son-like bond between Jiraiya and himself, he revealed the plan to Jiraiya. Thus, when the production point Jiraiya was guarding was attacked, he did not linger in battle, but instead rushed to the true production point, completing his sage mode en route. When Minato struck the masked man, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to join forces with the two sages and dealt a heavy blow to the masked man. Minato-senpai, Kushina-senpai, how are you? Uchiha Sei hurried to their side. Minato's eyes reflected sorrow. I am fine, but Kushina, I cannot hold on much longer. I have a few final words to say. Uzumaki Kushina coughed up blood, her face pale and devoid of color. Minato, thank you for everything you've done for me. I feel incredibly fortunate to have met you. Imagining our future as a family of 3 fills me with joy. I long to be there as Naruto grows up. Kushina, I will ensure you see Naruto. Minato's eyes welled with tears, suddenly resolute, by utilizing the dead demon consuming seal in conjunction with the 8 trigram seal. He could seal half of the Ninetales within Naruto. This way, a portion of her chakra would remain, allowing her to witness Naruto's growth. But that means Kushina's expression was one of shock. Minato explained, the masked man who attacked you escaped even after Jiraiya-sensei and I joined forces. He will undoubtedly incite chaos in the ninja world. The child of prophecy Jiraiya spoke of may very well be Naruto. For the sake of peace in the ninja world and to confront formidable foes, Naruto will need power. Kushina, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly experienced a surge of energy, her spirit revitalized. Even so, why must you use the dead demon consuming seal? Just to briefly see Naruto as he grows. Why must you accompany me to death? I want you to be there for Naruto. You can protect him as he matures. Is it merely for the balance of tailed beasts, for the village, for the ninja world, that you must sacrifice yourself for me? Minato's lips trembled as he searched for reasons. In truth, from the moment Kushina stated she would not survive long, he had already resolved himself to death. He could not endure a world without Kushina. I could see that moment. Uchiha Sei stepped forward, grasping Minato's hand, which was forming seals that Minato-senpai. Wait, Sei, thank you for everything you have done for us as a couple. I never expected that despite all the preparations, we would still be unable to change the outcome you envisioned. Minato expressed regret. However, my mind is made up. Please do not stop me. I hope you and Jiraiya-sensei will care for Naruto after our demise. Thank you. Uchiha Sei's heart trembled, although he was familiar with the general storyline. He was unaware of the specific details at this juncture. After all, having watched only about half of the several hundred episodes, he had primarily focused on the major battles. He only knew that Obito unleashed the Ninetales on the day Naruto was born, and that the 4th Hokage died, sealing the beast. Minato-senpai, you absolutely need not resort to the dead demon consuming seal. Why not reseal the Ninetales within Kushina-senpai? Uchiha Sei quickly inquired. If Kushina were saved, and Minato were to die, that would be truly tragic. Kushina shook her head. My life force is withered. The remaining chakra is insufficient to suppress the nine tails. If I were to reseal the nine tails within my body, allowing it to perish with me, Konoha would have ample time to prepare before the nine tails revives. That is my plan, but Minato Uchiha retrieved the Berserker armor from within, and after releasing the 8-gate state, he lost 2,000 life points and the 5-point physique bonus, his aura plummeting dramatically, rendering him weak. Minato Senpai, if I can save Kushina Senpai, will you abandon your plan to die? While Minato spoke with noble intent, genuinely willing to sacrifice for the village and the ninja world, Uchiha perceived that the underlying reason was his deep love for Kushina. Sensing Uchiha-Sei's rapidly diminishing energy and gazing at the radiant golden orb in his hand, Minato's expression shifted. Say, what did you say? You have a way to save Kushina. I have activated my Manjiki Sharingan, and the derived ocular technique allows me to share a portion of my life force with others. With this, Kushina-senpai's vitality can be restored to its peak, enabling her to suppress the nine tails once more. If that happens, Minato-senpai, will you still wish to die? Sharing life force. Minato's face was one of astonishment, hope reigniting in his eyes. If Kushina can survive, I understand. Time is of the essence. No more idle chatter. Follow my instructions. You should raise your own child. I don't even have time to date. Who has the leisure to help you care for your child? Observing the changing expressions of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Makoto understood immediately and solemnly stated, when Kushina-senpai absorbs the life force I share with her, she must not be disturbed by anyone, nor can she utilize chakra. Otherwise, she will fail. If she does not complete the absorption within 5 minutes, she will perish. Do you understand? Therefore, when Kushina-senpai begins to absorb the life force, Minato-senpai must swiftly utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport her to safety. As long as she is undisturbed, she will recover in less than a minute. Then, we can bring her back to suppress the nine tails. At that point, whether to reseal the nine tails within Kushina-senpai or Naruto is for you to decide. After sharing the life force, my ocular power will be significantly diminished, but I will still be able to slightly suppress the nine tails. Jiraiya-sensei will also assist in stalling for time. We only need to hold for a minute until Kushina-senpai recovers. Uchiha Makoto outlined the entire plan in one breath. The Berserker armor requires deactivation for its effects to take place, perfectly allowing Minato Namikaze to carry Uzumaki Kushina away before returning to suppress the nine tails. Thankfully, he had prepared for contingencies. With Kushina restored, Minato regained his composure, pleading for assistance. Makoto, due to his absolute trust in Uchiha Makoto. Minato did not doubt his words. Moreover, the moment the orb of light was extracted, the decline in Makoto's aura was visibly apparent. Please, Jiraiya-sensei, rest assured, Minato. Jiraiya replied solemnly, I will protect this kid. With that, they prepared. 3, 2, 1, disperse during the countdown. Uchiha Makoto spent 2,000 gold coins in the shop to release the Berserker armor's binding. He thrust the orb of light toward Uzumaki Kushina's heart, which then merged into her body. The instant Kushina unlocked the diamond sealing technique, Minato swiftly embraced her and transported her away. You little brat. The Nine Tails had listened to Uchiha Makoto's entire plan. Soon as its movement restrictions were lifted, it swung a claw fiercely at Uchiha Makoto. He hurriedly dodged using a flash. Great King Enma, transform into the diamond rod, grow larger. Just as Uchiha Makoto evaded, the third Hokage, having arrived outside the barrier, witnessed the Nine Tails regaining its movement, and his expression changed drastically. However, his reaction was swift. He summoned the Great King Enma, and the thick, long rod thrust into the Nine Tails, pushing it back. The enraged Nine Tails retaliated, swiping the diamond rod aside with its clawed. It opened its massive mouth, gathering an immense amount of chakra, rapidly forming a tailed beast bomb the size of a mountain. Shut your mouth, stinky fox! Boom! Fukusaku, the toad sage, descended from the sky, landing squarely on the Nine Tails' head, forcefully closing its mouth. The Nine Tails roared in fury, preparing to resist, but its forepaws were tightly pinned down by Fukusaku and Shima on either side. The Nine Tails was firmly pressed to the ground, though it had just emerged and was not fully recovered. It could not tolerate such humiliation from these pests. The Ninetales gradually descended into a frenzied state, its chakra surging uncontrollably. Die. As the Ninetales thrashed about wildly, the three-toed sages struggled to withstand its immense power. Wanta, Shima, Kin, hold it down. The two sage elders shouted as Jiraiya descended from above. With a sage art, Rasen Shuriken, he struck the Ninetales squarely on its head. The force of Jiraiya's attack caused the Ninetales to crash heavily onto the ground. In a fit of rage, the Ninetales roared, throwing off all three-toed sages. Wanta, Kin, and Shima were sent flying over 100 meters, rolling multiple times before coming to a stop, rendered incapable of battle. At that moment, the Ninetales swiped at Jiraiya, who had just landed, but the third Hokage blocked it with the diamond rod. Sage art. Needle jutsu. Jiraiya retreated, then crouched on the ground. His white hair stood on end, transforming into long needles. Countless needles shot forth like a torrential storm towards the Ninetales, penetrating its body to end pain. The Ninetales attempted to unleash another tailed beast bomb. However, Uchiha Makoto, who had been gathering power for some time, finally completed the 12th layer of the Steel Slash's whirlwind strike that a tornado exceeding 10 meters in height surged toward the Ninetales, striking its abdomen. Boom! The Ninetales was sent tumbling upside down, yet it quickly flipped over and rose again. Its attention once more fixated on Uchiha Makoto. Makoto felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Such a level of attack merely caused the Ninetales discomfort. Is this truly the strength of the complete Ninetales? Indeed, if it weren't for the suppressive abilities, the Ninetales would not be so easily dealt with. Thankfully, all they needed to do was by time 0.5 elemental Great Bomb technique, just as the Ninetales regained its footing. The third Hokage split into 4 shadow clones, simultaneously unleashing fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind techniques against the Ninetales. The Ninetales hurriedly wrapped itself with its tails for protection, and as the 5 elemental techniques concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen further thickened and lengthened the diamond rod. Utilizing the remaining chakra, he leaped into the sky with the rod, which now exceeded 0.5 meter in diameter and over 50 meters in length, delivering a crushing blow to the Ninetales' head. Boom! The Ninetales' head was driven into the ground. Did it work? The third Hokage frowned deeply. However, the next second, the Ninetales suddenly rose, seizing the diamond rod and yanking the third Hokage along with it. The Ninetales, having endured a series of attacks, managed to regain some composure. IT realized these ninjas were too close. If it took too long to gather the tailed beast bomb, it would be interrupted. Thus, it swiftly formed a small-tailed beast bomb in its mouth. Uchiha Makoto, witnessing the completion of the small-tailed beast bomb, was immediately alarmed. He flashed to the top of the Ninetales, deploying his 3-tomo Sharingan to its fullest extent. You brat from the Uchiha clan. The Ninetales' body was ensnared by the Sharingan, causing the tailed beast bomb in its mouth to disintegrate. Its claw, which had been grasping the diamond rod, loosened, and its eyes revealed a fierce, murderous intent. Uchiha Makoto felt a sharp pain in his eyes, sensing the immense resistance from the 9-tails. In less than 2 seconds, the Ninetales broke free from his Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Makoto felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and his vision darkened. He quickly used Mercury to dispel the negative state, but it was still a moment too late. The Ninetales seized the airborne Uchiha Makoto, intending to crush him to death. Just then, Makoto's ambush claw was triggered, and a translucent spherical barrier enveloped him. Witnessing the barrier shatter in less than a second, Uchiha Makoto hurriedly activated the wind barrier, channeling all his chakra into it, forming a spherical wall of wind. Only 2 seconds remained until he could flash away. Feeling the immense force from the Ninetales, he thickened the wind wall. To maintain it. His chakra was rapidly depleting. The wind wall was soon compressed to a point where it was nearly touching his body. Alright, just as the wind wall was about to burst, Uchiha Makoto flashed away. The moment he appeared 20 meters away, the Ninetales' attack followed closely behind. Get down! At that moment, a loud shout rang out. The Ninetales spread its limbs wide, lowered its head, and coiled its body against the ground. Uchiha Makoto focused on the sight before him. Its limbs, neck, tail, and even its mouth were bound by golden chains. The number and quality of the chains were incomparably superior to those before. The Ninetales' mouth was ensnared, forcing it to squeeze out the name Uzumaki Kushina through its teeth. There stood Uzumaki Kushina beside the Ninetales, the ends of the chains connecting to her body, utilizing the diamond sealing technique to restrain the Ninetales. Indeed, subduing a tailed beast requires a true expert. Observing Kushina's rosy complexion and calm demeanor, everyone felt a sense of relief. Minato Namikaze hurriedly approached with Naruto in his arms, stating, "I will seal the Ninetales." "Minato! Kushina!" Jiraiya exclaimed with joy. Suddenly, a massive chakra chain emerged from Kushina's abdomen, extending outward and then penetrating the Ninetales' body. "Ah, get out of me!" In a fervent outburst, Uzumaki Kushina bellowed, and the chains abruptly yanked outward, revealing the vibrant orange-red chakra of the Ninetales as it was drawn forth, taking on a diminutive form reminiscent of the beast itself. "Kushina! Ew!" The Ninetales hissed in wrath, its essence rapidly diminishing as it was pulled halfway out. I could see that moment. The nearby Minato Namikaze had completed his hand seals. An octagonal altar materialized upon the ground, and he positioned Naruto at its center, while Kushina placed the extracted Ninetales chakra above him. "Seal!" Minato executed the hand seals once more, and the Ninetales chakra swiftly plunged into Naruto's abdomen, ultimately forming a swirling seal adorned with octagonal patterns around in Uchiha Sidru's mind. A countdown from the system incessantly appeared, indicating that half of the 5-minute duration of the madman's armor had elapsed. It seemed they intended to bifurcate the Ninetales. After completing Naruto's octagonal seal, Minato was visibly drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. Just as Sidru assumed he would continue assisting Uzumaki Kushina in sealing, Minato called out to him from a distance. "Sidru, come quickly, me." Sidru paused for a moment before hastening forward. "Minato-senpai." "Sidru, do you wish to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki?" Minato inquired solemnly, his gaze fixed intently upon Sidru. A jolt of disbelief surged through Sidru's heart. "What? Me? The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales?" "Indeed. Do you accept?" Minato reiterated, "I have conferred with Kushina. Given that your Sharingan can control the Ninetales, you are also capable of becoming its Jinchuriki." Sidru hesitated. His thoughts raced. Such an extraordinary opportunity. Naturally, he was inclined to accept, for with his current physique, he could withstand the chakra of the Ninetales, particularly since he possessed the madman's armor, which granted him enhanced vitality, physicality, and recovery. The potent mental fortitude from the Mercury control left him unperturbed by the Ninetales. Moreover, the potential activation of his Mangekyou Sharingan was always at hand. Once inside, he would seize control. After all, the Ninetales, with its tsundere disposition, could be persuaded to comply with his whims. Beside him, Uzumaki Kushina remarked, "Sidru, since I became the Ninetales Jinchuriki, I have seldom ventured beyond the village and have not engaged in significant battles. Thus, I lack extensive combat experience, and I do not relish fighting. My talent in sealing techniques is formidable. Yet my combat aptitude is rather average. Even if I were to reseal the Ninetales, I would be unable to assist Naruto in the future. Conversely, your talent is on par with Minato's, with your Sharingan. Minato's octagonal seal, and my sealing techniques, you will inevitably master the Ninetales' power. Your heart is kind, and even if you gain the strength of the Ninetales, you will use it to benefit Konoha. You saved me using your Sharingan, sacrificing your life force in the process. If you harness the Yang Chakra of the Ninetales, your lost vitality should be restored. This is a token of our gratitude. Of course, more than that, as a mother, I hope you can support Naruto in the future. However, we will never force you." Kushina revealed her heartfelt intentions candidly, her words imbued with profound maternal affection. "That I am the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and Naruto is my son. He bears this responsibility, which is why I have made him a Jinchuriki." "Sidru, from both the villages and personal perspectives, you are more suited to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, with our assistance. Mastering half of the Ninetales will not be arduous. Yet if you do not wish to bear the heavy fate of a Jinchuriki, we will not compel you. My chakra is running low, and I cannot sustain this for much longer. You must decide while I can still execute the octagonal seal. If you refuse, I will reseal the remaining half of the nine tails back into Kushina." Minato's face gradually displayed signs of strain. Observing this, Sidru solemnly nodded. "I accept." He was a pragmatic individual, valuing substance over superficiality. Minato and Kushina, both grounded people, had established a strong rapport through their direct communication of interests. This decision, in essence, presented Sidru with only advantages, devoid of any downsides. Upon hearing Sidru's affirmation, Minato turned his gaze to Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Without hesitation, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. The third Hokage appeared conflicted, his lips quivering as he grappled with uncertainty, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any dissent. After all, Sidru had demonstrated his worth through action. Aside from his Uchiha lineage, the third found no other ground for opposition. Moreover, Sidru had not only saved him, but also rescued Minato and Kushina, essentially safeguarding the future of Konoha. This reminded him of his former comrade, Uchiha Kagami. Seeing that the third Hokage had tacitly agreed, Minato entrusted the unconscious Naruto to Jiraiya's arms and urged, "Sidru, quickly take your place." Sidru nodded and settled into the center of the octagonal altar. Minato swiftly formed hand seals, and Kushina, utilizing her adamantine chains, drew the nine tails towards Sidru, under the dual confinement of the octagonal seal and adamantine confinement. The remaining half of the emaciated nine tails swiftly entered Sidru's abdomen. The searing sensation compelled Sidru to gasp in shock. Initially, upon seeing Naruto sleeping soundly, he had assumed the sealing would be straightforward. Little did he know it would be so intense. It felt as though his abdomen were aflame. Before long, Sidru succumbed to unconsciousness atop the altar. Seal. Minato executed the octagonal seal once more, while Kushina infused Sidru with adamantine confinement chakra to suppress the nine tails. Kushina, Naruto. The instant the sealing was completed, Minato exhaled in relief, collapsing backward. 3, 2, 1. Madman's armory binding. The 5-minute trial period of the Madman's armor expired, and a luminous orb surged forth from within Uzumaki Kushina, merging into Sidru's body. Thud. Kushina also fainted upon the grass. Minato, Kushina. Witnessing all three collapse, Jiraiya and the third Hokage were understandably alarmed. Jiraiya rushed forward to check their breathing and pulse. Kushina was asleep. Minato was fine, albeit slightly weakened. Sidru is unharmed. Jiraiya sighed deeply, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster throughout the evening. Having released Sage Mode, he slumped to the ground while cradling Naruto. Were it not for the multitude of individuals needing his care, he too would have preferred to lose consciousness. The third Hokage immediately commanded the two Umbu behind him. Summon the medical team at once. Transport them for treatment. What you witness tonight is classified at the highest level. Should any information leak, it will be treated as treason. Yes, the two Umbu, hearts racing, promptly set off to gather medical ninjas. By the time reinforcements arrived, the battle had long since concluded. 4 days later, at Konoha Hospital, in the innermost ward on the 3rd floor, Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage stood beside a window-side bed. Kushina, holding a bento box, sat beside Minato's bed. Kushina, "I've told you I'm fine. I can eat on my own. I insist. If I say you need assistance, then you need it. Open your mouth. Everyone's watching. I am the 4th. Kushina's eyes narrowed, her chakra fluctuating, her crimson hair seemingly beginning to float. Minato instinctively recoiled, obediently opening his mouth. Familiarity was no cause for embarrassment. With a broad smile, Kushina fed Minato spoonfuls of food, one bite at a time. Beside the hospital bed, Uchiha Chung gnawed at the succulent pork chop with a ferocity that suggested a deep-seated grudge against it. Nevertheless, he found the rice in his bowl to be lacking in flavor. It was all prepared by Uzumaki Kushina, and though the taste was ostensibly the same, he discerned an unpleasant sourness. After 2 days and nights of unconsciousness due to excessive chakra depletion, Namikaze Minato finally regained consciousness. His left hand, wrapped in bandages, bore a fracture, yet was evidently not severe enough to warrant being fed by others. In truth, Uchiha Chung had awakened the previous noon, but at the insistence of the others. He remained hospitalized for a comprehensive examination. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Linghua hurriedly rushed over. She relaxed upon seeing that Uchiha Chung was unharmed. Chung felt that since becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had experienced no significant adverse reactions, and his condition seemed largely unchanged. There was a slight decrease in his physical attributes, but he was still in the process of recovery. The most considerable change was that his available chakra had been halved, which was rather annoying. However, he dismissed this concern when he thought of the benefits that came with subduing the Nine-Tails. For someone who could already contend with formidable opponents, a reduction in chakra was inconsequential. Against those he could not defeat, a mere fraction of chakra would not bridge the gap. Overall, the experience of resting in the hospital was quite pleasant. Each day, charming and lovely nurses would attend to his medical examinations. His only grievance was sharing a room with Namikaze Minato. Was it even possible to endure such a fate? On the 5th day following the Nine-Tails disturbance, Uchiha Chung was finally granted discharge. And after assuring Uzumaki Kushina of his well-being, Minato also temporarily left the hospital. Initially, he was meant to recuperate for half a month, but the urgency of a high-level meeting necessitated his early departure. After the meeting, he intended to return to the hospital for further recovery. Kati, just 24 years of age, in the prime of his ninja career, it was essential that he undergo a thorough examination and proper rehabilitation. Failing to do so could lead to lingering injuries, especially given that Minato hailed from a common background without any unique bloodline. His physical constitution could only be deemed average if his injuries were not fully rehabilitated. Jeopardizing his superhuman reflexes would pose a significant problem. Moreover, the village's upper ninjas were well aware that Minato was not in grave danger, and this information spread throughout Konoha. Yet, the absence of a lively Minato before their eyes left many ninjas and villagers feeling uneasy. Some even gathered spontaneously at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. Though Minato had only been the 4th Hokage for less than a year, he had already enacted numerous policies, such as reducing taxes, allowing vendors to set up stalls on non-primary roads, and increasing funding for orphanages and ninja schools, thereby providing tangible benefits to lower-ranking ninjas and villagers. The Nine-Tails incident had been sealed outside the village by the 4th Hokage himself, earning him the trust of the people. 4th Hokage, are you truly all right? 4th Hokage, we feel reassured to see you well. 4th Hokage, how did you injure your hand? Is it serious? 4th Hokage, I have a family remedy for your injury. At the request of the 3rd Hokage and others, before heading to the Hokage building, Minato took a detour through the main street. With Uchiha Chung trailing behind him, the villagers surrounded them. Minato smiled and waved at the crowd. When someone inquired about his bandaged left hand, he scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I can't say I'm completely unscathed. The Nine-Tails is indeed incredibly powerful. Just look, my left hand is broken from sealing it. It was uncertain whether Minato made the jest to reassure the crowd, but it certainly lightened the mood. Indeed, if it can injure the 4th Hokage's hand, the Nine-Tails must be formidable. Exactly. The villagers, initially concerned for Minato, found comfort in his humor and relaxed their anxiety. The main street was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Had it been the 3rd Hokage, while the villagers would still hold him in high esteem, they would not have dared to jest with him in such a manner. Uchiha Chung, hearing this, instinctively slowed his pace. It was not that he disapproved of Minato's demeanor. Rather, he understood that, given Minato's character, such comments were merely jests to alleviate the crowd's concerns. But the Nine-Tails was oblivious. It was he who had suffered the consequences. Why was he being tormented? Chung muttered softly, rubbing his unusually warm lower abdomen, which had become increasingly uncomfortable. However, as soon as his complaints ceased, the heat in his abdomen intensified further, akin to carrying a hot water bottle in the scorching summer. The burning sensation was quite distressing. In truth, with Minato's sealing technique in place and Uzumaki Kushina's chakra suppression, the Nine-Tails could only manifest to this extent, yet it was exasperating. Uchiha Chung had to concentrate his chakra in his abdomen to suppress that of the Nine-Tails. Only after distancing himself from Minato by over 10 meters did the Nine-Tails chakra gradually settle down. Chung, why are you so far behind? Minato, halfway through, noticed Uchiha Chung trailing at a distance that he paused, turning back to see Chung following him from afar. It's nothing, Senior Minato. You go ahead, Chung replied, a smile of polite embarrassment crossing his face. Minato, seeing this, halted his steps to wait for him, saying, "You played an indispensable role in sealing the Nine Tails. There's no need to be so humble." In truth, Minato was somewhat unaccustomed to the villagers' heightened enthusiasm. After all, as a married man, it was one thing for men to crowd around him, but the presence of numerous young women, and even some audacious widows, who flirted and leaned against him, was a different matter entirely. If Kushina were to find out, it would spell trouble. Thus, he selfishly allowed Uchiha Chung to draw the attention. Yes, someone whose looks were on par with the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Chung, being unmarried and only 16 years old, naturally attracted more admiration. No sooner had Minato's words left his mouth than a significant portion of the women surrounding him shifted their focus to Uchiha Chung. "Chung-sama, do you have a girlfriend?" asked a flamboyantly dressed girl, her attire rather revealing. "Brother Chung, is the Nine Tails truly that strong? Can it injure the fourth Hokage's arm?" inquired a 4-year-old girl, clinging tightly to Chang's leg. "You are Uchiha Chung, right? I remember you. Kasumi is your classmate. Don't you recall?" "I am her mother," said a charming, mature woman, whom Chung recognized as the wife of the village's jonin, Dimar Run, though the fragrant allure of the woman and the embrace of two arms was somewhat pleasant. The situation only incited the Nine Tails further. Uchiha Chung gently extricated his arms and, using a body flicker technique, dashed away from the crowd. Minato, observing this, waved farewell to the crowd and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Chung followed Minato upstairs while wiping the traces of saliva and lipstick off his face. Was it that he exuded no sense of authority, despite his stern expression, indicating a stranger beware demeanor? Why did these people show no fear? Indeed, it was true that a boy must protect himself when outside. As Minato observed Cheng's plight, he couldn't help but chuckle and tease him. However, as they approached the conference room adjacent to the Hokage's office, their expressions shifted to one of seriousness. "Senior Minato, starting today, many of your ambitions can come to fruition. Chung, thanks to your assistance, Senior Minato. Given our relationship, there is no need for such formality. We are mutually supporting each other. This is the first step towards changing the ninja world." Bluffing Shuemin extended his fist. Uchiha Chung met it with a light touch before pushing open the door to the meeting room. With Bluffing Shuemin entering first, closely followed by him, this moment, the meeting room was already filled with attendees, leaving only the two of them. Bluffing Shuemin took his seat at the head of the table. To his left sat the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Mitarashi, and Tikake Rin, Hyuga Hizashi, as well as several jonin from the village's moderate clans. To his right were Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and the clan heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families alongside jonin of lesser clans and commoner origins. The seat beside Uchiha Fugaku remained vacant, and after Bluffing Shuemin was seated, he cast a glance towards Uchiha Chung. Recognizing the gesture, Uchiha Chung calmly took his place beside Uchiha Fugaku, his rank still surpassing that of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. However, the assembly bore little discontent regarding the young Uchiha Chang's elevated position. Despite his tender age and limited experience, his remarkable military exploits had already established him as one of the foremost jonin in the village by the age of 16. Furthermore, they were generally aware of the circumstances surrounding the Nine Tails incident, in which Uchiha Chung had aided the fourth Hokage in sealing the beast, thus sparing the village from catastrophic losses. Today, he was indeed deserving of this seat. Danzo's eyes lingered on the seating arrangement, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. When the fourth had just assumed the role of Hokage during a high-level meeting, the third would typically sit alongside the three advisors. As was the case today, aside from these advisors, seating was not entirely fixed and immutable done on their side. The Hyuga clan had maintained a position of neutrality since the third stepped down, eliciting little regard.